Beholding her ethereal form adrift in the air, a sense of bewilderment washed over Shen Xi as she confronted the undeniable truth. She was deceased. Just the previous evening, in her haste to reach a program filming, she had taken a taxi, only to be waylaid in a dimly lit alley. There, a masked assailant had brutally stabbed her, but a 10-centimeter blade had pierced her viscera, a fatal blow that instantly ended her life, her vision swimming in a crimson tide. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she found herself within her own funeral hall, gazing upon the youthful woman lying in the crystal coffin, her face an exact replica of her own, now pallid and rigid. A wave of bitterness welled up within Shen Xi. After navigating so many trials and tribulations, she had finally ascended to the ranks of a bliss celebrity. Her entertainment career was just gaining momentum, only to be abruptly cut short by a tragic accident. Her life was now eternally frozen at the age of 27. Yet, she was filled with discontent. She had so much left to accomplish. She was immersed in her recollections. A sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the funeral hall. She instinctively looked up, nearly blinded by the incessant flashing of camera lenses. Woe is me! Why did fate deal such a cruel blow to my sister? She was so young. Why did she have to depart so soon? The woman before her, adorned in a black dress, was visibly distraught, her face streaked with tears. Yet, her delicate makeup remained impeccable, enhancing her pitiable appearance. Behind her, the incessant clicking of cameras shattered the solemn tranquility of the morning hall, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. It was absurd, ludicrous. Shen Xi's gaze transformed into a sharp blade, piercingly cold as it bore down upon the weeping Xie. Surrounding her was a throng of people. Her fiancé, Xiao Wenshuan, held her tightly, offering comfort with a face full of pity. Xie, you must take care of yourself and not grieve too deeply. A woman like Shen Xi is hardly worth your tears. That's not true. After all, my sister is the true heiress of the Bai family. I have stolen her life. I have harmed sister Shen Xi. Xie continued to weep, her reddened eyes appearing pitiful and heart-wrenching. The Bai family, witnessing her sorrow, felt their hearts shatter and hurried to console her. How could that be, Xie? In our hearts, you are our only daughter. Indeed. A country bumpkin like Shen Xi, malicious and foolish, is unworthy of entering the Bai family. Xie, you are my only sister. Me too. Only sister Xie is my true sister. As Xie wept like a rain-drenched pear blossom. To Shen Xi's eyes, her feigned sorrow was utterly nauseating. What could be more ironic than the scene before her? Her father, mother, brother, and younger sibling, those who shared her blood, who should have cared deeply for her, were instead preoccupied solely with that woman. Xie, it was simply laughable. Shen Xi gazed despondently at the scene of familial revelry, her heart stirred not even by the slightest ripple. Despite being the genuine heiress of the Bai family, while Xie was merely an interloper, ever since the truth of her lineage had been revealed, such scenarios had unfolded. Before her countless times, having witnessed it all, she had grown numb. No matter how she endeavored to win the affection of the Bai family, she remained the perpetual outsider, perpetually marginalized. Nearby, the reporters could no longer contain their impatience. In a fleeting moment, they surged towards Xie, brandishing microphones and cameras, clamoring loudly. Miss Bai, what is your perspective on the death of Shen Xi? Shen Xi was a celebrity known for her controversial image, burdened with scandals and a multitude of detractors. Was her demise a targeted murder? Could you divulge any insider information regarding Shen Xi's death? Mr. Bai and Mrs. Bai, what are your thoughts on Shen Xi's passing? Everyone feigned concern for Shen Xi's demise, yet their true intent lay not in honoring her memory, but in seeking to extract the hidden thrills from that dark tragedy. They aimed to wring out the last vestiges of value from Shen Xi's existence. I am a loss as to why my sister encountered such a dreadful fate, Xie lamented, shaking her head, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain-soaked blossoms. Perhaps she unwittingly offended someone. As you know, my sister's temperament is rather extreme and melancholic, and many find her intolerable. Meanwhile, during the interview, Bai Jinxing, Bei's father, stated with a grave expression, Shen Xi's current predicament is a consequence of her own malevolence and selfishness. The Bai family recognizes only Xie as their daughter, others are disowned. The rest of the Bai family members, though silent, mirrored his sentiment. Despite the death of a family member, not a trace of sorrow could be discerned on their faces. "Mom, Dad, please don't say that. Sister is also a pitiful person." Upon hearing this, Bai Xie exclaimed in distress, her face etched with sorrow. Her genuine and heartfelt grief evoked sympathy and lamentation from the surrounding reporters. It was unexpected that such a malevolent and foolish woman as Shen Xi would elicit sincere tears from Bai Xie, the victim of oppression and bullying. Miss Bai Xie is indeed as kind and considerate as the rumors suggest. Hovering in midair, Shen Xi gnashed her teeth, watching Bai Xie's feigned performance, trembling with rage. This isn't how it was supposed to be. It was Bai Xie who caused her to be vilified, slandered, and nearly ruined her entire life. And now, this woman continues her pretentious act, seeking to ascend by trampling on her bones, using her tragic death to pave the way for her so-called good reputation. Beast! Hatred welled up in Shen's icy eyes, as tears silently streamed down her translucent face. Unresigned. She was truly unresigned, but she was already dead as the clamor subsided and the journalists, having acquired their desired sensational news, departed. The morning hall returned to its solemn tranquility. Bai Xie, under the pretext of wishing to accompany Shen Xi, was left alone with Xiao Wenxuan. "Wenxuan, why not light a stick of incense for my sister?" Bai Xie gazed at Xiao Wenxuan with tear-filled eyes, embodying her customary fragile demeanor. "It is entirely my fault the position of the matriarch of the Xiao family should rightfully belong to my sister. Not mention that woman, the thought of her repulses me." Xiao Wenxuan's eyes glimmered with disdain. "My affections lie solely with you, Xia. The betrothal between our families is inconsequential. Even a glance at someone as coarse as Shen Xi makes me want to retch. Nevertheless, she is still our parents' daughter. Wenxuan, please assist me in arranging the affairs following my sister's funeral. After all, we were once acquainted." It was only after Bai Xinya's persistent urging that he reluctantly stepped out to seek assistance in managing Shen Xi's posthumous matters. Yet, shortly after his departure, Bai Xia swiftly altered her expression, her tears still glistening on her cheeks, as she promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a number, a peculiar smile gracing her features. "Yes, as per your instructions, once Shen Xi's body is received, I will ensure it is delivered to you without delay." Suspended in the air, Shen Xi's gaze momentarily faltered. The obsequious tones of Bai Xia resonated. "Rest assured, the individual you designated is exceedingly capable." Despite the knife hilt being entirely embedded, Shen Xi merely succumbed to fatal hemorrhage from a ruptured liver. Her skeletal structure remains intact, ensuring it will not impede your subsequent procedures. "I assure your satisfaction." As Shen Xi hovered in midair, observing Bai Xinya's lips moving, she felt an all-encompassing, bone-chilling cold. Thus, her demise was no accident, but rather a premeditated assassination. The objective being the acquisition of her cadaver. How utterly preposterous! Who could possibly covet her life to such an extent? An uncontrollable tremor seized Shen Xi's body, her eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears, as an overwhelming surge of indignation and animosity welled up within her. She refused to accept this fate. She would slay Bai Xia, that vile wretch, and exact retribution. However, before Shen Xi could approach, an excruciating pain abruptly emanated from her clavicle. Instantly, an immense force drew Shen Xi into a nebulous mist. Bereft of any opportunity to resist, she was plunged into utter oblivion. Chapter 2. Reborn. Back to 20 years old, a searing pain shot through her head. With great effort, she tried to open her eyes. A cacophony of noise assailed her ears, a continuous drone that made her feel utterly wretched. She yearned to close her eyes and rest. Yet the din in her ears persisted, refusing to let her be. Shen Xi's long lashes fluttered slightly. Little did she expect that when she opened her eyes, the face that greeted her was Bai Xinya's, delicate and feigning innocence. Shen Xi's pupils constricted abruptly, and her body uncontrollably trembled, gazing at the familiar visage before her. Her teeth gritted in hatred, and an overwhelming tide of loathing welled up within her. Bai Xie. Yeah, it was this despicable woman who had caused her demise. The enemy she wished to shred into pieces and devour was right in front of her. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xi raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Bai Xinya's face. A sharp crack echoed through the room, accompanied by Xinya's pained cry. Xinya, what's wrong with you? The next instant, the room door was abruptly flung open from the outside. Xiao Wenxuan rushed in, his face etched with anxiety, followed by several staff members carrying camera equipment. When they caught sight of Xinya's swollen and red, half face, they were all stunned. What on earth is going on? Xiao Wenxuan instantly pulled Xinya into his embrace. Then, turning around with a cold expression, he scolded, Shen Xi, it's bad enough that you're insecure because of your allergic and disfigured face. Xinya came here out of kindness to console you. What on earth have you done to her? Wenxuan, stop saying that. It's my fault. Xinya covered her face and collapsed into Xiao Wenxuan's arms, looking extremely frail on the surface, but seething with murderous intent deep down. Damn it, is Shen Xi out of her mind? How dare she strike? Xinya had never suffered such humiliation. With a narrowing of her eyes and a glance at the still, filming camera equipment behind her, Xinya sneered inwardly. She didn't even need to lift a finger herself. That stupid woman, Shen Xi, was finally doomed. To resort to violence under the live show camera was nothing short of digging her own grave. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room of the variety show Swapped Lives, the previously sparse bullet comments suddenly became a flurry due to this significant conflict. Damn it, that ugly woman named Shen, she seems to have hit someone. Unforgivable. These ordinary participants are so boring. They have such low moral standards. Tut, tut. That slut Shen, she dared to hit our fair, skinned, and charming Xinya. May that bitch explode right here. Shen Xi was half, sitting on the bed, her mind still in a daze. The sharp pain in her palm was so distinct that she could hardly believe it. Looking up at the surrounding environment and those black camera lenses, everything seemed so familiar. Wasn't this the variety show Swapped Lives she participated in when she was 20? But, hadn't she died? Then how? Shen Xi sat there in a daze. Seeing that she didn't say a word for a long time, Xiao Wenxuan grew impatient. He snapped at her coldly, Shen Xi, why don't you apologize right away? Apologize? For what? Shen Xi blinked her eyes, leaning against the wall. Her cold and clear voice carried no trace of warmth. I was quietly resting in my room. When someone barged in without a word, isn't it only natural for me to fight back in self-defense? Her cheeks, swollen and festered due to an allergic reaction, were beyond recognition. Only her clear and sharp eyes were so piercing that people dared not meet her gaze directly for a moment. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the other party involved. Xinya's face froze, and she put on a wronged look. It's not like that. I was worried that you'd feel bad about your allergic face. So I just wanted to come in and show my concern. Show concern for me? You needed to shove your hand in front of my face and tear my veil. Shen Xi let out a cold laugh, her tone nonchalant. Did you not get cured of your childhood hyperactivity disorder? And did you later find out that you have the genes of a gibbon? Always fond of flailing your hands around. Puffed. Ha ha. She's so sharp-tongued. I love it. I have to say, Xinya's actions just now really did look like that. Ha ha ha, a gibbon. It's over. I won't be able to look at Xinya's long hands the same way again. The barrage on the screen suddenly went crazy. No. I really came to care about you. Xinya suddenly panicked and was about to explain further, but Shen Xi cut her off. Do you know? A father who loves you might even slap you in the face, and that's still considered showing concern. There was a huge bug on your face just now, and I gave it a slap to send it to hell. Miss Bai is so kind, hearted, and beautiful. You won't take issue with this, will you? The moment Shen Xi saw Xinya, she had the urge to kill her, let alone utter a few sarcastic remarks now. Is it finally time for the catfight? Honestly, when watching this kind of live, streaming show, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Oh my goodness, is this show starting off so explosively? Fight. Fight. A commoner actually dares to pick a fight with a celebrity. This is so exciting. I'll recommend it to my sisters right away. Who does Shen Xi think she is? How dare she provoke our Xinya? She deserves to die. The barrage on the screen immediately turned chaotic, and the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed. Shen Xi's sarcastic words left Xinya with a stiff and unsightly expression. You're so ill-mannered, Shen Xi. Xiao Wenxuan couldn't stand it any longer. He gently stroked Xinya's head, defending his girlfriend. Ill-mannered? Well, it's still better than being as disgusting as you two. Shen Xi took a glance at Xinya, who was feigning distress in his arms, and sneered. This is a Swap Live show about doing farm work. Someone who doesn't know might think it's a porn-themed show. Are you guys planning to perform an adult-only scene in front of the camera? You. Xiao Wenxuan instantly flew into a rage. Xinya could hardly hold herself back. Glancing at the working camera, she could only tug at Xiao Wenxuan and shake her head. She was going for the delicate and innocent fairy persona, and must never expose her unpleasant side in front of the camera. It was true that she wanted to ruin Shen Xi, but she mustn't drag herself into the mud. With this in mind, Xie, on the verge of tears, shook her head at the camera, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Xi, you must be in a bad mood. Take a rest first. Your allergy will surely get better soon. Before leaving, Xie feigned concern with a phony remark, not forgetting to belittle Shen Xi to safeguard her own good reputation. At this moment, the bullet comments on the screen flew by rapidly with all kinds of remarks. Well, no wonder a rural farm program seems to be filled with a nauseating flavor of romance. It turns out that Xiao Wenxuan and Xie keep showing off their affection. Although Shen Xi's words were a bit vulgar, the point she made was valid. No one cares if they show affection in private. But it's really disgusting on a labor-themed program. The Wenya CP is so gentle and elegant. What's wrong with being in love? You single dogs are just jealous. Exactly. You know nothing. Our fairy Xie is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. She will surely be blessed. The bullet comments were in a heated uproar, but Xie's sickly, sweet voice overlapped with the cruel one from the funeral before. Hatred welled up in Shen Xi's heart. She sneered coldly, I'm in a great mood. You, on the other hand, look like a mutt that has eaten too much shit and is belching. Aren't you afraid of getting retribution when you expose others' wounds? As soon as the words left her lips, a large flock of birds suddenly swooped past the door of the room, and a large mass of bird droppings fell from the sky. Coincidentally, Xie happened to turn around upon hearing the words. Plop, right on top of Xie's head. Against the backdrop of her long, black hair, that white excretion was impossible to ignore. Feeling the moisture on her head, Xie lost control on the spot, her face contorted in fear, unaware that this very scene of hers was directly exposed to the live, broadcast camera. The floating Danmu above the screen came in an endless stream. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. That classmate who said Xie from their family is beautiful, kind-hearted, and will have good fortune. Is this the so-called good fortune you were talking about? Hot bird droppings, big smiling face. Ha ha, what a mortifying and embarrassing shot. Screenshot taken. Xie's stiff face at that moment was so funny. Emoji pack acquired. Our Xie is so kind-hearted, yet Shen Xi actually cursed her? Such an ungrateful person. The Danmu on the internet stirred up quite a storm. As a rising starlet in the entertainment circle, although Xie wasn't extremely famous, she still had quite a few fans to defend her. Shen Xi. There were numerous birds in the countryside, and such things weren't unheard of. She stopped caring about the reactions of those people and simply closed the room door, blocking all the shooting cameras outside. She needed to sort things out. When she was finally alone in the room, she eagerly stood in front of the mirror, looking at the face before her. So swollen and red that her facial features were barely distinguishable, Shen Xi blinked her eyes, forcing back the hot tears. This allergic face. She couldn't be mistaken. So, she had really been reborn. She had returned 7 years ago, to the age of 20. Before she returned to the Bai family and endured all the blows and torments. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Shen Xi's mind was still in a complete mess. After the outburst just now, countless complex emotions surged up from her chest. Although her heart remained restless, the only thing she was certain of was that this was a unique opportunity bestowed upon her by heaven, by Xie, those who had stabbed her in the back. In that mysterious phone call, she remembered every detail before her death vividly. A fierce hatred suddenly flashed in Shen Xi's eyes. Those who had bullied and humiliated her in the previous life, she would never let any of them off. She casually picked up the veil on the table and put it on her face again. As her gaze inadvertently swept across, Shen Xi noticed something amiss. There seemed to be something like a birthmark under her collarbone. Judging from its shape, it seemed a bit like a fish. Her eyebrows knitted involuntarily. Shen Xi clearly remembered that in her previous life, there was nothing on her collarbone. There had never been such a birthmark. Could it be due to an allergy? Before she could take a closer look, her mobile phone, which she always carried with her, suddenly rang. Hastily adjusting the veil, Shen Xi instinctively answered the call. However, when she saw the 3 characters Shun Huching clearly displayed on the screen, tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down uncontrollably. Opening her mouth, she uttered a hoarse murmur, Dad. Shen Xi thought that she had truly been extremely foolish in her previous life. In pursuit of the so-called meager family affection, she ignored the family members who truly cared for her and had a fierce quarrel with her family. Eventually, even after seeing the cold-hearted true nature of the Bai family clearly, she felt too ashamed to face her father, Shen Huching. Looking back now, She realized how foolish she had been. That was the father who had pulled her back from the abyss of abandonment and raised her with great hardship. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she softly called out, "Dad." Soon, a gentle and amiable voice came from the other end. "My dear Xiaoxi, how is it? Is shooting the program fun?" When that extremely familiar voice reached her ears, Shen Xi bit her lips tightly. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back and rolled down her cheeks unrestrainedly. "Xiaoxi, why aren't you speaking? Is someone bullying you?" Not hearing Shen Xi's voice for a long time, Shen Hiqing's voice became tinged with anxiety. "I'm not that fragile. I just miss you, Dad." Forcing herself to hold back the sobs, Shen Xi wiped the tears from her face and pretended to be calm as she said, "I'll take good care of myself. Don't worry." In her previous life, in order to contribute to the family finances, she signed up for this variety show. However, she was unknowingly framed by Xinya. Only later did she realize that she had become the so-called vicious woman in others' eyes, suffering insults and curses from the entire network. No matter how she tried to defend herself and tell the truth, no one believed her. Now that heaven had given her a chance to start over, how could she let it slip away? Xinya. She dared to use her as a stepping stone, trampling on her reputation in flesh and blood to climb upwards step by step. In this lifetime, she would make her pay the price. Shen Hiqing was unaware of Shen Xi's thoughts. Hearing what she said, he felt slightly relieved. "All right, I'll come back to accompany you after finishing things with Su Wan. Then we'll call Xiaoyi and have a big feast." Su Wan was her nominal elder brother, also a child adopted by her father Shen Hiqing. Shen Yi was their younger sister and the only one among the three who was truly related to Shen Hiqing by blood. However, the four of them had an extremely affectionate relationship, just like a real family. If it weren't for the exposure of their family backgrounds, perhaps they could have walked hand in hand to the end. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xi closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the last trace of tenderness in them had vanished, replaced entirely by a cold chill. Swap Lives was a brand new live show launched by Orange TV. It adopted the approach of swapping the life experiences between celebrities and ordinary people to create a brand new variety show. At this moment, the 5 celebrities and internet influencers who came to participate in the show were all staying in a small courtyard not far outside the door. Xinya was one of them. Having been hit by bird droppings, she had to wash her hair and change her clothes. Even so, she still felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Sitting in the gazebo, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were filled with tears, looking extremely aggrieved. "Wen Xian, do you think Shen Xi will blame me? It's my fault. I should have informed her in advance. It's only natural that she slapped me." Xinya turned her face sideways, simultaneously subtly exposing the injured side of her face to the camera. As expected, many people in the live chat barrage began to feel sorry for Xinya. She resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Does Shen Xi have a tendency towards violence? Poor Miss Xinya. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, but is being bullied. Nearby, other guests who had also come to participate in the program Swap Lives couldn't help but frown upon seeing this. Among them, Kong Yuanli, the most hot-tempered one, immediately showed a look of disgust upon hearing this. Hitting someone? Is Shen Xi a violent maniac? Kong Yuanli was also one of the invited guests. He was a wealthy heir whose family was extremely affluent. He liked to flaunt his wealth in the style of a domineering CEO. He was extremely arrogant and often looked down upon those from humble backgrounds. Maybe he was in a bad mood because of a facial allergy. Seeing that she had successfully incited Kong Yuanli's anger, Xinya pursed her lips and smiled, then said, "Think about it. It's understandable that she's feeling down right now. After all, she finally got a chance to be on camera and show off, but now her dream has been shattered. Just like this. She wanted to trample Shen Xi under her feet. I'm not like some people who try to beautify themselves when they're in a miserable state." A cold voice suddenly came from behind, startling everyone. Shen Xi had appeared behind them at some unknown time. Xinya and Xiao Wenshuan didn't understand and looked rather confused. On the side, the cameraman couldn't hold back his laughter. Since following Shen Xi around yesterday, he had been on the verge of laughing non-stop. This young girl was so mischievous. She called someone shameless, yet those two with limited education didn't even understand it. Sure enough, sporadic live broadcast bullet comments started to appear after everyone got up in the morning. "Ha ha ha, has the game changed?" Cursing without using vulgar words. Let me give you a cultural note. A hanged ghost putting on powder and flowers. Utterly shameless. Let's all repeat it. Oh my. Look at their ignorant and stupid looks. They don't even know they've been insulted. Everyone looked at Shen Xi. She was dressed in a simple and elegant attire. with her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, paired with a thin white veil. At first glance, she seemed like a fairy stepping out of a scroll painting. However, when everyone noticed her conspicuous veil, the little bit of favorable impression they had managed to build up shattered in an instant. Everyone knew that Shen Xi's allergic face had not only been seen by them, but had also been exposed to the camera long ago. TSK. Finally, Shen Xi. You're here. Bai Xinya didn't realize she had been cursed. She wanted to show her magnanimity and let bygones be bygones attitude in front of the camera. So she stepped forward, intending to hold Shen Xi's arm affectionately. Unexpectedly, Shen Xi made a graceful turn and immediately distanced herself from Bai Xinya without hesitation. Shen Xi. Bai Xinya's eyes instantly welled up with tears, as if she was being bullied. Shen Xi gave her a nonchalant glance. Sorry, the stench on you is too strong. I'm not used to it. Bai Xinya's face turned ashen in an instant. Unconsciously, she recalled the sticky feeling her fingers had encountered during the previous cleaning. She had just managed to forget about that incident. That despicable Shen Xi. Apart from Shen Xi, Bai Xinya, and Xiao Wenxuan, the other 3 participating guests were unaware of the bird flight incident. Upon hearing about it, discomfort washed over their faces. To a greater or lesser degree, they instinctively distanced themselves from Bai Xinya, which nearly made her burst into tears from anger. Seeing this, Xiao Wenxuan's heart ached, and his loathing for Shen Xi deepened significantly. As the atmosphere turned frosty, Director Sun Hanyang from outside the venue had to step in to smooth things over. He let out an awkward laugh and said, well, almost everyone has arrived. There's still Su Yang. Teacher Su Yang is dealing with something out of town and couldn't make it. But he'll be back in a few days. Don't worry, everyone. When the program team mentioned the name Su Yang, the live streaming room witnessed a minor surge in traffic. Soon, the interface was flooded with messages from people claiming to be Su Yang's fans. In the shadows, Shen Xi ran her tongue over her back teeth. She silently repeated the name in her mind, and a cold smile played on her lips. Su Yang. She almost forgot that in this variety show Swapped Lives, there was more than one old acquaintance worth remembering. Chapter 4, by Xinya. Go to carry manure. Shen Xi gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with a frigid chill. In her previous life, due to Bai Xinya's scheming and slander, she was constantly targeted throughout this program and found herself almost isolated. Only Su Yang had shown kindness to her, encouraging and comforting her in places where the cameras couldn't see. She had always silently cherished this debt of gratitude in her heart. Later, when Su Yang said he wanted to invite her to be his assistant, she had stupidly nodded in agreement. Yet, she almost lost her innocence at that sordid banquet full of shady deals. What a so-called youthful and sunny idol. Once you peeled off that hypocritical smiling facade, he was nothing but a venomous and selfish snake in the grass. Disgusting. Seeing the camera sweeping over, Shen Xi took a deep breath, moistened her lips, and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. Not yet. She would make each and every one of those people pay the due price. Director Sun Hanyang briefly delivered an opening speech and didn't say much more afterward. Swap Lives was a pure live broadcast variety show. All the participating guests had to rely on their own initiatives. Only by emphasizing authenticity could they attract more viewership. However, at present, all the guests in this batch were meeting each other for the first time and were not well acquainted. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Seeing this, Bai Xinya's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to seize the right to speak, a clear and cold voice rang out. It was Shen Xi's voice. I'm Shen Xi. As a native villager, during our stay in Xinjia village, all of you should follow my arrangements for the farm work. The next second, the entire venue fell into dead silence. What? Did they hear it right? Obey the words of an amateur? As soon as the words fell, among the crowd, Kong Yuanli was the first to voice his dissatisfaction. Hey, we're here to experience life, not to be free labor. Your lousy arrangement? I won't listen to it. He shouted rather loudly. Yet Shen Xi didn't even bother to pay attention, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. In her past life, when she first participated in such a program exposed to the cameras, she also intended to be kind to others. The so-called life experience was merely a gimmick. All the truly dirty and tiring work fell on her shoulders alone. However, all her silent efforts, under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, ended up enhancing Bai Xinya's reputation. Little sister Bai Xinya is so hard, working, doing things silently in front of and behind the cameras. She is truly a paragon of kindness and beauty. It's definitely right to be a fan of someone like her. Shen Xi let out a cold sneer. In this life, she wouldn't be so foolish as to follow the same path again. And this indifference, in the eyes of others, became evidence of her arrogance. The live stream room instantly became bustling. Wow, this girl is so tough. Shen Xi is really rude, while others haven't even spoken up. She just arranges everything on her own. Does she really think she can be the boss? Tis TSK for an amateur once they gain fame. They start to act pretentiously. The bullet comments were in an uproar. Shen Xi neither saw them nor cared to bother. She turned around and spoke to an elderly man not far away in a calm tone, with a hint of respect in it. Teacher Zhao, I'll leave the cleaning of the small yard to you. Just make sure the paths aren't covered with fallen leaves. Zhao Hongshan was a well-known veteran actor in the entertainment industry. Although not extremely famous, he had a constant stream of acting contracts. At nearly 60 years old, he was the most senior figure in this program. Hearing this, Zhao Hongshan was first stunned. He glanced at Director Sun, who remained silent. And then a pleasant look appeared on his face. All right, I can do it. At first, when he heard this young girl making arrangements on her own, he was a bit unhappy in his heart, thinking she would assign some extremely arduous farm work. Unexpectedly, it was just to sweep the fallen leaves. Seeing that Zhao Hongshan agreed, Shen Xi nodded. Then she walked up to the others and assigned the remaining tasks as well. Of course, she completely ignored Kong Yuanli, who was roaring. It was only when she finally walked up to Bai Xinya that she coldly left a sentence. Bai Xinya, you go to carry manure. Carry manure. Bai Xinya instantly felt dizzy, wishing she could faint on the spot. She, the noble young lady of the Bai family, a rising star in the entertainment industry following the path of a customized fairy, how could she be associated with such vulgar things? That bitch Shen Xi. Bai Xinya suddenly felt a twinge of regret. If it weren't for trying to suppress Shen Xi in advance, why would she have come to this shabby rural place to suffer? I won't agree. Bai Xinya couldn't care less about her elegant fairy persona and raised her voice. Then, noticing the live broadcast cameras focused on her, she could hardly maintain her facial expression. Not agree? Shen Xi turned to Sun Hanyang not far away and said calmly, Director, it's clearly written in black and white in the contract that I'm in charge of arranging their tasks. Have I breached the contract? No, of course not. Seeing the show gaining popularity because of Shen Xi's series of unconventional actions, Sun Hanyang waved his hand with a beaming smile. Just follow your arrangements. As long as the show was popular, he didn't care about these trifles. The bigger the commotion, the better. Shen Xi nodded and turned to look at Bai Xinya, who was so angry that she couldn't speak. There was a hidden intimidating power in her clear eyes that made one's hair stand on end. Do you have poor hearing? Do I need to get you a hearing aid? These are the farm chores, and someone has to do them. Bai Xinya's face flushed red. Since the director was on Shen Xi's side, she had absolutely no reason to refuse. Seeing her trembling body, Xiao Wenxuan felt extremely distressed. He quietly walked to Bai Xinya's side and whispered words of comfort where the cameras couldn't capture. Xinya, don't get so angry that you harm your body. Don't forget this is a live broadcast show. Shen Xi's vicious face will be magnified. Although you're suffering a bit of injustice now, the audience has discerning eyes. At his words, Bai Xinya immediately came to her senses. Right. This was an unedited live broadcast show. Shen Xi deliberately assigned her the most disgusting task of carrying manure, clearly targeting her. Moreover, her attitude was quite abominable. The more aggrieved and well-behaved she made herself appear, the more everyone would sympathize with her and stand by her side. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Gently caressing her still slightly swollen cheek, Bai Xinya composed herself, suppressing the pensive resentment. Yes, I'll follow your advice, Xiao Wenxuan, she said. She had to put on a good show and thoroughly trample Shen Xi underfoot on the program, leaving her no chance to rise again. By now, surely the internet was filled with scathing criticisms of Shen Xi. She couldn't wait to savor those comments during the evening break. Xiao Wenxuan was deeply softened when he saw Bai Xinya regaining her vigor. His eyes were gentle, yet when he casually glanced at Shen Xi, his brows furrowed deeply. After the tasks were assigned, Shen Xi headed straight to her room. When she reappeared in the camera's view, she was carrying a bamboo basket, clearly indicating her intention to go out. Before she could leave the courtyard, she noticed a noisy crowd gathered not far away. Frowning slightly, she walked closer and discovered that someone was injured. Hu Man, also a participant in the variety show, was sitting on a small stool with a severely swollen ankle that looked terrifying. Beside her, Xiao Wenxuan was clutching his arm in pain, which also bore wounds. Hu Man was a second-tier actress in the entertainment circle. She was known for her humility and low-key persona. She had started as a child star and once won the title of the youngest best actress in television history. However, She had suddenly reduced her public appearances in the past 2 years and had only recently made a comeback. 5 minutes ago, a large group of people had gone in a bustling manner to the small room to fetch farming tools. Bai Xinya accidentally dropped the hoe. In the panic, Xiao Wenxuan protected her and accidentally got injured. Finally, the hoe fell to the ground and hit Hu Man's foot. Hu Man looked down at the wound on her ankle. There was no bleeding, but the piercing pain was unbearable. Sister Hu, I'm sorry. You must be in great pain now, Bai Xinya said with tears in her eyes. I'll immediately ask the program crew to take you to the hospital. Hearing this, Zhao Hashan beside them let out an anxious sigh. I'm afraid that won't work. Xinjia village is located in a remote area. The hospital is dozens of kilometers away. And it's very inconvenient. What should we do then? If Sister Hu has hurt her bones, Just as everyone was in a noisy mess and didn't know what to do, Shen Xi's cold voice came from behind them. Make way. The voice was not loud, but the faint hint of deterrence in it made everyone pause for a moment and subconsciously make way. Walking up to Hu Man, Shen Xi naturally squatted down. Her fair, slender fingers gently stroked Hu Man's ankle. When she saw the swollen and prominent wound, she frowned slightly. Fortunately, it's just a sprained ankle. The wound isn't bleeding, so it's not too serious. Hearing her calm tone, Kong Yuanli disdainfully said, Humph, what does a country girl know? If something goes wrong, can you take the responsibility? Chapter 5. The fated one, have a good rest and don't move around. Today's task is postponed to tomorrow. Wait for me to come back. Shen Xi didn't pay any heed to Kong Yuanli's sarcasm. After whispering to Hu Man, she directly stood up. Shen Xi, where are you going? Looking at the non-stop live, streaming cameras around, Bai Xinya's voice was gentle yet full of hidden pitfalls. Sister Hu is injured. I wonder if you have any anti-inflammatory medicine. No. Shen Xi simply tossed her 2 cold words and stepped out of the door without looking back. Such a cold tone stunned everyone. What a cold-blooded woman Shen Xi is. At least she should have asked someone for help. The audience watching the program online were flabbergasted, and the comments exploded. What kind of strange move is this? Damn it. She didn't even say a single word of concern. Is Shen Xi's heart made of stone? The daily question. Does this Shen Xi have some mental problems? Our Xinya was just kindly trying to persuade her, but was humiliated. May Shen Xi die? The barrage was in an uproar. However, Shen Xi couldn't see it and was completely unaffected. Naturally, she left the small farmhouse. Carrying a small bamboo basket in her left hand, she strode towards the back mountain. Her facial allergy was extremely severe. The mountain village was short of medical resources, which was rather inconvenient. Fortunately, she had some knowledge of medicine, and it wasn't too difficult to apply herbal medicine on the face. Thankfully, she was extremely lucky today. In less than 10 minutes, she had easily gathered all the medicinal herbs without much effort. After obtaining the necessary herbs, Shen Xi immediately blended them into a medicinal juice and applied it on her face. The coolness felt quite pleasant. Then she continued to pick other herbs. There were Hymenocallis littoralis, Nodo ginseng, Spatholibus stem, sapanwood. She quickly identified the properties of these herbs, and in a short while, more than half of the bamboo basket was filled. Although there was no anti-inflammatory medicine, the efficacy of these herbs was sufficient to relieve Hu Man's pain. Shen Xi patted the bamboo basket contentedly. Wasn't she overly lucky? It seemed as if everything she desired came to her. Could it be that God pitied her and bestowed upon her a streak of good fortune? Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Shen Xi stood up and brushed off the dirt that had accidentally adhered to her hands. Just as she was about to return along the original path, there was a sudden, abrupt rustle deep within the tree shadows. Was there someone? Shen Xi narrowed her eyes and stepped forward almost soundlessly. Only then did she discover that beside a thick tree, there was a wounded and bleeding man lying there. Hiss. It really hurt. Looking at his right leg, which was trapped by the animal trap and unable to move, Xie Chongshu frowned deeply. His face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, but he had no time to care. The wound was still bleeding. The man shook his head, and a trace of annoyance and helplessness appeared on his cold and handsome face. Just as expected, since more than half a year ago, numerous strange things had been befalling Xie Chongshu. He crashed into a flower bed while driving, got fractures and injuries during filming, and even when staying at home. He almost had his cheeks scratched by the shards of a suddenly broken glass window. Similar kinds of misfortunes had occurred countless times and were simply inescapable, to the point that he was nearly numb to them in the end. Out of desperation, he specially sought out a fortune teller. Only then was he informed that he was born with a precious fate, yet he had been lacking in good luck in recent years, which was why misfortunes kept befalling him. He had to make contact with someone with extremely good luck to resolve this situation. Following the clues provided by the master, Xie Chongshu came to Xinjia village, hoping to meet his fated person and at the same time complete his private charity donation. He also hoped that through charitable deeds, he could accumulate merits and thus encounter fewer misfortunes. However, he didn't expect that on the very first day he arrived in Xinjia village. Not only did he accidentally get lost in the mountain forest, but he was also injured by a wild animal trap. He was extremely unlucky. Thinking like this, his eyes grew heavy. What fated person? He couldn't help but feel that what had happened to him today was even more disastrous than all the misfortunes he had experienced before. Could it be that everything the master said was just a deception? Is your leg injured? Just as Xie Chongshu closed his eyes in deep thought, a clear and delicate voice suddenly rang in his ear. Almost at the same moment, the man quickly opened his eyes, only to see a pitch black face where the facial features were indistinguishable. In the remote mountain forest, an unfamiliar woman with black hair and a white robe. Xie Chongshu's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Had he become so unlucky that he was even going to encounter the supernatural? On the other side, Shen Xi lowered her head and stared at the man in a black trench coat before her. Despite his attire, his innate nobility was palpable, and she suddenly froze. Xie Chongshu? How could it be him? If one were to ask who the most sought-after figure in the entertainment industry was currently, it would undoubtedly be Xie Chongshu, the all-around award-winning actor. He was like a celestial being in the entertainment circle. Whether it was in film and television works, variety shows, or even a mere advertisement, as long as Xie Chongshu made an appearance, it was a guarantee of both acclaim and high viewership. For a moment, Shen Xi couldn't conceal the astonishment on her face. In her previous life, she had toiled in the entertainment industry for years with great effort and had only ever seen Xie Chongshu on TV. Little did she expect that after her rebirth, she would encounter him in person. Shen Xi exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Looking down at the bear trap on the man's foot, she began to contemplate. You probably stepped on the trap accidentally. Let me help you remove it. As she spoke, her hand landed on the trap. Xie Chongshu was startled at first, and then waved his hand somewhat awkwardly. No need. He had tried for a long time but failed to pry open the trap. The woman before him looked so delicate and petite, she couldn't possibly have much strength. Crack, along with the crisp sound. Shen Xi successfully broke the bear trap into two pieces from the man's leg. The woman's eyes and brows were relaxed, showing no sign of strain. Xie Chongshu. All right. Fortunately, the wound isn't deep. It will heal in a couple of days. Unaware of the man's shocked and shattered expression, Shen Xi rummaged through the bamboo basket beside her, retrieved some herbs for hemostasis and treating suppuration, crushed the herbs with her hands to extract the juice, and then applied it to the wound. Xie Chongshu remained immersed in the previous shock and, caught off guard, even failed to utter a word of refusal. Before long, a faint sense of coolness emanated from the wound where the herbs had been applied, instantaneously alleviating the previous searing pain. The man's tightly knitted brows relaxed considerably. Suddenly, the words of that fortune teller echoed in his mind. As long as you visit Xinjia village, you will naturally encounter your fated one. Could it be that his fated one was the girl right in front of him? Lifting his eyes to look at the pitch black face, where her facial features were indistinguishable, Xie Chongshu could only barely ascertain that the person before him was a young girl. He pursed his lips and spoke in a low voice. Thank you. It's just a trifle. Just make sure the wound doesn't get wet for the next 3 days. Shen Xi replied indifferently, waving her hand as if not taking this small matter to heart. After a moment of thought, she added, Do you need me to accompany you down the mountain? It's getting dark, and the mountain isn't a safe place. Thank you for your kindness, miss. Someone will come to pick me up later. Xie Chongshu waved the phone in his palm. Shen Xi nodded upon seeing it. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Xie Chongshu suddenly spoke again. May I exchange contact information with you? You saved me, and proper gratitude is due. Xie Chongshu said leisurely, a glint of dim light flashing across his profound eyes. If the person before him is truly the one who can help him shake off the lingering bad luck, then he mustn't let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 6. The humiliation comes unexpectedly for Xie Chongshu. There was nothing more crucial at the moment than shaking off his bad luck. The man's profound gaze gradually settled on Shen Xi, with a hint of scrutiny that was barely perceptible. He didn't miss the fleeting surprise that had flashed across Shen Xi's eyes earlier. The other party must have recognized his identity. Perhaps Shen Xi was even a fan. With his high national popularity, it should be a cinch to get a contact information. No need. The next second, Shen Xi's unhesitating refusal rang in his ears. Xie Chongshu. He was humiliated. The stiffness on the man's face lasted only for an instant and soon gave way to his usual composure. But you helped me apply the medicine. I should transfer the money for the medicine to you. He wasn't going to give up without getting the contact information. You're talking about these herbal medicines. Don't worry, they're free of charge. Shen Xi waved a hand. They're all plants that grow on the mountains, so they're free. Xie Chongshu. He was at a loss for words. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xi had picked up the bamboo basket and stood up, patting the dust off the body. I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Leaving behind such a calm statement, Shen Xi casually tossed his head and walked away, not giving Xie Chongshu the slightest chance to detain him. In the twinkling of an eye, that lively figure had vanished into the forest. Xie Chongshu. Was his popularity already waning so severely just because his popularity had been on the decline for the past half-year? 3 minutes later, Teacher Xie. We finally found you. When the accompanying assistant found Xie Chongshu leaning against a big tree, his restless heart finally settled back in his stomach. However, when he saw the wounds on Xie Chongshu's body, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Teacher Xie, these wounds. Damn it. I should have stayed close by your side. As an assistant, Xiao Wang was also one of the few people who knew about Xie Chongshu's bad luck. It's not your fault. Xie Chongshu looked down at the place where the herbal medicine was applied. It felt cool and alleviated much of the original pain. He squinted his eyes slightly and suddenly spoke again. Xiao Wang, there's something I need your help with. In the man's mind, the outfit Shen Xi wore just now gradually emerged. Against the backdrop of the white clothes, the small black microphone at the collar was particularly eye-catching. That was something that was specially clipped on during program recordings. Go and find out if there's any program crew filming nearby and who are participating in it. Program filming. Xiao Wang racked his brains and suddenly slapped his forehead. Teacher Xie, there is indeed a variety show being filmed in Xinjia village. It seems to be called Exchange of Lives. Shen Xi directly returned home via the back yard path without alerting anyone. She slowly washed off the medicinal juice on her face. The swelling caused by the allergy had subsided a bit, but it hadn't fully recovered. She wasn't in a hurry. After putting on the veil again, she calmly stepped out of the room. Then, she saw Human sweating under the sun while doing farm work. Human was assigned the task of picking fruits and vegetables. Originally, it was a rather simple job. However, due to her current injury and limited mobility, she could only stand on one foot. The other injured foot was hanging in the air, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She simply couldn't maintain her balance. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Xi frowned deeply and immediately stepped forward to support Human. Then, he led her into the house. I should have said that if you're injured, you shouldn't work. Human didn't expect Shen Xi to suddenly say this to her. A look of embarrassment flashed across her face. Shen Xi, thank you, but everyone else is working. It doesn't seem proper for me to just rest alone. Actually, due to her injury, Human didn't really want to force herself. But since everyone else was working and she was just sitting idle, it didn't feel right. Moreover, this was a live, broadcast program. She had faded out of the circle for several years, and this was a hard-won opportunity. She couldn't just let it slip away. Having spent many years in the entertainment circle in her previous life, Shen Xi could easily tell what was on Human's mind. With a cold voice, he said, one should assess one's capabilities. If your ankle gets severely inflamed, there's a possibility of you limping. Is it really that serious? Looking at Shen Xi's cold and aloof eyes and eyebrows, Human's heart skipped a beat. There's no anti-inflammatory medicine here. I'll use herbal medicine to apply on your ankle first. Skillfully taking out the herbal medicine from the bamboo basket and mashing it into a juice, Shen Xi directly applied it on Human's ankle. Hey, Shen Xi, what are you doing? Just as Shen Xi applied the herbal medicine to the wound, a thundering scolding suddenly came from behind. Kong Yuanli was holding a hoe, his face full of fury. Human is already so pitiful after getting injured, and you still use such weeds to deal with her. Are you trying to kill her on purpose? Meanwhile, the bullet comments on the screen became a hubbub. What on earth is Shen Xi doing? Making medicine with weeds? Isn't this just a sham? In my opinion, they should send the girl to the hospital right away. Damn it, I have a terrifying thought. Could she be deliberately stalling for time so that Human's wound will never heal? No way. As far as I can tell, there is no conflict between Shen Xi and Human. Who knows? Everyone knows that Shen Xi is narrow-minded and vicious. At this moment, Kong Yuanli kept chattering non-stop, which made Shen Xi extremely annoyed. She raised her cold and clear eyes and spat out 4 icy words. Idiot, shut up. Kong Yuanli's face instantly turned even more colorful than a palette. Coming to his senses, he glared at Shen Xi with hatred. But Shen Xi simply ignored him. After evenly applying the herbal medicine, she skillfully massaged Hu Man had been nervous at first, but the alleviated pain made her body relax. Hymenocallis literalis, pseudo, ginseng, Spatholobus suberectus. They are all excellent herbs for treating bruises and injuries. It seems you, Shen Xi, know quite a lot at such a young age. Unconsciously, Zhao Hongshan returned after cleaning the yard, glancing at the remaining herbs in the bamboo basket. He opened his mouth in surprise. Shen Xi chuckled and said, "There are no anti-inflammatory drugs at home, but Hu Man's injury can't be delayed. So I went to the mountain to gather some herbs for emergency use. So, just now, Shen Xi went out specifically because of Hu Man's injury." This thought flashed through everyone's minds. "Thank you, Shen Xi." Hu Man quickly expressed her gratitude. Shen Xi shook her head. "It's all right. Remember to soak in the herbal pack tonight. It will help you recover faster. I'll give it to you later." "Thank you. It's really troublesome for you." For a moment, the only sounds echoing in the room were Hu Man's words of thanks. The barrage in the live streaming room was completely silent. It was not until some time had passed that there was a glimmer of activity. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Although Shen Xi seems cold and aloof, she is actually the most sincere one. She does care. She may not say it, but she is the only one who has truly helped Hu Man. Can she even practice medicine? Shen Xi, how many more surprises are you hiding from me? Although Shen Xi is not beautiful, her character is impeccable. Brothers, I'm the first to support her. To those who insulted Shen Xi before, I'd like to ask if your faces hurt now? Hurt or not? To the one above, I'll whisper that their faces are swollen. You guys are lucky just sitting in front of the screens. I bet Kong Yuanli on the scene wishes he could just disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Just as the jovial barrage suggested, at this moment, Kong Yuanli stood there, his face flushing red and then paling. A turmoil of bewilderment surged through his heart. Shen Xi actually had medical skills and had helped the injured Hu Man. Then what was the difference between his earlier mockery and arrogance? Having belatedly realized he had wronged someone, Kong Yuanli wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in on the spot. His gaze towards Shen Xi became rather awkward. However, Shen Xi paid him no heed at all. After giving instructions to Hu Man, he picked up the bamboo basket and prepared to leave. His route happened to pass right in front of Kong Yuanli. Watching the approaching figure, Kong Yuanli took a deep breath and assumed a pompous, condescending tone. "Hey, about what happened just now." Shen Xi turned a deaf ear. He even quickened his pace when passing by Kong Yuanli. "Get out of the way. Don't you know you're as big as a wild boar?" He completely ignored the man, thinking that this fellow must have done nothing good in his previous life. Chapter 7. Bai Xinya fell into the pig manure bucket. Wild boars? Kong Yuanli's face instantly flushed with a deep shade of red, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shame. How dared Shen Xi treat him in such a manner? In an instant, a flurry of ha-ha-ha comments scrolled across the live stream chat. Many had long been dissatisfied with this controversial internet celebrity, and only Shen Xi was so unabashedly blunt. As a pampered scion of a wealthy family, Kong Yuanli simply couldn't master the art of concealing his emotions. He flung off his coat and stormed out in a fit of annoyance. After carefully stowing away the remaining herbs in the bamboo basket, Shen Xi closed the door. Beneath her veil, a meaningful smile curved her lips as she regarded the omnipresent live stream cameras, given by Xinya's delicate and coquettish nature. Shen Xi simply couldn't believe that the other girl would meekly fulfill the task of carrying manure. It was high time to strip away her false pretense. In a small wooden shed down the path to the right, several plump piglets were pinned, squealing loudly at the outside world. The stench in the pigsty was overpowering, comparable to a chemical weapon, enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. In a pavilion not far away, Bai Xinya, who was supposed to be carrying manure, was sound asleep. As the camera zoomed in, her seemingly flawless makeup was marred by a glistening drop at the corner of her mouth, shattering all its allure. Opposing voices began to surface in the live stream room. Even though everyone else is toiling away, and yet Bai Xinya is the only one slacking off. It's just too much. Exactly. Look at Elder Zhao. Despite his advanced age, he picked up a broom. With his high status, he still put in a sincere effort. Sporadic murmurs of complaint had just emerged when they were overwhelmed by Xinya's fans. Our little fairy Xinya is the most beautiful. No objections accepted. Xinya is such a well-behaved girl. She must be exhausted from participating in the show. You don't show any understanding and instead spread idle gossip. It's simply immoral. Exactly. Whatever Xinya does is right. Bai Xinya was sleeping soundly, lost in sweet dreams. She had always loathed the idea of carrying manure. as it was beneath her image as a fairy. So, upon reaching the area and near the pigsty, she bribed her follow-up camera crew and then slacked off and fell asleep. In her dream, she successfully trampled Shen Xi underfoot on the show and received thousands of admiring gazes. He. In her slumber, seeing Shen Xi kneeling down and begging for mercy, Xie couldn't help but burst into a smug laugh. But before she could fully enjoy the glory, a cold voice suddenly rang in her ear. So happy. It seems you've dreamed of quite a few good things. Who's speaking? Xie suddenly sprang up from the stone bench. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw numerous live broadcast cameras pointed at her and Shen Xi beside her, looking as cold as ice. Why are you here? In a daze, Xie thought she was still in a dream. When she came to her senses, the sourness and resentment caused by the huge gap almost drowned her. Damn it. Why couldn't Shen Xi be like in her dream, under her feet, at her mercy to be humiliated? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Aren't you supposed to be carrying manure? Are you slacking off? Shen Xi curled her lips coldly. Her frosty gaze was almost unbearable to meet. I glanced at the surrounding live broadcast cameras and suppressed the unease within. Xie forced a pitiful look and said, I was so exhausted just now that I took a little break and accidentally dozed off. However, resentment welled up from the bottom of her heart. As the well-beloved young miss of the Bai family, how could she engage in such an unseemly task as carrying manure? She thought that once these people left, she could simply pay someone to do the work for her. Xie fancied her plan to be flawless. Yet she was unaware that Shen Xi had already seen through her scheme. Flipping her long hair gently, Shen Xi calmly took a seat in the pavilion and stated, Now that you're awake, it's time to get to work. Her tone was as calm and composed as if a superior were giving instructions to a subordinate. Xie was completely stunned. With Shen Xi here and the live broadcast cameras around, how could she bribe others to do the work for her? What? Have you slept so soundly that you can't even understand my words? Looking at Xie standing there in a daze, Shen Xi curled her lips in a half smile. Surely you're not trying to be lazy and find someone else to do the work for you? No way. I'm just a bit groggy from just waking up. With her scheme exposed, Xie's heart almost leaped out of her throat. She forced a smile and, upon seeing the cameras that showed no sign of moving, felt a sudden dizziness. Caught in a bind, she had no choice but to carry the manure. Xie staggered out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, the stench wafting from the pigsty in the distance made her feel like fainting on the spot. It truly reeked. Considering her previous image as a charming young lady, Xie struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, feebly putting on a smile as she approached the pigsty step by step. However, just as she reached the pigsty, she stepped on something slippery under her feet, and her body uncontrollably lunged forward. And right in front of her was a huge wooden barrel filled with piled-up pig manure. No! With a splash, Xie let out a terrified scream and closed her eyes in a panic. Yet, she had forgotten that she had worn a pair of high-heeled shoes over 10 centimeters tall for the sake of looking good at the program. Her footing was extremely unstable. Along with the basket, she plunged right into the pig manure barrel. Hiss! Everyone present, including the viewers watching in the live stream room, gasped in shock. What were they seeing? Xie had fallen into the pig manure barrel? Damn it! How unlucky could one be to encounter such a thing? Behind the camera, the director was the first to react when he saw this scene. He slapped his thigh hard and shouted urgently, Quick, zoom in on the camera. Focus on Xie's appearance. The more miserable she looks, the better. A wide grin spread across his face, almost making his eyes disappear into slits. Ha ha ha, this is the free popularity sent by the heavens. Even when an ordinary person falls into a cesspit, there'll be a great deal of publicity. Now it's a delicate third-tier celebrity who has had bad luck. The popularity of the program is guaranteed. At this moment, after a brief moment of silence, the live stream room erupted. Oh no, my eyes. My eyes. The program team is crazy. They're zooming in so close, and the screen is full of crap. I can't talk anymore. I'm gonna go find a place to puke. Damn it. I was having afternoon tea and watching the show. It completely ruined my appetite. Ha ha. Look at Xie's face covered in feces. Her eyes are rolling back. If I were her, I'd want to vanish from the world. It's so hilarious. Is Xie really that fated to be with feces? Bird droppings in the morning, and now pig manure. Tut tut, what a peculiar taste. The gif of Xie falling into the pig manure bucket has become the funniest picture in my opinion. I've already taken a screenshot and saved it. Waha. Forgive my unkind laughter. The barrage was filled with sarcastic comments. At the pavilion, Shen Xi witnessed it all. First, she was stunned, and then her eyes were filled with smiles. She just said it casually. But she didn't expect Xie to be so unlucky as to fall into the pig manure bucket. It was truly so delightful. Chapter 8. Plagued by bad luck, Shen Xi was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, while Xie, who had plunged head first into the manure bucket, was completely stunned. She looked down at her hands and body covered in brown, viscous filth, and finally let out a shriek. "Ah, help! Get me out of here quickly!" The manure bucket in the pigsty was a full meter high. In her panic, Xie couldn't climb out. Instead, with each attempt to scramble out, she got smeared with even more unspeakable muck. Her entire body was encased in the nauseatingly sticky dung. Her face was plastered with manure, and the stench of pig excrement filled her nostrils. With each breath, the overpowering stench made her wish she could drop dead on the spot. "Help me! Ugh!" Xie's eyes rolled back, and she yearned to pass out right then and there. Finally, the crew of the program came to their senses and quickly sent someone to help Xie out of the pig manure bucket. But it was already too late. After emerging from the manure bucket, Xie reeked of an intolerable stench. Her once ethereal white dress was caked with pig dung, as were her hair, cheeks, and exposed arms. Her whole body was blackened and filthy, not a single spot clean. A gentle breeze wafted by, intensifying the putrid odor. Ugh! Those around her quickly held their breath and scurried away. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter radius around Xie was completely deserted. The silence was eerie. As if Xie were some terrifying virus, everyone was terrified of getting contaminated accidentally. You're being too much." Even her lover, Xiao Wenshuan, upon arriving, immediately covered his nose and stepped back, unable to bear it. The expressions of the crowd were too much for Xie to endure any longer, and she broke down into loud sobs in public. However, with the tears washing over her face smeared with excrement, it appeared even more ludicrous and comical. Finally, director Sun Hanyang couldn't stand it any longer. Pinching his nose and holding a megaphone, he shouted, "Pause the shooting for a moment. You go and take a wash?" There was an undeniable hint of disgust in his words. It wasn't difficult at all for the program crew to set up the scene. In fact, the director's team had tried it themselves, and there had never been any problems. How could this third-tier starlet cause such a big commotion? Being singled out in front of everyone, even Xie, with her thick skin, found it a bit overwhelming. With a stench that was hard to forget, she scurried back to her room as fast as she could, wishing that everyone would lose their memories of this embarrassing moment. On the first day of the program recording, after everyone had finished their respective tasks, they all returned to their rooms to rest. In the dead of night, only Xie's room was brightly lit, and there were intermittent splashing sounds. Splash! Xie soaked herself in the bathtub again, constantly scrubbing her body. Countless bubbles were almost drowning her. She had taken a bath for the 5th time, yet she still felt that the stench of pig manure lingered on her body. Her eyes were almost swollen from crying. At the mere thought of the extremely embarrassing incident in the afternoon, she could have killed someone. Damn it, it was all that bitch Shen Xi's fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so unlucky. She rubbed her skin forcefully with hatred. After wasting several buckets of water, she finally stopped and began to take a bath. Habitually picking up her phone, at the thought of the slap and all the humiliation she suffered today, an expectant look involuntarily appeared on her face. Earlier Shen Xi had targeted and humiliated her in front of the program's cameras, and it had all been filmed. Surely there must be a wave of condemnation on the internet now. Reading more of the comments abusing Shen Xi would surely lift her spirits. With such a malicious thought in mind, Xie quickly opened her phone. But before she could even glance through much, the glaring hot search term on Weibo made her eyes roll back. Breaking, Xie fell into a pig manure bucket in public. Xie had completely underestimated the program team's methods. For the sake of popularity and traffic, they had specially bought a hot search right after the incident and blatantly publicized it. When she scrolled down the comments, they were all mocking the incident. Haha. This Xie is so hilarious. Look at the way she fell into the pig manure bucket, hee hee. I've been laughing so hard I can't stop hiccuping. Haha. Oh my god, I can almost smell the stench through the screen. Yuck. If I were Xie, I'd wish to be reborn. I've watched this program. Xie is the so-called lucky girl of excrement. At the beginning of the program, her hair was smeared with bird droppings. Sorry, though I do sympathize with her, but isn't she being incredibly stupid? Damn, what kind of operation is this? Xie's face turned deathly pale. How could this happen? Shouldn't it be a situation where they were satirizing and slandering that selfish and vicious bitch Shen Xi? Why was everyone laughing at her instead? Just thinking about the embarrassing scene of herself falling into the cesspit, which might have been witnessed by the audience across the nation. Bai Xinya was overcome with shame and indignation. She forced herself to suppress her anger and specifically searched for Shen Xi's name. After refreshing the page, she found that almost everyone was praising Shen Xi for saving people with herbal medicine, being low-key and kind-hearted. Bai Xinya was utterly bewildered. Why was she being ridiculed and mocked online while Shen Xi was receiving a deluge of praise? With a loud thud, she smashed her phone into the bathtub. It was instantly submerged by the water. The screen flashed twice and then quickly went dead. Coming back to her senses, Bai Xinya was preoccupied with heavy thoughts and didn't even bother to retrieve her phone. Subconsciously, she turned on the shower. A small, sparse stream of water came out briefly, and then there was silence. There's no water? Bai Xinya refused to believe it. She turned on all the faucets in the bathroom one by one, but there was no water flowing from any of them. First, she was stunned. And then her face turned ashen green. She was now all sticky from head to toe, and her hair was full of foam. Without water, what on earth should she do? A shrill scream escaped Bai Xinya as she could no longer bear the series of bad luck she had encountered that day. Her chest heaved violently. Today, she didn't know what kind of bad luck had befallen her. Clearly, she had planned meticulously to ruin Shen Xi's reputation on this program. How come in the end, it was she herself who had become the laughingstock? Recalling the series of misfortunes that had occurred today, Bai Xinya clenched her fists tightly. A malicious scheming glinted in her eyes. She wouldn't give up so easily. She must trample Shen Xi under her feet in advance. Otherwise, once the matter of her background was exposed, no, it would never happen in her lifetime. She was the high and mighty young miss of the Bai family, forever. In the corridor of the small courtyard, when Shen Xi was about to take a rest, suddenly a staff member approached her, saying that the director wanted to see her. The director wants to see me at this time? Shen Xi regarded the person with a calm look in her eyes. Although Swap Lies was promoted as a live broadcast program, it couldn't really be live, streamed 24 hours a day. It also needed to respect a certain degree of privacy. So, the entire day's shooting time was strictly regulated to be from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. This fixed live broadcast period not only facilitated the audience to watch the program in a timely manner, but also allowed the guests participating in the program some relaxation time. Now, it was already past 10 o'clock. Logically, the shooting had long since ended. What did the director want with her at this hour? Moreover, she hadn't had such an experience in her previous life. These thoughts raced through Shen Xi's mind, yet she showed no sign of it on her face. She followed the staff member and soon arrived at the director's resting room. Chapter 9. The program team puts pressure. The room was brightly lit. Even after a whole day of shooting, the work of the program team had just begun. There were subsequent video editing, promotion, and contact with marketing accounts. If they wanted the program to gain popularity, they had to seize every bit of popularity and make it a hit. Today, due to Bai Xinya's continuous bad luck, the program team had attracted quite a lot of traffic. While Sun Hanyang beamed with joy, he also noticed some problems. After much thought, he invited Shen Xi over. Sorry to disturb you so late. Shen Xi, Sun Hanyang greeted Shen Xi with a smiling face first. He had originally had some complaints about this cold and aloof amateur, but now he found her more and more pleasing to the eye. Since one doesn't hit a person who offers a smile, Shen Xi nodded and said gently, Director Sun, did you call me here for something important? Well, Shen Xi, could you make some changes to the setting of the program tasks? Looking at Shen Xi with deep and mysterious eyes behind the veil, the director rubbed his hands. Somehow, even though they had only met a few times, he felt that the aura around Shen Xi was inexplicably overwhelming. It must be an illusion. Shaking off his daze, he continued. The tasks you've arranged are a bit too troublesome. It's okay to do them for one day, but it's a bit too demanding to ask people to complete such tasks every day. You should know that in this program, apart from you, an ordinary person, all the others are well-known stars. They are pampered big stars, different from you. I'm also a human being, and so are the big stars. Why can't they be compared with me? Shen Xi interrupted the director's speech without hesitation. Since we are going to restore the most real exchange of lives, the necessary task assignments can't be omitted. Oh, alas, you're just a young girl. You don't look very old, but why are you so stubborn? Sun Hanyang hesitated for a moment. Thinking he had been too euphemistic, he simply put it bluntly. You're used to this rural environment, but others aren't. All the guests participating in the program come from wealthy families and are well off. Making them do the work is really unfair to them. I guess someone has lodged a complaint, right? With a meaningful remark, Shen Xi silenced all of Sun Hanyang's remaining words. She slowly lowered her eyes, and a trace of mockery flashed across them. No wonder she thought there was no such scene in her previous life. So the problem lay here. In her previous life, when she first came into contact with various stars on the screen, although she wasn't a fan of theirs, she still treated them with reverence. She would obediently do whatever others asked her to. Cooking, she did it. Tidying up the household, she did it. Even the tasks verbally assigned in the program were painstakingly completed by her alone. However, in the end, with a simple flip of others' tongues, the results were credited to others. How stupid she was at that time. Shen Xi mourned for her past self for a second. Meanwhile, she swiftly concealed the surging emotions in her eyes and fixedly gazed at the director in front of her. In my eyes, a beggar is a person, and a big star is also a person. All are equal. It's not that whoever is wealthy or famous must be superior. Just because one has a bit of fame and some spare money, can they arrogantly order others around and treat people like slaves? It was precisely because of such thoughts that in her previous life, she was schemed against and framed, and even lost her life in the end. I'm not targeting anyone. This is my attitude and view, and I'll never change it. Suppressing the surging hatred in her heart, Shen Xi cast a glance at Sun Hanyang's stunned face, then stood up. It's getting late, Director Sunday. You should also rest early. See you all tomorrow. With these words, Shen Xi turned around without hesitation and left, leaving everyone in the room in shock. Although it was the director who approached Shen Xi to discuss something. In this large room, there were several group leaders present, including those in charge of publicity and photography. They heard every single word of Shen Xi's clearly, and their hearts were deeply shaken. Was Shen Xi crazy? How dare she speak like this? Which guest invited by the program group didn't have an appearance fee of nearly 1 million. It was estimated that all the money Shen Xi had earned in her life was not even a fraction of that. On the contrary, there was a fleeting complexity in Sun Hanyang's eyes. Watching Shen Xi's gradually disappearing back, he let out a long sigh after a long time. He really had misjudged her. When signing the contract earlier, Shen Xi was taciturn. He had thought she was an introverted young girl who was easy to manipulate. Unexpectedly, despite her young age, Shen Xi was inherently tenacious. Director Sun, how should we deal with young Master Kong and Miss Bai? Just then, the director's assistant inquired in a hushed tone. I'm worried they'll complain again tomorrow. In fact, the director suddenly went to discuss matters with Shen Xi because several participating guests had expressed their discontent, especially Kong Yuanli, Bai Xinya, and Xiao Wenxuan. The three of them came from affluent families and had led pampered lives since childhood. Even when they needed to do something, they would just assign it to others and never do it themselves. They hadn't voiced their complaints in front of the live broadcast camera before, but privately. They had been constantly pressuring the director. Don't pay attention to them, said Sun Hanyang after a long while, snuffing out the glowing tip of his cigarette. His voice was hoarse as he spoke with a nonchalant expression. Anyway, Shen Xi is right. During the live broadcast of the program, everyone has to follow her instructions. It's not up to me. If they have any objections, they can go and discuss it with Shen Xi themselves. The director's assistant was left speechless. On the other side, after returning to her room from the director's place, Shen Xi waited for the herbal medicine on her face to be absorbed. Then she washed her face thoroughly, turned off the lights, and went to bed. She slept soundly through the night. But when she woke up in the morning, she was slightly dazed for a moment. It wasn't a dream. She had truly been reborn and got a chance at a new life. Her eyes flickered briefly, and Shen Xi quickly regained her composure. She also clearly remembered that on this very day, she would encounter accusations unprecedented in her life. So much so that in the 7 years after her previous life, the stigma of being a thief had haunted her like a shadow, and the injustice on her body had never been cleared. Bai Xinya, I'm waiting for you to frame me. With such thoughts in mind, a hint of coldness crept into her eyes and brows. After rummaging through the room to find the relevant electronic devices and quietly placing them well, Shen Xi put on a veil and stepped out of the room. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she saw it bustling with a large crowd gathered. All the guests participating in the program had arrived. Faintly in the air wafted the sweet fragrance of food. Taking a closer look, the table was filled with Western-style dessert breakfasts and strong coffee. Bai Xinya was standing aside, having regained her usual gentleness. It's inconvenient in the countryside, and I was afraid you all wouldn't get used to the local food, so I asked my assistant to buy some breakfast in the town. Please help yourselves, she said. Her eyes casually swept around, and seeing the kind expressions on everyone's faces, she felt extremely proud. This move was the right one. The series of bad luck yesterday had damaged her image a great deal, and she had to quickly mend the filter of her fairy persona. With this thought, she looked up and caught sight of Shen Xi in the distance. Immediately, she spoke in a soft voice, "Shen Xi, come and have some food with us." However, there was a subtle tone of condescension in her voice. But Shen Xi didn't even glance at her and turned around to walk straight into the kitchen, as if she didn't even notice Bai Xinya at all. Bai Xinya's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She abruptly turned around. Yet her aggrieved gaze was even more clearly exposed under the live streaming camera. Finally, a few of Bai Xinya's supporters seized the opportunity and flooded the barrage. What on earth does Shen Xi mean? Others kindly prepared breakfast for her, but she still shows such a bad attitude. Exactly. All day long. She only knows how to target our kind-hearted and beautiful fairy Xinya. Xinya, don't cry and don't feel wronged. I'll scold that bitch Shen Xi to death for you. The barrage quickly focused on every little move of Shen Xi and started to hurl insults, creating a great ruckus. Just 10 minutes later, Shen Xi pushed open the kitchen door again. This time, she wasn't empty-handed. In her hands, she held a tray covered with a lid. Gently lifting the lid, there was a pot of richly cooked beef brisket noodle soup. The soup of the noodles was clear, tinged with a faint yellow. On top, there was a small bunch of vivid green scallions and slender ham shreds. The vivid color combination whetted one's appetite, not to mention the rich aroma of beef brisket wafting in the air. Gulp, everyone present swallowed their saliva involuntarily. They hadn't felt that hungry just now, but somehow, they suddenly became ravenous. Chapter 10. Could it be a fool? This large pot of beef brisket soup was specially simmered on the stove by Shen Xi last night, selecting high-quality beef shank bones and beef brisket. After simmering for an entire night, the meat was tender and silky, and the taste was simply unparalleled. Steadily placing a pot of beef brisket noodle soup on the table, Shen Xi leisurely served herself a bowl. Those around her couldn't help swallowing their saliva upon smelling the alluring aroma. Goodness, how could it be so fragrant? Anyone who wants some, help yourselves, Shen Xi said. After serving herself the noodle soup, Shen Xi gracefully sat at the dining table and began to enjoy her meal. She ate with genuine satisfaction, without any pretense. The others stood awkwardly nearby, looking at Bai Xinya's Western-style breakfast on one side, and then at Shen Xi's rich beef brisket noodle soup. Without saying a word, their hearts had already gravitated elsewhere. Early in the morning, my digestion isn't very good. This noodle is just right for me. Zhao Hongshan was the first to speak up. As an elderly person, his diet leaned towards traditional fare. Naturally, he preferred a bowl of steaming hot noodle soup to the dry Western-style bread. He voluntarily served himself a bowl of noodles. Although it was still a bit hot, the enticing fragrance made him unable to resist taking a slurp. As soon as the noodles entered his mouth, the elastic chewiness caught Zhao Hongshan's attention. Paired with the rich beef brisket soup, it was an absolute match. "This is the most delicious noodle I've ever had," Zhao Hongshan exclaimed repeatedly, openly showing his admiration. Shen Xi slightly curved her lips and said, "Teacher Zhao, if you like it, have more. But do be careful not to overeat." She always held respect for this upright veteran actor. "Haha, then I won't stand on ceremony," laughed Zhao Hongshan heartily. Without further ado, he slurped up the noodles. In the blink of an eye, a large bowl of soup noodles was completely devoured. Among the crowd, Kong Yuanli was tempted by the fragrance, yet recalling the previous frictions, he stiffened his face, trying not to show his desire. "Damn it, what's going on? How can a lousy bowl of noodles smell so good? Are all those chefs at home good for nothing?" Hu Man, seeing this, hesitated for a moment. Then, she decided not to torture herself any longer. She walked to another table and picked up a bowl of soup noodles. After taking the first bite, though she didn't say a word, a similar look of surprise appeared on her face. People in the live stream room couldn't sit still any longer. "Damn it, it's broad daylight, and I'm starving just watching this. I haven't even had my breakfast yet. Can anyone tell me how delicious that beef brisket noodles are? I'm drooling." Based on my over-decade experience as a housewife and cooking, just the color of that stewed soup noodles. Well, this pot of beef brisket noodles must be absolutely delicious. This lousy live stream room. Why can we only see the picture? Woo-woo. I also want to taste the beef brisket noodles. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. When Shen Xi presented that pot of steaming beef brisket noodles, it instantly outshone Bai Xinya's table of fancy, but lukewarm Western breakfast. Seeing Shen Xi effortlessly draw away all the attention, Bai Xinya was so furious that her face turned deathly pale. She clenched her fists tightly. Damn Shen Xi. She had actually ruined Xinya's plan to create an image of being considerate. "Xinya, thank you for going to the trouble of preparing breakfast for us. Xiao Wenxuan noticed by Xinya's state. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, he naturally assumed that she had been wronged. Without caring about the cameras, he pulled her into his arms and consoled her in a low voice. Don't worry. Shen Xi's tricks are nothing. I've already contacted the online trolls. They'll avenge you. The man lowered his voice. After moving away from the cameras, his eyes darkened. Xinya was the apple of his eye and the daughter of the Bai family. She was his future wife. Who was Shen Xi to dare to bully someone under his protection? She was truly obstinate and would not stop until she saw her own doom. Yeah, Wenxuan, you're the best to me. Watching the affectionate scene in the distance, Shen Xi rolled her eyes without hesitation. Ugh. After breakfast and a short break, Shen Xi announced today's experiential task, transplanting rice seedlings in the fields. Xiao Wenxuan and the others glanced at the director, only to find that he remained expressionless and gave no remarks. They had no choice but to accept the task helplessly. In Xinjia village, most families made a living by farming. Everyone was an expert in the fields. Once they stepped out of the door, as far as the eye could see, there were lush and verdant fields everywhere. It was summer now, the season when many crops were ripe for harvest. And there were quite a few people bustling about in the fields. Wow, are these scallions? They look so lovely. When everyone approached the fields, Bai Xinya suddenly pointed at a certain place and exclaimed, with a self-satisfied look on her face. Earlier, Shen Xi, that bitch, had stolen the limelight at breakfast. How could she accept this? Since the path of being considerate was blocked, she could still promote the side of herself as a beautiful and intelligent student. Yes, exactly. Shen Xi cast a glance at her, with a look of pity in her eyes as if looking at a mentally challenged person. She also sighed at how kind-hearted she had been in her previous life to be framed by such a woman. Before she could even say a word, the next second, an old woman wearing a straw hat in the fields looked up and regarded Bai Xinya with a look as if she were a fool. Girl, what on earth are you talking about? These are Chinese chives, not green onions. The group that was about to head into the fields fell into an instant silence. Shen Xi stood at the end of the line, looking at Bai Xinya's face that resembled a spilled paint palette, feeling extremely cheerful. Is that so? Oh. I'm a bit tired from walking. I mistook them because of blurred vision. Bai Xinya opened her mouth and it took her quite a while to come up with an excuse. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the old woman, speaking in somewhat non-standard Mandarin mixed with a dialect, immediately exposed her. Young girl, you're in such poor physical condition. You should exercise more. It's only about 500 meters from here to Shen Xi's home. TSK. In our famine years, with your build, you probably wouldn't have made it. The old woman looked at Bai Xinya's delicate appearance with a look of pity on her face. At this moment, the bullet comments in the live stream room were almost bursting with laughter. Alas, no. I believe that although I'm ignorant of the 5 grains, I can still tell apart leeks and scallions. Is Bai Xinya really an imbecile? TSK. Those who don't know shouldn't try to create an image of a talented woman. It's so embarrassing when they make a blunder. Does anyone find this straightforward old lady so adorable? I really admire how she puts others in their place. Before the teasing could continue, Bai Xinya's fans rushed into the live stream room, and a war of words ensued immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you hear what our fairy Xinya said? She just accidentally misjudged due to blurry vision. Stop spreading false rumors. A lawyer's letter will be sent your way. In reality, under the scorching sun, Bai Xinya was so furious that she was at a loss for words. Even the casual glances from the side made her feel that they were full of mockery and malice. A flicker of embarrassment and resentment crossed her eyes. What kind of country bumpkin is that? She has no idea how to read the atmosphere. Just like Shen Xi, she's truly annoying. Finally, Zhao Hongshan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to defuse the situation. Then, the group marched forward in a grand manner. Shen Xi walked unhurriedly at the back. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Xiao Xier, you're shooting a program here, right? Looking back, it was the old lady from the field just now. Shen Xi knew her. She was their next door neighbor. Yes, Aunt Jiang. What a large-scale event. You must do your best and bring honor to our Xinjia village. Aunt Jiang said, patting her chest. No problem, Shen Xi replied with a beaming smile. The sight of the simple-hearted villagers filled her with warmth. Oh, by the way, Xiao Xier, there's something I need to tell you, Aunt Jiang said. There was a meeting in the village yesterday. The village head brought some wonderful news. He said that someone is doing charity work and sponsoring our Xinjia village. They're going to build a Hope Primary School in the village. Chapter 11. Worse than a pig in the village where Shen Xi lived, the majority of the villagers shared the surname Shen. As a result, it was simply named Xinjia Village. Although Xinjia village was part of the bustling Tongcheng, it was located in a remote area deep in the mountains, with poor transportation. Thus, it had little communication with the outside world. Although rural life was leisurely and natural, it was quite inconvenient for the younger generation in Xinjia village who needed to attend school, as there was no formal primary school in the village. Back then, when Shen Xi was of school age, being just a child, she had no choice but to board at a school in the town. Over the years, the lack of educational resources had been one of the long-standing concerns in Xinjia village. Shen Xi never expected that after being reborn, there would finally be a turning point. It was truly a great blessing. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily spread across Shen Xi's lips. Looking at Aunt Jiang in front of her, she said, "First of all, let me congratulate you, Aunt Jiang. Coincidentally, isn't Xiaotian about to reach school age?" Shintian was Aunt Jiang's grandson. At 6 years old, he was full of mischief and bursting with energy. "Oh, don't even mention that rascal. If he could be even a fraction as smart as you, Xiao Shi, I'd be over the moon and lose sleep with joy." At the mention of her beloved grandson, Aunt Jiang's face instantly bloomed like a flower. Yesterday, the village head said that when the time comes to donate to build the primary school, we'll need you to offer some suggestions. With a radiant smile, Shen Xi replied, "Of course." She was also a part of Xinjia village, and when help was needed, she would naturally not hesitate. It was 10 minutes later when they arrived at the fields. Shen Xi changed into a one-piece leatherwork suit. After giving a simple demonstration to everyone, she let them plant rice seedlings and do farm work on their own. Each person was assigned a corresponding plot of land, which was today's farm work task. Those who failed to finish before 11 a.m. would be considered to have failed the task. After giving these instructions, Shen Xi gracefully changed out of her work suit and was once again clad in white clothes and white trousers. Humph, who does she think she is? I can finish this little bit of work in half an hour. Kong Yuanli glanced at Shen Xi standing in the field and involuntarily scoffed. Hu Man, who happened to hear this, shook her head. After these days of contact, she had also realized that Shen Xi was a straightforward person and didn't take the celebrity seriously. At the same time, she was a girl who would return kindness with kindness. Of course, if anyone offended her, she would mercilessly fight back. Thinking of this, she felt infinite sympathy for Kong Yuanli and Bai Xinya. After changing into the work suit, Hu Man stepped into the muddy field and walked towards her work area. Stepping on the soft mud, her injured right foot didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Hu Man was immediately overjoyed. She made up her mind to find a private opportunity to thank Shen Xi properly. It was really pleasant to be friends with such a girl. Seeing that everyone had started to act, Shen Xi didn't intend to stand in the sun and get baked. She found a shady place, took out the ancient book she carried with her, and slowly leafed through it. Planting rice seedlings, though seemingly simple, actually highly tests one's skills and patience. Less than half an hour had passed, yet many people were already suffering from unbearable backaches and sore waists. Bai Xinya was the worst off among them. The moment she stepped into the mud, she was filled with loathing. She couldn't even last 10 minutes and simply stood there, slacking off. Nevertheless, the scorching sun was torturous. Bai Xinya couldn't help but curse under her breath. She had deigned to participate in this program just to deal with that bitch Shen Xi. But so far, not only had she failed to trample Shen Xi underfoot, but a succession of misfortunes had befallen her. No, she couldn't just sit back and wait for things to worsen. With such thoughts in mind, her eyes involuntarily wandered towards Shen Xi. One glance was all it took for Bai Xinya's eyes to widen in shock. Under a large expanse of shade, Shen Xi was reclining leisurely against an ancient tree, a book held nonchalantly in her hand. Around her were a cool water flask and some delicate pastries. One might think she was on a picnic. Bai Xinya was instantly enraged. How could it be? She was suffering under the sun, while that bitch Shun, she was having a good time. Glancing at the live, streaming cameras around, Bai Xinya had a sudden idea. She quickly walked towards the edge of the field, raised her arm, and began to sway uncontrollably. Oh dear, why has everything suddenly gone dark before my eyes? She thought to herself, even if Shen Xi is capable, once she's labeled as the one who made someone faint from overwork, she'll never be able to shake off the stigma of being heartless. She let out a delicate cry, and at the same time turned her body sideways, pushing her fair and tender cheek towards the camera. Before going out, she had meticulously applied a refined faux, natural makeup, aiming to step on Shen Xi while capitalizing on her beauty. Bai Xinya fancied her scheme to be flawless, yet she was unaware that in this world, accidents always strike first. Before she could feebly collapse, her foot stepped on something soft and slippery. Huh? Bai Xinya's pupils dilated. A dark shadow flashed before her eyes. And the next moment, a green creature leaped onto her arm. Quack! The instant she locked eyes with those beady bean eyes, the delicate facade she had painstakingly maintained shattered in an instant. Thud. A heart-piercing scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed across the fields, startling the people busily working around. Xiao Wenxuan, who was the closest, almost cut himself with the sickle in his hand. Out of reflex, he turned his head and saw Bai Xinya, who was supposed to be working in the fields, lying limp in the mud pit. Her hair, cheeks, her entire body was soaked in the mud, looking exactly like a clay figurine. Xinya, what on earth? Xiao Wenxuan's heart ached at once. He quickly stepped over and helped Bai Xinya up. Woo, Wenxuan, there were toads in the field. I was nearly scared to death. Bai Xinya sobbed pitifully, with tears streaming down her cheeks like a gushing stream, having been raised like a delicate young miss. Naturally, she couldn't tell the difference between toads and frogs. Suddenly, Xiao Wenxuan couldn't care less about anything and quickly spoke up to soothe. I'm here. Be good and don't be afraid. In the fields, the man and woman embraced each other. It should have been a rather charming idle romance scene. Yet the beauty was greatly diminished because both of them were covered in wet mud. The bullet screen was once again filled with arguments. Some complained that they were spoiling the atmosphere, while others thought they were being funny. Unconsciously, the number of opponents exceeded that of the supporters. Noticing the commotion here, Shen Xi closed her book. When she walked over, she happened to see Bai Xinya crying and acting coquettishly in Xiao Wenxuan's arms. In a trance, this scene gradually overlapped with the one before the funeral in her past life. Shen Xi's eyes instantly turned cold. Don't waste time. Keep transplanting rice seedlings. Shen Xi, are you a cold-blooded animal? Can't you see that Xinya is so scared that she can't even speak? Xiao Wenxuan shouted angrily when he saw that Shen Xi remained cold-faced all the time. If I were cold-blooded, I should have sent you back to the womb with a bunch of herbs. Shen Xi gave him a cold look. You're going too far. Look at what she's saying. Xiao Wenxuan was extremely aggrieved. He wanted to curse, but since he was a celebrity, he could only turn to others for help at the last moment. Noticing his little moves, Shen Xi disdainfully said, I've calculated everyone's workload. Even a pig could finish it while sleeping and moving. Do you think you're inferior to a pig? Or is Bai Xinya? You're scolding people. You're so uneducated. Xiao Wenxuan could only repeat these two sentences, and Shen Xi simply ignored him. After the staff from the production team arrived, they began to conduct a simple check on Bai Xinya. Xiao Wenxuan pulled the director aside and argued with him in a fit of pique. Shen Xi let out a disdainful snort, then turned his head to look at Bai Xinya beside him, and suddenly a smirk curled up on his lips. What are you up to? Bai Xinya's heart skipped a beat as she met his blatant gaze. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped her. Shen Xi took out a mirror from his bosom and placed it right in front of Bai Xinya, then spoke in a peculiar tone. Don't you want to take a look at your makeup? It's rather unique. The next moment, the live streaming camera zoomed in rapidly. The attention of all the viewers watching the live stream also converged on that scene. Bai Xinya's face, painted like a gaudy and ugly mess, instantly loomed large on the screen. Chapter 12. Fools should read more under the ultra-clear camera lens. The pores on the face were magnified countless times. There was dark muddy water, smeared off eyeshadow and caked foundation. Good heavens! It was a complete disaster. All the flaws on the entire face were exposed at this moment. Even the cameraman holding the lens was truly startled, looking at Bai Xinya's real appearance in the lens. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart, Oh my, is this the so-called natural beauty fairy boasted about online? What? Bai Xinya didn't react at first. She subconsciously looked up at the mirror and was instantly stunned by the image reflected in it. Who was that ugly woman in the mirror with mud splatters all over her face and her eye makeup smeared into a black mess? She trembled as she reached out both hands to touch her face and immediately lost her voice. It was over. Her image, her fairy-like persona. She had lost so much face in front of the live stream camera. Bai Xinya was so aggrieved that she almost fainted. At this point, she could no longer bear it. She covered her face and ran out crying. Xiao Wenxuan, worried about her, also chased after her. With such a dramatic scene, the live stream room was naturally bustling. Oh my, I was just praising Bai Xinya for her beautiful natural look. How come it backfired in the blink of an eye? Where's the so-called natural beauty fairy? Oh my, she's even less appealing than an ordinary passerby like me. Ha ha ha, to be honest, the way Bai Xinya fell into the mud pit just now was quite skillful. I've already taken a screenshot and saved it. No, I think it wasn't as funny as the time she fell into the pig manure bucket. Oh no, our little fairy, how could she become like this? In the field, watching Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan run away, The other guests looked at each other in dismay and continued with their work. However, as most of the time had passed, the two who had left still hadn't returned. The expressions of Kong Yuanli and the others started to look rather unpleasant. Everyone was working hard here, yet those two simply abandoned their tasks and left. How immoral. In response, there was a wave of condemnation on the bullet comments, with people accusing Bai Xinye and Xiao Wenxuan of being irresponsible. Wait a minute. Since those two ran away and stopped working, what should be done with these two fields? Kong Yuanli had been scared these past 2 days and couldn't help but mutter. Don't tell me we three left have to finish their work for them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hashan and Hu Man exchanged glances. With a hint of depression in their eyes. It was their first time doing rice transplanting. Although, as Shen Xi had said, they wouldn't be unable to complete it. They simply didn't have the extra energy. Just then, a calm voice came from the shore. It's a special situation. I'll do it. The three people in the field instinctively looked up upon hearing the voice. Somehow, Shen Xi had already changed into work clothes, stepped onto the path, and into the field, holding rice seedlings in her hand. You? With such puny arms and legs? Although Kong Yuanli felt relieved, his mouth was still sharp, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A stupid person should read more books. Exercising the mind is better than exercising the arms. After that, Shen Xi bent down, stepped into the mud, and skillfully began to transplant the rice seedlings. Holy crap! Kong Yuanli was almost going berserk. He gesticulated wildly in front of the camera and ranted. Yet no sound came out, making him look extremely comical. It was a mystery where the director's team got such technology that they managed to mute Kong Yuanli in real time during the live broadcast. The barrage on the screen was full of wild laughter. I'm in love. This live broadcast is so authentic. I'm convinced there's no script. Kong Yuanli is even swearing. Ha ha ha, Shen Xi's words are so on point. A dumb person should read more. Exercising the brain is better than exercising the arms. Ha ha. I just got into the show recently. Has it always been this fun? This is going to make the celebrities socially dead. Shen Xi didn't pay any heed to Kong Yuanli's outburst. Anyway, the staff were holding him back. Of course, she wouldn't be afraid even if Kong Yuanli got close to her. She bent down to plant the rice seedlings on her own, then stood up and moved to the next patch of the field. Shen Xi was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already planted most of the seedlings in her field. When Kong Yuanli saw the seedlings in Shen Xi's field, his enraged face instantly flushed scarlet. He felt as if he'd been thoroughly humiliated. The truth was right there in front of him. Shen Xi was far more capable than him. The barrage was also full of praise for Shen Xi. Shen Xi is a nice girl. She seems sharp, tongued, and quiet. But she never shies away from her tasks. The way she planted the seedlings just now was so cool. I love it. What on earth are Bai Xinye and Xiao Wenxuan doing? They really just shirked their duties. How irresponsible. Shen Xi is just a peasant girl. Isn't it normal for her to plant rice seedlings quickly? It's her duty. So what if she's a peasant girl? Did a peasant girl dig up your family's graves? Heh. I'm waiting for her to experience a day as a celebrity later and get slapped in the face hard. I want to watch her make a fool of herself. She's just a peasant girl who can't be presentable. When Shen Xi was taking a break, she glanced at the bullet comments, a curve of a smile flitting across her lips. Were they waiting for her to make a fool of herself when experiencing the life of a celebrity? She had 2 words for them. Ridiculous. As it neared 11 o'clock, Zhao Hangshan and the other 2 were gasping for breath, sweating profusely, and completely drained of energy. In contrast, Shen Xi, having completed twice as much work as others, showed no signs of over-exertion. Since childhood, Shen Xi had always been stronger than others. After her rebirth, she seemed to notice that her strength had increased even more. So, the small task of planting rice seedlings didn't even register as a challenge to her. Under the scorching sun, even wearing a straw hat couldn't keep the heat at bay. Kong Yuanli, after a fit of rage, was soothed by the staff and had to submit to the reality. However, he soon lost all patience. Turning his head, he saw Shen Xi, who had already finished the task, sitting beside, enjoying the cool breeze. Instantly, a pang of discomfort welled up in his heart. He pondered for a long time. Xinjia village clearly wasn't a prosperous place. He heard that Shen Xi came on the show because she was short of money. If he used money to deal with her, he could both humiliate her and make himself feel better. At this thought, he took long strides directly up to Shen Xi and haughtily declared, "Hey, Shen Xi, if you finish working on that field for me, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as payment for your hard work." Originally, Shen Xi had been engrossed in a book under the shade of a tree. Suddenly interrupted, his eyes instantly darkened. "Do you think 10,000 yuan isn't enough? Fine. I'll double it." 20,000 yuan should satisfy you, right? This silence, in Kong Yuanli's eyes, was interpreted as insatiability. He impatiently spoke with his hands in his pockets. Don't be too greedy. 20,000 yuan is almost half a year's savings for you rural folks. Get up right away and transplant the rice seedlings for me. Shen Xi shook his head. His eyes seemed to land on the small microphone with a green blinking light pinned to the other person's chest. And he let out a soft tut. Hey, next time you try to bribe someone, could you use a bit more sense and turn off the microphone first? Huh? Kong Yuanli's face, previously consumed by rage, froze immediately. Shen Xi sighed silently in his heart and leisurely took out his phone, ready to glance at the live stream comments. Chapter 13. You're truly worthless. Kong Yuanli instinctively raised his hand as he touched the small microphone pinned to his collar. His expression grew increasingly blank. He was disoriented by the sun, and in a fit of the young master's temper, his mind went haywire. He completely forgot that he was still recording a program and had a microphone on him. For a moment, the staff of the program crew around him were also quite speechless. Naturally, every word of Kong Yuanli's money-related remarks was transmitted to the live broadcast room without omission, instantly causing an uproar. Does Kong Yuanli leave his brain at home, shaming others with money? Does he really think he's an exploitative landlord? Damn it, he even blatantly cheats. Kong Yuanli's actions are so infuriating. Exactly. Who does Kong Yuanli think he is? Is he so great just because he has a bit of money? It has to be said that Kong Yuanli's instinctive actions and attitude directly crossed the lines of many viewers. Previously, when Kong Yuanli was active online as a rich second generation, people watched him showing off his wealth ostentatiously. One day it was a sports car, and the next day it was $1 million diamond watch, all rare and expensive items. Everyone has curiosity, and coupled with Kong Yuanli's good looks, people would give him face and watch the wealth, showing videos he shot and uploaded, finding it quite amusing. But now, it's different. Shaming others with money is a matter of bad character. In front of the live broadcast camera, Kong Yuanli came to his senses and realized what he had said. He instantly froze on the spot. He stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a proper word. I'm aware that the wealthy are accustomed to a carefree life, with even the simple task of pouring a glass of water being done by their attendants. How you live your life is none of my business, but in this program, everyone should abide by the rules. In Shen Xi's pale eyes, there was a glint of exasperation. Put away your sense of superiority. A fool should read more books. At least, you can offer some excuse when things go awry. Kong Yuanli's lips quivered, and the muscles on his face froze in a state of perplexity. He felt utterly aggrieved, extremely so. In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments surged instantly. Wow, Shen Xi's comeback was so satisfying. That idiot thought he could flaunt his money. Truly, a fool should read more books. I also loathe those people from privileged classes who carry an air of superiority. Ha ha, and the best part is, he's so brainless that he can't even come up with a defense. Let's type a fool should read more books on the screen. I'm a fan of Shen Xi now. Oh my goodness. I sincerely hope she makes her debut. Celebrities are just like us. There's no need to act so high and mighty. Perhaps even Shen Xi herself didn't anticipate that the comments about her on the barrage were becoming increasingly favorable. Zhao Hashan and Human also involuntarily stopped their actions, casting glances at Shen Xi, tinged with a hint of surprise. As for Kong Yuanli, whether he finally saw the light or was simply stunned by the scolding, he eventually walked back to the fields on his own initiative and resumed the rice transplanting work. Even though the sun overhead grew more and more scorching and sweat continuously trickled down his cheeks, Kong Yuanli persevered. Sitting under the shade of a tree, Shen Xi casually cast a glance at a busy figure in the fields. In his past life, this guy always loved to rely on his family's wealth, engaging in fights, brawls, and indulging in debaucheries. All the vices one could think of were present in him. Could it be that in this lifetime, Kong Yuanli still had a chance of turning things around? Shen Xi narrowed her eyes slightly, slowly withdrew her gaze, and didn't dwell on it any further. After a long while, everyone finally completed the task and returned along the original path. As soon as they entered the small courtyard, they saw Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenshuan sitting in the pavilion in new clothes, chatting leisurely while enjoying the gentle breeze. Bai Xinya had long since calmed down, showing no trace of pain at all. When Zhao Hashan and the others saw this, their expressions turned a bit unsightly. Shen Xi, you're finally back. Seeing Shen Xi in the large group of people, Bai Xinya stepped forward first, with a delicate and innocent look on her face. Sorry. I felt dizzy and sick all the way back, which must have worried you. I'm really sorry for not completing the task. Bai Xinya sneered inwardly. She had made a complete fool of herself today, so she decided to just let things go. After all, she had a sufficient excuse of being unwell. What could Shen Xi do to her? Thinking so, the look on her face became even more delicate and innocent, and her tone turned sickly sweet. Woo-woo. You must understand me, right? Speak properly. Shen Xi merely cast a disdainful glance at her. Is your brain connected to your tongue? When one breaks down, the other follows suit? The live stream comments erupted into a fit of laughter at once. Ha ha ha. I just can't stand these cutesy whiners. It gives me the creeps. As expected of Shen Xi. She's so straightforward. Xie never expected that Shen Xi would not give her any face in public. Immediately, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Wenxuan couldn't stand it any longer and glared angrily at Shen Xi. Enough. Xia has already said that she's not feeling well. Why do you have to speak so harshly? Speak harshly? Shen Xi sneered. I really don't know whether she's feeling well or not. But you're truly good for nothing. You're even quicker at shirking your duties than the short-legged yellow dog in my village. Xiao Wenxuan's forehead veins bulged with anger. Finally, he couldn't hold back and swore. All his self-restraint and elegance vanished in an instant. After Shen Xi's remarks, Xie noticed that Zhao Hongshan and Hu Man had cast displeased glances at them. Even Kong Yuanli, who had always disliked Shen Xi, snorted disdainfully. She quickly grabbed Xiao Wenxuan and put on a timely and considerate smile. She wasn't stupid. She knew that her slacking off must have aroused the dissatisfaction of others. She absolutely couldn't let Shen Xi take advantage of the situation. All right, everyone. These are just minor matters. It's hot today, so let's call it a day. Sun Hanyang quickly came over with the staff to pacify everyone. No matter how much he cared about the program's popularity, he couldn't let the tense situation escalate. His program was now a highly sought-after gem, and every aspect needed to be well balanced. Just as the atmosphere among the crowd was getting increasingly tense, the kitchen door was suddenly flung open. Taking advantage of the time when the director was soothing the others, Shen Xi emerged from the kitchen and said, "Dinner is ready. Come in and have a meal." Along with her cold and clear voice, there wafted a rich aroma of dishes. How fragrant it is! Everyone couldn't help exclaiming. The veteran actor Zhao and the others couldn't hold back first and stepped forward. They had been working for a whole morning, and their stomachs had long been growling with hunger. Smelling the fragrance, Xie also felt a bit tempted, and her stomach rumbled. There was no other way. As their meals were also arranged by the director's team, she tugged at Xiao Wenxuan, intending to follow them into the dining room. Stop. The next second, Shen Xi stood still with her long eyelashes drooping slightly and declared, "You aren't qualified to touch what belongs to me." Chapter 14. The Fairies of May 2nd. Unqualified. The gazes of Xiao Wenxuan and Xie towards Shen Xi were instantly filled with coldness. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Shen Xi replied with a distant look in her eyes. This is the punishment for your failure to complete the task. Rules are rules. Shen Xi, you're being so unreasonable. Wenxuan, and I didn't do it on purpose. Xie instantly put on an innocent look. That delicate and sorrowful appearance was as if Shen Xi had committed some heinous crime against her. Wanting to eat for free without completing the task? Shen Xi gently lifted her eyelids. A person should have a sense of shame, just like a tree should have its bark. What kind of species are you, Miss Bai? You. Xie was so angry that her cheeks flushed red. She turned her gaze to the others. However, the director had just walked out after mediating, and the cameraman looked helpless. This was beyond his control. Zhao Hongshan and Hu Man were chatting on their own and had no intention of getting involved in this mess. As for Kong Yuanli, it was even more interesting. Perhaps feeling that he had lost face, he actually took a bit of pleasure in Xie's similar embarrassment. A typical manifestation of human frailty. Xiao Wenxuan beside him also had an ugly expression. He had just been humiliated, and the director's team had earnestly advised him not to cause trouble. After all, the Xiao family and the audience were watching. Leaving the entertainment industry was a minor issue. If he lost face in front of his family and affected his family inheritance, that would be a big problem. After saying this, Shen Xi didn't bother to pay attention to them anymore. She beckoned the others to sit down and have a meal quickly. As for Xie and Xiao Wenxuan, they could only stand there awkwardly and finally left the room in a huff. Having long indulged in the star spotlight and grown accustomed to all sorts of preferential treatments, it was the first time they had suffered such a crushing setback. A sense of powerlessness welled up within them. Instead, the moral sense constrained by their star status bore down on them, leaving them with no means of retaliation. Shen Xi had prepared a sumptuous lunch consisting of 5 courses and a soup in advance, paired with tender, fragrant, and glutinous rice. It was almost irresistible. Moreover, she had specially prepared a bowl of sweet dumplings as a post-meal dessert. The dumplings were smooth and delicate. Once bitten into, the sweet sesame filling would slowly ooze out, filling one's heart with sweetness and making it hard to resist. The guests, having been busy all morning, were ravenously hungry. Without hesitation, they sat down and started to feast, gobbling down the food at an astonishing speed. In particular, Kong Yuanli, who had regretted missing out on the beef brisket noodles that morning, was now seizing the opportunity to savor the delicious food. Strangely enough, after finishing this meal, his anger towards Shen Xi inexplicably subsided a bit. After a frenzied meal, since the portions were generous, there was still a large amount of the dishes left. Xie, who had been starving outside and was dizzy from hunger, couldn't hold it in any longer after everyone had finished eating. She quietly slipped in. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and her hunger pangs grew more intense. Damn it! Did that bitch Shen Xi use some sort of sorcery? These dishes smelled incredibly fragrant. She really yearned to take a bite. Moreover, what puzzled her was that before she had even fully targeted this woman, Shen Xi had started to go against her. Right. They must have had a feud in their previous lives. As Xie ground her teeth in anger, Shen Xi suddenly walked in from outside. She picked up a large iron basin and dumped all the leftover food on the table into it in one go. You, what are you doing? Xie's face changed. Feeding the pigs, Shen Xi said casually. We can't waste the remaining food. Feed the pigs. Wasn't this a double entendre? Should she eat or not? Xie clenched her palms tightly. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no cameras around, she was going to take action. She had already imagined herself cracking Shen Xi's head open. However, with a swishing sound, the camera operator walked in with the camera on his shoulder, and there was still a grain of rice hanging on the corner of his mouth. Xie, thanks to your whole family. Xie retracted her fist and said in a trembling voice, Shen Xi, you're deliberately targeting us. Shen Xi gave her a sidelong glance and suddenly asked, how many points did you get in the Chinese exam of the college entrance examination? Xie was stunned for a moment and suddenly got stuck. As an art student, her college entrance examination results were extremely poor. It was only through her family's connections that she got into an art college. How could she answer this? She remembered that she only got 22 points in Chinese. I won't tell you. Xie regained her momentum. Don't try to change the subject. I'm asking you why you've been targeting me again and again. First, you beat someone up. Then, you set me up in the pigsty. Finally, you didn't even spare me when I suffered from heat stroke. As Xie said this, she seemed on the verge of tears. There was actually a glint of tears in her peach blossom eyes. Normally, she couldn't cry at all. At this moment, I'm truly inspired to express my thoughts. After touching up her makeup, she regained her composure, presenting an air of fragility. Unaware male fans are particularly susceptible to this kind of charm, for it has a bewitching allure. It doesn't matter. I remember that some classmates of yours have spilled the beans on a certain group of a well-known platform. Ignoring her provocation, Shen Xi directly took out her phone and started searching. Soon, she read out aloud. Xie scored a total of 222 points in the college entrance examination. 36 in mathematics, 42 in English, 22 in Chinese, and 122 in comprehensive liberal arts. Shen Xi, shut up. Xie was on the verge of fainting upon hearing this. Generally speaking, the college entrance examination scores of celebrities are not outstanding, but most of them score at least 300 or 400. It's extremely rare to have a score as low as Xie's, a mere 222 points. What a propitious score you've got. There are so many twos in the total score, and a pair of twos in Chinese. Shen Xi shook her head with a sigh. Do you know why I asked about your Chinese score? I was just worried that you weren't mentally sharp and might have failed in reading comprehension. Now, I finally found the root cause. There can't be many people in the world with a total Chinese score lower than an average person's composition score, right? With Shen Xi's astonishing revelation, the bullet comments on the live stream went wild. Quack, quack, quack. Forgive me for bursting into goose, like laughter. Oh my goodness. A total score of 222 in the college entrance examination and 22 in Chinese. How absurd. Ha 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 ha. I've decided. From today on, I'll nickname Xie the Fairy of Twos. Goodness. The scores of celebrities have already far exceeded my imagination, and Xie has reached an even more astonishing level. It's truly earth-shattering. Unheard of. A long string of question marks, a long string of exclamation marks, and a long string of E filled the entire screen. Xie successfully enlivened the whole atmosphere single-handedly. Sun Hanyang, who was still eating heartily outside, couldn't swallow a mouthful of vegetable soup and spat it out at the screen. He silently calculated in his heart whether he could bear the wrath of Baixinya's brokerage company. I'm afraid that after the variety show ended, Baixinya's persona across the whole network would crumble. Before Sun Hanyang could finish his train of thought, Shen Xi on the other side continued to lash out. Rules are rules. It's been said that those who fail to complete the tasks can't eat. What's my beef with you? You fell into the pigsty on your own. You got heat stroke because you were scared by a frog, and I hit you because you tugged at my veil. Baixinya, with your 22-point score in Chinese, tell me how many points you got in reading comprehension. Was it 0? If I had that time to target you, I'd rather spend more time feeding the pigs. Pigs are valuable all over. They can be fried, braised, stewed, or boiled. But what about you? You're good at nothing but embarrassing yourself. Seriously, with your physique and abilities, in our village, you'd have to offer a dowry to get married. And maybe no one would even take you. Suddenly, the entire kitchen fell into a deathly silence, and the air seemed to freeze. After saying this, Shen Xi simply picked up the food and headed straight for the pigsty. Well, she always practiced what she preached. Baixinya's face gradually flushed, and her throat tightened. She almost choked on her breath. Her vision went black, and stars danced before her eyes. It was as if she could see all kinds of taunting Damaku. However, among the Damaku, there were a few die-hard fans of Baixinya, mixed with many paid water army hired by the company. The two sides were making a great ruckus, which once again boosted the popularity of the program. In the control room, Sun Hanyang watched all this and silently wiped the sweat off his brow. He could only mutter to himself that theirs was a real-life show to console himself. Since they failed to complete the task and were not allowed to privately spend money to buy food, Baixinya and Xiao Wenshuan had no choice but to endure the pangs of hunger. Eventually, the program crew couldn't stand it anymore and gave them several hard buns to fill their stomachs. But for Baixinya, this was an outright humiliation. Furious, she stamped her foot and ran back to her room in tears. When she checked her phone, all the comments about her were derogatory. Who does Baixinya think she is? It's bad enough that she pretended to be weak and dodged the tasks. But she even had the nerve to expect others to serve her a whole table of delicious food. What a daydreamer. Ugh, if I were her, I'd find a hole to crawl into. Exactly. She wanted to follow the White Lotus route, but failed miserably. What a disgrace. Among the few comments that didn't mention her name, all were praises for Shen Xi. Even the remarks criticizing her were just about her sharp tongue, with a faint sense of affection between the lines. Shen Xi is truly amazing. She finished working on 2 fields all by herself without even taking a breath. She's really outstanding. I also did farm work when I was a kid. Transplanting rice seedlings is the most exhausting job. Shen Xi deserves a thumbs up. Shen Xi is simply a treasure girl. Not only is she precisely sharp-tongued, but a table of delicious food she made has even made me abandon my idea of losing weight. Alas, all I, a helpless soul, can do is drool in front of the screen. Why? Why on earth? Are those people blind? Baixinya stared wide-eyed and shrieked, her lips quivering as she could scarcely believe her eyes. Looking at the full-screen contempt for herself and the endless praise for Shen Xi in the comments. Overwhelming shame and resentment almost engulfed her. This is not how it should be. It shouldn't be like this. It was supposed to be Shen Xi being firmly trampled under her feet. How has it come to this that the one being laughed at and humiliated has turned out to be her? This must be false, a complete falsehood. Chapter 15, What Bad Luck? Baixinya kept shaking her head, grinding her teeth in hatred, just as she was gnashing her teeth at her phone. There suddenly came a knock on the door of the room. Xinya, it's me. Xiao Wenshuan pushed the door open directly and immediately spotted Baixinya sitting beside the bed with red-rimmed eyes. Don't be sad. I've already had someone contact those marketing accounts to suppress all the negative news about you. Woo. Who? Thank you, Wenshuan. Baixinya was so overjoyed that she shed tears like a scheming damsel. After waiting for a while, she took out her phone and refreshed the page. Sure enough, all the mocking remarks had disappeared. Moreover, I've also mobilized my resources. The Xiao family holds a certain position in the entertainment circle. Shen Xi dared to cause trouble for you. I'll never let her off easily. Xiao Wenshuan said coldly. As the second young master of the Xiao family, who had been doted on since childhood, he had never endured so much humiliation before. Even though he was worried that his own negative publicity might affect his inheritance of the family business, he was determined to avenge this. Hearing what Xiao Wenshuan said, Baixinya instantly felt at ease. She threw herself into the man's arms and traced circles on his chest with her finger, saying, Wenshuan, I knew you were the one who treated me best. Silly girl, I'm your fiancé. Of course, I'll treat you well. Xiao Wenxuan gazed at her affectionately. When their eyes met, an ambiguous atmosphere suddenly filled the air. After the morning incident, when it was time to work in the afternoon, everyone, including Bai Xinya, obediently went to work in the fields. Moreover, since she and Xiao Wenxuan had secretly skipped work in the morning, her workload in the afternoon was twice that of others. Xiao Wenxuan and Bai Xinya were both sneering. They were waiting for an opportunity. As usual, Shen Xi was sitting leisurely under the shade of a tree, poring over ancient books in a languid and casual posture. After going back to the fields, Bai Xinya had learned her lesson. In front of the camera, she pretended to be working hard, yet before long, she began to falter. Looking at Shen Xi, who was at ease under the shade of the tree, Bai Xinya just couldn't contain her anger. She had come to persecute Shen Xi, but now everything had turned around. How abominable! And because she hadn't had enough to eat earlier, her stomach started to spasm incessantly. The taste of hunger was truly unpleasant. Thinking that she had endured all this because of Shen Xi, Bai Xinya couldn't help but mutter curses under her breath. Shen Xi, you bitch, whore. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Bai Xinya excused herself to wash her face and sneaked off to a corner. Soon, she got in touch with new online trolls on the internet. When the day's farm work was almost done, Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan, unable to slack off, were nearly exhausted and on the verge of collapsing. Their whole bodies ached terribly, and they wore glum expressions. Everyone returned to the courtyard where they lived. As Shen Xi stepped into the kitchen, Hu Man appeared behind her and gave a kind smile. I'll come and help you cook. Although my cooking skills aren't very good, I can make some simple dishes. Sure. Shen Xi didn't show much surprise. Then she assigned the task of chopping vegetables to Hu Man and turned around to attend to her own business. After a long while, Hu Man's voice rang out again. However, compared to before, her voice was deliberately lowered. Shen Xi, the Bai and Xiao families still hold some influence. Sometimes, you should be more cautious. Shen Xi cast a glance at Hu Man. In the kitchen, although there was a live, streaming camera, due to its position, it could only vaguely capture the silhouettes. Moreover, for the convenience of their work, the two of them had long removed their ear pieces. Hu Man whispered, you probably haven't checked your phone yet. Just half an hour ago, a multitude of negative announcements about you suddenly emerged on the internet. Shen Xi smiled, appreciating the kindness. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. She knew in her heart that what was destined to happen would come eventually, but in this lifetime, she had struck first. Hu Man felt a bit embarrassed. You helped me with the herbs and cured my ankle. I'm more than grateful. Shen Xi was much easier to get along with than she had imagined. Relaxing completely, Hu Man looked at the ingredients prepared by Shen Xi and asked, the dishes you cook smell so delicious. Could you teach me how to cook them? Of course, Shen Xi nodded, and then briefly explained the cooking steps. Unexpectedly, Hu Man listened quite attentively and even took notes on her phone. Watching this scene, a faint mist welled up in Shen Xi's eyes. In her past life, when participating in exchange lives, she was framed and slandered by Bai Xinya to the extreme, so much so that she was in a daze during the program recording, let alone making good friends. But now, everything was getting better. Hu Man was seized by a great enthusiasm for cooking. So Shen Xi simply entrusted her with the task of preparing dinner that evening. By chance, Shen Xi looked up and noticed that dark clouds had gathered outside the window at some unknown time. It seemed that it was going to rain soon. Thinking of the medicinal herb field in the back mountain, Shen Xi was filled with unease. After informing Hu Man, she casually grabbed an umbrella and made her way up the mountain. Since she had been interested in herbs since childhood, with the consent of her father, Shen Xi had owned her first medicinal herb field at the age of 14. After years of cultivation, the field had become lush and was the apple of Shen Xi's eye. Seeing that the sudden shower was about to arrive and fearing damage to the herb field, Shen Xi quickly set up a white canopy to carefully protect those delicate herbs. The sky was now overcast with rolling clouds. Shen Xi decided to enter the small shed beside the field and wait until the heavy rain had passed before leaving. The shed, about 10 square meters in size, was part of the Shen family's private land and was stocked with common items, so Shen Xi felt quite at ease inside. However, just moments after she sat down, she heard an unusual noise outside the door. When she opened it, a deep voice came from above her head. Pardon me, it's pouring outside. Would it be possible for me to take shelter here? Oh, it's you again. Shen Xi suddenly looked up and saw the handsome face that loomed close before her. Standing in front of her, completely drenched by the rain, was Xie Chongshu. Outside the door, Xie Chongshu was also taken aback. He had not expected to find Shen Xi. The girl he had met once before, behind the door. A faint smile curved his lips. Yes, what a coincidence. Although Xie Chongshu was completely drenched by the rain at the moment, and his clothes clung tightly to his body in a sticky mess, he did not look the least bit disheveled. On the contrary, his well-built physique, which was inadvertently revealed, was extremely alluring. In the past, many of Xie Chongshu's fans would have surely swooned with excitement and let out ear-splitting screams. However, Shen Xi's attention was fixed on the gloomy sky outside where it hadn't started to pour yet. A strange look appeared on her face. Wasn't it not raining outside yet? So, how on earth did Xie Chongshu get himself all wet? Xie Chongshu's expression froze for a moment, and then a helpless look emerged on his face. It wasn't raining here, but it had already started in the mountain forest over there. Following the direction the man pointed at, she saw the dense, dark mountain forest not far away. It was only about 500 meters from here, yet it was the place where the downpour had first arrived. After Shen Xi stepped aside to let the man in, and then closed the door, she curiously asked, "Are you quite interested in the mountain forest?" The last time they met, she also encountered Xie Chongshu in the mountain forest. The man's expression faltered. "I got lost accidentally." Shen Xi was stunned and extended her hand. "Twice?" "Yes, twice." For once, Shen Xi was at a loss for words and gave Xie Chongshu a sympathetic look. How could such a young man be so direction-challenged? Meeting Shen Xi's tactful look, Xie Chongshu was rendered speechless. Logically speaking, he had been to that mountain forest once, and in the past, he would definitely not have gotten lost. However, he had been haunted by bad luck for the past half-year or so. With a heavy sigh, just after Xie Chongshu had entered the door for a short while, a sudden storm descended outside. The dark, menacing clouds hanging overhead were truly terrifying, and the heavy rain pelted down on the glass windows with a deafening noise that sent shivers down one's spine. Looking at the soaking, wet Xie Chongshu, Shen Xi rummaged through the cabinet in the small cottage, found a somewhat old but clean piece of clothing, and tossed it to him. "Here. This is a piece of clothing my elder brother left here before. It should fit you well. Thanks." Xie Chongshu caught the clothing subconsciously, a mix of surprise and complex emotions welling up inside him. Shen Xi had already naturally turned around, leaving him some private space. Without hesitation, Xie Chongshu changed into the clothes right away. Given his current run of bad luck, if he continued to wear wet clothes, he was bound to catch a cold. He wasn't going to trifle with his own health. After quickly changing into the clean clothes, Xie Chongshu regarded Shen Xi with a more profound and thoughtful look in his eyes. He had never forgotten what the master had said before. At first, he had just taken it as a joke, but the successive strange occurrences couldn't simply be attributed to coincidence. Regarding the previous accident with the animal trap, not only did this woman give him a hand, but she also applied herbal medicine to his wound. The seemingly serious wound had mostly healed by the time he had descended the mountain, and now she had taken him in again. Otherwise, judging from his usual fortune, he might really have suffered a great deal in the torrential rain. Shen Xi, Xie Chongshu lightly pursed his thin lips and silently uttered these two words. Yesterday, at his behest, the assistant quickly investigated the results. For a movie king with abundant resources, it was not difficult to find out Shen Xi's basic information. But there was no more in-depth information. After some thought, Xie Chongshu calmly walked over and sat beside Shen Xi. With a low-pitched voice, he said, "I've been saved by you twice. Now, could I have your contact information?" Shen Xi didn't expect Xie Chongshu to bring this up. She asked with a smile, "Given your status in the entertainment circle, aren't you worried about the leakage of your private information?" Currently, Xie Chongshu was the most popular figure in the entertainment industry, adorned with multiple Movie King awards and had millions of fangirls. Even so, no one had ever been able to pry into the forces behind Xie Chongshu. His family background was also deeply concealed. Under such strict circumstances, obtaining Xie Chongshu's contact information was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. In her past life, when Shen Xi was playing a vicious supporting actress in a certain crew, she heard the leading actress joking with others that anyone who got Xie Chongshu's phone number would surely be on the path to great success. Now, this contact information, as precious as gold, was right in front of her? Would you? Xie Chongshu curled his lips and questioned Shen Xi. Shen Xi pondered seriously and said, "If someone gave me 1 million, I'd cash it in right away." Xie Chongshu. Chapter 16. The Mobile Signal Jammer. All right. Consider it a $1,000,000 gift from me. Let's add each other on WeChat. Since Xie Chongshu had been so proactive, Shen Xi didn't decline any longer. Immediately, he took out his phone. As he turned his head, he noticed that Xie Chongshu was staring at his phone in silence, with his brows tightly knitted. What's wrong? Shen Xi asked in puzzlement. Well, it seems there's no signal here. I can't open the QR code. Xie Chongshu wore a somewhat helpless expression. Then he raised his hand and showed Shen Xi his phone, which had no signal at all. How is that possible? My phone has a full signal. Shen Xi was astonished and showed his own phone, which boasted 5 full bars of signal. Xie Chongshu, let me take a look. Maybe you turned off the mobile data. Shen Xi naturally took Xie Chongshu's phone. The next second, a miraculous thing happened. The moment the phone landed in his palm, whoosh. The signal suddenly became full. Shen Xi? Xie Chongshu. Oh, so it was his bad luck acting up. What's going on? Shen Xi was somewhat incredulous. He put the phone back into Xie Chongshu's hand. Then he watched helplessly as the full signal disappeared into thin air in an instant. Shen Xi? Xie Chongshu wore an awkward expression. Life seems meaningless. JPG, well, let me try again. Shen Xi still couldn't believe there was such a strange thing in the world. After a moment of thought, she also stuffed her own phone into Xie Chongshu's hand. The next second, a miraculous thing happened again. The full signal on Shen Xi's phone vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Xi. Xie Chongshu. After a long silence, Shen Xi retrieved her phone and regarded Xie Chongshu with profound respect. Thank you, actor Xie. You've endured so much. This isn't someone merely trying to make a name in the entertainment industry. It's as if you're carrying a signal jammer on your back. Moving forward under such a heavy burden, Xie Chongshu. Then, could you kindly use these 2 phones to add each other on WeChat? Finally, it was Xie Chongshu who cleared his throat slightly, breaking the indescribable and eerie atmosphere. After regaining her composure, Shen Xi nodded, operating 1 phone with each hand. She easily accomplished the task. Eyeing Xie Chongshu's WeChat profile picture with just the elegant Chinese character Xie, Shen Xi raised her eyebrows. Simple and straightforward. It quite matched the personality of actor Xie. When the phone was back in Xie Chongshu's hand, the signal disappeared again. However, Xie Chongshu seemed accustomed to such incidents and calmly slipped the phone into his pocket. Fearing he might feel embarrassed and not being quite used to being alone with a strange man, even if it was Xie Chongshu, Shen Xi quietly moved towards the door. Strangely enough, at the same time, the torrential rain instantly subsided. Shen Xi stared in astonishment and reached out her hand. Strangely enough, the rain ceased after merely 10-odd seconds. Even more incredibly, a rainbow arched gracefully across the fields and mountain peaks. Could it be that I've been blessed with the luck of a celestial koi? Ever since her return, Shen Xi had sensed a subtle shift in her fortune, and this sudden halt of the downpour only intensified that peculiar feeling. Xie Chongshu wordlessly observed everything, the brilliance in his eyes growing even more pronounced. As he pushed open the door, the fresh and delicate fragrance wafted out, intoxicating like a gentle lullaby. Standing outside, Shen Xi stretched lazily. After a brief movement, she glanced at Xie Chongshu, who followed her out, and asked, "Esteemed actor, shall I accompany you back?" Inwardly, she mused that despite his imposing stature, Xie Chongshu seemed to be prone to getting lost. They couldn't afford another incident of him wandering astray in the mountains, or it would pose quite a predicament for Shen Xi. The pure clarity in Xie Chongshu's eyes unmistakably betrayed his lack of sense of direction. His steps faltered, and his profound gaze fixed on Shen Xi. The man let out a helpless chuckle and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." He was acutely aware of his streak of ill fortune. Were he to leave this door alone, he might end up wandering aimlessly in the mountains all night without finding his way back. Guided by Xie Chongshu's description, Shen Xi led him down the mountain. After a meandering journey, they finally reached their destination. Throughout the way, there was little conversation. One walked briskly ahead, carefree and at ease, while the other trailed behind, lost in his own thoughts. Xie Chongshu rented a small rural villa in Xinjia village. Coincidentally, she was familiar with the place, so it was not difficult. After seeing everyone off, Shen Xi waved her hand, and with a graceful flutter of her figure, she headed home. Unexpectedly, within less than an hour after her departure, something went wrong. When Shen Xi stepped into the small courtyard in the evening, it was surprisingly noisy. There were loud shouts and hoarse cries. Pushing through the crowd, she saw a 6 or 7-year-old little boy tightly clutching his own throat. His face instantly turned cyanotic, and he couldn't breathe. It seemed that something had gotten stuck in his throat. "Hurry up. What should we do? Where is the medical team?" Try pouring water into his mouth. Don't let something really go wrong. Damn it. Why did they give the child such big, shelled things to eat? If something happens, we're all in trouble. A large crowd surrounded the boy, including the staff of the program. They all gathered around the little boy with grim expressions. Shen Xi squinted her eyes and noticed that all the guests participating in the program were also there. Among them, Bai Xinya's face was the palest. The crowd was in a noisy mess, but they couldn't come up with a decent solution. At this moment, the little boy's face was getting more and more cyanotic, and his eyes were constantly rolling up. It seemed that he had reached the limit of his endurance. Get out of the way. Seeing the crowd at a loss and constantly wasting precious time, Shen Xi didn't care about anything else. She pushed through the crowd and hugged the little boy around the waist, holding him tightly in her arms. With a clenched right fist, Shen Xi pressed it against the little boy's upper abdomen and then exerted force vigorously upwards and backwards, continuously squeezing his abdomen. Shen Xi's sudden action stunned everyone present, leaving them rooted to the spot. After repeating this for nearly 30 seconds, there was finally some movement. Cough. Wow. Along with a bout of violent vomiting. The foreign object that had been stuck in the little boy's throat finally came out. As his breathing became smooth, his complexion gradually returned to normal. However, the terrifying shadow of being unable to breathe previously still lingered. Lying in Shen Xi's embrace, the little boy couldn't stop crying. Woo, woo. Xiaodian. It's okay. Don't cry. Shen Xi gently patted Shen Tian's back and soothed him in a soft voice. Shen Tian was the little grandson of Aunt Jiang next door. They usually interacted quite frequently. No one expected such a thing to happen today. The child was so young that he was really scared out of his wits at this moment. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watching the program had been extremely worried because of this sudden incident. No one expected that Shen Xi could resolve it with just a few moves, which made them quite restless. Is Shen Xi a celestial being? With just those few actions, she saved the boy? It's so heart-wrenching to watch. You know, having a foreign object stuck in the throat is a very terrifying thing. One misstep and a person could lose their life within minutes. Hiss. It's really hard, stopping to watch. As a medical student, I'd like to offer some knowledge to everyone here. The action Shen Xi just performed is called the Heimlich maneuver. It is highly recommended for popularization as it can truly save lives in critical moments. Chapter 17. Go to hell. Outside the camera, the program director collapsed onto the ground, his face suffused with an expression of profound relief. Fortunately, the child was successfully rescued. Otherwise, if their program group had caused a fatality, not only would the variety show be in jeopardy, but he, as the chief person in charge, would surely face severe consequences. With these thoughts in mind, Sun Hanyang regarded Shen Xi with a touch more fervor in his eyes. Shen Xi, I'm truly grateful to you this time. As if oblivious to the director's obsequious demeanor, Shen Xi inquired, these are trivial matters. However, where did these shelled nuts come from? The latter's complexion stiffened. Although he didn't utter a word, his eyes shifted towards the guests. Among them, Baixinya's guilt was so blatant that it was almost impossible to conceal. Yes, it was me who gave them to him. Under Shen Xi's familiar, frigid gaze, Baixinya couldn't bear it any longer and, pale-faced, confessed. I'm sorry. I was just being kind-hearted and wanted the child to taste these delicious nuts. Who would have known that in the blink of an eye? He carelessly swallowed them. In her words, she shifted all the blame onto the child who was less than 7 years old. Xinya, I have to say something. The man beside her couldn't stand it any longer and said with a lingering fear, you were the one teasing the child with the nuts. Eventually, you lost patience and simply handed the nuts over to him. At Shen Tian's age, children are at their most curious. When they get hold of delicious snacks, their first instinct is to pop them into their mouths. Previously, as she had never seen nuts in their shells before, she just forced them in directly, which led to the problem. I really didn't do it on purpose. Confronted with numerous silent accusing looks, Baixinya's face turned ugly. She summoned all her strength and squeezed her eye sockets, and soon tears rolled down from her eyes. Sorry, I really had no idea it would turn out like this. Whoa. Previously, because she had made a complete fool of herself on the show, Baixinya had to look for another way to showcase herself. Coincidentally, she met Shen Tian, who came to Shen Xi's home. She then intended to create an image of a warm-hearted and considerate elder sister, showing care and love for the child to gain some popularity for herself. However, due to her meager knowledge reserve, her plan backfired completely. She even almost caused a fatality. At this moment, even though she was crying so prettily like a pear blossom in the rain, most people present didn't have the slightest sentiment of pity and tenderness. After all, if it weren't for Shen Xi's appearance, a lively life would have vanished right before their eyes. The barrage on the live stream was also mercilessly critical. Shifting all the blame onto a child, Baixinya, is really something. It really proves what Shen Xi said. Stupid people should read more books. Look at her attitude. She shows not a bit of remorse even after almost killing someone. Ugh. Look at Shen Xi. As soon as she took action, she was able to help. In contrast, Xie is just a useless wretch. Well, who would deny it? After several days of turmoil, Xie's popularity among the general public had deteriorated significantly. Having purchased a public opinion monitoring team, they never expected her to cause so much trouble. For the moment, they hadn't had time to follow up and delete the relevant information. Xie also sensed the awkward stillness in the atmosphere at this moment. Standing there awkwardly, she was filled with intense remorse. She was on the verge of a breakdown and began to doubt herself, wondering if she was good for nothing. Her gaze accidentally met Shen Xi's frosty eyes, and her body stiffened as a surge of hostility welled up. It was just an accidental choking incident. It was such a trivial matter. Yet, it seemed as if she was being held entirely responsible. On the other side, Aunt Jiang, who had been waiting for her grandson for a long time, finally found them. When she learned that Shen Tian had almost choked to death on a foreign object in his throat, she was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body. After repeatedly confirming that Shen Tian was okay, she held Shen Xi's hand and expressed her gratitude earnestly. Xie, Aunt Jiang owes you a huge debt of gratitude. Aunt Jiang, don't say that. It's what I should do. Looking at Shen Tian, who was still sobbing in Aunt Jiang's arms, Shen Xi lowered her voice and advised, Shen Tian has suffered just now. He is weak, and there might be sequelae. Just to be on the safe side, he should be taken to a big hospital for a check-up. Yes, you're right. Aunt Jiang was initially in a panic, but after calming down, she nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, the program crew specially dispatched a vehicle to send them to the big hospital in the town immediately. After all, it was their negligence and supervision that almost led to a disaster. After Aunt Jiang took Shen Tian away in a hurry, many of the people gathered in the yard dispersed. However, the silent and frosty atmosphere lingered. Everyone's gazes, either consciously or unconsciously, fell upon Xie, the culprit. Sensing those fleeting, inquisitive looks, Xie clenched her fists. In a spot where the camera couldn't capture, her face contorted with rage. It was just an accidental choking incident. Moreover, it was that brat who wasn't being careful. How could they blame her for this? Taking advantage of others' inattention, she fled in a flash. Once back in her room, she eagerly grabbed her phone and searched online. All the posts and messages about her were filled with nothing but condemnation and scolding. Careless, trouble, making, almost causing someone's death. Although she had anticipated this, seeing these comments still made her flush with anger. It wasn't until she came across a few scattered comments praising her beauty that her mood calmed down a bit. Unfortunately, Xie was unaware that those so-called flattering comments were all from paid online trolls. Even so, when she saw the unanimous praise for Shen Xi across the whole network, envy instantly shattered all the barriers of her rationality. Her eyes burned red with jealousy. Since the start of the program recording, she had never gotten the upper hand when facing Shen Xi. If things continued like this, she would be the one completely crushed. No, this couldn't happen. She had to come up with a good plan. Preferably, a plan that could thoroughly trample Shen Xi underfoot. With calculating eyes constantly flickering, looking at the expensive beads on her wrist, Xie gritted her teeth, and soon a malicious smile spread across her face. Perish, Shen Xi, she hissed inwardly. Consumed by spite. A forsaken woman, a wretch doomed from the start, utterly unrefined. Even if you are the genuine heiress, it matters not. I shall ensure your utter ruin. Having dined, Shen Xi, with prior notice, excused herself from the ongoing filming. A mere 15-minute journey along the lane leading to her abode brought her to the village council of the Shen family. The room was brightly lit and teeming with people, including the village head, Shen. After greeting the assembled elders, Shen Xi discreetly took a seat. Soon after, the gathering was complete. I apologize for disturbing you all at this late hour, Shen village head began, but concerning the future educational advancement of our Shen family village, I had to summon everyone here. Without further ado, he broached the subject of a charitable donation for establishing a primary school. After a lengthy discourse, punctuated by a hearty gulp of tea, he concluded, all of this is thanks to the generosity of Mr. Xie. Mr. Xie? Shen Xi's wandering thoughts were abruptly jolted back to attention. The image of the man who exuded an aura of nobility and sharpness even amidst the tempestuous rainstorm resurfaced in her mind. Raising her head, she noticed a tall figure beside the village head. Xie Chongshu sat there, his noble mien undiminished even in the dim light. It was precisely at this moment that the man inadvertently raised his head and happened to meet Shen Xi's inquisitive gaze. Chapter 18. Framing Xie Chongshu's eyes first froze, and then his lips slowly curved into a faint arc. He also didn't expect to encounter Shen Xi here. Due to a single remark from village head Shen Everyone's attention subconsciously shifted towards Xie Chongshu. When they caught sight of Xie Chongshu's flawless and extremely handsome countenance, everyone gasped in astonishment. Hiss. Goodness. In all my years, I've never laid eyes on such a handsome lad. Don't you think he looks a bit familiar? He resembles those stars on TV. Although the elderly villagers often watched TV, they rarely followed stars. Hence, they didn't have much awareness of Xie Chongshu's status as a pre-eminent movie star. Most of them regarded him with a sense of novelty and kindness. Some even whispered quietly, "My eldest daughter isn't married yet. Maybe I could coax this handsome young man back home. That would be a great blessing for our ancestors." Cough, cough. Let's focus on the main business. Seeing that the focus of the meeting was blurring, village head Shen quickly spoke up to bring the topic back on track. Meanwhile, he cautiously glanced at Xie Chongshu sitting beside him. This was a generous benefactor that their Xinjia village had encountered with great difficulty, and they must treat him well. After repeatedly confirming that there was no sign of dissatisfaction on Xie Chongshu's face, village head Shen finally managed to calm his wavering heart. The matter of constructing the Hope Primary School was of great significance. Everyone discussed it for a long time. Eventually, somehow, this important task landed on Shen Xi. Why not let Shen Xi share her thoughts? She is young and full of ideas. Yes, after all, she is the first outstanding college student from our Xinjia village. Shen Xi blinked her eyes. Oh, so she wasn't just here as an extra? However, when it came to the future educational development of Xinjia village, Shen Xi didn't decline. After a moment of pondering, she began, actually, building a Hope Primary School isn't that difficult. As long as the funds are in place and a suitable construction company is found, it can be done. The key lies in the subsequent educational resources. After having a place for classes, how can we ensure a sufficient teaching staff? Also, the subsequent curriculum arrangement and how long this sponsorship can last are all issues that need to be considered. The meeting room fell silent. Although Shen Xi's voice was soft, her clear and pure voice allowed everyone to hear her clearly. Everyone was stunned at first and then nodded in succession. Yes, that's exactly what we mean. If there are no teachers to teach the students, then building this Hope Primary School would be a waste. Listen to what Shen Xi is saying. It sounds much more refined than what we rough and tumble folks can say. Indeed, as expected of an educated person, she is truly different. Shen Xi coughed lightly, looking serious on the surface, but the tips of her ears hidden in her black hair blushed involuntarily. After all, it was just simple and superficial knowledge, and showing off in front of a movie king made her feel a bit embarrassed. Not far away, Xie Chongshu seemed to be staring blankly, but a faint ripple of amusement would occasionally flash across his deep eyes. His slender right hand tapped on the table, which was his habitual gesture when thinking. The young girl, though seemingly youthful, shows remarkable thoroughness in her thinking. With Shen Xi's opening remarks, the subsequent communication went much more smoothly. By the time the meeting was nearly over, most of the relevant issues had been negotiated. Xie Chongshu was also easy to talk to. He came here genuinely for charity, not just for show, and his arrangements were well thought out. Seeing that things were mostly sorted out, Shen Xi lazily yawned. After giving Xie Chongshu a smile, she secretly found an opportunity to slip home first. Little did she expect that when she pushed open the courtyard door, there were quite a few people gathered in front of her room. The place was brightly lit, which was highly unusual. Shen Xi immediately stopped in her tracks. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Normally, the time for the live broadcast program had long passed. However, looking around, the photographers were each holding bulky equipment, and there were also many staff members surrounding them, including the director. The scene gradually overlapped with that of her past life, almost exactly the same. Under the ambiguous gazes of the crowd, Shen Xi squinted her eyes slightly and stepped into the small courtyard. The next moment, she heard Bai Xinya crying out aggrievedly with tears in her eyes, "Shen Xi, that gemstone bracelet was a special birthday gift from the family for me. Please return it to me, okay?" Shen Xi halted in her steps, and a sneer welled up in her heart. Finally, it had come. After Bai Xinya's tearful account, the people who were originally confused finally understood what had happened. Just before falling asleep, Bai Xinya suddenly noticed that her bracelet was missing. She searched the entire room but couldn't find it. Suddenly, she remembered that Shen Xi had passed by her room just now, so she suspected that Shen Xi had stolen it. Hearing this, Hu Man glanced at Shen Xi, who was standing not far away with a cold expression, and frowned as she spoke. "If something is lost, you can look for it. But on what grounds do you simply assume that it was Shen Xi who took it? Just now, I saw Shen Xi secretly passing by my room. In the blink of an eye, my bracelet was gone. Besides her, who else could it be?" Bai Xinya wept copiously, gasping for breath. That was specially prepared by my family for my 18th birthday. It's worth 2 million. Oh, 2 million. Once these words were uttered, everyone present changed their expressions. Even the director behind the live broadcast camera stared wide-eyed. Goodness, losing such a valuable item. Wouldn't he also get into trouble? Amid the crowd, only Shen Xi remained unfazed, standing still in her place. However, upon closer inspection, the frost in her eyes had deepened. A sneer welled up in her heart. Framing and false accusation, such a familiar tactic. It seemed like a brainless way of framing, yet it was the most cost-effective means. In her previous life, didn't she step into this deep pit unwittingly? Even now, Shen Xi still clearly remembered that in the previous life, when participating in the variety show Exchange Lives, the same thing had happened. Only this time, Bai Xinya had lost a cash package worth tens of thousands of yuan. Everyone had been busy looking for it for a long time, and finally, it was found under the bed in Shen Xi's room. Caught red-handed and in a live, streaming state, the facts were right there in front of everyone, leaving her no room for defense. In such a hasty and brutal manner, the label of thief was firmly slapped on her head. As a result, during the subsequent 7 years of struggling in the entertainment circle, the two words thief had been like a curse, shadowing her constantly. And the root cause of all this was Bai Xinya. Thinking of this, a chill deepened in Shen Xi's eyes. She really overestimated Bai Xinya. After being reborn, it's now 1 million worth of jewelry. At this moment, as Bai Xinya wailed and cried, the once quiet live streaming room gradually became ablaze with excitement. Holy cow! Just during dinner time, it suddenly got so thrilling. Someone stole something, and Bai Xinya claims it was Shen Xi. 2 million. So rich. I'll never be able to touch that much money in my life. So sad. Shen Xi, who would have thought? At such a young age, she turns out to be a thief. Shameless. Don't talk nonsense. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Shen Xi is so cool. I'm on her side. Chapter 19. I believe in her. Under the public opinion manipulation of those with ulterior motives, the matter escalated. The program crew could not withstand the pressure from Bai Xinya. Reluctantly, they went back to check the previous live streaming footage. Sure enough, in the 2-hour recording video, they saw the segment where Shen Xi passed by Bai Xinya's room. Bai Xinya covered her face and sobbed pitifully. Shen Xi, if you're short of money, just tell me. Why do you have to do such sneaky things? I just passed by. Are you so certain that I did it? Shen Xi sneered coldly. Then she glanced at the director, Sun Hanyang, and said, I informed you earlier that I needed to attend the meeting held in the village. This path in front of Bai Xinya's room is the only way there. Immediately, a look of embarrassment flashed across Sun Hanyang's face. He looked at Bai Xinya and said, she just passed by? It can't prove that Shen Xi took the things. It must be her. There's no mistake. Bai Xinya burst into tears again, her eyes filled with tears as she said, if you don't believe it, just search her room. Problem solved. Shen Xi fixed her gaze on Bai Xinya and said, how can you be so sure? Could it be that you put the things there yourself? Shen Xi, it's no use for you to defend yourself. Just return the things to me. I won't hold it against you. Bai Xinya's face turned pale. She felt a bit guilty when being confronted, yet she still maintained a resolute look on her face. Kong Yuanli, standing beside them, was getting impatient. He blurted out impatiently, it's just a room search. Such a trivial matter should be resolved earlier. After a long and tiring day of busyness, he was already exhausted. Wasn't it just 2 million? Wouldn't it be better to end this earlier and go back to the room to rest? Shen Xi let out a scoff towards Kong Yuanli and said, it's always said that those lacking in wit should read more. How many times has it been, yet you still don't use your head and keep butting in? Kong Yuanli immediately felt as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. He opened his mouth, but after a long moment, he closed it again. Seeing Shen Xi assert herself, Bai Xinya panicked a bit. Immediately, she fiercely pinched her thigh, and soon tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Don't worry. After the bracelet is found, I definitely won't blame you. Everyone makes mistakes. I'll forgive you generously. With this display of fragility, like a delicate flower in the rain, the people present couldn't help but soften their hearts. After all, a delicate woman crying like this always had a great power of persuasion. Since things had come to this point, it wouldn't hurt for Shen Xi to let them search. Sure enough, she was still just a rustic country bumpkin. So stubborn and lacking in grace. Alas, they could have almost finished and gone to rest. It was all Shen Xi's fault for causing a ruckus and wasting everyone's time. For a moment, complaints filled the air. Hearing the complaints around her, Bai Xinya felt even more smug in her heart. It was as if she could already envision the scene where Shen Xi would be reviled by everyone. By the time the bracelet was retrieved from the room, it would be the moment when Shen Xi could never make a comeback. Amid the noisy hubbub, Shen Xi stood there calmly all along, her tone tranquil as she asked, "What will you do if it's ultimately proven that I didn't take the bracelet?" Without a second thought, Xia blurted out, "If it really isn't in your possession, you can decide whatever you want." A flicker of disdain and mockery flashed across one's eyes. Did one really think they could turn the tables against all odds? What a pity, Shen Xi. You'll never witness that day. Intelligence is a precious asset, yet regrettably, some people are never endowed with it. Beneath Shen Xi's veil, her expression was cold and sneering. Eventually, the group marched in a grand manner towards Shen Xi's room. However, the protagonist herself strolled unhurriedly at the rear, her steps always exuding an air of indolence and leisure. Hu Man approached Shen Xi and whispered, "Are you all right?" Naturally, Hu Man didn't believe that Shen Xi was the thief. Nevertheless, given the current situation, it was undoubtedly Shen Xi's dignity that had been compromised. Shen Xi didn't expect Hu Man to be the first to show concern for her. She gave Hu Man a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing this, Hu Man didn't say anything more. Zhao Hongshan also cast occasional inquisitive glances at her, but there was no hint of discrimination or contempt in his eyes. Presumably, without solid evidence, no one believed that Shen Xi was capable of such a deed. At that moment, a staff member emerged from Shen Xi's room and shouted, "We found it. The bracelet is in Shen Xi's room." This statement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a great commotion. Almost simultaneously, everyone's gazes shifted in unison. There, in the staff member's hands, was indeed a bracelet, along with Xinya's startled cry, "Yes, this is my bracelet." So, Xinya's bracelet had truly been found in Shen Xi's room. The evidence was irrefutable. Shen Xi is the thief. Shen Xi, I don't blame you. You just made a mistake out of a moment of confusion, right? The sobbing voice of Xinya came into everyone's ears. After all, this bracelet is extremely expensive. If it were pawned, it could fetch a substantial sum of money. At this moment, the looks everyone gave Shen Xi became rather strange. Xiao Wenxuan stood beside Xinya, wearing an expression of disdain and disgust. Meanwhile, Hu Man, Zhao Haoshan, and the others merely frowned. Even Kong Yuanli looked somewhat incredulous, his eyes shifting between Shen Xi and Xinya. Although he had only known Shen Xi for a short period, he believed that she was not the kind of person who was greedy for money. And at this moment, when the bracelet worth 2 million was found in Shen Xi's room, the live streaming room erupted. Damn, has the situation taken a turn? Is it really Shen Xi who stole it? Oh my god, who would have thought Shen Xi was such a person? Hehe, I guessed it long ago. Among so many people, Shen Xi is the poor country bumpkin. Only she would do something as greedy and thievish as this. It's impossible. I don't believe it. She looks so upright. How could she be a thief? In the live streaming room, there was nothing but condemnation and humiliation directed at Shen Xi. The director beside them was also stunned, clearly not expecting the situation to develop to this extent. This matter has nothing to do with me. From beginning to end, Shen Xi stood there calmly, her gaze as cold as ice. She intended to use this incident to truly see the nature of people and how many would seize the opportunity to kick a person when they were down. Xiao Wenxuan constantly consoled Xinya, firmly believing in his heart that Shen Xi was the thief. He immediately sneered and said, "The things were found in your room. Let's see how you can still defend yourself. No one will believe your nonsense." "No, I believe her." Suddenly, a clear and cold male voice sounded deeply in the crowd. The refuting words were so clear and resounding that in an instant, everyone's eyes began to search. They were also curious to know who had the audacity to vouch for Shen Xi when the evidence of the crime was right there. Following the gazes, everyone finally saw a man who had appeared behind Shen Xi at some unknown time. He was simply dressed in black clothes and long trousers. Yet he couldn't conceal the noble and cold aura all over his body. Included was that extremely handsome face. In an instant, everyone froze on the spot. Who could tell them why movie Emperor Xie Chongshu was here? Chapter 20. Do you look down on me? At the same moment, the once noisy live streaming room fell silent instantly with the appearance of Xie Chongshu. What followed was a gush of ear-splitting screams. Xie Chongshu? Am I seeing things or having an early dream? How could I see the movie Emperor Xie here? What the hell? How could this second-tier variety show Exchange Lives manage to invite the movie Emperor Xie? Huh? It's the movie Emperor Xie. Woo! Look at this flawless man. I haven't seen a new photo of the movie Emperor Xie for half a year. No more talking. I'm going to call my little sisters to drool over his face. Within just 2 minutes, the popularity of the program skyrocketed. Countless people flooded into the live streaming room, and the traffic reached an unprecedented peak. Immediately, the hashtag Xie Chongshu participates in exchange lives topped the trending list. This clearly demonstrated Xie Chongshu's influence in the entertainment circle. With just one move, it was a game-winning strike. When those who came here out of admiration saw Xie Chongshu on the screen, the thick barrage of comments densely covered the entire live streaming footage. I'm dying of cuteness. Even under the awful lighting, the movie Emperor Xie's stunning beauty remains intact. I hereby declare that the movie Emperor Xie is an eternal god. Brother, look at me. I miss you so much, Wu. The one above is still being too reserved. I'll just boldly say, hi, hubby. Watching the soaring traffic and attention, the director outside the camera was beaming from ear to ear. Goodness. Who would have thought that the renowned actor Xie would descend upon us like a gift from heaven? Hee, this is simply a stroke of incredible luck. The other guests on the variety show stood there, stunned. None of them had expected Xie Chongshu to show up here. Although they were all involved in the entertainment industry, it was evident that, given Xie Chongshu's current status and position, they were far beneath his station. It seemed, however, that actor Xie appeared to know Shen Xi. For a moment, many inquisitive gazes lingered on the two of them. Upon seeing the man behind her, Shen Xi was momentarily in a daze. Why have you come? You walk too fast. The village head told me later that you need to handle the matters regarding the Hope Primary School with me, Xie Chongshu said in a deep, resonant voice. Shen Xi nodded. No problem. The natural way they interacted left everyone on the scene in shock, including the viewers watching the live stream. Wait. Is the man chatting so naturally with this woman really our actor Xie? Hey, sister from the previous post, same here. Isn't it said that there aren't even female mosquitoes around actor Xie? Wow, this young lady with the veil looks so mysterious and has an extraordinary temperament. Just then, the paid online trolls someone had hired in advance started to cause a ruckus. They hurled all sorts of filthy insults at Shen Xi. Don't be deceived. Everyone. This woman named Shen Xi is actually an absolute eyesore. Her face is swollen and festering. One look at her is enough to make your eyes burn. She is also extremely vicious and selfish. Just because Baixinha is 100 times more beautiful than her, she has always been jealous and targeted at her. She has sticky fingers and stole a 2 million yuan bracelet from Baixinha. Now, she has been caught red-handed. Shen Xi, a thief. Shen Xi, a thief. Shen Xi, a thief. At this moment, even though Xie Chongshu's sudden appearance was a great surprise, the theft case remained unresolved. Shen Xi, if you're really in financial difficulties, I can lend you money. However, stealing is an unacceptable act. Even though Baixinha was shocked inside that Xie Chongshu supported Shen Xi, on the surface, she could only feign extreme grievance and tenderness while speaking gracefully. Let's just let it go this time. Anyway, the bracelet has been found, so it's fine. But you must never make such a mistake again in the future. Shen Xi watched Baixinha's hypocritical show with a cold gaze and couldn't help sneering inwardly. It was the same in her previous life. After a large amount of cash was found in her room, she was completely stunned at that time. Amid all the chaos, the charge of theft had been firmly placed on her. No matter how she tried to explain and deny, she was unable to defend herself. With Baixinha's innocent and pure act beforehand, in everyone's mind, she was a greedy and vicious woman who didn't know what was good for her. No one believed what she said, even though it was the truth. Now, Baixinha wanted to repeat history. How could she let her have her way? Did you damage both your brain and your tongue last time? Has the cancer cells now spread to your ears? Shen Xi wore an indifferent expression and said, if you have a hearing problem, go see a doctor. I'm not a veterinarian. Veterinarian. Did this imply that Baixinha was an animal? Everyone was initially stunned. And then, after reflecting on it, they were all astounded. How could Shen Xi still be so audacious at this point? Shen Xi, you can't insult people again and again. Baixinha continued her act with tears welling in her eyes. They say that though one may be poor, one should have integrity. Stealing is truly a despicable act. It might even land one in jail. However, as she spoke, a sense of unease gradually crept over her. Something was amiss. This was not how she had envisioned it. Why didn't Shen Xi seem the least bit nervous? Shen Xi, they claim you stole a bracelet worth 2 million. At this moment, Xie Chongshu, who had quietly accompanied Shen Xi without saying a word, suddenly let out a soft chuckle and slowly spoke with his deep and soothing voice. Yet you didn't even take a fancy to the wristwatch on my hand. Could it be that you disdained it? The noise in the room subsided instantly, and everyone involuntarily began to ponder. Judging from the tone of the great actor Xie, he was acquainted with Shen Xi, and their friendship seemed rather profound. Moreover, what wristwatch was it? Wasn't this the latest custom-made wristwatch just launched by Brand G this season? It was rumored to cost no less than 10 million. Kong Yuanli, with his sharp eyes and being from a wealthy family, had better discriminatory abilities than ordinary people. That was a private, customized item from Brand G, only available to esteemed VIP customers. Oh, the whole room was once again in shock. A wristwatch worth tens of millions. Does actor Xie mean he intended to give it to Shen Xi, yet Shen Xi refused? Instinctively, everyone's gazes gradually shifted to Shen Xi once again. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Shen Xi. A wristwatch? What watch? How could she be unaware of it? Shen Xi, the person involved, turned her eyes to the man beside her, and there gradually emerged a hint of focus and astonishment in her eyes. He was helping her. I've met Shen Xi a few times before, and she's assisted me a great deal. Xie Chongshu slightly arched his eyebrows and spoke unhurriedly. I originally intended to present this wristwatch worth tens of millions to her, but she declined. Then, how could such a person be attracted to a mere bracelet worth $1 million? Whoosh. The whole venue was in an uproar, with everyone craning their necks. A mere $2 million bracelet was simply incomparable to a customized wristwatch worth tens of millions. Shen Xi was truly fortunate. However, since she didn't even bat an eye at a wristwatch worth tens of millions, how could Shen Xi have stolen Bai Xinya's bracelet out of greed? People instinctively turned their gazes towards Shen Xi, and the skeptical looks faded considerably. Shen Xi stood still on the spot. Her clear eyes shifted aside and landed on Xie Chongshu. He had even told a lie to help her. Their eyes met, and Xie Chongshu was the first to calmly avert his gaze. He had repaid the debt of gratitude for saving him, although he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. From just 2 brief encounters, he didn't think Shen Xi was the kind of person who would commit a crime for petty gains. Now, the so-called evidence lies right before everyone's eyes, and all this is happening under the live stream camera. If Shen Xi cannot be cleared in a short period, in the overwhelming noise of the internet, Shen Xi is highly likely to be unjustly labeled as a thief. Perhaps his entire life could be ruined by this trivial incident. He cannot bear to see this. Not only those on the scene, but also the viewers watching the program in the live stream room are extremely shocked. Is the plot accelerating? Why do I find it increasingly hard to follow? Wait, if what actor Xie said is true, then Shen Xi surely isn't the thief. Who would forego a legitimate multi-million-dollar watch and instead take the risk to steal a mere $2 million bracelet? Haha. The one above is getting carried away. 2 million can be described as mere. Right from the start, I've sensed something amiss. There seems to be an air of mystery surrounding the whole thing. The so-called evidence gathering process was far too swift and effortless, wasn't it? I'm a fan of actor Xie. I'm on his side. The facts are plain for all to see. Shen Xi is the thief. Even actor Xie can't try to muddy the waters. Is actor Xie seeing things? He dares to vouch for a thief. Isn't he afraid of ruining his well-established good reputation over the years? Teacher Xie, do you still remember me? We took a photo together. You're a highly respected senior in the industry. However, what happened to Shen Xi is something we've all witnessed. I don't think these two things should be conflated. Bai Xinyan never expected that just when the matter was about to be settled, actor Xie, who believed in Shen Xi, would suddenly step in, which almost made her fume with rage. For a moment, she could only try to sort out the relationships and then put on a pitiful act. Tears immediately streamed down her face uncontrollably, presenting an extremely pitiable appearance. Who are you? Xie Chongshu frowned deeply, his tone tinged with contemplation. He truly didn't recognize the woman in front of him. Bai Xinyan instantly felt a pang of pent-up anger in her heart, and her body trembled violently. The bullet screen comments were unreservedly full of ridicule. Ha ha ha, amazing. Simply incredible. Did you see Bai Xinyan's stiff face? She put on such a show. But the actor Xie doesn't even know who she is. Suddenly, Shen Xi began to clap her hands, a mocking smile on her face. You act so well. So exquisitely. That Bai Xinyan is in a complete mess. There was a thief in our village before. Since then, I've installed a surveillance camera at my door. Let's see how you'll continue your act later. As soon as Shen Xi said this, Bai Xinyan's face instantly turned deathly pale, and her lips quivered constantly. Where did the surveillance camera come from? Bai Xinyan tried hard to suppress her panic. There were still traces of tears on her face, and her mouth opened and closed in disbelief. Shen Xi wasn't done yet, and continued, I was worried there might be blind spots in our village. So, I've installed a total of 10 surveillance cameras around the house. As long as anyone steps near my room, they'll definitely be caught on camera. There are no blind spots at all. 10 surveillance cameras. Bai Xinyan felt a surge of blood rising to her throat. The people around also looked rather odd. Even Xie Chongshu was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. It seemed he had worried too much. There are also numerous surveillance cameras installed around the area where she lives. Shen Xi, this woman, is truly a ruthless and formidable character. Chapter 21. The Double. Standard hypocrite. Fortunately, with the experience of her past life, Shen Xi made preparations in advance. Xie Chongshu's smile became even more intriguing. Shen Xi was more interesting than he had imagined. Xie Chongshu flickered his eyes and shifted the topic to the matter at hand. Since there are surveillance cameras, let's retrieve the footage immediately. The people around nodded in agreement. Only Bai Xinya was sweating profusely, and her complexion grew paler. Shen Xi didn't even bother to take a look. She calmly retrieved the surveillance footage and quickly set the time back to 2 hours ago. For a moment, everyone's gazes involuntarily converged on the screen. The director even pointed the live, broadcast camera directly at it. Everyone held their breath. Before long, a woman in a long dress appeared on the screen. First, she nervously glanced around twice, then quickly slipped into Shen Xi's room. In less than a minute, she swiftly walked out. Not long after, she disappeared from the surveillance camera. Everyone's gazes simultaneously turned towards a certain place. At the end of their focused line of sight, Bai Xinya looked panicked and lost. The person who had secretly slipped into Shen Xi's room was none other than her. However, this was not the only crucial point. The surveillance camera captured everything clearly. Everyone could see that before Bai Xinya went in, the legendary bracelet worth 2 million was still properly worn on her wrist. But when she left in a hurry later, the bracelet had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, everyone's faces showed expressions of sudden realization. Goodness! It turned out that this whole thing was a self-directed and self-acted farce. The live stream chat room on the screen paused noticeably. Immediately after, a flurry of question marks inundated the screen. Is there such an operation? I understand. It must be that Shen Xi offended Bai Xinya before, so she's taking revenge. How chilling it is when one ponders over it. This is madness. Shen Xi is so unlucky to be targeted by such a crazy woman. It sends shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, Shen Xi installed a camera in advance. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to clear her name. Bai Xinya is so vicious. I was wrong. I shouldn't have accused Shen Xi recklessly just now. It's still hard to tell. These things don't prove much. The chat room was in utter chaos, while the yard seemed rather quiet. Many cast sidelong glances at Bai Xinya, their eyes filled with a tinge of strangeness and wariness. One can't judge a book by its cover. Bai Xinya turned out to be so scheming. If Shen Xi hadn't installed the camera, they would have all been deceived by this woman and unwittingly become her scapegoats. Shut down the live stream right away. Sun Hanyang, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, gritted his teeth, weighed the pros and cons, and then instructed his subordinates. The responsible staff quickly turned off the live stream. The screen went black instantly, showing nothing. What? Why did they turn off the live stream? I wanted to keep watching. Exactly. We just saw that Bai Xinya brought the bracelet in herself. Shen Xi is innocent. Even though the director turned off the live stream in time, the matter was far from resolved. In the small courtyard, the air was so cold that it made people shiver. Everyone's gazes landed on the two people confronting each other in the middle, either obviously or subtly. Now, Bai Xinya, do you still want to perform another act? Shen Xi being stared at Bai Xinya with a frosty look in her eyes. Bai Xinya stood there stupidly, her mind completely blank at the moment. Her lips quivered, and there was only one thought lingering in her mind. It's over. She was doomed. She never expected that such a seemingly flawless plan would ultimately be foiled by the dozens of cameras installed by Shen Xi. What a thoroughly vicious person. Suddenly, a flash of quick wittedness emerged in Bai Xinya's not very well-developed brain. She suddenly covered her face and burst into tears, once again playing the role of an overacting drama queen. Woo, 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 it's great. It turns out that I misunderstood you, Shen Xi. I just remembered that I wanted to find you for something just now, but you weren't there. Who would have thought that I accidentally dropped my bracelet in the room? I was so anxious before that I couldn't recall this matter. I'm sorry. Fortunately, I finally found the bracelet. However, in the eyes of everyone present, her current appearance seemed extremely ironic. What a lousy excuse. Does she really think everyone will still blindly believe her? Shen Xi looked at this scene sarcastically. Bai Xinya had used the trick of shedding tears to gloss over things to the fullest extent on her in her previous life. Did she still want her to swallow her grievances this life? In her dreams. Call the police, Shen Xi said indifferently. Everyone present was shocked. Bai Xinya's head was buzzing. No, you can't call the police. If the entertainment journalists who are always quick to catch wind of things arrive and write a load of nonsense. And if the matter gets out, not only will she bring disgrace to the Bai family, but also leave a stain on her resume, making it extremely difficult for her to achieve anything remarkable in the entertainment circle in the future. No, Shen Xi, I'm sorry. I wrongly blamed you. Xia panicked. Then she pinched her thigh hard and burst into tears again. It was just a minor accident. I'm apologizing to you. You can't keep holding this against me. Keep holding this against her? Shen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia, what kind of feat has made your face so thick? The guests participating in the variety show also wore complex expressions. It was clearly Xia's fault, yet in the end, she was blaming Shen Xi. Xie Chongshu cast a cold glance at Xia. Just that single look was enough to make his impression of her plummet to rock bottom. Xia saw the accusing looks around her. She knew she was in big trouble, so she simply rolled her eyes and fell limp into Xiao Wenxuan's arms beside her. She had to pass out. Xiao Wenxuan was startled and instinctively caught Xia, looking at her pale and delicate face. A surge of pity welled up in his heart. He then spoke to Shen Xi. It's true that Xia made a mistake this time. She wrongly accused someone, but she's still young. Be lenient with yourself and strict with others. I didn't expect you, Xiao Wenxuan, to be such a hypocrite. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes slightly. Shen Xi, I advise you to be sensible. Just let this matter go. Xiao Wenxuan suddenly turned his head, narrowing his eyes. After turning off the camera, he immediately assumed an air of privilege. Shen Xi looked at the person with a beaming smile, yet the smile didn't reach her eyes. I'm being inconsiderate. You're so considerate. When you die of old age and are cremated, you might produce a lot of relics, right? Shen Xi, don't be stubborn. Even if you call the police, what can you do? In such matters, there's always some reason on each side when people speak up. Xiao Wenxuan's face darkened. Even if it goes to court. You're just a rural girl. Can you afford a lawyer? We've got plenty of money and can keep you company. I'll hire one for her if she can't afford it. Xie Chongshu said calmly. As soon as he spoke, Xiao Wenxuan was rendered speechless. Furious but dare not show it, he could only fix his gaze on Shen Xi. Shen Xi felt both grateful and a bit strange about Xie Chongshu's intervention. She shifted her gaze and focused on Xia, who was lying in Xiao Wenxuan's arms. Those constantly trembling eyelashes and the occasionally twitching body showed two obvious signs of feigning unconsciousness. Xia, I'll give you two options. Either apologize sincerely and compensate me with money to appease my anger, or we'll meet in court in a month to sort this whole thing out. It's up to you to decide. The small courtyard was so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. After a long while, Xia regained consciousness with a pale face and said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, I choose to apologize and compensate with money. Compared with making this matter public and losing face, Xia was naturally more willing to gloss over the situation. Anyway, once this matter got out of hand, it would be her who would be disgraced. She was the esteemed young lady of the Bai family and must never leave any negative impression. Name your price. As long as the matter could be settled with money. She had no choice but to agree, no matter the cost. Xia was so preoccupied with her own reputation that she failed to notice the added coldness and disdain in the gazes of those around her. 2 million. Shen Xi extended 2 fingers and wagged them nonchalantly under Xia's shocked stare. You slandered me for stealing your bracelet. Pay me its worth. Oh, right. And an apology. Say it quickly. It's a must. 2 million. Shen Xi, don't go too far. Xiao Wenxuan couldn't help but frown and exclaimed, I can see you for extortion. Then let's do it. Meeting in court would be quite an interesting finale. Shen Xi yawned lazily, her lips curving upwards. Although the director has turned off the live broadcast camera, I still have the surveillance footage from just now, and the recording has been on all the time. Since you're so insistent, why not head straight to the court? No. I choose to apologize and compensate. Xia was afraid that Xiao Wenxuan would act recklessly, so she quickly promised. Xiao Wenxuan could only fume on the side. It was so frustrating. He had never felt so aggrieved in his life. 2 million. Xia had to swallow the bitterness in her heart. Although she was somewhat famous and the Bai family doted on her, her excessive spending was overwhelming. She constantly changed her luxury goods and sports cars. Over the years, she had only managed to save a meager amount in her account, and Shen Xi's outrageous demand of 2 million was almost going to wipe out all her recent cash. I'll transfer the money to you once the program ends. As Xia uttered these words, her heart ached as if bleeding. No, I want it now. Shen Xi smoothly recited a string of numbers. There were glints of light in her shallow eyes, and the corner of her lips curled up with a tinge of mischief. Just transfer the money to this bank card account. Also apologize right away. Xia trembled with anger, yet dared not show the slightest bit of discontent. After stiffly completing the transfer, she spoke with a crying voice. Shen Xi, I'm sorry. It was my impulsiveness that led me to misunderstand you. I sincerely apologize to you now. Bai Xinyao bowed her head and apologized in front of everyone. Shen Xi deftly picked up her phone and took several photos, even giving instructions. Come on, raise your head here. Take another one. Right. Here, smile a bit. The expression of apology should be more sincere. That expression just now was a bit fierce. It doesn't count. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Think about the recording. Endure it a bit more. One last photo, just one last one. The way Shen Xi took photos of Bai Xinyao, as if she were a monkey, made Bai Xinyao extremely ashamed and angry. Finally, she broke down and wailed, wiping her tears and running away. Everyone gasped in shock. Kong Yuanli's eyelids fluttered, and there was actually a trace of gratitude in his heart. He was grateful that Shen Xi had shown mercy to him. Although she was just a bit sharp-tongued, at least she didn't crush his spirit. Even the director, Sun Hanyang, couldn't help shivering, thinking that this woman Shen Xi was someone not to be offended. This drama went on until late at night. Eventually, everyone dispersed. But the heat in the live broadcast room still lingered. First, the sudden appearance of actor Xie Chongshu, a renowned figure in the entertainment circle, catapulted the live stream's viewership to an unimaginable pinnacle. Subsequently, the repeated reversals of the theft incident captured the public's full attention. Even after the live stream was temporarily halted, the fervor remained undiminished. By the wee hours of the night, it had firmly secured a prominent position on the hot search list, dominating a vast expanse of it. Chapter 22, Xie Chongshu's participation in a variety show upon her return to her abode. Shen Xi cast a glance at the man who had been her constant shadow and halted, her gaze unusually gentle. I am grateful for your assistance today. Regardless. When she was universally condemned, only Xie Chongshu had stood up to speak on her behalf. She was not unappreciative. She would remember this kindness. It was a mere trifle. Even without my help, you would have vindicated yourself, Xie Chongshu replied with a faint smile. You assisted me on 2 prior occasions, so I was bound to reciprocate. Shen Xi's lips curved upward. Very well, then. We are now even. It is late today. We shall discuss the Hope Primary School at length another time. There is no urgency. Time is abundant. A smile rippled across Xie Chongshu's handsome features, as refined and untainted as jade, truly unparalleled in this world. Shen Xi, momentarily dazzled, suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind and teased, having followed me here, will you be able to find your way back? She recalled Xie Chongshu's little secret of getting lost. Xie Chongshu's lips twitched slightly. Then, I shall be much obliged. Thus, the two proceeded, one in front of the other. Out of the small courtyard, Shen Xi leading the way while Xie Chongshu followed at a leisurely pace. Beneath the sparse moonlight, 2 shadows, disparate in size, miraculously coalesced at that moment. Xie Chongshu's residence was not far from Shen Xi's home, merely a 2 or 3 minute walk. As she came to a stop at the doorstep, Xie Chongshu, caught unawares, inadvertently bumped into Shen Xi's back. That delicate, tender sensation was fleeting, and both were startled as if by an electric shock. The wind ceased, and the moonlight grew even brighter. Shen Xi felt her face burning. She seemed to have touched something just now, even having lived 2 lifetimes. She couldn't bear such a sudden change and didn't dare to dwell on it. With a flash, she disappeared into the darkness in a whoosh, bidding a hasty farewell. See you tomorrow. The delicate fragrance gradually faded away. Xie Chongshu stared at the vanishing figure for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. It was not until Assistant Xiao Wang hurriedly pushed open the door from inside and made a slight noise that Xie Chongshu shifted his gaze. Teacher Xie, you're finally back. Xiao Wang, I'll leave the matter of the Hope Primary School to you. I want to see a detailed project plan within 2 days. Xie Chongshu instructed seriously. Just as Xiao Wang was about to nod in agreement, the man suddenly spoke again. This time, his words really took Xiao Wang by surprise. Oh, by the way, help me contact the production team of Swap Lives and ask them if it's convenient to add someone temporarily. Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang asked tremulously, Teacher Xie, who is going to participate in the variety show? Me. Xie Chongshu smiled faintly, a hint of meaning flashing across his handsome face. Shen Xi was truly an interesting person. If she was really the one destined for him, he had to stick to her more closely. After all, it was a matter of staying alive. Xie Chongshu consoled himself in this way. Having avoided the extremely unlucky false accusation from the previous life and thwarted by Xinya's plot, Shen Xi was in high spirits. After a good night's sleep, she felt refreshed. The awkward incident with Xie Chongshu was forgotten after a good night's sleep. After all, she was a free-spirited person. When she arrived at the small restaurant, Hu Man had already gotten up earlier than her and voluntarily taken on the responsibility of preparing breakfast. When the others had almost finished their meals, Xiao Wenxuan and Bai Xinya came late. Neither of them looked well. In particular, Bai Xinya in the back looked haggard, with red and swollen eyes. Even after a meticulous application of foundation, it didn't have much effect. When they stepped into the restaurant, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone involuntarily recalled what had happened last night, and the warmth in their eyes faded considerably. In response, Bai Xinya's already unappealing complexion stiffened even more. Since last night, there had been a continuous stream of condemnations against Bai Xinya on the internet. The incident that had occurred in full view of the public was an obvious act of frame-up, even if Bai Xinya wanted to deny it. It wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, the subsequent live broadcast was cut off, and many viewers were still kept in the dark. Bai Xinya pleaded with Xiao Wenxuan for help, spending money to hire numerous online trolls to whitewash her image. Since the Xiao family held a lofty position in the entertainment industry, after a large number of whitewashing announcements were released, her reputation was somewhat salvaged. However, even so, faced with the occasional accusations and insults, the fragile-hearted Bai Xinya simply couldn't bear it. She had a sleepless night last night, with red eyes and a listless spirit. Upon entering the door, Bai Xinya's eyes fixed firmly on Shen Xi, and she gritted her teeth to hold back her anger. This bitch was indeed at odds with her. Meanwhile, Shen Xi calmly sat by the table, savoring the delicious food, not putting Bai Xinya in her eyes at all. Sun Hanyang also sensed the tense atmosphere in front of the camera. After a moment's thought, he said with a forced smile, "Everyone, Mr. Suyang was unable to arrive in time due to some business. However, he contacted us and said he could meet us all this noon." "Wow, it's Mr. Suyang. Suyang is also coming." The crowd became much more enthusiastic and momentarily forgot about Bai Xinya. Only Shen Xi, upon hearing the name Suyang, suddenly tightened her grip on the chopsticks in her hand, with a cold look in her eyes. Under the veil that others couldn't see, her lips were tightly pursed into a straight line. "Well, it seems everyone is finally going to be here. Take it easy." She would surely avenge herself on each of them one by one. In the live streaming room, the barrage that had been constantly criticizing Bai Xinya was instantly flooded by the long-awaited fans of Suyang. "Wow, is our cute little brother Suyang really coming? So looking forward to it. Suyang, Suyang, Suyang. Woohoo, finally getting to see fresh Yang on. I heard he's been in seclusion preparing a new work. He's really so hard, working in camera-worthy. I'd say Suyang is definitely the top-tier idol in the domestic entertainment industry." After the news of Suyang's joining, no one expected that the very next second, Sun Hanyang directly announced a bombshell of a message. "By the way, we have a new guest joining the show temporarily. It's none other than actor Xie Chongshu, whom you all saw last night." What? Those who had been having breakfast all stopped their chopsticks and bowls, wearing identical expressions of disbelief and shock on their faces. Had they misheard? Xie Chongshu would come to participate in this second-rate and not very well-known variety show of theirs? Was the director out of his mind? Or was the program team so audacious as to hitch a ride on actor Xie's popularity? Shen Xi was also somewhat surprised. Her pupils constricted slightly. Somehow, she suddenly recalled the words she'd said to Xie Chongshu last night. "See you tomorrow." Those shocked by this news were not only the participating guests but also the viewers watching the live stream. Chapter 23. I'm not recording this anymore. Did I have auditory hallucinations? What nonsense is the director talking about? It can't be true. Actor Xie holds a top-tier position in the entertainment industry. How could he lower himself to participate in such a variety show? It's hard to say. After all, actor Xie miraculously appeared in the live broadcast footage of the show yesterday. Maybe there's really a chance. Previously, the bullet screen that was flooded with Su Yang's fans didn't last long before it was dominated by discussions about Xie Chongshu. Hee. You'll know whether it's true or not later. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, the director let out a sly chuckle and patted his round belly, looking extremely smug. Last night, when he received the news from Xie Chongshu's side that he wanted to join the variety show, he was so overjoyed that he could hardly fall asleep. He was none other than the hottest figure in the current entertainment industry. If the variety show he was in charge of could get even a glimmer of actor Xie's limelight, it would be a great blessing for his ancestors. Moreover, now they had actually invited this big shot. There was no need to worry about popularity, ratings, or traffic at all. Sun Hanyang's confident demeanor made most of the people believe him. At this moment, the news that Xie Chongshu was joining the variety show swap live spread like wildfire. instantly causing a huge stir. It should be noted that Xie Chongshu had been in the industry for over a decade. Apart from acting in movies, he had never participated in any shows and rarely appeared at large-scale national-level banquets. Now, he actually participates in a variety show. Damn it. It seems that he's really lucky to join the variety show Swap Lives, with a somewhat indescribable and complex feeling after lunch. When everyone actually saw that tall and noble figure in the small courtyard, they couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, the bullet comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Damn it. That fat director didn't lie. It's really actor Xie, the real, life actor Xie. I'm so excited that I can't say a word except for screaming. Brother Chongshu. He's so handsome. Under the heavens. Only actor Xie can be so handsome that even his back view is perfect. I'm just drooling over the screen. Victory for the early risers. Take a screenshot to commemorate this moment. In just 1 minute, the traffic in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 1 million. And it immediately became a hot topic on the internet. The popularity and influence that Xie Chongshu brings with himself cannot be underestimated. The director was grinning from ear to ear with joy. Hello, everyone. I'm Xie Chongshu, and I'm also here to participate in Swap Lives. Xie Chongshu casually raised his hand and greeted. Although the others had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't hide their surprise when they saw that Xie Chongshu actually showed up here, among the crowd. Even the arrogant Kong Yuanli's eyes lit up when he saw Xie Chongshu. After all, he is actor Xie. If one could befriend him, they would surely gain more exposure and traffic. As an internet celebrity, Kong Yuanli was well aware of the popularity that would come his way after he managed to hitch a ride on Xie Chongshu's fame. Just as he was having some devious thoughts, he heard Shen Xi's commanding voice as usual. Everyone is here. Let's set off for the destination right away and don't waste any time. In an instant, Kong Yuanli's scheme fizzled out. Meanwhile, his eyes were filled with a hint of astonishment as he looked at Shen Xi. Was this woman really that bold? With the famous actor Xie Chongshu present, she still dared to order others around? As a matter of fact, Shen Xi did have the guts. Without the slightest courtesy, she picked up a bag of feed weighing about 2 kilograms and directly thrust it into Xie Chongshu's arms. Since it's your first day here, you'll be in charge of transporting the feed. Today's task is to learn how to herd geese. There was a tinge of resentment in Xie Chongshu's eyes. Yet he still took it with a free and easy air. Subsequently, Shen Xi assigned different trivial tasks to the others one by one. When it was Bai Xinya's turn, Bai Xinya, you'll be responsible for herding the geese at the end and dealing with their excrement to keep the place clean. Still recovering from what had happened the previous day, Bai Xinya was seething with anger but dared not voice it. She could only look at Xiao Wenshuan pleadingly. Xiao Wenshuan stepped forward and shouted at Shen Xi. Shen Xi, aren't you going too far? You're clearly taking revenge. From the very beginning, you've been assigning all the dirty and tiring jobs to Xinya. You're obviously targeting her. Yes, I'm vindictive, Shen Xi said without even raising her head. Since you're so protective of the fairer sex, then it's settled. Your task will be the same as Bai Xinya's. Xiao Wenshuan instantly flew into a rage. I'm not recording this anymore. Oh, do as you please, Shen Xi retorted without hesitation. Anyway, she wasn't the one breaking the contract. Sun Hanyang quickly sent someone to pull Xiao Wenshuan aside and whispered to him for quite a while. Then he pulled Shen Xi aside to persuade her. Shen Xi, I know you were wronged about what happened yesterday, but our program has to go on. You should both rein in your emotions. Shen Xi raised her eyes. Director Sun, wasn't what I said just now reasonable? It was Xiao Wenshuan who picked a fight. You should go talk to whoever is causing trouble. I've been behaving myself. By the way, I have something to discuss with actor Xie. You'd better deal with Xiao Wenshuan's matter first. Sun Hanyang let out a series of bitter smiles. This young girl was getting more and more sharp-tongued despite her young age. Hearing this, Xie Chongshu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. She was using him as a shield right in front of him. How bold. With Shen Xi bringing up Xie Chongshu, Sun Hanyang didn't say anything more. Together with his assistant, he managed to persuade Xiao Wenshuan after much coaxing. After all, with Xie Chongshu in the program now, if Xiao Wenshuan refused to record, he would not only be breaking the contract, but also missing out on a much bigger chance of exposure. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Bai Xinya also changed her tone to comfort Xiao Wenshuan. Eventually, the two of them had to accept the task dejectedly. Veteran Zhao Hongshan led the way at the front, while Shen Xi strolled leisurely towards the back. Beside her was Xie Chongshu, looking even more relaxed than she was. As if he wasn't here to experience life, but on a leisurely trip. The golden sunlight shone on half of the man's face, making it seem even more flawless. Incredible. I'll say it one last time. In terms of looks, no one can rival actor Xie. Woo. What good deeds did I do in my previous life to be able to follow the star of actor Xie in this life? Damn it. Look at that unparalleled jawline. Is it something I can feast my eyes on for free? The bullet comments were full of infatuated remarks, and everyone was indulged in Xie Chongshu's peerless appearance. He was the man standing at the top of the entertainment industry's pyramid, seemingly born to be admired and flattered by thousands of people. Shen Xi was distracted again, and the scenes of last night involuntarily floated across her mind. Chapter 24. Could the movie king be a fake? In her past life, she had strived in the entertainment industry for a full 7 years and had encountered all kinds of people. However, Shen Xi had to admit that, regardless of gender, no one had ever given her the feeling of being as stunningly extraordinary as Xie Chongshu. As she was lost in the memories of the past, a familiar loud, voiced call suddenly came from behind. Xiaoxi, wait a minute. Shen Xi turned around and saw Aunt Jiang from next door, bustling towards her in an apron. When Aunt Jiang reached her, she directly and warmly grasped Shen Xi's hand, with a face full of gratitude. Xiaoxi, it was so hasty yesterday that I didn't have a proper chance to thank you. If it weren't for your timely rescue, my Xiaoyan might really have. Aunt Jiang, how is Xiaoyan's condition? Shen Xi inquired with concern. The doctor said that thanks to your prompt rescue, there's nothing serious. It's just that his throat is a bit injured. He'll be fine after taking some medicine and resting for a couple of days. Aunt Jiang looked relieved. It was truly a blessing from heaven that Xiaoyan had only suffered a minor injury in such a serious choking incident. What else happened before? Beside her, Xie Chongshu casually interjected. Aunt Jiang was first stunned by Xie Chongshu's refined demeanor. Then, like pouring out beans, she recounted what had happened the previous night. Oh, young lad. You have no idea how perilous the situation was. Thanks to Xiaoxi, otherwise, this old woman would have bid farewell to this world. Ever since Shen Xi rescued Shen Tian in the nick of time, Aunt Jiang has regarded Shen Xi as her savior with utmost reverence. She even wishes to set up a Buddha statue at home to offer devout prayers. Seeing that Aunt Jiang was about to veer off topic again, Shen Xi quickly steered the conversation back on track. It's good that Xiaoyan is all right. All thanks to you, Aunt Jiang smiled. As if recalling something, she magically produced a bag of items and stuffed them into Shen Xi's arms without any room for refusal. These are the sweet potato chips dried at home a few days ago. They're not valuable things. Don't stand on ceremony with Aunt Jiang. After saying this, Aunt Jiang promptly shut the door, leaving Shen Xi with no chance to decline. Helpless, Shen Xi had to accept. After a moment's thought, Shen Xi grabbed a small handful from the bag and placed it in front of Xie Chongshu, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Care to have a taste?" Xie Chongshu hesitated briefly, then thanked Shen Xi and picked up a sweet potato chip to put into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the unique sweetness of the sweet potato instantly permeated his heart. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows slightly and complimenting, "The taste is excellent, a subtle sweetness." Of course, the sweet potato chips dried by Aunt Jiang are of the finest quality in our village. Shen Xi nodded approvingly. Country folk make these things with genuine and substantial ingredients, unlike those factory-made products outside, which are processed, and the sweetness in them comes from saccharin, sickly sweet, and unhealthy. When she mentioned Xinjiakan, a look of pride crossed her face. Xie Chongshu's heart skipped a beat, and he inquired again, "Previously, I could tell that you're versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Little did I expect you'd also know the Heimlich maneuver. I was educated on it during my school days. Fortunately, I learned it out of boredom at that time." Shen Xi didn't conceal the fact. As the two engaged in conversation, an air of remarkable harmony seemed to envelop them. Little did they know that on the live stream's comment section, a heated discussion was in full swing. When a continuous stream of live stream viewers witnessed Xie Chongshu chatting amiably with a veiled woman, they were so astounded that their eyes almost popped out. Wait a minute. Is the person chatting really actor Xie? Could he have been replaced? It's reasonable to suspect that the program crew, in their frenzy for ratings and popularity, hired a stand-in to impersonate him. Something's amiss. It sounds to me like actor Xie and this woman named Shen Xi knew each other before. Exactly. They do know each other. When Shen Xi was wrong last night, actor Xie, who suddenly showed up, was the only one on Shen Xi's side. Is there any well-informed netizen who can dig into the background of this Shen Xi? How could she make actor Xie put aside his airs and initiate a conversation? I'm also extremely curious. Not only the viewers of the live stream program, but also many of Xie Chongshu's fans who came here out of admiration were left utterly dumbfounded. It was Known that in the past, Xie Chongshu was not only immune to gossip but also regarded as an unreachable paragon in the entertainment industry. And now, their beloved actor Xie was chatting amiably with someone. Was this really happening? The live streaming barrage volume is increasing exponentially, and the discussion remains at a fever pitch. However, Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu, the parties involved, are oblivious to all this. Just as they were halfway through their journey, Xie Chongshu's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Shen Xi beside him regarded him with a strange look, musing, their signal now? He had clearly remembered that Xie Chongshu seemed to possess the constitution of a signal jammer. Xie Chongshu hooked his lips helplessly. Glancing at the phone screen, he said, "Sorry, I need to take this call. Attend to your business." Shen Xi quickened his pace consciously, soon creating a distance between himself and Xie Chongshu to facilitate the latter's call. Xie Chongshu noticed this considerate gesture from Shen Xi. He squinted slightly, casually removed his earpiece, and then leisurely pressed the answer button. "Hello?" The next moment, a series of explosive sounds assailed his ears. "Xie Chongshu, great actor Xie, my ancestor Xie. What on earth are you up to? I just went abroad on some business, and you've gone and privately participated in a lousy variety show. And it's a second-rate one at that." On the other end of the line, Xie Chongshu's exclusive agent, Mo Chiao, bombarded him with reproaches. "Do you know that you're a gem in the entertainment industry, a top-tier celebrity? Usually, you turn down so many international shows. And then you suddenly participate in something like Swap Lives. This isn't program participation, it's like you're engaged in poverty alleviation." At this moment, Mo Chiao resembled an old father whose beloved cabbage had been ravaged by a pig, his tone growing increasingly indignant. "Furthermore, you have a special constitution and are prone to unlucky events. You should stay in a safe place and avoid all possible bad things." Mo Chiao's incessant preaching gave Xie Chongshu a headache. Although he had wisely moved the phone away earlier, he still couldn't withstand that ear-splitting voice. Considering the safety of his eardrums, Xie Chongshu cut off Mo Chiao's words before he could continue speaking. "I found the person." "What?" Mo Chiao was so focused on persuading that he didn't react at first. "I found the fated person the master mentioned," Xie Chongshu said calmly. His deep and profound eyes fixed on Shen Xi's back in front, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. The fated person. Could that fortune teller really be right? Mo Chiao was a materialist and, seemingly in disbelief, repeated, "Really?" Xie Chongshu then changed his tone. "It can't be fully confirmed yet, but the probability is quite high." Mo Chiao. He didn't know where to start complaining for a moment. After thinking about it, he still couldn't help but persuade earnestly, "Even if you found the person, there's no need for you, the great actor Xie, to lower yourself to participate in such a second-rate minor program. I find it quite interesting." Xie Chongshu silently curled the corners of his lips. After casually giving a couple of perfunctory responses, he hung up the phone without regard for Mo Chiao's objections on the other end. The nagging suddenly stopped. Effortlessly slipping the phone back into his pocket, Xie Chongshu fluttered his eyelids briefly before sauntering briskly to catch up with Shen Xi ahead, wearing an air of serene contentment. Chapter 25. One shouldn't touch a goose's rear in Xinjia village is surrounded by mountains and boasts broad roads. In no time, they arrived at the area where the geese were raised. The person in charge of managing the geese was an uncle whom Shen Xi knew. After simply exchanging greetings, the uncle temporarily handed over the management to Shen Xi and leisurely retreated to the room to enjoy some wine. Looking at the geese flapping their wings inside the enclosure, Shen Xi remained remarkably calm. After assigning the tasks, she sat comfortably by the fence, donning a straw hat. There were approximately over 100 geese inside, all well fed and plump. They walked on the grass with their heads held high, their slender necks upright, as if they were the masters of this place. Actually, this task was not overly complicated. The participating guests only needed to feed the geese carefully and drive them around for a while. The task was not arduous, merely a bit troublesome at most. When Shen Xi was giving instructions, the director's team stayed silent, and with Xie Chongshu's cooperation, the others naturally didn't say much either. After she finished giving instructions, everyone stepped forward orderly to complete their tasks. Xie Chongshu was a bit slower, but he followed the group unhurriedly. He took a small bowl of feed and scattered it on the ground to feed the geese. It was the same action of scattering feed. Yet when it was done by Xie Chongshu, it exuded only nobility and elegance. One could even believe that he was about to head to a dinner party the next second. The live stream comments were filled with admiration. Sure enough, a handsome guy remains a handsome guy even when feeding geese. He's different from us ordinary folks. Alas, actor Xie, stop feeding the geese and feed me instead. I'm up for it. The one above, cover up a bit. The audience in the live stream is watching. Even now, I still can't believe that actor Xie has deigned to participate in such a variety show. Thanks to the presence of Xie Chongshu, the show has been extremely popular since it started airing this morning. The traffic and the level of discussion it has generated are truly enviable. It has almost instantly become a hit variety show. Meanwhile, the others are diligently feeding and herding the geese, and the scene looks quite lively for the moment. Haha, I never knew herding geese could be so hilarious. It's so funny. Look at Kong Yuanli's frowning face. I bet he's about to kneel down to the geese. The old actor Zhao and Hu Man are also having a tough time. I've heard that geese are quite temperamental animals. Turns out it's really interesting. A person who grew up in the countryside reminds you that in rural areas, it's better to provoke a watchdog than a goose. It's a conclusion drawn from painful lessons. Shen Xi village seems quite fun. The rural area isn't as backward and shabby as I thought. Maybe I'll go for an agritainment trip some other day. After the initial hype caused by Xie Chongshu gradually, the audience watching the live stream have shifted their attention to the program itself and are watching it with great relish. Watching the busy people. Shen Xi squints her eyes, wearing a parasol on her head, looking extremely relaxed. She lay outside the wooden fence and said to the people working diligently inside, "Don't underestimate these geese. Once provoked, the dire consequences are beyond what ordinary people can bear. Especially you, Kong Yuanli. Take your hand off the goose's rear end. Don't you know you're not supposed to touch a white goose's rear end? Hee, I'm just curious." Caught off guard by being called out, Kong Yuanli sheepishly withdrew his hand. But looking at the strutting white geese in front of him, he suddenly thought of the delicious dishes in restaurants. His mouth watered involuntarily as he said, "Shen Xi, do you sell these white geese here? I've heard that the white geese raised in the countryside are extraordinary. With firm and delicious meat. They must be incredibly tasty." Help? Maybe because they were regarded as a meal. The seemingly amiable geese suddenly let out a squawk, flapped their wings, and pounced towards Kong Yuanli. Help? Kong Yuanli was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. Instinctively, he ran towards where Shen Xi was and cowered behind Shen Xi in an unmanly way. "Save me! Quack, quack, quack!" To everyone's astonishment, the white geese that had been charging at Kong Yuanli suddenly became docile. One by one, they surrounded Shen Xi and bowed their noble heads. Quack! Their fluffy little heads rubbed against Shen Xi's hands. "Good. Here, have more to eat." Shen Xi also didn't expect that the big white goose, which had been so aggressive just now, suddenly became as docile as a quail in front of her. A faint smile flashed across her eyes. She casually picked up some broken rice and fed it to the goose. Quack, quack, quack. The big white goose kept squawking, but its behavior became even more obedient. Its little head kept pecking at the rice grains in Shen Xi's palm, without much force. The people in the live stream were completely mesmerized. Goodness. Is this really the same big white goose that chased Kong Yuanli just now? Shen Xi is truly bewitching. She can even tame a big white goose. How incredibly fortunate. This is so unfair. Looking at the harmonious and idyllic scene of the person and the goose before him, Kong Yuanli suddenly felt a twinge of resentment. He had treated them so well just now. Why were these big white geese so aggressive towards him? Not believing in fate. Kong Yuanli summoned his courage and stretched out his hand, wanting to stroke the big white goose. However, before his hand even touched the goose, it noticed him. Along with a sharp quack, his hand was almost pecked. This was just too much. It was clearly on purpose. Looking at the imposing big white goose in front of him, Kong Yuanli withdrew his hand with a lingering fear, complaining with a full-face grievance. "Shen Xi, why can you touch them?" In his presence, these big white geese were like overbearing lords. What two-faced creatures they were. I don't know either. Maybe I'm just blessed with good fortune? Shen Xi was also quite surprised and casually gave this boastful answer, which almost infuriated Kong Yuanli. Watching the scene, the people around were both amused and envious of Shen Xi's ability to get along harmoniously with the big white goose. It is to be known that some were feeding while others were herding the geese. They almost drove one crazy. Nevertheless, despite the noise, everyone was still having a great time experiencing it. However, within the camera's view, the only one who was in a state of unease was Bai Xinya alone. Different from the others, Bai Xinya didn't find any pleasure in getting along with the geese at all. Smelling the faint stench of feces in the air and thinking that she would have to clean up the venue later, she wished she could quit on the spot and turn around to leave. But she didn't dare to and couldn't at present. What had happened last night was completely exposed. Bai Xinya's reputation was instantly in tatters. If it hadn't been for Xiao Wenshuan and the Bai family stepping in to protect her, she would have been drowned in a sea of criticism. Even now, Bai Xinya still couldn't believe it. She clearly intended to frame Shen Xi and utterly destroy her on this program. However, every step she took led to the exact opposite outcome. Her eyes casually glanced at Shen Xi outside the fence, looking utterly relaxed. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip tightly. A few failures didn't matter. She must completely ruin Shen Xi before this variety show ended. If her true identity were to be exposed, she would really be finished. Quack, quack. So noisy. The surrounding cacophony of geese calls made by Xinya, who didn't have much patience to begin with, turned livid with anger. Looking down at the big white geese squawking around her feet, a surge of rage welled up within her. In a fit of venting, she gave a kick. Get out of my way. The pointed high-heeled shoes inlaid with rhinestones pierced into the flesh of the white goose like a sharp weapon. Along with a shrill squawk of the goose, the snow-white feathers flew in all directions. What the hell? Bai Xinya was startled and looked guilty. She was about to turn around and leave when, unexpectedly, the geese that had been pecking at the feet suddenly went crazy, flapping their wings and rushing towards her at full speed. Quack, quack, quack. Amid the continuous squawks, they launched a menacing attack. Ah, help! Bai Xinya panicked. Instinctively, she tried to flee quickly, but the high-heeled shoes restricted her movements. By accident, she fell flat on the ground. Quack, quack, quack. This gave the geese the perfect opportunity. Countless white geese flapped their wings, opened their beaks wide, and took a ruthless bite at Bai Xinya's buttocks. How dare she bully their fellow goose? Had she forgotten the reputation of the village tyrant? Ah, my butt! Bai Xinya cried out in pain. In almost an instant, she was engulfed by countless white geese. Her long hair, wrists, thighs, buttocks. All the exposed skin was under a barrage of attacks. The geese that couldn't get in on the attack in the back held their heads high and squawked loudly, as if cheering on their companions. The scene descended into chaos. It hurt so much. Help! Bai Xinya cried and screamed in pain. Help! The geese are going to kill me. The deafening howl was bound to catch others' attention. The guests who had been diligently herding the geese all cast their gazes over. Shen Xi also snapped out of her reverie, only to see the geese with their beaks wide, open attacking Bai Xinya's buttocks. The latter was rolling about clumsily on the grass, desperately trying to evade them. Somehow, the words donkey, roll popped into her head out of the blue. Unable to suppress it, she let out a snort of laughter. Xinya, are you all right? Amid the crowd, it was Xiao Wenxuan who was the first to react. Disregarding his own task, he made his way with difficulty to Bai Xinya's side to drive the geese away for her. Unfortunately, this commotion was of no avail. Instead, it further enraged the flock of geese. Quack, quack. Suddenly, a huge and imposing goose emerged from the snow-white flock, flapping its thick wings. It soared into the air, leaping nearly 2 meters high. Then, without mercy, it slapped Xiao Wenxuan twice across the face. Pa, pa. The crisp and clear sound left Xiao Wenxuan utterly dazed. By the time he came to his senses, the culprit had already mingled back into the flock. 2 seconds later, 2 trails of blood trickled out of his nostrils. Without warning, just like Bai Xinya, he tumbled clumsily to the ground, as if answering the call of Mother Earth. Quick, quick, hurry up and offer a hand. At first, Sun Hanyang had been sitting leisurely behind the camera. But when he saw Xiao Wenxuan injured and bleeding, he could no longer sit still. Worried that something serious might happen, he quickly sent people to drive the geese away. After causing a ruckus for a long time, the victorious goose reluctantly retracted its wings, proudly craned its neck, and waddled away with a cacophony of quacks. Gazing at Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan lying on the ground, the director couldn't help but feel a pang of grievance. Although he craved a surge of viewership, it was disheartening that the same 2 individuals bore the brunt of misfortune time and time again. Could it be that they were cursed? Despite his inner grumblings, the director didn't neglect the necessary formalities. The belated medical team conducted a cursory examination and concluded that Bai Xinya was relatively unscathed, with only minor abrasions on her body. However, Xiao Wenxuan's situation was graver. It seemed that his nasal bone had been injured, considering the full force blow he received from the goose. Regrettably, the medical facilities in Xinjiao village were limited. To receive better treatment, they would have to travel to the larger county, but that would inevitably disrupt the shooting schedule. Oh, right. Shen Xi, aren't you somewhat versed in medicine? Care to take a look? After motioning for the filming crew to step back, Sun Hanyang furrowed his brow and instinctively posed the question. No need. Bai Xinya sat sobbingly beside the injured Xiao Wenxuan. Shen Xi has made it clear that she dislikes us. Who knows if she'll put her heart into it? A sly glint flashed across her eyes. She couldn't allow Wen Xuan to be alone with Shen Xi. It was out of the question. Likewise, a hint of aversion flitted across Xiao Wenxuan's face. In his eyes, Shen Xi was just a country girl. Even if she knew a thing or two about medicine, it was surely just superficial knowledge. He is the second young master of the Xiao family. Does he need the life, saving grace of such a person? Not worthy. Shen Xi sneered. Indeed, treating Mr. Xiao makes me extremely uncomfortable. In case I pick up the wrong medicine and accidentally give him 2 bottles of pesticide, I'm still afraid of wasting resources. Let her personally treat Xiao Wenxuan? Oh, what a preposterous idea. She wished she could personally slay the 2 scoundrels before her eyes. That she didn't act on the spot was only because she didn't want them to die so easily. She would take back everything they owed her and make Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan taste the bitterness of losing everything. Sun Hanyang covered his face. Shen Xi, you're joking. Right. No, I never joke. Shen Xi's eyes curved into a smile, but beneath the veil, her expression was as cold as ice. I've said before, I'm not a veterinarian. I even think it's dirty to touch scoundrels. With this nonchalant remark, Shen Xi walked away directly without caring about the reactions of Xiao Wenxuan and the others. So bold. Those who noticed the commotion here were stunned. As an ordinary person, she didn't give anyone face and truly avenged her hatred on the spot. Oh my. They envied her free, spirited way of living so much. Sun Hanyang let out a sigh, arranged a commercial vehicle, and hurriedly sent the listless Xiao Wenxuan to the big hospital in the county town. The remaining crew continued shooting, including Bai Xinya, who only suffered minor injuries. Shen Xi calmly sat back on the leisurely chair outside the fence. Just as she was about to close her eyes and rest, a large shadow fell in front of her. It was Xie Chongshu. Something? She spoke softly and let out a yawn casually. The task is completed ahead of schedule. I should be able to slack off and take a rest, right? Xie Chongshu approached without any formality and said, It's quite cool here. If it weren't cool under the shade of the trees, there would be something wrong. Shen Xi could tell that someone was just bored and came to strike up a conversation. Looking at the area in the venue that Xie Chongshu was in charge of, he indeed had completed the task, so Shen Xi didn't say much. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xi took out the dried sweet potatoes that had been in his bosom and offered them again, saying, How about having some more? Chapter 27, Su Yang appears well. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Xie Chongshu nodded. He had tasted the sweet potato chips before and found them quite palatable, so he unceremoniously grabbed a handful. This sight pained Shen Xi to the core, and she quickly retrieved the small cloth bag. Noticing the little expression that inadvertently flitted across her face, Xie Chongshu curved his lips in a gentle smile and suddenly inquired, I'm rather curious. How on earth did that Xiao Wenxuan offend you? Shen Xi squinted her eyes, her gaze full of scrutiny. Don't worry. I've already turned off my earpiece, he said. You little girl are quite vigilant. Pointing at the small microphone around his neck. He wore a genial smile. The spot where they stood was just outside the crowd, and no live broadcast cameras were trained on them. As for the microphone pinned to Shen Xi, she had long since switched it off. It's not about being offended or not. He violated the rules first. And I just can't stand him, Shen Xi shrugged. She wasn't so naive as to confide in Xie Chongshu and expose her true feelings. Although the feeling the actor Xie gave her wasn't bad. As for Xiao Wenxuan, in her previous life, the reason she had toiled in the entertainment industry for 7 years and only managed to scrape into the second tier was because the Bai and Xiao families had pulled the strings behind the scenes. The Xiao family was one of the 3 major powers in the entertainment industry, powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand. She had her resources snatched and endorsements replaced. Throughout those arduous 7 years, all the sufferings and hardships she endured were inextricably linked to Xiao Wenxuan. He colluded with Bai Xinya to aid an evildoer. Behind many incidents, it was all Xiao Wenxuan bullying others by abusing his power. Even though Shen Xi concealed it well, the hatred inadvertently revealed was still caught by Xie Chongshu. Xie Chongshu didn't say more, but merely calculated in his heart that since the departure time, he had been with Shen Xi for nearly 3 hours. During these 3 hours, he had participated in the variety show activities unscathed, with his body and mind safe and his actions unconstrained. Not a single unlucky thing had occurred. This would have been unthinkable in the past half year. It seemed highly likely that Shen Xi was his fated one. Xie Chongshu's eyes flickered, and a glint of dim light flashed across his profound eyes. By the time everyone finished the task, it was almost afternoon. Most people had completed the task in the morning and were sitting on wooden stools, enjoying the cool breeze, looking extremely comfortable. Only Bai Xinya had to withstand the scorching sun, constantly moving under the sun feeding and chasing the geese. Those geese seemed to be deliberately against Bai Xinya on purpose. They never obeyed her arrangements and ran around the venue, disturbing Bai Xinya. Her cheeks were flushed red with sweat, her hair was in a mess, and her delicate little dress, which had been soiled by mud before, became ugly again. She looked exactly like a rural village girl, instantly looking 10 years older. After relishing Bai Xinya's embarrassing state, Shen Xi led the large group back to the small courtyard where they lived, still not fully satisfied. The sun gradually set. Shen Xi deliberately slowed down a step. When the crowd had almost dispersed, she approached the director and asked, "Where is Su Yang? Didn't we agree that he would come at noon?" Sun Hanyang pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher Su Yang said there was a traffic jam on the way, so he couldn't arrive on time at noon. But he just called and said he's about an hour's drive away." Being late. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes. It was probably not about being late. Rather, he truly didn't want to participate in the show. In Su Yang's eyes, this second-rate variety show Exchange Lives was simply beneath his dignity. He wouldn't have come if it weren't for the obligation of friendship. As for the excuse of being too busy with work and only being able to take time off, oh, it was just an excuse. Shen Xi let out a soft scoff. With a wave of her hand, she accidentally crushed a useless brick placed in the corner. Looking at the powder drifting from her palm, her mood didn't improve a bit. In her previous life, after the Exchange Lives variety show ended, she was in disgrace. So when Su Yang extended an olive branch, she agreed without hesitation. Who could have known that it was like stepping into another hell? Su Yang, who seemed sunny and glamorous on the surface, was actually a hypocritical black lotus with excellent acting skills. Having worked diligently as Su Yang's assistant for 2 years, Shen Xi believed she had done nothing wrong by Su Yang. Nearly all the work was handled and completed by her, including receiving business partners, accompanying him to audition, and managing the fan circle. During those days, she was so occupied that she hardly had a moment to catch her breath throughout the 365 days. On several occasions, after staying up late, her heart ached and her body felt weak. However, thinking of the help and encouragement Su Yang had given her before, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Who could have imagined that after pouring her heart out for so long, what she got was a stab in the back? Without any warning, Su Yang drugged her drink, attempting to offer her as a gift to a high-ranking magnate in order to obtain the resources he desired. If she hadn't noticed something amiss and fled in advance, she might have really. Shen Xi's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and the hatred in her eyes was uncontrollable. To call Su Yang a brute was an insult to brutes. "Su Yang," she murmured softly, clenching her curled fists even tighter. It wasn't until night gradually fell outside the window that the people in the house had all finished their dinners one after another. Bai Xinya excused herself by saying she was worried about Xiao Wenxuan's situation and slipped away secretly. Shen Xi had long noticed but didn't bother to care. At present, she had more important matters to attend to. After an unknown period of time, a sudden blare of a car horn sounded outside the once quiet small courtyard. It was extremely strident. "Here they are." Shen Xi slightly curved her lips and continued to peruse the book in her hand, her expression remaining unchanged. After a little while, there was a considerable commotion outside the door. Along with the creaking sound of the door being opened, a soft and resonant voice drifted into her ears. "Apologies. Due to the traffic congestion on the road, I'm late. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Yang." The man outside the door was dressed in an outfit with white as the main tone, and his handsome face bore a radiant smile. It was none other than Su Yang, who had arrived belatedly. As soon as he entered the room, Su Yang greeted everyone familiarly and also presented thoughtful little gifts. Throughout, the smile on his face never faded. With his appearance, the bullet comments in the live, streaming room instantly doubled. Finally, we've waited for Su Yang. Our dear Yang. True to his name as the little son, Su Yang treats everyone so sincerely and even prepares gifts. There's no other warm-hearted little angel like Su Yang in the world. Currently, Su Yang is a rising idol among the new generation and a top-tier traffic star. Although he can't compare to the first-tier status of someone like Xie Chongshu in this variety show, he is the biggest name star after Xie Chongshu. Even so, when dealing with less well-known senior figures like Zhao Hongshan, he always wears a sincere smile on his face without a hint of reluctance. Shen Xi watched coldly, unable to suppress the sneer in her heart. If one didn't know his true nature in advance, anyone seeing this side of Su Yang would think he was a sunny and motivated young man. In the entertainment industry, who else but Su Yang could be the most scheming one? After wandering around for a while, Su Yang finally carried the gifts and walked up to Xie Chongshu. With a surprised look on his face, he said, "Teacher Xie, I never expected you to participate in this variety show. It's really a pleasant surprise. Teachers, yeah, I'm your devoted fan. I've watched every single drama you've acted in with great earnestness. It's truly a stroke of luck for me to participate in the same program as you. Teachers, yeah. By the way, how about we exchange contact information? Teachers, yeah. I have a multitude of things I'd like to consult you, a senior, about. As he was speaking, he had already taken out his phone. Beside him, Xie Chongshu frowned slightly. His already cold countenance now seemed even more off-putting to strangers. Some of the others were a bit stunned, asking for the contact information of actor Xie right in front of the live streaming camera. Wasn't this a bit inappropriate? Shen Xi was originally sitting at the dining table. Seeing Su Yang's actions, she immediately stood up and stepped in front of Xie Chongshu, completely separating him from Su Yang. Xie Chongshu was slightly taken aback. His dark eyes lowered, and what he saw was Shen Xi's charming and petite back. Su Yang, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. You'll do the dishes later. Shen Xi raised her head, her eyes fixed on Su Yang. We agreed you'd return at noon. Why did you only show up now? Su Yang was stunned. Only then did he notice Shen Xi wearing a veil in front of him, and a faint look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way. Who are you? I'm Shen Xi. During the recording in the next few days. As long as the tasks are in Xinjia village, I'll be in charge of arranging them. Shen Xi said coldly, in a place unnoticed by others. Her nails dug deeply into the soft flesh of her palm, leaving streaks of marks. Su Yang. Su Yang. The moment Su Yang came into sight, Shen Xi's hitherto calm state of mind was shattered. Once upon a time, she regarded Su Yang as her idol, the sole salvation in the sea of negative rumors. It was this man who constantly encouraged and spurred her on, enabling her to finally emerge from the shadows. However, with a simple turn, she was pushed into the abyss by a glass of drugged wine, coming perilously close to ruining her entire life. All the past tenderness and encouragement now seemed nothing but a bitter and ironic jest. The more she had once admired and revered Su Yang, the deeper the hatred burned within her heart now. In her mind, she could vividly recall the fragmented words she heard when her thoughts were muddled under the influence of the drug. Shen Xi? She's nothing more than a well-trained dog in my hands. She would never forget that condescending and cold tone for the rest of her life. I'm sorry. It's my fault for being late. Su Yang averted his eyes briefly, and then a sincere and apologetic smile graced his face. I just had an abrasion on my hand the other day. There's still a wound, and the doctor said I shouldn't wet it recently. I'm afraid I won't be able to do the dishes. Anyone who saw him would surely perceive his seemingly sincere and gentle demeanor. Chapter 28. Backed by a big shot. Oh, Su Yang, your acting skills are as excellent as ever. It doesn't matter. Shen Xi barely suppressed the turbulent emotions in her heart. Her light-colored pupils seemed to be devoid of any warmth. Everyone has their own duties. Mr. Su, you didn't return to the team for a long time before. All your tasks were completed by others. If you still can't finish the task today, you'll have to accept the punishment. Lifting her eyes, her tone grew even colder. Then there won't be any food provided for your 3 meals tomorrow. She just wouldn't let Su Yang get away with it when he wanted to shirk. As soon as she said that, the other participating guests around couldn't help but cast their gazes at Shen Xi. In those streaks of gazes, there was a bit of surprise, yet they didn't say much. Because what Shen Xi said, they had already heard once when they were participating in the program. Each person had to complete the daily assigned tasks to get the reward of 3 meals. At first, they thought it was quite strict. However, after doing it for 2 consecutive days, they got used to it. Anyway, it wasn't anything particularly strenuous, just simple things like cleaning the yard and tidying up firewood. Hearing what Shen Xi said, Kong Yuanli murmured in a small voice with a tingling scalp, yes, since Su Yang is here, you should do the dishes. Otherwise, it'll be my turn today. Kong Yuanli had grown up in a wealthy environment. Not to mention doing the dishes, he had hardly touched many plates. When he first tried to wash the dishes, he even accidentally dropped and broke several ceramic bowls. He was severely punished by Shen Xi and sent to feed the piglets. Hiss. Kong Yuanli shuddered. Although feeding the pigs was a simple task, the stench in the pigsty was truly indescribable. He vowed that he would never take another step into it for the rest of his life. The bullet comments on the screen were abuzz with lively discussions. Shen Xi is really tough, treating everyone equally. I'm smitten. Shen Xi is absolutely right. Only when everyone has a clear, cut division of labor can it be fair. Otherwise, allowing only Su Yang to be exempt from work is just too lenient. Isn't it? But Su Yang claimed that his hand was injured and he couldn't touch water. There's nothing we can do about it. Rules are rules and shouldn't be broken easily. Otherwise, there'll be no credibility at all. Just then, Shen Xi, like a magician, produced a pair of rubber gloves from behind and unhesitatingly tossed them into Su Yang's arms. Here, take these gloves. Hurry up and wash the dishes. Otherwise, you won't get any food tomorrow, Shen Xi said with a beaming smile, using Su Yang's own earlier excuse to cut off all his escape routes. Can't touch water? It's okay. Wear the rubber gloves. Just enjoy your work. Staring at the rubber gloves thrust directly in front of him, the genial smile on Su Yang's face faded considerably. He never expected that after making excuses to this extent, he still couldn't get out of it. His eyes darkened in an instant. This Shen Xi was so insensible. Shen Xi, what are the tasks for tomorrow? You should tell us earlier so that we can make preparations. Xie Chongshu suddenly spoke up just when the atmosphere had become extremely stifling. For a moment, everyone's gazes shifted towards him. Xie Chongshu remained calm as ever, his eyes falling gently on Shen Xi with a questioning look. Shen Xi slowly curved her lips and said, the task for tomorrow, naturally. It has to be kept secret first. Only in this way can there be a sense of surprise, right? Was it just her illusion? It seemed that Xie Chongshu's words were meant to support her. Among all the guests participating in the variety show, Xie Chongshu held the highest status, while Shen Xi, as an amateur, should have had little say. However, before the program started, she had dealt with Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan in a forceful manner. Kong Yuanli, who had also been intimidated, had become much more subdued. Zhao Hashan and Hu Man were both moderate in their ways and didn't like to stir up trouble. The program crew, having gained popularity from Shen Xi's outburst, naturally indulged her to some extent. Coupled with Xie Chongshu's implicit recognition and support after his arrival, Shen Xi undoubtedly became the person with the highest leadership position in the program. It was truly strange that an amateur had become the decision maker among all these seasoned celebrities. However, Su Yang's participation had brought about many variables. Nevertheless, Xie Chongshu's words had brought about some subtle changes at just the right moment. Who would dare to oppose a leader recognized by an actor of such high status? Imperceptibly, Shen Xi's status had been directly elevated. Hearing what Shen Xi said, Xie Chongshu didn't show any annoyance on his face. Instead, he let out a soft laugh and said, hearing you say that, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks to Xie Chongshu's words, the previously argumentative live streaming room had become much more harmonious. I believe it's not wrong for Shen Xi to direct others. After all, she is in charge of task arrangement. Moreover, it was Su Yang who was late first. He was the one in the wrong. I think Shen Xi is really remarkable. She didn't break the rules just because Su Yang is a big name star. How many people can be as steadfast as she is? I'm afraid those little girls in the fan circles would even rush to wash the dishes for their idols themselves. Enough said. I'm going to be a fan of Shen Xi, this straightforward woman, right away. In the program, a flicker of surprise flashed across the depths of Su Yang's eyes, which were usually brimming with tenderness. He really didn't expect that the movie king Xie Chongshu would side with Shen Xi. He couldn't help stealing a few glances at Shen Xi. He had taken note of this woman. Given Xie Chongshu's current status in the entertainment industry, he actually agreed to let an unknown amateur give orders. In a split second, he flashed a faint smile and said in a gentle tone, "You're right. After all, I didn't abide by the rules. I'll go and wash the dishes in the kitchen right away. Please rest assured." He put on a very humble attitude. Well, Su Yang is really so kind. He's still as tolerant and gentle as ever. Su Yang is amazing. It's truly fitting to call him the little son of the entertainment industry. The barrage was once again inundated with a continuous stream of praises. And most people agreed with these laudatory remarks, thanks to his years of skill in hiding his true self. Not only in the entertainment circle but also among the general public, Su Yang's evaluations were mostly positive. Naturally, people regarded him through a kind-hearted filter. In the camera shot, since he had waited for the person and given all the instructions, Shen Xi left the restaurant without hesitation. The others also left one after another. In the blink of an eye, apart from Su Yang, there was no one else. Only the surrounding live broadcast cameras were still working diligently. Su Yang flickered his eyes slightly. 3 minutes later, a staff member in black work uniform approached. "Brother Su, is everything done?" Su Yang said indifferently. "There are people we bribed in the program group. The signal of the live broadcast cameras here has been blocked, and no one will notice." The man in black said respectfully to Su Yang. He was Su Yang's exclusive assistant for this variety show. "Then quickly wash these bowls and chopsticks." Su Yang's face suddenly darkened. Glancing at those greasy bowls and chopsticks piled up together, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. The black-clothed assistant nodded and carefully stepped into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Xi didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he temporarily arranged a new room for Xie Chongshu. After all, Xie Chongshu had already become a participant in Swap Lives, so he naturally had to live in the program group. However, the news was announced rather hastily in the morning, leaving no time for preparations. Shen Xi quickly tidied up. Finally, when Xie Chongshu reappeared with his suitcase, everything was ready. It was a small south-facing guest room, about 20 square meters, with an independent bathroom. Although it was not magnificent and dazzling, it was decorated simply and gracefully. Should you have any other needs regarding the room, feel free to mention them. Shen Xi watched Xie Chongshu wheel the suitcase into the room and followed suit. No need. I'm quite satisfied with this place, Xie Chongshu replied. As he cast a glance around, a faint smile flitted across his eyes. He casually pushed the suitcase aside, showing no haste to unpack. The sheets and quilt covers are freshly changed. If you don't fancy them, you can use your own, Shen Xi shrugged and carefully explained, his tone as serene as ever, laced with a touch of gentle concern. Hearing this, Xie Chongshu felt an inexplicable lift in his mood. Just as he finished with the mundane instructions, a knock sounded at the door. Turning around, he saw the door being abruptly pushed open from the outside. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Shen Xi fixed his gaze on Su Yang standing at the door and calmly said, "Have you washed the dishes? We'll need them all tomorrow." His words hit right at Su Yang's weak spot. "Rest assured, they're all cleaned," Su Yang replied. For a split second, the smile on his face almost faltered. Glancing at Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu in the room, he blinked and said, "Teacher Xie, you're here too." Xie Chongshu gave a slight nod to Su Yang as a greeting. After returning an even gentler smile, Su Yang turned to Shen Xi and said, "Shen Xi, I'd like to discuss something with you." "Oh, go ahead," Shen Xi replied, his tone nonchalant. In Su Yang's eyes, it carried a hint of haughty scrutiny. Su Yang frowned slightly between his brows, yet his tone remained gentle. "Is there any spare room here? The room I'm staying in faces north and is rather cold. I'm not quite used to it." Chapter 29. Brutes ought to be with brutes just 10 minutes ago. After impatiently waiting for his assistant to finish washing the dishes, Su Yang sent someone to bring his luggage to the small room where he was supposed to stay. Instantly, Su Yang's face darkened completely. The room faced north and looked rather gloomy. However, the various facilities inside were complete. There was a separate bathroom, the bed was neatly made, and a light bulb was newly installed. It was simple yet full of warmth. But for Su Yang, who had long lived in a luxurious villa worth hundreds of thousands per square meter, with the floors covered in pure wool carpets and the bathrooms featuring diamond-encrusted bathtubs, this place was the epitome of grandeur. In comparison, the living environment here was abysmal. He couldn't bear to stay even for a second. At that moment, looking at the interior of the small cottage, Su Yang's face clouded over, and he went straight to confront Shen Xi. Little did he expect to meet Xie Chongshu here. Suppressing the displeasure in his eyes, Su Yang wore his usual amiable smile. "Shen Xi, could you do me a favor? I suffer from mild insomnia and would like a room with a better environment. Of course, if it's a bit difficult, I can offer some appropriate compensation." It was an implicit attempt to buy his way with money. The man seemed to be smiling gently, yet there was an underlying sense of haughty disdain. For him to condescend to say a few words was already a great honor for Shen Xi, that rustic girl. He was the most popular young idol at present. Staying in such a room was nothing short of suffering. Country folk are so stubborn and ignorant. Knowing he was coming, they should have prepared a country villa at least. In fact, if Xie Chongshu weren't present at the moment, Su Yang would probably resort to more coercive means to achieve his goal. Shen Xi locked eyes with the fleeting disdain in Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help sneering inwardly. Sure enough, the same thing had happened in her past life. At a similar time, Su Yang, wearing a mask of false kindness, came to ask for a room change. Back then, she was deceived and agreed. She spent almost the whole night tidying up the room and arranging the environment for Su Yang, transforming the simple cottage into a glittering abode, even using the silk quilt that she herself was reluctant to use at home. As a result, she hardly had any rest. The next day, during the filming of the program, she kept dozing off and was branded as lazy and slack by the netizens watching the program. As for Su Yang, he got the house he was barely satisfied with, occupied the best resting environment, and as always, played his role as a hypocrite so well that everyone thought he was amiable. Does he still think he can have everything go his way right in front of me this lifetime? Dream on. There are only so many rooms in the house. It's first come, first served. You can the latest. Tough luck. Shen Xi glanced at him, looking extremely innocent. "Well, there is still a small room beside the pigsty. If you don't mind, you can sleep there. A brute should stay with other brutes, right?" Shen Xi was gleefully scheming in her heart, while right in front of her, Su Yang's complexion changed slightly. Sleep with the pigs. This was clearly an act of humiliation towards him. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Yang caught sight of Xie Chongshu inside the room. Due to his concerns, he had to suppress his raging anger and forced a smile on his face, saying, "Shen Xi, you're really good at joking." Shen Xi still wore a beaming smile on her face and replied, "I'm not joking at all. If he still wanted to act like a big shot in front of her, it would be quicker to daydream." Her unyielding attitude left Su Yang momentarily speechless. "All right. I've conveyed what I needed to. I won't disturb you while you're tidying up. See you tomorrow." Without paying any more attention to Su Yang's rigid expression, Shen Xi greeted Xie Chongshu and then turned around to return to her own room. Su Yang stood there, stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable rage welled up in his heart. Since his debut, thanks to the support from someone behind the scenes and his excellent ability to disguise himself, he had always done as he pleased in the entertainment industry. Never had he expected to stumble on this second-tier variety show. A rustic amateur girl dared to give him a hard time. "Teacher Xie, then I'll take my leave first. Good night." With a stiff face, he reluctantly uttered the words of farewell. When Su Yang stepped into that small room again, his face instantly turned as gloomy as a stormy sea. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, a faint smile appeared on Su Yang's handsome face. "Sister Luo." As he opened his mouth, his voice was sweet and obedient, completely different from his previous sinister look. His eyes flickered twice, and his tone turned a bit plaintive. "Sister Luo, do I really have to continue participating in this program? We still have the matter of album production later. Won't it be too much of a distraction from our main business?" He didn't want to stay in this lousy program for even a single second. "No, Su Yang. You must persevere until the end of this variety show," came the rare and direct retort from the phone. It was Luo Hui, the top-notch talent agent. "For the future development of your career, there can't be the slightest error. Think it over carefully. Do you really want to stay at this level for the rest of your life? Don't you want to become an actor of the year and have your moment of glory? The future, being an actor of the year." A sudden warmth surged in his chest. Su Yang's eyes fluttered, and he deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of gentle probing. "Sister Luo, what do you mean?" On the other end of the phone, Luo Hui took a deep breath and continued. "You have no idea. Thanks to the popularity brought by actor Xie, this program has become the hottest variety show at present. In less than a single day, Swap Lives has become the most popular program across all platforms. Not only has the playback volume skyrocketed, but the number of people watching the live stream has also exceeded 10 million within just a few hours. All of this can be attributed to Xie Chongshu's incredibly high popularity and influence. To put it bluntly, right now, even just being a background character in this program is far better than going out to seek business opportunities and resources." Su Yang was initially quite disdainful of this variety show, so he had no idea that the program Swap Lives had already become extremely popular. When he went online to check the data, he was completely speechless. He never expected that this mediocre second-tier program could reach such a stage. Even Shen Xi, whom he couldn't stand, seemed to be quite well known. Remembering the repeated setbacks he had encountered today, the man's eyes darkened, and a flicker of discontent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Seeing that he remained silent on the phone for a long time, Luo Hui knew that Su Yang must have taken her words to heart. After feeling slightly relieved, she said again, "Su Yang, since actor Xie is in the program, we can't let this good opportunity slip by. Sister Luo, is there any inside information?" Su Yang frowned, thinking of Xie Chongshu's cold attitude. "Some time ago, I got an inside tip. Without any unexpected circumstances, actor Xie will prepare to retire from the entertainment industry before the end of the year." Xie Chongshu is going to retire from the entertainment industry. Chapter 30. The only daughter of the Bai family can only be her. Su Yang's pupils constricted slightly, and his voice softened a bit. "Is this true? It can't be a hoax, right? Retiring from the entertainment industry. Come on, that's actor Xie Chongshu we're talking about. If this news gets out, the entire entertainment circle will be in an uproar. At least 80 credible. Su Yang, you know how competitive the entertainment industry is. If actor Xie retires, most of the resources he currently holds will be divided up. This is a great opportunity for you." Luo Hui analyzed calmly. "I've already discussed it with the company, and we've bought the announcements. Starting today, we'll create the title of Little Xie Chongshu for you. Your makeup and styling should also be similar to Xie Chongshu's. We must seize the opportunity before others notice. As for the program, get closer to Xie Chongshu in front of the camera and create as many topics as possible. It'll be easier for the post-production operations." Be a little Xie Chongshu? A look of disgust flashed across Su Yang's face. However, A single sentence from Luo Hui soon soothed his uneasiness. By the way, the movie resource you wanted before, the company has secured it for you. You'll be the leading male without a doubt, so don't worry. Thank you, Sister Luo. Su Yang blinked his eyes, and his relaxed and cheerful tone was tinged with a hint of imperceptible flattery. I knew that once you took action, there'd be no mistakes. Stop being a sweet talker. You'd better listen to what I just said carefully, Luo Hui added. Yes. I'll definitely listen to you, Sister Luo. Su Yang sweet-talked a couple of sentences and soon managed to placate the agent on the other end. After hanging up the phone, he let out a soft click of his tongue, with a look of disgust and disdain on his face. Meanwhile, late at night in a small town hospital, although Xiao Wenxuan's nose bled after being hit by a goose's wing, which looked rather alarming, in fact, his wound was not deep. A little treatment, and he would be fine. However, in the next few days, to stabilize his condition, Xiao Wenxuan had to wrap a white bandage around his head, which extended to his nose, ruining his otherwise decent appearance to a large extent. After Bai Xinya arrived at the hospital, she sobbed all the time while staying by Xiao Wenxuan's side. The way she seemed to have only him in her heart and eyes made Xiao Wenxuan quite satisfied. Just when Xiao Wenxuan hesitated about leaving the program, Bai Xinya suddenly looked up and said, "No, Wenxuan, stay with me. I don't want to leave the program yet." Bai Xinya was a bit flustered. Thinking of the numerous negative comments about her on the internet, she gritted her teeth in anger. She hadn't managed to trample Shen Xi under her feet yet. How could she be willing to give up before achieving her goal? Otherwise, once her background was exposed, she would really have no way out. Xiao Wenxuan didn't expect Bai Xinya to be so insistent, so he had to abandon this thought. Affected by the medication, he soon fell into a drowsy state on the hospital bed. Bai Xinya used the excuse of being worried and staying to accompany him, and directly rented the adjacent VIP ward. If it weren't for the plan to bring down Shen Xi, she wouldn't even want to set foot in a shabby place like Xinjia village. After a comfortable bath, Bai Xinya had just lain in bed and was about to play with her phone when it suddenly rang unexpectedly. Hello. Glancing at the flashing screen, Bai Xinya curved her lips, and her sweet voice flowed out, Mom. Xinya, have you had a good time on the variety show these days? On the other end of the phone, Mrs. Bai inquired with concern. The Bai family had 3 children in total, and she doted on her only daughter the most. The entire Bai family cherished Bai Xinya like a pearl in the palm. Indeed, after Bai Xinya had only been away for a few days to participate in the variety show, Mrs. Bai already missed her daughter deeply. Mom, I'm doing great here. Bai Xinya blinked her eyes and finally swallowed back all her pent-up anger. Don't worry about me. But I heard that you've been bullied? Mrs. Bai said. Is there a girl named Shen Xi who has been targeting you and making you do heavy work? Xinya, don't be afraid. I'll come over myself tomorrow and take you back. Our Bai family's pearl won't suffer such unjust grievances. No, Mom. I want to carry on. Bai Xinya refused without hesitation, clenching her teeth and biting her lips. I want to be a star. It's okay to endure some hardships. It was not easy for her to get a chance to interact with Shen Xi. Before she could ruin Shen Xi's reputation, how could she be willing to give up? All right. Mom will listen to you. Mrs. Bai had always doted on her daughter and basically granted all of Bai Xinya's requests. She was soon convinced, though there was still a bit of anger in her heart. Oh right, your dad and I have been quite occupied lately and haven't had the chance to watch your show. Don't watch it. Bai Xinya blurted out instinctively. Immediately, with a guilty conscience, she added, I made a complete fool of myself in it. Mom, please don't watch it, okay? Xinya is afraid you'll worry and that you'll think I've disgraced you. Although Shen Xi was wearing a veil due to an allergy. What if the Bai family recognized her? Then all her efforts of drugging Shen Xi with allergy medicine before the meeting would be in vain. Silly girl. You're the beloved daughter of our Bai family. Who would think that way about you? Mrs. Bai quickly soothed her and promised not to watch Swap Lives. At the thought of her precious daughter suffering in the show, almost instinctively, she murmured a few complaints. Who is that rural girl named Shen Xi? How dare she treat the apple of our Bai family's eye like this? She must be a wild child whose parents failed to raise her properly. I've seen plenty of such country bumpkins. Xinya, don't be sad. You're a beautiful swan, while Shen Xi is just an ugly duckling. She'll never be a match for you. Listening to the continuous praises in her ear, Bai Xinya felt much better. So what if Shen Xi was the biological daughter of the Bai family? With the love and doting of everyone in the Bai family, she was the real young mistress of the Bai family. Bai Xinya took a deep breath, and her previously restless mood gradually calmed down. Later, she would make Shen Xi make a complete fool of herself on the show and ruin her reputation. She would prove that she was the rightful young mistress of the Bai family. The next day, It was another day for the filming of the show. Shen Xi woke up early in the morning and, as usual, applied herbal medicine to her face. After a few days, the allergic symptoms on her face had improved significantly. Most of the large redness and swelling, as well as the marks, had subsided. It was estimated that it would be completely healed in a couple of days. When the time was up, she washed off the herbal medicine on her face, put on the veil again, and then opened the door to go out. Coincidentally, at that moment, a tall and slender figure next door appeared in her sight. Good morning. The person going out was Xie Chongshu. However, the man seemed to have just woken up, with a hint of languidness in his eyebrows and eyes. Good morning. Shen Xi also greeted him. The two of them walked towards the kitchen and the dining room one after another. When they got there, they found that the other guests had already arrived. And the live broadcast had been going on for a long time. Kong Yuanli and Hu Man were sitting at the dining table enjoying the delicious food. The venerable elder Zhao Ha Shan had finished his meal early and was doing Taijiquan in the small yard to keep fit. Good morning, everyone. The breakfast in the kitchen is all heated up. You can help yourselves if you want. Su Yang was the first to greet them, with a kind smile on his face, as if he were the master here. Seeing this scene, Shen Xi felt nauseous on the spot. It was indeed Su Yang's usual tactic. Xie Chongshu stopped in his tracks. He clearly sensed the continuous chill emanating from Shen Xi and looked up at Su Yang in the distance. Teacher Xie, this is the breakfast I specially prepared for you. It's all prepared according to your taste. Come and have a taste quickly. When Xie Chongshu appeared in the restaurant, Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He promptly and courteously carried the steaming breakfast and walked up to Xie, his smile becoming even more radiant. He looked like a humble and polite junior. The barrage in the live, streaming room suddenly skyrocketed in an instant. Wow, our Yang Yang is so polite and sensible. He's really endearing. Two handsome men in the same frame. I've taken a screenshot. It's a paradise for people who love good looks. Xie Chongshu's eyes paused for a moment. Didn't move his body, and simply said coldly, thank you. It's nothing. As a fan, I'm extremely delighted to be of help to Teacher Xie. Su Yang continued to laugh merrily. He leaned in and directly took the only remaining seat beside Xie Chongshu. Seeing this, Xie's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, Shen Xi sensed something amiss. Su Yang's dressing today was highly unusual. Chapter 31. She's serious about being a nuisance. Shen Xi had been exploited for 2 years, making her one of the few who knew Su Yang well. Even though Su Yang's true nature was extremely ugly, his talent agency crafted an image of a sunny and warm-hearted young man for him. Thus, his regular clothing choices leaned in that direction. White shirts, jeans, baseball caps. He dressed as youthfully and vibrantly as possible. However, today was different. Su Yang, who usually adhered to the sunny boy style, was wearing a light, gray silk shirt paired with well-tailored dress pants. At first glance, he seemed like a sophisticated and successful gentleman. A far cry from his usual look. Shen Xi unconsciously tightened her lips. Why did she have a nagging feeling that this look was somehow familiar? Just as she was ruminating on this matter, she inadvertently glanced at Xie Chongshu beside her. In the morning light, the man was clad in a black suit and trousers. The exquisitely tailored shirt accentuated his noble air to perfection. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and Shen Xi suddenly recalled something and understood. Su Yang, that shameless wretch, was copying Xie Chongshu. Getting closer, Shen Xi noticed another thing. Not only was his styling affected, but Su Yang's makeup had also changed. Previously, he had an idol-like style with every detail meticulously done. But this time, Su Yang surprisingly abandoned his eye-blinding glittery eyeshadows and simply used earth-tone colors to enhance his facial contours. At first glance, he bore a slight resemblance to Xie Chongshu, but upon closer inspection, there were flaws everywhere. Moreover, Xie Chongshu has an extremely excellent bone structure, with perfectly proportioned eyebrows and eyes. Su Yang's attempt to simply rely on makeup and styling to imitate him is nothing but a ridiculous act of mimicking. Just like the ugly woman in the story trying to copy the beauty's frown, with the real one right in front, the imitation is but a laughingstock. Shen Xi slightly curved her lips, and beneath the veil, there was a cold sneer. However, apart from her, no one else noticed Su Yang's little scheme. Or rather, no one would have thought that Su Yang would dare to do such a thing right in front of Xie Chongshu. The reason why Shen Xi could make such an association so quickly was also because of something that actually happened in her previous life when she was unfortunately reduced to being an assistant. For a period of time, Su Yang inexplicably started to imitate Xie Chongshu. At first, she wasn't quite clear about it either. It was only by chance that she inquired about these top secret news. It was said that the film Emperor Xie Chongshu might have the intention of retiring from the entertainment circle in order to obtain the resources in his hands. Both the company and Su Yang agreed to do such a shameless thing. She clearly remembered that at that time, although she didn't know what had happened. Xie Chongshu indeed rarely appeared in public for most of the time, and relying on his imitation skills. Su Yang really managed to snatch quite a few high-quality resources. Shen Xi blinked slightly and lowered her head in deep thought. But it seemed that this was something that would happen more than half a year later. Why did her rebirth bring this matter forward? Thinking like this, her eyes unconsciously glanced at Xie Chongshu, only to see the film emperor leisurely enjoying his breakfast, exuding an air of casual languor and nobility in every gesture. The aura emanating from within is a charm that no fake could ever acquire even after lifetimes of cultivation. Shen Xi's gaze was so intense that it was impossible for Xie Chongshu to ignore, putting down the soy milk in his hand. He looked over with a hint of surprise in his eyes and asked, "Why are you looking at me? I'd like to inquire about something." Shen Xi blinked and deliberately lowered her voice. "There's a rumor that you're going to retire from the entertainment circle. Is that true?" Meanwhile, her mind was racing. Since Su Yang wanted to seize resources by imitating Xie Chongshu, if Xie Chongshu had no intention of staying in the circle, then everything would be fine. Xie Chongshu raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised that Shen Xi would suddenly bring up such a topic. With a curl of his lips, he tossed the question back. "Then do you hope I'll retire?" Actually, after enduring more than half a year of bad luck, Xie Chongshu did intend to retire from the entertainment circle. Lately, he rarely took on new scripts. There was no other way, for the sake of his own life. Leaving the entertainment circle was a form of self-protection for him. However, now, by chance, he had met Shen Xi, someone who could help ward off his bad luck. If he could keep her by his side, perhaps he didn't have to end his acting career so soon. Though his thoughts were swirling, not a trace of it showed on his face. Shen Xi had no idea that someone was scheming against her. Hearing Xie Chongshu's counter-question, she replied without much thought, "Of course not. In her previous life, wasn't it because Su Yang had piggybacked on Xie Chongshu's success that he had risen to prominence? As long as Xie Chongshu remains in the entertainment circle, Su Yang shall never be as despicable as he was in his previous life, profiting from imitation. With the genuine article right here, how can a fake have its place?" In the endeavor of annoying Su Yang, Shen Xi has always been earnest and dedicated. Gazing at Shen Xi's solemn little face, Xie Chongshu curved his lips and said, "Retiring from the circle, it's still far too soon. I'm in no hurry." Although neither of them was overly talkative, after several days of companionship, they had come to know each other to a certain extent. Conversing in a desultory manner, the atmosphere was rather lively. However, Su Yang, sitting not far away, looked far from pleased. Watching Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu chatting merrily with smiles on their faces, Su Yang also wore a genial smile. Yet, in the places where the live, broadcast camera did not catch, a chill would occasionally flit across his eyes. Su Yang found the scene before him extremely irritating. In order to forge a connection with Xie Chongshu, he got up unusually early today and voluntarily went to the kitchen to help, painstakingly preparing breakfast, all in the hope of leaving a good impression on Xie Chongshu. Little did he expect that apart from a faint word of thanks at the start, Xie Chongshu showed no intention of paying him any heed. Instead, he was having a delightful conversation with that rural girl. Su Yang's eyes darkened in an instant. He touched the makeup he had carefully applied this morning, and his resolve to establish a connection with Xie Chongshu grew even firmer. That was none other than the movie king, Xie Chongshu. Even a tiny bit of resources slipping through his fingers could turn an obscure actor from the far-flung fringes of the entertainment circle into a star. If all those resources fell into his hands, he'd have free rein to stir things up in the entire entertainment industry. So, he absolutely couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. Suppressing the burning eagerness in his heart, Su Yang swiftly adjusted his mindset. He turned his head and flashed what he thought was a perfectly humble smile at Xie Chongshu. "Mr. Xie, I'm going to join a film crew next month. It'll be my first time acting, and I'd like to consult you on some matters." The seemingly casual revelation sent Su Yang's fans who were glued to the live stream into a frenzy. "Oh my goodness, our Yang is so amazing. He's transitioning into an actor so soon. Please support actor Su Yang. It's a great investment. Oh dear, another idol turning actor. I just hope he doesn't torture us with his abysmal acting." Of course, there were also opposing and sarcastic remarks, but they were quickly drowned out by the continuous of Su Yang's fans. In the camera's view, just as Su Yang was earnestly trying to use acting as a springboard to strike up a conversation with Xie Chongshu, a cold voice suddenly exclaimed from the side, "Su Yang, could you move a bit further away?" The powder you just applied on your face is about to shake into the bowls. How can others eat? In an instant, the restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 32. Mutual confrontation. Originally, Kong Yuanli and Hu Man, who were dining at another table, both raised their heads. All the people in the room and the cameras unconsciously cast their gazes towards Su Yang's face, and Shen Xi, who had just uttered those words. In the camera, Su Yang's expression visibly stiffened for a moment. In contrast, Shen Xi, with her face veiled by white gauze, only showing a pair of clear eyes, looked pure and innocent. I am aware that you are a fan of actor Xie. It is only natural to revere him. After all, outstanding individuals always draw people's attention. However, it is rather excessive that you are now imitating actor Xie's appearance and attire to such an extent. Shen Xi spoke leisurely, uttering the most astonishing words in the most nonchalant tone. Those who don't know might think you're trying to replace him and become the next actor Xie. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone wore identical expressions of stupefaction, including the director outside the camera. The follow-up cameraman instinctively zoomed in with the camera, precisely framing Xie Chongshu and Su Yang alone within the shot. Under the camera, the deliberately magnified facial contours and features were clearly visible, and it was precisely because of this that people began to notice. It seemed that what Shen Xi said was actually true. With a similar dressing style and meticulously crafted makeup, Su Yang did bear a certain resemblance to actor Xie at this moment. Shen Xi has such a sharp eye. She managed to spot this. Kong Yuanli, representing the straight-laced men, stared in shock with wide, opened eyes. No wonder, he thought. I felt that Su Yang looked somewhat different today compared to yesterday, yet I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Hu Man sat beside him, remaining silent. But her eyes kept flitting back and forth between Xie Chongshu and Su Yang. She frowned slightly. As a former best actress, even though Hu Man's popularity had waned, she vaguely sensed Su Yang's ulterior motives and found them quite repulsive. She just didn't expect Shen Xi to be so blunt in pointing it out. Amid the eerie silence, the live stream room was ablaze with activity, especially after the camera captured the frame of Xie Chongshu and Su Yang together. The bullet comments on the screen went wild. Damn, Shen Xi is so straightforward. How dare she directly confront Su Yang? He's a top-tier celebrity, not some third-rate actress like Bai Xinya. So what if he's a top-tier celebrity? Su Yang was the one acting disgustingly first. He's addicted to copying. How dare he pull these stunts in front of actor Xie? He deserves to be in this embarrassing situation. Once they're in the same frame, the comparison is just too stark. With actor Xie as the paragon of excellence, no matter how hard Su Yang tries to imitate, he's just a poor copy. Look at actor Xie in the frame. He's like a noble gentleman emerging from the green bamboo groves on the mountains, elegant and dignified. And then look at Su Yang beside him. Oh, sorry, I can't stand it. Humph, what are you guys so smug about? Actor Xie only has his title as a best actor. In terms of popularity and other data, he's far behind our Su Yang. He's on the decline, just like a dying wave about to be washed away by the new ones. Initially, the barrage on the live stream was filled with ridicule of Su Yang's overreaching actions. However, upon seeing this, Su Yang's fans were enraged. They couldn't help but feel pity for their idol and began to flood the barrage with their messages. Exactly. Actor Xie is an old man of 28. Who would even care about him? Our Su Yang is young and has great potential. Xie Chongshu shouldn't even dream of leeching off his popularity. Those who dare to look down on brother Su Yang will be taught a lesson by our Sunflower Army. Su Yang is known as the little sun in the outside world, and his fans, who revere him, are called the Sunflower Army. Suddenly, countless barges on the live stream viewing interface started to attack Xie Chongshu. This instantly aroused dissatisfaction among the viewers who had been watching the program and the more laid-back fans of Xie Chongshu. What? Am I seeing things? Or do some people just have serious mental issues? Is actor Xie on the verge of fading out? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard since I was born. He has won every major acting award at home and abroad and holds a top-tier position in the entertainment industry. How dare you even utter a single word about a man as divine as him? Well, it's more likely that your precious idol would have to grovel and apologize in front of actor Xie. Oh dear, yes, our actor Xie is 28. But when your brother was 24, actor Xie had already amassed so many trophies that his hands were full. In comparison, your brother is nothing but a good for nothing. Nowadays, any shameless wretch dares to target actor Xie. If you have a mental problem, go get treated. With their fingers flying across the keyboards, creating a flurry of typing sounds, the elder fans of the actor, who were well versed in the entertainment and fan circles, made their comeback. Rub the faces of the so-called sunflower army against the keyboard until they are powerless to resist. Come on. When they used to dominate the fan circles, engaging in battles with domestic and foreign fan groups, the so-called sunflower army were just toddlers still sucking on a bottle. Stay away from the brainless. It will bring you misfortune. Inside the live broadcast room, the actress fans of the movie star were humiliating and tormenting the sunflower army. As time ticked by in the live broadcast footage, Su Yong remained rigid in place. Sweat continuously trickled down his forehead, smudging his already ill-fitting makeup. Meanwhile, Xie Chongshu was gracefully savoring his breakfast from start to finish. There was not a single flaw or imperfection to be found on him. His looks outshone others, and his charm was irresistible. Xie Chongshu was the most extraordinary existence in the entertainment circle. Su Yong, why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong just now? Shen Xi covered her mouth in surprise as she spoke and wore an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, I don't have many faults, but I'm just outspoken. If I accidentally said something wrong, please feel free to point it out. Don't stand on ceremony. Her clear eyes fluttered slightly and landed on Su Yang's rigid face. A sneer flashed across her face in an instant. To deal with this kind of hypocritical and scheming person, one has to be even more conniving and feigning. No, it's my fault. I admired Teacher Xie so much that I dressed up as a fan. I didn't expect it might have put Teacher Xie in an awkward situation. I'm really sorry. Su Yong truly deserved his reputation as a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, seamlessly navigating its complexities. Swiftly, he concocted an excuse to evade the accusation of imitating Xie Chongshu's style. He rose from his seat and bowed profusely, his apology accompanied by an expression so sincere that it gave pause to the viewers tuned in to the live broadcast. Judging from Su Yang's display of earnestness, this must have been a minor mishap, not a deliberate act. Precisely. When I was an avid fan, I too would deliberately choose items identical to those of my idol. It only goes to show that Su Yong holds a deep admiration for actor Xie. Without a doubt, the image of an optimistic and forthright little son that Su Yong had carefully crafted over the years had firmly taken root in people's hearts. Nearly everyone believed that it was merely an inadvertent oversight on his part. Even Sun Hanyang stepped in to mediate, speaking on Su Yang's behalf. It's just a minor misunderstanding. Once cleared up, all will be well. May I trouble Teacher Su to freshen up quickly? We're about to head to the next task location. Certainly. I'll be right there once I've tidied up. I sincerely apologize for causing this delay. As he uttered these remorse-filled words, a flicker passed across the man's eyes. Unbeknownst to others, the once relaxed curve of his lips had subtly tightened. After another profound bow, Su Yong finally exited the room. A soft rustling sound emerged among the surrounding staff members. Ah, Teacher Su has such a gentle temperament. His apology was so sincere. I'm convinced he didn't do it on purpose. I also think so. As for that Shen Xi, she's really disrespectful. Some matters should be discussed privately. It's so embarrassing for her to leave others without a way out in front of the camera. Tut-tut, she'll surely suffer in the future. Who doesn't think so? Just think about the upcoming exchange with strangers in 3 days. It'll be Shen Xi's turn to experience the stars' lives as a guest. A rustic farm girl like her will definitely make a fool of herself and have bad luck in the end. Hee, I'm already ready to watch the show. In the face of the barely perceptible malice emanating from all around, Shen Xi simply ignored it. In a corner where the live, streaming camera couldn't reach, she patted Xie Chongshu on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. You should also be more vigilant. Su Yong did that on purpose to get close to you. He'll probably try every means to tie you up for marketing. If you don't want to be exploited, stay away from him. Shen Xi knows exactly the tactics of that scumbag Su Yong and the unscrupulous company behind him. In their eyes, Xie Chongshu at this moment is a mouth-watering piece of fat. They'll never let go of this free traffic. She can't stand Su Yong at all. Reminding Xie Chongshu in passing is also a way for her to vent her anger. As long as Su Yong gets into trouble, she'll be happy. Xie Chongshu slightly raised his eyebrows, and his deep, thoughtful gaze fell on Shen Xi. He didn't expect that Shen Xi would react more strongly than he, the person involved. As a man who has won numerous Best Actor awards, Xie Chongshu had already noticed Su Yang's clumsy imitation when the latter approached him. These petty actions were nothing but a waste of time for Xie Chongshu. He simply regarded them as a joke. Having been in the industry for over a decade, he had achieved numerous feats. If he were to be replaced merely because of others' imitation, it would be an insult to him. However, Xie Chongshu's silence seemed like bewilderment in Shen Xi's eyes. Shen Xi heaved a sigh. In the previous life, when Xie Chongshu was at the peak of his career, he suddenly withdrew from the circle. Could there be some ineffable reasons? Family issues, health problems, perhaps a terminal illness? having imagined a host of tragic stories. Shen Xi's gaze towards him involuntarily carried sympathy and pity. Poor thing. Xie Chongshu, forget it. Just remember to stay away from Su Yang. Shen Xi reminded him uneasily. Xie Chongshu gave her a profound look and then smiled charmingly. Sure, this is Xinjia village. Then I'll have to trouble you, Shen Xi, to take care of me. Shen Xi was stunned. Wait, had she ever said such a thing? After waiting for a while, they finally saw Su Yang, who had changed his outfit. Under Shen Xi's guidance, they boarded the boat and headed towards the island. Although Xinjia village was just a remote mountain village, it boasted a serene and picturesque landscape with mountains and waters. There was also a vast expanse of sea, and in the middle of the sea, there was a fairly large island. The task for today required the guests to learn to survive on the island for a whole day. They had to find both water and food on their own. It can be regarded as a rural version of extreme survival. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenxuan, who went to the hospital for treatment before, and by Xinya, who accompanied him, will also arrive later to participate in the afternoon activities. After arriving at the island on the boat chartered by the program group, Shen Xi assigned the day's tasks and then strolled around leisurely to enjoy the scenery. The other guests looked at each other, at a loss. Wait, Shen Xi, could you tell us what to do? Finally, Hu Man couldn't help but call out to stop Shen Xi and asked earnestly. Shen Xi stopped in her tracks and cast a nonchalant glance around. In fact, there were many things on the island that could be utilized, such as dry branches and weeds. But all these required the guests to think and act on their own. She would only be responsible for the initial teaching at most. Otherwise, if these pampered guests were really allowed to take risks, goodness only knew what kind of mess they would make. The guests exchanged glances for a while and thought there was nothing wrong with it. Just as Shen Xi was about to turn around and leave, Su Yang behind her suddenly spoke up. Shen Xi, could you give us a bit more guidance? We're not familiar with this place. Give us a hand, will you? Turning around, the man always wore a smile on his face. How about giving us a few more hints? Shen Xi squinted slightly and detected a flicker of disdain and contempt in the other's smiling eyes. Although there was still a usual smile on her face, in fact, Su Yang was in a terrible mood at the moment. He donned a white sweatshirt paired with sweatpants to project an image of youthful exuberance, presenting an aura of sunny charm. However, on this island bereft of substantial shelters, it turned into a calamity. Originally, he could earn money just by lying around. Yet now he had to endure hardships by participating in this filming. If it weren't for the chance to be close to Xie Chongshu, he would have quit long ago. Oh, what a farce. So, he unhesitatingly resorted to words to shift the onerous tasks onto others. After all, Shen Xi was a complete country girl. It seemed reasonable to let her handle everything. Apologies, I'm only responsible for assigning tasks, not spoon-feeding. Shen Xi arched her eyebrows slightly. Her clear and innocent eyes effectively concealed a trace of mockery. Teacher Su Yang is so considerate. He should understand me, right? Shen Xi's words sounded rather sarcastic, and the barrage on the screen soon filled with various comments. Damn it, this woman named Shen Xi is so arrogant. How dare she treat our brother Su Yang like this? You wretched woman, who do you think you are? Shen Xi is so lacking in manners. Su Yang just asked her for some details. Does she have to be so cold-shouldered? To be honest, Shen Xi's attitude isn't great. But she has already provided all the necessary information. What else does she need to say? Clearly, Su Yang was just hinting for Shen Xi to offer assistance. The gentle smile on Su Yang's face faded a bit. He feigned a sorrowful look and spoke up. Miss Shen has always been cold-shouldered towards me. Have I done something wrong and offended you accidentally? As he said this, a shadow briefly passed over his eyes. His character has always been extremely adaptable, so his perception of emotions is also keener than that of ordinary people. Shen Xi. This vulgar countrywoman has caused him trouble since the first time she saw him. Mr. Su, why would you think so? Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, Shen Xi suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. I'm just outspoken and don't think much before speaking. Didn't you say that you, Mr. Su, have the best temper? Why do you still care about this? Su Yang. After this series of retorts, all of Su Yang's words were completely blocked, and his handsome face, which always brimmed with smiles, looked gloomy for a rare moment. It doesn't matter. As long as Miss Shen doesn't misunderstand me. Even so, Su Yang quickly adjusted his mood, looking at Shen Xi with a faint smile. Let's work hard together in the next few days. Have a pleasant cooperation. Shen Xi. You. Now it was Shen Xi's turn to feel sick. Forcing a fake smile, Shen Xi quickly turned around, her face as cold as frost. Sure enough, Su Yang was still so hypocritical. She felt nauseated just looking at him for an extra second. She tried hard to suppress the disgust welling up in her heart, and at the same time, Her vigilance towards Su Yang increased a notch. Watching Shen Xi striding away, the others sensibly prepared to start taking action. Zhao Hongshan and the other two had got to know each other and developed a certain tacit understanding before, so they formed a team. After some discussion, they planned to go fishing first to fill their stomachs. Su Yang stood still in place. Not until Shen Xi's figure completely vanished from his sight did the false smile in his eyes fade away entirely. Shen Xi. With the tip of his tongue touching the roof of his mouth, Su Yang murmured this name repeatedly in his heart. Last night, he had a discussion with the company and planned to start with an imitation strategy, capitalizing on Xie Chongshu's popularity, coupled with marketing tactics. Even if he couldn't successfully establish a connection, he intended to create an illusion of similarity between the two of them to secure subsequent resources. However, this excellent plan was shattered by Shen Xi's few words. As a result, he not only failed to forge a relationship with Xie Chongshu but also nearly made a fool of himself in public. It was all because of this ignorant rural woman. With such thoughts in mind, a shadow of gloom flashed across Su Yang's eyes. Now, he could only alleviate the situation by presenting himself as a fan and junior. He must seize the opportunity to get closer to Xie Chongshu in front of the camera as soon as possible. Thinking thus, the gloom on Su Yang's face gradually lifted. There was still time, and he didn't believe that he couldn't find an opportunity in front of so many live, streaming cameras. With urgent matters at hand, he didn't bother to give Shen Xi, a person of no use value, a second thought. Having formulated a plan in his mind, he was about to find a topic to strike up a conversation with Xie Chongshu. When he turned around, he found that there was no one beside him. His eyes widened in shock, and he stood there, stunned. Wait, he clearly saw Xie Chongshu here just now. Where could he be? Although the island was not extremely small, it still took quite a while to explore. Last night, a heavy rain had just fallen. At this moment, the soil underfoot was slightly moist. Breathing in the fresh air, one's mood improved considerably. Shen Xi strolled along, pausing from time to time. Upon seeing the vibrant and colorful flower clusters, the previous unease in her heart caused by Su Yang dissipated a great deal, and she gradually calmed down. Su Yang was not a witless woman like Xinya. He had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and was good at handling things, possessing both shrewd tactics and social connections. If she wanted to deal with him, she needed to come up with a proper plan. With her head bowed, Shen Xi was deep in thought when suddenly a distinct creaking sound came from behind her, halting her steps. She turned to look at the man who had been following her at a leisurely pace, a look of suspicion on her face. Why are you following me? I'm afraid of getting lost, so I'm following you. Xie Chongshu looked at her and said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. There was no other way. He had a special constitution. Once he had tried to keep a distance from Shen Xi, and he almost sprained his ankle. If he didn't keep up now, who knew what misfortunes he would encounter on this island? For now, he could only use being challenged as an excuse. Shen Xi stopped in her tracks, and the hazy thought in her mind suddenly became crystal clear. That scheming Su Yang was trying every means to get close to Xie Chongshu and copy his resources. Well, she wouldn't let him have his way. As long as she was in this program, Su Yang wouldn't even be able to lay a finger on Xie Chongshu. Furthermore, don't even dream of stepping on Xie Chongshu to obtain those abundant and rare film and television resources from the past life. Right, it's everyone's responsibility to protect Xie Chongshu. Chapter 34. Catching earthworms. After making up his mind, Shen Xi fixed his earnest gaze on Xie Chongshu, wearing an extremely solemn expression. You're right. I'll protect you. Don't worry. After saying that, he nodded vigorously. The hint of tenderness in his eyes left Xie Chongshu utterly perplexed, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It seemed that Shen Xi had misunderstood something. However, considering that he couldn't part with Shen Xi for the time being, Xie Chongshu's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't decline. The two happened to stroll to the beach. Not far away, Zhao Hashan and the others seemed to be trying to catch fish. From afar, one could still hear Kong Yuanli's loud shouts and Hu Man's reminders beside him. It was quite lively. Teacher Xie, I didn't expect to see you and Shen Xi here. Shen Xi stopped in his tracks and looked back. As expected, it was Su Yang's radiant and amiable smile. His mood instantly soured. He squinted his eyes, sizing up the person in front of him, and once again confirmed something in his heart. It seemed that Su Yang was determined to befriend Xie Chongshu. Su Yang didn't notice Shen Xi's change. After a casual greeting, his gaze shifted back to Xie Chongshu, wearing an appropriate smile of modesty and gentleness befitting a junior. Teacher Xie, how about we form a team together? Many hands make light work, and we can help each other. Meanwhile, Su Yang casually stepped closer to Xie Chongshu, and out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally glanced at the live, streaming camera behind them. under the influence of the visual illusion. There was truly an indistinct atmosphere suggesting a good relationship between the two. The barrage of comments on the live stream was bustling. Well, when two handsome guys appear together, it's truly extraordinary. The whole scene makes one's heart race. Two heart throbs. It's so hard to choose. Wait, isn't Su Yang getting a bit too close? Is it just my imagination? But it seems Su Yang has been hovering around actor Xie since today. Amidst the sea of praise and flirtatious comments on the screen, there were also those who raised objections, yet their voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming barrage. In front of the live stream camera, Xie Chongshu frowned slightly. His expression remained calm, yet his body subtly inched closer to Shen Xi. Unexpectedly, Su Yang took advantage of the situation and moved even closer to Xie Chongshu. With an innocent look on his face, he continued the conversation. I never thought I'd have the chance to team up with Teacher Xie. It's really an honor for me. I've already teamed up with Shen Xi. She's the leader, and I'll follow her lead. Xie Chongshu suddenly spoke up. Su Yang looked at Xie Chongshu in disbelief. Eventually, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Shen Xi. His eyes darkened, masking a well-hidden hint of subtle disdain. What sorcery could this rustic farm girl possibly be using to make Xie Chongshu, such a top-tier figure in the industry, speak up for her time and time again? Noticing the stunned look on the person beside her, Shen Xi curved her lips into a smile. Do you want to join our team? Shen Xi looked up at Su Yang. Although she was a bit shorter than him, her aura remained undiminished. A scrutinizing glance swept across, carrying an air of sharpness. Although Su Yang was dissatisfied with Shen Xi's condescending tone, in order to establish a connection with Xie Chongshu at the moment, he readily agreed, saying, of course, as long as he could have more opportunities to talk to the actor Xie, he could stoop to such a thing reluctantly. Fine then. Go and dig earthworms for us right now. Shen Xi casually uttered a sentence, which made Su Yang's face freeze completely. What? Dig earthworms. Fishing requires bait. Shen Xi said calmly. In our team, we don't keep useless people. We should work in cooperation. It was true that fishing needed bait, but why on earth should he do such a demeaning thing? Su Yang's face darkened, yet in front of the live broadcast camera, he couldn't directly refute. Before he could come up with a proper excuse to shirk, he heard Shen Xi speak the next second. Alas, it seems I'm just a nominal team leader, and my words don't carry any weight. Shen Xi sighed deeply, shaking his head incessantly. Well, if Mr. Su is reluctant, I'm sure he can complete the task alone. You're joking. I was just thinking about how to dig earthworms. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly forced a smile on his face. He had finally managed to get in touch with the aloof Xie Chongshu. How could he waste such an opportunity? Suppressing his feeling of nausea and revulsion, Su Yang agreed with a smile. The next second, Shen Xi unceremoniously stuffed all the tools into Su Yang's hands. Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Su. By the way, earthworms usually inhabit dark and damp environments. There's a mire near the back mountain. You can take a look there. You should find some. When Su Yang came to his senses, Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu had already walked far ahead, watching the two figures gradually vanishing from sight. Su Yang felt his breath grow ragged for the first time. Usually, he was the one who gave orders. Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu walked side by side towards the beach. There were small microphones pinned to their collars, and the camera was trailing behind them. Instantly, the live stream chat was inundated by Su Yang's fans. Where on earth did this woman named Shen Xi come from? How dare she order our brother Su Yang around? She doesn't even know her own place. Although we're really annoyed, our brother is so magnanimous, leading by example. Well done. Since Shen Xi had assigned Su Yang the task of catching earthworms, those fans of Su Yang, known as sunflowers, couldn't sit still. Under the guise of worrying about their idol, they started to make sarcastic remarks about Shen Xi in the chat. Although there were some who spoke up for Shen Xi, the fans' onslaught was so fierce that the few opposing voices were quickly drowned out. This was the power of Su Yang. Even the popularity Shen Xi had amassed in a short period couldn't withstand the flood of traffic. However, Shen Xi couldn't see the comments in the live stream chat. Even if she could, she wouldn't have bothered to care about such trifles. Xie Chongshu strolled leisurely behind Shen Xi, his slender fingers gliding across the screen. When he saw the barrages full of vulgar insults aimed at Shen Xi, his brows knitted tightly together instantly. As the screen gradually dimmed, and he caught a glimpse of Shen Xi's serene profile mostly hidden behind the veil, he suddenly spoke in a low, husky voice. Shen Xi, will you assign me some tasks later? Of course. Shen Xi hadn't expected Xie Chongshu to suddenly strike up a conversation. She stopped in her tracks, nodded, and said, Su Yang is in charge of finding earthworms. So, you'll go fishing later. I thought you'd cut me some slack considering I'm an actor of renown, Xie Chongshu said, his eyes flickering briefly and deliberately adopting a light-hearted tone, as if joking. Shen Xi offered a faint smile. That won't do. Since you're all here for the show, everyone should be treated equally. No one is more privileged than others. Everyone has to complete certain tasks. Otherwise, there'll be penalties. Indeed, rules are rules and should not be broken casually. Xie Chongshu's eyes flickered again, and he gave Shen Xi 2 thumbs up. Well said. You've got a good set of values. Following Xie Chongshu's praise, the barrages were refreshed once more. And more people began to agree with what Shen Xi had said. Well spoken. I'm smitten with this woman. I thought Shen Xi was right just now. Catching earthworms may sound tedious, but it's a task that should be completed. Exactly. As Shen Xi said just now, even the renowned actor Xie will have to catch fish and work later. Everyone has to fulfill their tasks. Is Su Yang the only one too precious to do anything? Tis TSK. What's the difference between that and an unweaned giant baby? Shen Xi was unaware that the number of people on the bullet comments who had a favorable impression of her had increased. Previously, she had ordered Su Yang to catch earthworms. On the one hand, it was truly for the task. On the other hand, it was also to annoy Su Yang. Thanks to her 2-year career as an assistant, Shen Xi knew how finicky and difficult Su Yang was. A strenuous and menial task, like catching earthworms, would definitely disgust him. Shen Xi remembered clearly that in her previous life, after she escaped from the Devil's Lair, she had considered calling the police. However, in the blink of an eye, all the evidence had been completely destroyed. The effect of the medicine in her body had worn off, and there was nothing at hand to prove Su Yang's false kindness and viciousness. It was only after she entered the entertainment industry that she learned that apart from her, many others had been deceived by the same scheme. Su Yang, that complete scoundrel, had treated countless people like discarded goods. No one knew exactly how many. Yet, Su Yang was always extremely cunning and subtle in his methods. Coupled with the support of the company and a shrewd agent, numerous bloody truths had been buried deep, remaining unknown to anyone. Just thinking about how in her previous life, that scumbag Su Yang had climbed onto a glorious path by trampling on the bones and blood of countless people made Shen Xi grind her teeth in hatred. She lowered her head and cast her eyes down. The white veil concealed the coldness on her face. In this life, as long as she was around, there was no way Su Yang could live a carefree life. Chapter 35. Waiting for fish by the tree, the two continued to saunter leisurely to the beach. Only then did they notice that Zhao Hanshan and the other 2 were crouching nearby, looking utterly dejected. Upon inquiring, they learned that after toiling away for a long time, due to their inexperience in fishing skills, they hadn't caught a single fish at all. Damn it! Have the fish in the sea all become spirits? I clearly felt the fishing rod sink, but when I pulled it up, there was nothing. The bait on the hook was eaten clean. Kong Yuanli's face flushed red with anger. As the one mainly in charge of fishing, he had made mistakes several times in a row. And with so many live, broadcast cameras around, he felt extremely embarrassed, and thus became even more indignant. Hu Man and Zhao Hanshan were also at a loss on the side. They had also tried fishing, but the result was no different from Kong Yuanli's. All the bait they had painstakingly dug up was eaten by the crafty fish, and they had caught nothing. On the contrary, after a long day of toil, they had consumed a great deal of energy, and hunger pangs assailed them one after another. Among them, Hu Man was the most delicate and had suffered the most severe physical exhaustion. She gritted her teeth and shifted her expectant gaze to Shen Xi. Shen Xi, can you catch fish? Can you teach me? Hu Man wasn't so brazen as to expect Shen Xi to solve her problem. She just hoped to learn how to catch fish so as not to starve herself into fainting. However, before Shen Xi could say a word, Kong Yuanli on the side couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Fishing is truly a skill. While it's true that Shen Xi is good at rice, transplanting, and farming, when it comes to this kind of technical task, us men are more adept. At this moment, Kong Yuanli was seized by male chauvinism and forgot how many times he had been humiliated. Just you wait. It was merely a slip, up before. This time, I've learned my lesson and will surely catch a fish. Hardly had the words left his mouth when Kong Yuanli tied all the remaining tiny bits of bait onto his hook at once and then forcefully cast it towards the center of the sea. After a short while, he felt the fishing rod start to sink slightly. It's a bite, Kong Yuanli exclaimed excitedly. He jerked the hook upwards with all his might, confident that he'd haul in a plump, delicious fish. However, when he reeled in the rod, the hook was bare. The bait had been eaten, but no big fish was on the hook. There was a moment of silence among the group. The cameraman beside them was rather mischievous and zoomed in on the empty hook. When the viewers in the live stream saw this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter and make sarcastic comments. Haha, I'd like to name Kong Yuanli the king of getting slapped in the face. The higher he sets his flags, the harder he falls. Is fishing really that difficult? Kong Yuanli is so useless. Exactly. These big stars look glamorous, but they'll surely make fools of themselves later. This is going to be fun. After a long silence on the beach, it was the venerable Xie Chongshu who broke the ice. It's all right. Fishing isn't an easy task anyway. There's still time to learn gradually. At this moment, Kong Yuanli stood rooted to the spot, his cheeks flushed bright red. Even though an opportunity to save face was presented by the senior, he still felt a pang of humiliation. Shen Xi simply ignored Kong Yuanli's presence. Meeting Hu Man's eager and expectant gaze, she pondered for a moment and said, I can't quite articulate the techniques. However, I can demonstrate them to you. In the end, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Upon hearing this, Hu Man nodded hastily, saying, I just want to learn how to fish. I won't sabotage the task. Today's task required the guests participating in the program to live on the island for over 10 hours. Everything they needed had to be prepared by themselves, without seeking help from outsiders, Shen Xi included. All right, but let me make one thing clear first. I'm not particularly proficient at fishing, Shen Xi shrugged. With the time from her past life combined, she hadn't touched a fishing rod for several years. However, the others didn't think so. After all, Shen Xi was from Xinjia village. She was well versed in farming and agricultural work, far more capable than they were, who were idle and ignorant of the most basic agricultural knowledge. After changing into rubber overshoes and wading into the seawater, Shen Xi gently stretched her body. Just as she was about to take the fishing rod handed by Hu Man on the shore, there was a sudden commotion under her feet. Looking down, she saw a huge big-head carp stupidly bump into her rubber shoe and was now lying in the water, belly up and dazed. Shen Xi, Xie Chongshu, Hu Man, Kong Yuanli. Goodness gracious. It seemed that after all their hard work for half a day, they were no match for Shen Xi's sheer luck. Merely standing still, and there were foolish fish offering themselves up. Truly, it was incredibly envy-inducing. Shen Xi, you're so lucky. You could catch a fish like this. When Kong Yuanli saw Shen Xi lift the hefty and rather dim-witted big-head carp out of the sea, he was completely green with envy. He, a grown man, had been busy along the shore for a long time, but got nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Xi effortlessly had a fat fish come to her. Such a comparison was truly exasperating. Although Xie Chongshu and Hu Man didn't say a word, their plaintive looks showed their extreme envy. In the live stream room, the bullet comments were bustling. One has to admit that Shen Xi has always been blessed with good luck. Look at the expressions of the others. They're almost dying of envy. I'd be envious too. Not everyone has the luck of having a fat fish delivered right to them. In the shot, Shen Xi, both amused and helpless, placed the fat fish in the bucket. She never expected such a thing to happen. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice Xie Chongshu's deep, intense gaze fixed on her from behind. Was this a gift from heaven? Shen Xi pondered for a while. Then, looking around, she rummaged through the beach and found many broken dry branches. With a casual twist of her wrist, she snapped them easily, revealing sharp ends. In fact, considering the shallow seawater along the shore, spearing fish was a more convenient and quicker method than fishing. What on earth are you up to? Beside, Kong Yuanli, who had been somewhat listless, noticed Shen Xi's actions and couldn't help frowning and speaking up. There are ready-made fishing rods here. Don't tell me you're going to spearfish? Hey, that's a skill-requiring task. Unless it's an experienced old fisherman, no one can catch those slippery fish. In response, there were also a chorus of disapproving voices on the bullet comments. Not using the fishing rod. Is this just for attention-seeking? Shen Xi is being so self-conceited. Tsk. I just thought Shen Xi was quite good, but now I take it back. It's so embarrassing. I'm not kidding. Using such a crude branch as a fish spear, it would be a miracle if she could catch a fish. I bet Shen Xi definitely can't do it. Otherwise, I'll do a live stream while doing a handstand and having diarrhea. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes, completely ignoring Kong Yuanli's constant chatter. Suddenly, she caught sight of an unnatural ripple in the sea. Without hesitation, she picked up the newly made fish spear and thrust it forcefully into the water. Then, she quickly hoisted the branch up. Splash! Along with the droplets that were flung out, there was something extra at the sharp tip of the branch. The fat fish that had been wriggling lively in the water was now impaled straight on it. By the seaside, Shen Xi was dressed in a light and elegant plain robe and long pants, with a veil covering her face and her black hair fluttering in the wind. On the branch she held high in her hand was the spoils of victory, a fat fish. The The follow-up camera zoomed in without hesitation. In the live stream room's frame, there was only Shen Xi's figure left, with her long hair billowing. She exuded a powerful aura like an ancient martial female war goddess. Hiss. Goodness. What on earth is Shen Xi's background? Merely an ordinary rural girl, yet her aura outshines all those big-name celebrities he has ever filmed with. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone cast glances at Shen Xi, unconsciously tinged with a hint of awe. Kong Yuanli, who had just been slapped in the face, blushed furiously. Recalling Shen Xi's swift and decisive actions earlier, amidst his shock, he couldn't help but swallow hard. It felt to him as if Shen Xi wasn't just spearing a fish, but aiming at the ignorant head on his neck. This woman was so ferocious. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, all the viewers were stunned. Goodness, is Shen Xi the beloved daughter of the heavens? First, she caught fish without much effort. And now she can spear a fish effortlessly with just one try and succeed? I'm convinced. I'll bet a fat fish that Shen Xi must have an excellent destiny. I've never seen such a lucky person. Where is that guy who said he'd do a handstand and have diarrhea live? Come out quickly. Tell us the room number of your live stream. So what if she caught a fish? Maybe it was just pure luck. Is it really worth all this praise? It might just be a script for the variety show. Xie Chongshu gazed at the girl in front of him. Even with the white veil covering her face, her charm was still palpable. His deep, profound eyes unconsciously narrowed slightly. With a gentle flick of the branch in her hand, the unlucky fat fish slid off the branch and landed on the sandy beach, still wriggling its tail desperately. However, Shen Xi didn't pay it much heed. After all, she had stabbed a big hole in the fish's chest, so it had no strength left to escape. Subsequently, she languidly rested the branch on her shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at the group of people before her. I've just demonstrated it myself. Shouldn't you all have learned it by now? The crowd responded. We've utterly failed to learn it. How on earth are we supposed to learn this? Chapter 36. Blessed by the luck of a coy Shen Xi. You moved so swiftly and dexterously that no one got a clear look. Xie Chongshu finally broke the strange silence after a long while with a helpless sigh. Shen Xi blinked. Then a look of disdain crossed her face. Is it really that hard to understand? It's so simple. Then, brandishing the weapon in her hand, she plunged the branch into the water. When she lifted it again, there was another hapless fish skewered through the heart. Seize the opportunity and thrust the spear at the fish as soon as it appears. Is that really so difficult? Looking at Shen Xi's innocent expression, apart from Xie Chongshu, who turned aside and couldn't help chuckling deeply, the other three still wore identical looks of shock and numbness. Amid this, Kong Yuanli rubbed his face and silently lowered his head. Well, his face was swollen again. From then on, he wouldn't refute whatever Shen Xi said, lest he end up with a sore face like today. After that, with a little verbal guidance from Shen Xi, Human began to get eager to have a try. She also chose to use a branch to spear the fish. Although she failed at first, fortunately, Human was very patient and didn't lose heart. After about 10 minutes of struggling, she finally succeeded once. I caught a fish. Looking at the small fish at the tip of the branch. Though it seemed rather tiny, a look of joy involuntarily appeared on Human's face. After putting away her hard-won catch, Human sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Shen Xi, for patiently teaching me how to catch fish. You've put your heart into learning. I've merely talked a bit and haven't really helped much. Shen Xi, taken aback by Human's profound gratitude, slightly arched her eyebrows and remarked. After expressing her gratitude, Human resumed her efforts in spearing fish. The venerable Zhao Hongshan, due to his advanced age, found it inconvenient to enter the water for fishing and instead stood by to watch over the spoils in the bucket. Kong Yuanli slunk away to one side, continuing his struggle with the fishing rod. After casually catching 2 or 3 large fish, Shen Xi languidly stretched her body. As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of a tall and stately figure not far away. Approaching for a closer look, she found that the bucket belonging to Xie Chongshu was utterly empty. Half an hour passed, and the renowned actor Xie emerged empty-handed, with not a single catch to his name. Can't you fish either? Shen Xi was utterly astounded, yet upon second thought, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, he was a famous actor who presumably led a life far removed from mundane chores. It was highly likely that he had scarce opportunities to even lay eyes on a live fish, let alone engage in fishing. Fortunately, they were in a rather remote location, and there was no camera crew trailing them, presumably because someone had given prior notice. Otherwise, the actor's dignity would have been severely compromised. Sort of. Xie Chongshu averted his gaze, carefully choosing his words as a hint of helplessness fleetingly crossed his eyes. In truth, From the moment he intended to fish until now, he hadn't even glimpsed the shadow of a single fish. It was extremely abnormal, yet somehow normal. Xie Chongshu made a rough estimate and surmised that it was due to his bad luck constitution kicking in. However, after more than half a year of toiling, he had become extremely detached. So, at this moment, when Shen Xi exposed his embarrassment, he remained composed and felt little of it. Yet, a pang of suspicion welled up in his heart. He and Shen Xi had been on the same stretch of beach. Although they were some distance apart, his unlucky streak still reared its head. Was it that Shen Xi's identity as the fated one was questionable? Or was it that the distance also needed to be factored in if one wanted to dispel his ill-fated constitution? Lost in these musings, Xie Chongshu didn't notice Shen Xi approaching with a curious look in her eyes. Before he knew it, their heads collided. Thud! Ouch! Shen Xi covered her head, blinked twice, and her eyes were instantly brimming with tears. It hurt so much. Her forehead had accidentally bumped into Xie Chongshu's nose. Damn it! Was this man's nose made of marble? How could it be so hard? As for Xie Chongshu, he wasn't faring well either. His straight nose had taken a hit, and a sharp, stinging sensation shot up to the top of his head. Unconsciously, he took 2 steps back, forgetting that there was a bucket on the ground. Clang! He accidentally knocked it over. The bucket rolled a couple of times, and then tumbled into the sea. Oh no, the bucket! Watching the bucket drift farther away, Shen Xi instinctively reached out to grab it. Unexpectedly, Xie Chongshu beside her had the exact same thought. One after another, their hands simultaneously grasped the handle of the bucket. Shen Xi's palm inadvertently brushed across Xie Chongshu's hand back, a tingle of numbness surging through them. Both were momentarily stunned. Shen Xi was the first to react and withdrew her hand. Xie Chongshu paused for a moment, then lowered his head and retracted his own. A peculiar sensation welled up in their hearts, and the atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat odd. Before they could find a suitable pretext to break the silence, an unexpected event occurred abruptly. In an instant, 2 or 3 plump fish leaped out of the sea. Somehow, they scrambled and rushed straight into the bucket. In the blink of an eye, the bucket was filled. Shen Xi, Xie Chongshu. Was this what was known as flinging oneself into someone's arms? The incident happened so suddenly that even Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu couldn't quite figure out how these tender and plump fish had appeared. Anyway, in the twinkling of an eye, the bucket was stuffed to the brim. The task was accomplished. It could be regarded as an alternative way of successful fishing. Finally, Shen Xi couldn't hold back any longer and let out a laugh, covering her lips with her hand. Meanwhile, she didn't forget to right the bucket that had toppled over on the beach. It would be a great loss if the hard-caught fish slipped away. Seeing the irresistible smile on half of Shen Xi's face, Xie Chongshu subconsciously curved his lips. Imperceptibly, the previous awkwardness dissipated to a great extent. Wow, you're quite fortunate. There are even fish willing to offer themselves up. Shen Xi glanced at the several big fish that had literally jumped into Xie Chongshu's bucket. Each of them seemed to weigh 2 or 3 caddies, looking far plumper than those they had caught before. It's all thanks to you. Xie Chongshu's eyes flickered slightly. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on the back of his right hand, which took on a more profound and dim hue. Just then, when he accidentally touched Shen Xi, he suddenly got a bucket of fish that had swum right into the trap. So, if he wanted to shake off his bad luck, it wasn't just about finding Shen Xi. The crucial factor was the distance between them. The closer they were, the faster his bad luck would fade away. Conversely, even if he met Shen Xi, but the gap between them was too wide, it wouldn't have any effect. Thinking of this, Xie Chongshu couldn't help but frown tightly. Could it be that in order to avoid bad luck in the future, he had to tie himself to Shen Xi's side? Huh, what did you just say? Shen Xi didn't catch Xie Chongshu's soft murmur just now. Looking up, she saw Xie Chongshu lost in deep thought. Nothing. It's just... Wait, is that a birthmark on your neck? Jolted back to reality by Shen Xi's call, Xie Chongshu's gaze landed on Shen Xi, and he inadvertently noticed the mark on her neck. Shen Xi's skin was so fair that it exuded a delicate, rosy glow, making it quite eye-catching. Just because of that little accident, her collar was a bit in disarray, revealing the birthmark near her neck. Yes, Shen Xi instinctively touched her neck, on which there was a birthmark shaped like a little fish. However, it was truly something she hadn't had in her past life. At first, she thought it was due to an allergic reaction as the red rashes on her face spread. But as the situation improved over the past 2 days, the swelling and redness had subsided considerably. Nevertheless, the faint red mark on her neck still remained. Last night, Shen Xi specifically took a look and found that the light, red birthmark on her neck vaguely resembled a small fish. Since it could be easily covered by clothes on a regular basis, she didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, it was unexpectedly seen by Xie Chongshu. Shen Xi stood up and was about to tidily arrange the hem of her clothes when, unexpectedly, a somewhat cool fingertip suddenly touched her neck. She shivered involuntarily. Looking up, she saw that Xie Chongshu had somehow appeared in front of her. At this moment, he was gently poking the birthmark on her neck with his right index finger. Clearly, there was a hint of coolness on his fingertips, but at the moment of contact, Shen Xi felt that the inch of skin where they touched seemed to have been seared by a raging fire. Shen Xi secretly swore in her heart that if it weren't for the overly serious and almost scientific research, like solemn look in Xie Chongshu's eyes, she would have slapped him long ago. Didn't he know that this was an act of molesting an innocent young girl? Chapter 37. The coy pattern. Xie Chongshu didn't have the amorous look Shen Xi had imagined. Instead, his attention was completely drawn to the light, red birthmark on Shen Xi's neck. Since the birthmark was in a rather private and special position, Xie Chongshu could see it more clearly than Shen Xi herself, the owner of the birthmark. It was indeed a birthmark resembling a small fish. However, judging from its shape, it was more like a koi pattern. Xie Chongshu murmured in a low voice. This time, Shen Xi heard him clearly, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. The koi symbolizes good fortune. The light, red birthmark that had appeared on her in this lifetime was actually a koi. Shen Xi frowned slightly. There was one thing she simply couldn't figure out. Clearly, she didn't have this birthmark resembling a koi in her previous life. But why did it appear after she was reborn? The experience of living two lives was truly bizarre. Since realizing this, Shen Xi had intended to keep this secret for life. Could this be the symbol of her rebirth? Or perhaps, a premonition? She pondered seriously for a long time, but didn't have much of a clue. So, Shen Xi didn't force herself. She tidied up her collar properly to cover the light, red mark on her neck again. Then, she lifted her eyes and gave a half-smiling look at the man who was obviously still lost in thought. Fortunately, actor Xie is so charming. It seems that I'm the one taking advantage here. Xie Chongshu had been thinking about the relationship between the koi birthmark and Shen Xi's good fortune. Suddenly, hearing what she said, his long, delayed reflex kicked in, and he came back to his senses. Just then, his actions seemed a bit too frivolous. Sorry. Xie Chongshu subconsciously took a step back. On his apologetic face, a faint blush flashed by. However, he concealed it well, and Shen Xi didn't notice it. Moreover, she could tell that Xie Chongshu didn't have any special feelings for her, so she brushed it off with a joke. They had caught enough fish. With the bucket in hand, they could barely be regarded as returning with a full harvest. When Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu returned to the original beach, Zhao Hongshan and the others were also almost done. The three of them had caught more than 10 fish in total, which was quite a bountiful harvest. It was almost lunchtime. After some discussion, everyone decided to have a grilled fish feast for lunch. But once the theme of the lunch was decided, how to accomplish it became a big problem. After all, this was a desolate, uninhabited island. Not only was there a lack of seasonings, but just the task of dissecting the fish to remove the fishy smell was a huge challenge. Apart from Shen Xi, the other four people had absolutely no experience. At the moment, they all looked at Shen Xi expectantly. Shen Xi smacked her lips. For a moment, she felt as if she were a wet nurse facing a group of hungry babies, shaking her head to drive this terrible thought out of her mind. Shen Xi cast a casual glance around. There was a patch of grass near the beach, and the plants growing there were quite special and could be used as spices. As for how to deal with the fish, I can also teach you, but I definitely won't help you do it with my own hands. Naturally, since the task requires us to experience 10 hours of wilderness life on the island, we can't break the rules. The moment Shen Xi finished speaking, Zhao Hongshan nodded. Pu Man and Kong Yuanli also showed expressions of approval. After getting along for so many days, they had all gotten used to Shen Xi's attitude. She seemed aloof and indifferent, yet she never procrastinated when it came to important matters. Although she wouldn't offer them a helping hand, she would tell them how to complete the tasks. With Shen Xi's guidance, everyone quickly found the corresponding spices and herbs. Even the process of killing the fish was learned quite proficiently. Before long, enticing scents wafted from the beach. The viewers who had been waiting punctually in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it, I clearly came to watch the celebrities suffer in the program. But now it seems like I'm the one suffering from hunger. Shen Xi is so amazing. Look at the grilled fish in her hand, the color, the crispness. I won't say more. My takeaway seems to be arriving soon. Unexpectedly, the guests seem to get along quite harmoniously. I just love this kind of interesting variety show. It's much better than those where people fight and try to gain popularity through feuds. Well, sister above, you're a bit late. You didn't see the chaos of the past few days. As the bullet comments scrolled by aimlessly, a figure appeared in the distance on the beach. It was Su Yang, who had been sent by Shen Xi to dig for loaches earlier. Half an hour ago. With a smile on his face but extreme reluctance in his heart, Su Yang went to the mud pit to look for earthworms. After he got to the vicinity of the mud pit and was far away from the crowd, his gentle and amiable face from a second ago instantly darkened. Behind him, the photographer who had already been bribed tactfully turned off the live, streaming camera. Brother Su, a dark figure emerged from the side. It was the assistant who had helped Su Yang wash the dishes earlier, named Sun Ping. Go and catch some earthworms and fill the bucket. Su Yang imperiously instructed the assistant to do things for him, while he himself sat on the portable chair that Sun Ping had set up in advance beside him to take a rest. Watching Sun Ping walking back and forth in the mud pit, his clothes were soon stained with filthy muck. Thinking that he had been sent here by a rural girl, he felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. That woman named Shen, she was simply an oddity. From the very first moment they met, she had targeted him and made him wash the dishes. Moreover, she had repeatedly interrupted the plans he had carefully conceived. She was simply like a nuisance. Su Yang's face looked grim. Just then, the phone rang suddenly. Su Yang was slightly stunned and quickly removed the microphone pinned to his collar. When he pressed the call button, the voice of his agent, Luo Hui, came through. The imitative remarks on the internet before have been mostly suppressed. You don't have to worry about this. Hearing this, Su Yang let out a slight sigh of relief. His words became more polite and affectionate. Thank you, Sister Luo. And the company. Thank you all for bustling around for my affairs. I will surely keep this kindness in my heart. It's good that you don't forget the company's cultivation of you. Luo Hui still harbored a lingering grievance deep in her heart. Due to Su Yang's sudden exposure of his true nature, the company had to invest far more efforts than before to handle this matter, which also kept her extremely busy. However, when she heard the gentle flattery in her ear, her heart immediately felt much more at ease, and her tone involuntarily softened a bit. However, you must never forget to build a good relationship with actor Xie. For the rest, the company will arrange everything for you. Indeed, thank you, Sister Luo, and the company for your trouble. Su Yang's eyes darkened slightly, yet the words that came out of his mouth still carried sincere gratitude. Amidst Su Yang's continuous stream of considerate and flattering words, Luo Hui, his agent, wore an increasingly amiable expression on her face. She said indifferently, Su Yang, as long as you can extract even a tiny bit of resources from Xie Chongshu's fingertips, then becoming an actor of the top-notch status in the future will be a piece of cake. Endure the hardships for now. A better life lies ahead. An actor of the highest status. Su Yang muttered these words twice, and his heart suddenly burned with excitement. Right? He had tens of millions of fans, and his album sales were far ahead of others. If he could also gain the glory of being an outstanding actor in the future, perhaps his status in the entertainment circle would even surpass that of Xie Chongshu. Then, he'd be able to swagger through the entertainment circle. After hanging up the phone, in a daze, Su Yang seemed to feel that it was merely a matter of time before he held the entire entertainment circle in his hands. Most of the impatience in his heart dissipated at this moment. Just then, his assistant, Sun Ping, had almost finished his task. Brother Su, the earthworms have been found. Sun Ping lifted the bucket and handed it to Su Yang. Due to digging earthworms in the mire, Sun Ping's hands were covered with pitch black mud. A flicker of displeasure flashed across Su Yang's eyes, yet he remained silent. As he took the bucket and was about to leave, he suddenly halted his steps. Brother Su? Sun Ping, who was closely following behind, nearly bumped into him. Startled, he inquired timidly. Ignoring him, Su Yang walked back to the edge of the mire. Bravely suppressing his nausea, he smeared the inky mud onto his clean and tidy clothes. Since he had personally caught these earthworms in the mire, it was impossible for his body not to be tainted with even a smidgen of silt. Su Yang, with his meticulous mind, would never err on such minor details. All of this was for his future career. Imagining Xie Chongshu's approval and praise upon seeing his sincere and arduous efforts, the frown on Su Yang's forehead gradually eased. After settling everything, enduring the sticky feeling all over his hands and body, Su Yang hastened back to the beach, feigning the appearance of having toiled for a long time. Little did he expect that upon approaching the beach, what awaited him was the rich and fragrant smell of grilled fish. Shen Xi and the others were sitting leisurely on the shore, each holding a skewer of grilled fish, gobbling it up with gusto, which was truly enviable. At that moment, he was covered from head to toe in pungent mud, and his image was utterly ruined. Crack! A certain string in his mind snapped. For a rare moment, Su Yang's face darkened. So, he wasted half a day near the mud pit and went to great lengths to make himself look wretched. In fact, he was just beating a dead horse. Not to mention winning Xie Chongshu's favor, he was no different from a fool. Noticing the rows of live, streaming cameras around, the veins on Su Yang's arms gradually bulged. Oh, Su Yang, you're here. Shen Xi had noticed Su Yang's presence long ago. After she leisurely finished an entire grilled fish, she spoke nonchalantly. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Look, there are grilled fish prepared for you over there. Hurry up and eat. Su Yang cast a glance around and finally fixed his eyes on Shen Xi. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shen. It's a pity that the earthworms I caught with great effort after half a day's hard work were of no use to you. The man's face seemed to be smiling, but his words carried an underlying meaning. Shen Xi had ordered Su Yang around, yet in the end, she made him do pointless work. Was she deliberately trying to undermine and target him? The viewers in the live stream chat also sensed something amiss. I somehow feel a bit sorry for Su Yang. Since Shen Xi can catch fish, why didn't she say so earlier? Then he wouldn't have had to work so hard. Exactly. Look at how disheveled and dirty our brother Su Yang looks now. We can only imagine how difficult it was for him to catch those earthworms. And he still managed to complete the task properly. Yes, for such a great chance to gain popularity, brother Su Yang didn't fight for the spotlight. He didn't even direct the live stream cameras towards himself and instead gave the opportunity to others. Truly, he has the best character in the entertainment industry. In the live stream room, there were quite a few fans of Su Yang who were constantly carefully controlling the comments. For a moment, others were also influenced, and their perception of Su Yang took on an added layer of favorable bias. Oh, thinking about it like this, it seems that Shen Xi's actions were indeed a bit excessive. Chapter 38, Swallowing One's Anger in the Live Stream Room, in front of the camera. All eyes, both on stage and off stage, involuntarily fixed on Shen Xi. The next second, Shen Xi blinked her eyes and spoke with an innocent tone. You were moving too slowly. We've been waiting here for ages but didn't see you. So we had to start grilling the fish first and even reserved a portion for you. Originally, we intended to find your accompanying assistant to remind you. But it seems that person is not around either. Mr. Su, your assistant is not very dedicated. Su Yang's complexion changed slightly upon hearing Shen Xi's words. He knew best why his assistant was not dedicated. It was because he had instructed his assistant, Sun Ping, to catch earthworms, which was why the assistant was missing. But this matter must never be detected. Oh, I sent him out to handle some personal affairs. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Brushing aside the previous topic nonchalantly, Su Yang shifted his gaze to the neatly arranged grilled fish and said with a smile, I still want to thank everyone for providing me with the grilled fish. In the future, if there's anything you need me to do, I'll surely not decline. Although wearing a smile on his face, Su Yang was actually extremely displeased in his heart, filled with a sense of frustrated humiliation. He had intended to trip Shen Xi up and teach her a lesson, yet unexpectedly, he got himself involved. In the end, he had to come up with an excuse himself. Concealing the gloom in his eyes, Su Yang looked at the grilled fish placed aside and sniffed. It smelled quite good. With a quick roll of his eyes, Su Yang noticed an empty seat beside Xie Chongshu and was about to take it. Suddenly, Shen Xi, who was not far away, got up, shifted to the side, and directly occupied the seat that Su Yang had set his eyes on earlier. Su Yang. This Shen Xi had ruined his plan again. With a slightly darkened look in his eyes, Su Yang pursed his lips, suppressing the annoyance welling up in his heart. As a second, best option, he could only choose to sit on Shen Xi's left. Wait, don't come any closer. Just as Su Yang was about to sit down, Shen Xi suddenly covered his nose, looking utterly disgusted. Mr. Su, go and wash up quickly. You stink. The words were few, but the voice was loud enough to instantly draw everyone's attention around. Su Yang's face was a picture of embarrassment, and Shen Xi kept waving his hands in disgust, saying, The smell is still bearable, but you should wash your hands first. If you accidentally ingest a virus and something bad happens to you, that wouldn't be good. Xie Chongshu turned to look at Shen Xi. Most of his face was hidden behind the veil, and his brows were tightly knitted, as if he were sincerely concerned. However, the words were so sharp. It seemed that Shen Xi particularly disliked Su Yang. Could it be because of him? A warm feeling welled up in Xie Chongshu's heart. Su Yang also sensed that there was a hidden meaning in Shen Xi's words. But when he met those innocent-looking eyes, he felt as if he had punched a wad of cotton with all his strength, leaving him utterly helpless and uncomfortable. In the end, it was Hu Man who played the peace maker, taking out a tissue and handing it to Su Yang, which which slightly alleviated the awkward situation. Lost in thought, Su Yang vaguely murmured his thanks. Coincidentally, he was feeling a bit peckish at that moment, so without taking a second look, he grabbed the grilled fish beside him and mindlessly stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, before he could even chew properly, an indescribable stench of rotten fish spread across his lips. Ugh! The smell, comparable to a terrifying chemical weapon, instantly changed Su Yang's complexion. Regardless of the dozens of live, broadcast cameras on site and being in front of everyone, he vomited right away, constantly clutching his throat, his face as pale as a sheet, as if he wished to vomit out his bile. The cameraman who was specifically filming Su Yang was also stunned by this unexpected turn of events. He instinctively zoomed in on the shot. In an instant, Su Yang's distorted face was magnified numerous times, with sticky liquid still hanging from the corner of his mouth. There was no trace of his former handsomeness left, and the sunny, boy image that he had painstakingly maintained for so long was instantly shattered in large part. OMG, how disgusting the picture is. I'm going blind. The bullet comments in the live, broadcast room couldn't help but turn into a barrage of complaints. What on earth is this? Su Yang was extremely nauseated. He had never eaten anything so foul, smelling, and unbearable. The question slipped out of his mouth instinctively. At this moment, Su Yang had absolutely no idea that a crack had involuntarily appeared in the good image he had maintained for years. Sorry, I made this one. After quite a while, Kong Yuanli's awkward voice came through. This fish was my first failed attempt at grilling. The grilled fish I left for you is on the other side. You picked the wrong one. Previously, when Kong Yuanli first tried his hand at grilling fish, he didn't know what to do at all. He didn't even complete the most basic steps of removing the internal organs and the gallbladder. The taste of the grilled fish was even more pungent than a 5-year expired surströmming. Seeing Su Yang's contorted face, Shen Xi's expression became even more radiant. It was worth it that she deliberately didn't give a reminder just now. Su Yang was extremely annoyed. He never expected that in the end, it was himself who accidentally picked the wrong thing. He signaled to everyone, then turned around and rinsed his mouth for a long time before regaining his usual sunny and energetic appearance. He also replaced the grilled fish with a new one, and this time the taste was much more normal, perhaps due to the powerful impact of the previous intense and pungent taste. Even though the grilled fish in his hand now tasted quite good, it couldn't suppress the nausea. His stomach twitched from time to time, and his foundation-covered face grew even paler. The halo of the image he had previously constructed also faded a bit. Everyone had their own thoughts as they finished lunch. In the afternoon, Xiao Wenxuan and Bai Xinya arrived late. Due to the injury, Xiao Wenxuan still had a bandage on his face, which greatly damaged his bearing and appearance. Privately, Sun Hanyang found Shen Xi again and subtly hinted to her that he would definitely show mercy in the subsequent events. Shen Xi agreed verbally, but didn't really care in her heart. Having barely settled their lunch, the group, in a rare moment of leisure, gathered around a small hillock. The surroundings were desolate, with a vast expanse of the sea behind them. The gentle, cool sea breeze caressed their cheeks from time to time, bringing a sense of comfort and ease. However, sitting idle was rather dull, so the people chatted in groups. Bai Xinya was snuggled up against Xiao Wenxuan, yet her eyes constantly wandered towards Shen Xi, who was sitting across from them. As she watched Shen Xi becoming increasingly at ease, the hatred in her heart welled up uncontrollably. Recalling the experiences of the past few days, her eyes welled with redness. She had only stayed in Xinjiang for a few days, yet the hardships she endured were more than what she had suffered in the previous 20 years combined. Shen Xi seemed to be incredibly lucky and had managed to evade her schemes time and time again. On the contrary, she was so unlucky that even Wenxuan got injured. Thinking of this, Bai Xinya suddenly felt a dull ache in the place where she had been pecked by the ferocious white goose the day before. Anger made her face alternate between pale and flushed. Glancing over, she caught sight of the boundless sea beyond the open space behind Shen Xi. A mischievous plot then occurred to her. Since we're just sitting here bored, how about we play truth or dare? Bai Xinya proposed appropriately as she noticed the dull atmosphere. Her suggestion quickly won the approval of the others. Sure, it's better than just sitting here doing nothing. Alas, at last we can have a good rest. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Bai Xinya then shifted her gaze to Shen Xi. Shen Xi, you should join us too. Shen Xi raised her eyes playfully but didn't say a word immediately. Su Yang blinked briefly, deeming it an excellent ice-breaking topic. Immediately, he shifted his gaze to Xie Chongshu not far away, wearing an amiable smile. Teacher Xie, care to join the game with us? His manner was as gentle as a spring breeze. At first glance, he resembled a humble and mild-mannered junior, easily winning people's favor. Xie Chongshu didn't rush to reply. Instead, he softly asked Shen Xi beside him, "Do you want to play?" Shen Xi's eyes inadvertently swept across by Xia and Su Yang. A cold smile curled up at the corner of her mouth. Truth or dare? Her clear eyes settled on the boundless sea nearby. Shen Xi remembered vividly that in her past life, after Bai Xinya framed her as a thief, she didn't stop there. Under Bai Xinya's deliberate instigation, she participated in this so-called relaxation game. But what was the result? Due to one of Bai Xinya's seemingly innocent actions, she was pushed off the hillside without any defense and plunged directly into the icy sea, her body covered in wounds. It was also then that she was forced to develop thalassophobia. Whenever she approached a place with a large amount of water, she couldn't control her body from trembling. Later, as the condition worsened, she had to undergo psychological intervention to be freed from this pain. Even so, she endured 3 long years of torment and suffering. Even now, when Shen Xi looked at the sea, the past shadows were hard to dispel. Slowly exhaling a puff of turbid air, she turned her head, with a radiant smile on her face. "Sure, I'll play. How could I miss such an interesting game?" If she didn't participate in this game, how could she make Bai Xinya pay off all the debts she owed bit by bit? Well, then I'll also take part. Hearing her say so, Xie Chongshu nodded reservedly. A slight sense of relief welled up in his heart, yet his profound eyes still lingered on Shen Xi for a long time. Little did he know that such a gesture, when caught by Su Yang's eyes, made the previously amiable smile on Su Yang's face turn increasingly stiff. When Su Yang's gaze fell on Shen Xi, a hint of ferocity flashed across his eyes. Xie Chongshu's attitude towards Shen Xi, this rural girl, was far better than towards him. Could it be that in Xie Chongshu's eyes, he was not as good as Shen Xi? Anyhow, the game of truth or dare smoothly commenced under the instigation of everyone. Due to the limitation of the venue conditions, everyone simply adopted the simplest way of passing an object while the drumbeat stopped. It started with Shen Xi, who turned her back to the others to start the game. "Stop." After silently counting a few numbers in her mind, Shen Xi casually shouted and then turned around. She saw Su Yang slowly standing up, holding the bucket that was used as the object to be passed. Shen Xi slightly raised her eyebrows, and beneath the veil, the corner of her lips curled up in a sneering smile. She was quite lucky. Among those she silently wished to deal with, one of them was really caught by her. "Do you choose truth or dare?" Shen Xi spoke indifferently, with mockery in her eyes. Su Yang's eyes dimmed slightly, and then he smiled faintly. "Truth," looking as gentle and calm as a breeze. Chapter 39. Unleashing full firepower to crush the scumbag, Shen Xi imperceptibly narrowed her eyes slightly. What a duplicitous and cold-hearted person. The truth-telling session was exactly to her liking. I had little prior knowledge about Teacher Su, so I had to search for answers online. Shen Xi took out her phone, glanced at it briefly, and suddenly exclaimed, "I found it." Her crescent-shaped clear eyes instantly turned sharp. For some unknown reason, an uneasiness welled up in Su Yang's heart. The next second, he heard Shen Xi's voice, laced with a hint of glee, explode beside his ear. "Su Yang, a paparazzi caught you having a secret meeting with a strange woman last month. People are still gossiping about it. Could you please tell us and your fans the truth?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. No one had expected Shen Xi to pose such a tricky question. A secret meeting with a strange woman. For an up-and-coming idol like Su Yang, who relied on female fans as his support, such a relationship-related issue was undoubtedly a fatal blow. What's more, what Shen Xi said was based on a real incident. One late night last month, Su Yang was secretly photographed by paparazzi with a strange woman, and the news immediately topped the hot searches. However, not long after, Ame Entertainment, the company Su Yang was with, issued an announcement to clarify that it was just a gathering of friends and even threatened with a lawyer's letter. All the relevant negative news disappeared within a single minute, as if it had never happened. As time elapsed, the matter gradually faded into oblivion. However, to everyone's surprise, just as it was nearly forgotten, Shen Xi reignited the sensitive issue. For a fleeting moment, the perpetually affable countenance of Su Yang contorted into a grimace. He never anticipated such audacity from Shen Xi, a woman of rural origins. The company had painstakingly orchestrated its suppression, only for her to brazenly expose it, squandering their month-long endeavor. He lamented his misfortune in encountering Shen Xi, deeming her a veritable jinx, deliberately targeting him. As Su Yang had anticipated, Shen Xi's interrogation sparked a flurry of inquiries in the comments section. Now that Shen Xi mentions it, I recall something of the sort. The company claimed it was merely a business discussion among friends, and Su Yang himself addressed it on Weibo. Shen Xi is deliberately attempting to embarrass our Su Yang. Shen Xi is shameless. Shen Xi should die. An idol secretly meeting a strange woman late at night, yet claiming it's just a friendly gathering. Come now. We're all adults here. Spare us the charade. Produce evidence or face legal repercussions. In the live broadcast, Su Yang, regaining his composure, offered an apologetic smile. That time, I was discussing musical endeavors with a non-celebrity friend. Regrettably, it was captured on camera. This trivial matter caused considerable trouble for my friend, and I must take responsibility. But the video shows that the lights remained dim after you entered the house. Shen Xi clapped her hands and gave a faint smile. Her expression innocent. It seems you were looking at a glow-in-the-dark sheet music. How amazing. I've never seen one before. Around them, except for Xie Chongshu, whose expression remained as aloof and calm as ever. The rest of the people all hung their heads in embarrassment, not knowing where to direct their gazes. They wished they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their shoe soles. They weren't stupid. Su Yang's so-called work excuse was so flimsy that any perceptive person could tell there was something fishy. But they didn't expect Shen Xi to so bluntly expose it. Su Yang himself was so angry that he started to laugh. Where the camera couldn't see, he glared at Shen Xi with a cold and menacing look in his eyes. If looks could kill, Shen Xi would have been turned into a hedgehog. There was a brief pause in the live stream room, followed by a burst of laughter. Haha. Glow. In the dark sheet music. Shen Xi is truly remarkable. I'm officially a fan of Shen Xi. Damn it. Dating a beautiful woman in the middle of the night for work. If Su Yang's works were even a bit more reliable than his excuses, he wouldn't have come up with such a brainless excuse. I love Shen Xi's straightforward and unpretentious personality. Is Shen Xi a troublemaker? Why does she keep targeting our idol's family? Ugly people always cause more trouble. The comments on the bullet screen were in an uproar. In reality, Su Yang's eyes dimmed slightly, and then he continued unhurriedly. The issue with the lights you mentioned is due to the careful post-production editing by those paparazzi. It's all fake. After the incident was exposed back then, the IMA entertainment company behind Su Yang spent a fortune to buy the negatives from the paparazzi. Therefore, he didn't take what Shen Xi said to heart at all, for he knew there was no evidence. Seeing his unassuming demeanor, everyone merely smiled and also didn't pay heed to Shen Xi's words. It was Zhao Hongshan, the one with the highest seniority, who stepped in to smooth things over, preventing the atmosphere from growing even more awkward. Nevertheless, it was obvious to discerning eyes that there was no way Shen Xi and Su Yang could get along amicably. Beside them, Xie Chongshu curved his lips slightly, raising his hand to conceal the amusement in his eyes. Shen Xi's temper was even feistier than he'd imagined. When the second round of Truth or Dare commenced, quite coincidentally, the turn finally landed on Su Yang. And the one responsible for asking the question happened to be Shen Xi again. An awkward aura permeated the air, and everyone's gazes involuntarily fell upon Shen Xi, filled with complexity. Surely Shen Xi wouldn't act as he did just now. In fact, he did. What a coincidence. It's you again. Under the concentrated gazes of everyone, Shen Xi looked at Su Yang with an unchanged expression and a beaming smile, asking, Truth or Dare? True. These simple 3 words were forced out through Su Yang's gritted teeth. Despite harboring 1,000 reluctances in his heart, the game still had to go on. Regardless, truth-telling is indeed a bit safer than the daring challenge. If necessary, one can just tell a little lie. Have you ever heard that in the game of Truth or Dare, lying and being perfunctory are not allowed? I once heard that someone lied on the spot, and a thunderbolt struck down. The scene was truly dreadful. Shen Xi finished speaking a bunch of terrifying words with a sweet smile and subtly glanced at Su Yang. Feeling guilty after hearing those words, cold sweat broke out on Su Yang's back. He firmly stated, I'll definitely tell the truth. Was it just his illusion? It seemed that Shen Xi's words were specifically aimed at him. Before Su Yang could sort out his thoughts, the next second, Shen Xi's cold voice exploded beside his ear. Su Yang, some netizens claim that all the songs you released previously are utter trash. What's your take on this? First Blood. I've heard that you've reached your current status solely by relying on your company and the backers behind you. Is this true? Double kill. Why is it that every time you sing live at large-scale galas, your voice is always off-key, yet you always attribute it to physical discomfort afterwards? If you're sick, why didn't you seek treatment earlier? Triple kill. Everyone says you're a sunny ray of sunshine. May I ask if you and your team have dedicated a great deal of effort to maintaining this persona? Quadra kill. Now that you're already 24 years old and on the verge of entering your 30s, and you still haven't presented a decent work, have you seriously reflected on yourself? Pentakill. Under the successive 5 draws by Shen Xi, who was extremely lucky, the unlucky Su Yang was repeatedly called on. After being bombarded by a series of sharp remarks, he could hardly even catch his breath. With great difficulty, he managed to give a couple of responses. Yet his face had already turned deathly pale, and his body swayed unsteadily, as if he were about to pass away the next moment. Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan were extremely frightened. A question mark popped up in their minds simultaneously. What was going on? It seemed that during their absence in the morning, Shen Xi had gone all out, targeting and vanquishing anyone in her way. Kong Yuanli, after ruminating on his own negative aspects, silently wiped the sweat off his forehead and made up his mind that if he were selected and landed in Shen Xi's hands, he would rather choose the dare game to save his skin than play the truth-telling game. Outside the camera, the assistant Sun Ping murmured that things were going awry and immediately approached Sun Hanyang. Director, our Mr. Su was ill not long ago. He's been pushing himself to participate in the program. Mr. Su has endured so much. Fearing that something might go seriously wrong, Sun Hanyang intended to quickly remove Su Yang's solo shots and, under the pretext of Su Yang's poor health, send him to another area for a rest. However, it was already too late. The bullet screen in the live stream room had erupted. Chapter 40. Lord Shinzora. Goodness. What kind of steel-made person is Shen Xi? He's so tough. Oh my god. If these topics were posted on Weibo, they'd be bombarded by those crazy fans. It'd be the kind of situation where even the ancestors' graves would be dug up. Shen Xi is so bold. Shen Xi is amazing. I love this kind of person. To be honest, Su Yang is just mediocre. If it weren't for those crazy fans, he'd be nothing. It was only after Shen Xi singled him out that I realized Su Yang seems to have achieved nothing. He just has a large fan base, and his professional skills are just so. It has to be said that the brain washing in the fan circle is truly astonishing. In the eyes of Su Yang's fans, Shen Xi's previous interrogation was nothing but a deliberate provocation. It was like a rocket launcher that directly set off an explosion. I don't believe it. Su Yang is not what you say. Shen Xi, you bitch. How dare you slander my brother like this? Shen Xi is a whore. The one above has such a foul mouth. If you have the guts, refute with evidence. Well, the fact is that your brother Su Yang has no works and poor professional skills. He's a good for nothing. The barrages were filled with a heated online war. In reality, Su Yang had quickly uttered a perfunctory apology and then made a hasty escape. Sorry for delaying everyone's game progress because of me. At this moment, his face was deathly pale. He could barely stand without leaning on his assistant, truly looking as if he were ill. After regaining his composure, he turned his gaze to Shen Xi, his eyes full of earnestness. There are too many true and false rumors on the internet. One can't believe them all. I know there are still many people who don't like me, but I'll rely on my efforts to constantly improve myself and strive to win the favor of those who don't like me. He managed to control his expression to the utmost, showing a look of sincere emotion, which instantly won him quite a lot of good impressions. Well, although I've never had any special feelings for Su Yang, I have to say his attitude is quite proper. Just as different people have different tastes, it's quite normal that some people like him while others don't. Moreover, Su Yang hasn't done anything immoral. Brother Su Yang, you're already excellent. We, the Sunflower fans, will always support you. With just a few words, Su Yang downplayed the fact that he was lacking in ability, shifted the focus of the topic elsewhere, and incidentally portrayed himself as a person with the good quality of self-improvement. In an instant, he had regained all the good impressions, truly worthy of having the black-hearted lotus attribute. Shen Xi watched coldly as Su Yang sat down to rest on the side, surrounded by a group of staff members. He seemed so weak that he needed to inhale oxygen. It didn't matter. They still had plenty of time. After Su Yang left, the game continued. However, the atmosphere was rather stifling. Those sitting on the hillside all held their breaths. Their eyes wandered from the sky to the ground and then to the ants, but they just dared not meet Shen Xi's eyes. They were terrified that they would be the next one to be grabbed for the friendly 5-question session. The crucial question is, why on earth does Shen Xi always end up with the task of being the executor? What kind of ungodly luck is this? Can't you see that the previous unfortunate soul, Su Yang, is outside the camera, clutching an oxygen tank and gasping for air? Shen Xi, a formidably powerful individual. Regarding the timid behavior of the others, Shen Xi was not oblivious, yet she simply couldn't be bothered to care. Shall we continue the game now? Hu Man hesitantly inquired. Since Su Yang had suddenly dropped out, the bucket was now in her hands, and she was at a loss as to what to do. Let's continue, Xie Chongshu suddenly declared, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The man's strikingly handsome face remained impassive. Hu Man nodded, and the others also spoke up, breaking the silence and enlivening the atmosphere. Fortunately, for the time being, Shen Xi didn't get the right to ask questions, and the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed than before. Even the comments in the live stream were less caustic. The bucket made its rounds and, in the final round, landed in by Xinya's hands. And once again, it was Shen Xi who held the power over her fate. The scene fell into an abrupt and deathly silence, as eerie as when Su Yang was in the same predicament. Everyone present was well aware of the open hostility and conflicts between Shen Xi and Bai Xinya. "Oh, what a coincidence," Shen Xi remarked, her gaze fixed on Bai Xinya, whose face had gone rigid. A glint of satisfaction flashed across her eyes, as if she were eyeing a doomed fowl. The live stream room, which had not been calm for long, boiled over again. Puff, rubbing hands. "My intuition tells me that another exciting show is about to start. May I ask what kind of death, like interrogation, Sister Shen plans to give Bai Xinya? I'm so looking forward to it." "Sister Shen? Such a rustic name. Do you mean Shen Xi?" "Sister Shen is not enough. Ever since she stunned Su Yang with one sentence, I've been so fond of her personality. From today on, she's Lord Shen. Boss, like affection. Well done, woman. You've piqued my interest again." Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the hillside grew somewhat stifling. What the viewers watching the show in the live stream room could sense, they could, too. The relationship between Shen Xi and Bai Xinya. Those old fans were well aware that it was indescribable. Bai Xinya's face paled a bit more. When she looked up and saw Shen Xi's half-smiling expression, her body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it. Originally, she proposed this game with the intention of finding an opportunity to humiliate Shen Xi thoroughly and make the latter a laughingstock in front of the camera. However, she never expected that her luck today would be abysmal. After playing the game more than a dozen times, her turn never came. And now, she was about to be ordered around by this bitch Shen Xi. Thinking of this, before Shen Xi could say a word, Bai Xinya gritted her teeth and blurted out anxiously, "I choose the daring challenge." The bloody example of Su Yang was right before her eyes. She didn't want to experience the feeling of being humiliated by Shen Xi in various ways. So eager to be reborn. Oh no. So eager to start the game. Shen Xi slightly lifted her eyelids and said, "I didn't expect you, Bai Xinya, to have such a sense of entertainment." The bullet comments in the live streaming room scrolled by in unison. "Guys, I have a hunch that the sassy Sister Shen is up to something again." "What do you mean by up to something? Can we describe what Sister Shen does in such a way?" "That's called respecting the game and the audience." Haha. Look at Bai Xinya's horrified expression. I think Shen Xi is right. I bet Bai Xinya will really amuse us later. Let's observe a moment of silence. Light a candle first. Upon hearing Shen Xi's words, Bai Xinya couldn't stop trembling all over. Xiao Wenshuan threatened Shen Xi in a menacing tone. "Shen Xi, leave some leeway for others." "Oh, leave some leeway? She'd better think carefully about how to do it." "Fine. I've always been kind-hearted." Shen Xi smiled gently. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. If she had always been kind-hearted, would the program group have been in such a chaotic state? Xiao Wenshuan had already prepared himself for a fruitless attempt. But Shen Xi's sudden compromise made him feel extremely strange and uncomfortable all over. "Let me think carefully." Shen Xi slightly curled her lips. Then, her slender finger suddenly pointed to a certain place. "There seems to be a flower over there. Pick it for me." Just that simple? Not only Bai Xinya, but also the others were instantly stunned on the spot. They had all anticipated that Shen Xi would assign an extremely difficult task to Bai Xinya. But the reality was just as simple as picking a flower? How incredible! Is Shen Xi really letting bygones be bygones and overlooking the past grievances? For a moment, similar thoughts flitted through everyone's minds as they speculated back and forth. Bai Xinya couldn't fathom what Shen Xi was up to. Feeling uneasy at the bottom of her heart, she got up to pick flowers. That tiny flower Shen Xi mentioned was actually just one blooming on a certain patch of grass beside her. In fact, this task could be easily accomplished. It didn't take Bai Xinya much time to successfully pick the flower into her own hand. All that was left was one step, to hand it to Shen Xi. "Here you are." Bai Xinya impatiently held out the little flower towards Shen Xi. There was a certain distance between them. Bai Xinya had to bend down and take 2 more steps to reach Shen Xi's hand. And just at this moment, looking at the boundless expanse of the sea behind Shen Xi, a thought suddenly popped into Bai Xinya's mind. This small hillside wasn't particularly high, yet it was rather steep. And there was the sea behind it. If someone accidentally fell off here, although they definitely wouldn't die, they would surely end up with scratches all over and suffer a great deal. and Shen Xi happened to be the one sitting right at the very edge of the small hillside. Her eyes suddenly turned dark and obscure. She was really fed up. On this show, Shen Xi had never made a fool of herself. Instead, it was always her who had to endure hardships and toil. After a whole lot of busy work, in the end, Shen Xi didn't suffer any losses, while she almost got cursed to death online. It was so unfair. She also wanted Shen Xi to make a fool of herself and suffer. If only Shen Xi could fall into the sea from this hillside. It would be best if Shen Xi broke an arm or a leg and got disfigured. Certainly, if she deliberately harmed the other person in such an obvious way, she would surely be condemned by everyone. She had to be more ingenious. With such thoughts in mind, Xie gritted her teeth. Regardless, even if it meant causing 800 units of damage to the enemy at the cost of 1,000 units to herself, she decided to take the plunge. Chapter 41. Why did you harm me? Alas. Xie let out an affected yelp, her body staggering as if she had slipped underfoot. When she threw herself onto Shen Xi, with the impetus of her forward motion, they both tumbled forward. Shen Xi was dragged down to the ground by Xie. Her body tumbled uncontrollably, emitting a startled cry even louder than Xie's. Immediately afterwards, the two figures became entangled and rolled down the small slope. Everything happened so swiftly that everyone stared blankly at the scene. The onlookers in the live stream room went wild. Many people with mouthfuls of food didn't even have time to close their mouths. Damn it, I just looked away for a minute. What's going on? Is this a live streaming accident? Goodness me, they're still rolling. They can't stop. During the rolling process, Xie's body was severely scratched by broken branches and gravel, leaving numerous wounds. Enduring the excruciating pain, she felt a sense of elation deep in her heart. She was determined to make Shen Xi experience the taste of fear even if it cost her her life. At the bottom of the small hillside lay an endless expanse of the sea. She had calculated everything precisely. Once she reached the bottom of the slope, she would clutch tightly onto a protective tree. If she executed this properly, Shen Xi would surely fall into the sea. And all of this could be passed off as an accident. No one would blame her unduly. Everything was well planned. As they rolled down faster and faster, Xie could already see the azure sea surface at the bottom of the slope. She bared her 28 glistening white teeth and smiled. She stretched out her hands and, at the very last moment of the roll, grabbed at the protective tree at the bottom of the slope. With every ounce of strength, she wrenched herself from Shen Xi's grasp, whom she had been grappling with. Perish, Shen Xi. The anticipated sensation of release, however, did not materialize. A moment of bewilderment washed over Xie as she felt her grip on the tree root being pried open. Her gaze followed the disturbance. Shen Xi stood to her side, regarding her with a serene yet peculiar expression. Abruptly, a foot pressed against her chest, and Xie's countenance froze, the color draining away. Accompanied by a piercing scream and the horrified gazes of onlookers, Xie, akin to a capsized toad, was propelled into the air, plummeting into the sea in a grotesque, splayed posture. Splash! The event unfolded with such abruptness that those present remained in a state of suspended animation until the sound of the splash reached their ears. Xie! Shen Xi cried out in anguish, suddenly rising from the base of the slope. Before the eyes of all, they witnessed her, with her injured frame, assume a textbook diving position and plunge into the sea in pursuit. The live stream's chat exploded with clamor. Is this some kind of stage drama? Am I hallucinating? She fell into the sea. Good heavens, someone call for help immediately. Was that Shen Xi who jumped in? Is she attempting a rescue? Forget the filming, someone go save them. Sun Hanyang, the first to regain his senses, hastily directed people to the shore to initiate a rescue. Staff members and even guests who knew how to swim scrambled into action. Upon impact with the water, Xie inhaled several mouthfuls, and her survival instincts compelled her to flail wildly. Help! Help! In the shallow water area outside the hillside, the seawater was only a little over a meter deep. Xie could easily stand up on her own. However, she was so terrified that she was completely at a loss. An overwhelming sense of fear assailed her. Xie, hold on. I'm coming. As she floundered clumsily on the sea surface, a voice filled with almost nightmarish quality rang in her ear. Xie's pupils suddenly constricted. A pair of strong hands abruptly pressed down hard on her shoulders. Xie's pupils dilated. Her hands flailed about, looking like a drowning chicken struggling. Stop thrashing about. I can't rescue you like this. Shen Xi stretched out her arm and neatly locked Xie's neck. She took a deep breath and then suddenly sank with her. Save her? In the next life. Bubbles gurgled and popped on the sea surface. When the two resurfaced again, Xie's pupils began to grow dim. Her hair was disheveled and clung to her face. Her makeup was a hideous mess, and she gasped spasmodically. The instinct for survival made her clutch Shen Xi tightly with both arms. She even wrapped her whole body around Shen Xi. Shen Xi's eyes were clear but cold. All the past events, the claustrophobic and terrifying deep sea, and the suffocating pain that led to despair all flashed before her eyes. Bai Xinya experienced it well too. When Bai Xinya and Shen Xi were rescued, the backup cameraman seemingly forgot to turn off the camera. In the shaky and chaotic footage, Bai Xinya was limp, with a blank-eyed expression, being carried out of the sea. The veil of Shen Xi fell off due to her plunge into the sea. When someone offered to assist her, she declined. With a flick of her raven, black hair, the scene of her leaping out of the sea was indescribably dashing. Even though the swelling and allergic reaction on her face had not fully subsided and her clothes were in disarray, her fair and pure countenance flashed across the camera. The live, streaming room erupted in chaos once again. Bai Xinya looked so pitiful. Let's pray she'll be okay. Shen Xi. Was that really Shen Xi's true appearance when the camera jolted just now? Who has a screenshot? She's so heroic. Oh my goodness. Master Shen's action just now was so cool. Where's the camera? Where's the live streaming footage? Hurry up and restore it. Who wants to watch just a few snippets? Is actor Xie okay? Is our actor Xie alright? And what about our Yang Yang? Where's Yang Yang? Almost immediately, Xiao Wenxuan embraced Bai Xinya in his arms. The on-site doctor invited by the production team from the hospital rushed to her aid. It was not until she spat out a large amount of seawater and coughed violently that Bai Xinya regained a bit of consciousness. Meanwhile, Sun Hanyang was wiping the sweat off his brow while instructing the filming crew to resume the live stream. He directed the camera towards Xie Chongshu and Su Yang to buy some time. He couldn't afford to squander the hard-earned popularity of the program. Of course, he couldn't bear the consequences if an accident occurred during the program's broadcast. He had already arranged for the staff to review the footage to find out exactly what had happened. Xinya. Xiao Wenxuan cradled Bai Xinya's head in his arms, patting her face and calling out to her. At this moment, Bai Xinya had lost her former elegance and lay there listlessly, motionless for quite a while. On this side, Shen Xi had already dried her hair and even put on her spare veil. She was chatting with Hu Man and the others. Shen Xi, are you all right? What on earth happened? Hu Man was some distance away from Shen Xi and was completely bewildered when the incident occurred. I'm fine. It might be an accident. Bai Xinya knocked me down, Shen Xi shrugged, stating a basic fact. Perhaps having heard Shen Xi's voice, Bai Xinya, who was lying in Xiao Wenxuan's arms, was stimulated. Her lifeless pupils suddenly focused, and her lips began to move feebly as she murmured to herself. Then her disfigured face suddenly contorted, her whole body trembled violently, and the frequency of her opening and closing mouth grew faster and faster. Finally, it turned into a shrill scream. Shen Xi, why did you harm me? Everyone present was stunned. Even Xie Chongshu's interview, which came to the rescue from afar, was interrupted. Everyone in the live broadcast room heard that scream. The cameraman's shot instinctively shifted over, and all eyes were fixed on the name that had been mentioned. Shen Xi. Chapter 42. Cremation on the spot. Wow. Wah. Bai Xinya burst into a heart-rending wail. The scene was indescribable, and she kept repeating the same words over and over again. Shen Xi has harmed me. Shen Xi has harmed me. Wah. Shen Xi has harmed me. Xiao Wenxuan was stunned all over. Then, filled with great indignation, he stood up and rushed in front of Shen Xi, roaring. Shen Xi, why did you harm Xinya? After being mentioned twice in quick succession, even Xie Chongshu involuntarily walked over here, and at the same time, the camera crew also approached. A wave of commotion swept across the bullet screen comments. What does it mean? Did Shen Xi harm someone? Impossible. Shen Xi has been sitting there quietly. What does it have to do with her? But Xiao Wenxuan was at the scene. Maybe it was really done by Shen Xi, and he saw it? Lord Shen is not such a person. She was the first one to jump into the sea to save people. The live stream chat room was in an uproar. Shen Xi stood there indifferently, spitting out a single word to Xiao Wenxuan. Scram. The twitching muscles on Xiao Wenxuan's face froze, and then he exploded with rage, all rationality gone. If it weren't for Kong Yuanli and the staff holding him back, he would have started a fight. Shen Xi's aura grew even colder. The gentle sea breeze fluttered her veil slightly, revealing a strikingly cold arc of her lips. Bai Xinya has never been smart. This time, after being in the high-concentration seawater, she's probably a lost cause. It is advisable to send her to the hospital as soon as possible. Everyone gasped in shock. This girl not only refused to explain, but also added fuel to the fire. Where did she get the audacity? Once these words were uttered, even by Xie, who had been wailing repetitively beside, paused for a second. Immediately afterwards, the volume of her repeated claims that Shen Xi had harmed her diminished somewhat. Xiao Wenxuan, with his body held by the crowd, wore a face full of grief and indignation as he laughed maniacally. Very well. Just you wait. I'll have you blacklisted. I definitely will. Shen Xi cast a cold sideways glance and surveyed the crowd. See, there's another nut job. Send them all to the hospital together. After a moment of silence, the live broadcast comments erupted with a flurry of ellipses, expressions of speechless disbelief, full stops, and a chorus of angry remarks condemning Shen Xi for being arrogant. However, Shen Xi's subsequent words sent the comments into a frenzy once again. I'm just an ordinary person. What can he possibly do to blacklist me? Can he control my daily life? He's such a complete idiot. It'd be better to cremate him right here and not waste public resources. Even Xie Chongshu, who was walking over, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and inhale sharply upon hearing this. The comments went completely wild. Ha ha ha, a master of logic. Lord Shen isn't being arrogant. He's speaking with valid reasons. Lord Shen is amazing. Sorry, I really can't help it. It's so hilarious. Ha ha. Why don't I feel any sadness at all? What did Shen Xi call him just now? Shader. Yes, it's pronounced her. It's used to describe someone extremely stupid and naive. Ha ha. Enough. Stop laughing. Get back to the point. Shen Xi is still a suspect in the harm-doing case. Ha ha. I feel so sorry for Xiao Wenxuan. His face has turned as black as a thundercloud. Oops, excuse me. I ate too much. Of course, there were also some rational onlookers who had gone to watch the video to find out the truth. Due to the continuous hot-button issues, the live stream audience instantly soared to over 13 million, breaking the program's previous viewing record. Everyone was closely watching and eagerly anticipating how things would unfold. I'm not going to waste my breath on this country bumpkin. Sun Hanyang, I demand to watch the video. This woman must be brought to justice. Xiao Wenxuan, with a face uglier than a slice of pig liver, directly addressed the director by his name. In the past, relying on the Xiao family's resources, although he was a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry and couldn't call the shots, most people would show him respect out of deference to the Xiao clan. Now, faced with Shen Xi, who was impervious to his advances, fearless of all the unspoken rules, and whom he couldn't even win an argument against, all he could do was roar in impotent rage and gain nothing. Hey, Wenxuan, let's talk this over calmly. Accidents are inevitable during program shooting. Don't lose your temper. Sun Hanyang, though annoyed himself, had to play the peacemaker at this critical moment. I don't care. It's either her or me. There has to be an explanation today. Xiao Wenxuan, with a steely determination, braced himself with a gloomy face. Fine. I'll wait for you to be incinerated on the spot and see what kind of ashes you'll leave behind, Shen Xi retorted, her arms crossed and her expression even frostier. And Bai Xinya still hadn't recovered from the intense shock and pain. She just kept muttering that Shen Xi had harmed her, looking dazed and lost. Sun Hanyang's forehead began to break out in a cold sweat. Just then, an instruction came from the station through the earpiece, urging him to maintain the viewership at all costs and never turn off the live broadcast rashly. Damn it, gritting his teeth, Sun Hanyang decided to take the plunge. If the person involved isn't afraid, what the hell am I scared of? All right, let's get to the bottom of this right now. Teachers, could you all share what you've witnessed? An assistant director, go and retrieve the playback footage from all the camera crews just now. Chapter 43. Lethal Force Authorized. It was Kong Yuanli who spoke first, ever forthright. I saw Bai Xinya lose her footing and tumble down with Shen Xi. Who can say for sure what happened? Zhao Hashan, with a touch of compassion, offered a measured response. Due to the angle, I only saw Bai Xinya approach Shen Xi. Without concrete evidence, we shouldn't unjustly accuse Shen Xi. It was Shen Xi who instructed Xinya to carry out this so-called mission. Who knows what malicious intent she harbored? Xiao Wenxuan retorted vehemently, plopping down beside the still muttering Bai Xinya. He gestured towards her, his voice laced with anguish. Look what she's done to Xinya. She hasn't even recovered yet. The camera focused on Bai Xinya, a towel draped over her head, her eyes vacant and slightly unfocused. Her makeup was a smeared mess. Her clothes soaked and crumpled, revealing bruises that marred her skin. In truth, Bai Xinya had regained some composure, but, hearing Xiao Wenxuan's accusations against Shen Xi, she hesitated to speak, fearing she would ruin her victim persona. Her performance had its effect, stirring discord in the live stream. Many neutral fans of Su Yang and Xie Chongshu were easily swayed. To be fair, it might actually be Shen Xi. She admitted she couldn't stand Bai Xinya. So she might have sabotaged her behind the scenes. Wow, Shen Xi's heart is too cruel. No matter how much you dislike each other, you can't play with people's lives. Shen Xi has such a venomous tongue. She even insulted our Yang. She's clearly a slut. Call the police and send this murderer Shen Xi to jail to pay for her crime. Meanwhile, some diehard fans of Bai Xinya went wild. Coupled with the influx of paid posters, the public opinion in the live stream room changed drastically in an instant. Although many passers tried to maintain a neutral attitude, they couldn't stop the countless barrages of crazy insults aimed at Shen Xi. The barrages piled up layer upon layer, almost filling the entire live stream screen. Xiao Wenxuan, have you finished spouting nonsense? Shen Xi stood up expressionlessly. Xiao Wenxuan immediately felt annoyed and his anger flared up. I'm not done yet. Xinya fell off the hillside because of the truth, or dare condition you proposed. If it weren't for the lucky coincidence of the sea below, she would have lost her life. How can you claim that you're not involved in this? Fine. Keep talking. I'll come back when your bladder is empty and your intestines have calmed down. Shen Xi gave him a cold look, then sat back beside Xie Chongshu and closed her eyes to rest. The veins on Xiao Wenxuan's forehead bulged and his jaws twitched. Damn it. This woman has such a venomous mouth. Coincidentally, the camera captured the moment when Xie Chongshu couldn't hold back a soft laugh. With a smile that could charm 100 beauties, he almost made the entire live stream room explode with his handsomeness. Then the barrages became even more complex. Wow. So handsome. Big brother is so incredibly handsome. I'm smiling like an old aunt. Your aunt is smiling. But my aunt is laughing so hard that it hurts. Oh dear, Shen Xi is so venomous, and Xie Chongshu is so handsome. What should I do? I feel sweet on one side of my face and twitchy on the other. Ha ha ha, the one upstairs is so funny. I couldn't help but burst into giggles. Just now, my dog even rolled its eyes at me impatiently. That look in its eyes probably meant it thought I was hopeless. I don't care anymore. Even if Shen Xi harmed Bai Xinya, I still don't care. I'm smitten with her. I just hope she won't be banned. I still want to watch other variety shows. One's values follow one's looks. One's values follow one's words. I want both. When Xiao Wenxuan lowered his head to look at his phone, he noticed a miraculous shift in the barrage. His whole face turned as green as a green-haired turtle. He just couldn't figure out why it was so difficult to lead this generation of netizens. He was so angry and anxious on the spot that his vision went black, and he almost fainted. Bai Xinya beside him was confused and could only be anxiously standing there with her head down, still repeating like a parrot. Shen Xi harmed me. Shen Xi harmed me. Shen Xi harmed me. Due to the long-term repetition, her voice became hoarse and unpleasant from rubbing against the vocal cords. It made Kong Yuanli beside her grimace, regardless of the risk of being scolded by the barrage. He covered his ears and whispered in complaint. I know. Shen Xi harmed you. Sister, can you stop for a while? Don't tell me you really have water in your brain. Bai Xinya's shrill voice suddenly stopped. She failed to catch her breath and was choked, coughing violently. She didn't cough up her liver, heart, and lungs this time. After glaring at Kong Yuanli resentfully for a while, she pretended to look around blankly. Wenxuan, everyone. What happened to me just now? Xinya, you're finally fully awake. That's wonderful. Just now, you were severely frightened. Rest assured, I'll take care of everything. Shen Xi, the one who bullied you, won't get away with it. Seeing Bai Xinya wake up, Xiao Wenxuan didn't even care about his sulking and quickly comforted her. Woo, Wenxuan, you're so kind. What did I say just now? I was a bit out of my senses before. Maybe many of my words were unconscious actions. Don't take them too seriously. Bai Xinya was gentle and timid, looking as frail as a willow swayed by the gentle breeze. Shen Xi couldn't help but feel nauseated and amused even with her eyes closed. Who would have thought? All the hardships in this lifetime have polished Bai Xinya's acting skills. It's well known that in the previous life, Bai Xinya was constantly questioned for her poor acting. Repeated humiliations and setbacks have actually brought out her despicable potential. Shen Xi was utterly speechless. Today, she must beat Bai Xinya to death, maim her, or even make her beyond reincarnation. Thinking of this, Shen Xi suddenly opened her tightly, shut eyes, stood up straight away, and walked towards the assistant director. Old Xie, is the video editing done? Sun Hanyang stood aside anxiously. Right away. Just the last few frames. Done. The assistant director directly threw the copied information over. It's all here. You can distinguish it yourself. Noticing the assistant director's strange expression, Sun Hanyang couldn't help asking, is there any problem? Cough. You'd better weigh it yourself. The assistant director's eyes shifted. Sun Hanyang, being a shrewd person, understood immediately. If he had to weigh it himself, It must be that the information was unfavorable to Bai Xinya's side. After all, Shen Xi was just an ordinary person and didn't need to be weighed by him. Only Bai Xinya and the Shao family, specifically Xiao Wenxuan who helped her, had the ability to pose a threat. When Sun Hanyang was feeling a bit worried, suddenly a hand reached out from the side and snatched the storage device. "Director Sun, we've waited long enough. It's time to make the announcement, isn't it?" Shen Xi smiled enigmatically, with the inky pupils in his eyes appearing especially profound. Chapter 44, Meaningless and Shameless Shen Xi. "Give this to me first. We still have to go through a procedure." Sun Hanyang's face stiffened for a moment, then reached out to grab it. "Director Sun, don't waste time. I'm in a hurry to engage in charity work." This time, it was Xie Chongshu who spoke. After Shen Xi stood up, he followed. Although he had no idea what was going on exactly, since Shen Xi was most likely the fated one for him, and after observing for such a period of time, he naturally had confidence. Sun Hanyang glanced at Xie Chongshu, then looked over at Xiao Wenxuan. After weighing the situation for a long while, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go and watch the recording right away to clear everyone's name." This great Buddha, actor Xie, was so difficult to invite. He couldn't just let him go. As for Bai Xinya, a deep sense of disgust flashed through his heart. If she had brought this upon herself, then she'd better pray for her own good fortune. During this interlude, the live, broadcast footage happened to focus on Su Yang. Due to his poor health, he needed oxygen, which successfully diverted people's attention for a while and gave the director's team some time. "Everyone, here are the videos taken from various angles by several cameras just now. If there are no questions, let's watch them together." Taking this opportunity, Sun Hanyang quickly invited everyone. Bai Xinya's eyes flickered slightly. She knew that the first scene must have been of her accidentally falling and dragging Shen Xi down. As for what followed, she wasn't confident. Her mind was in a muddle at the moment, and she simply couldn't figure out how, although she clearly remembered grabbing that tree at that time. The scene had turned into her flying out. Never mind. At this point, she could only go all the way to the end. Bai Xinya clung tightly to Xiao Wenxuan's arm, showing a pale face and a nervous expression. Everyone gathered around as well. The footage was being played frame by frame. Soon, the scene where Bai Xinya accidentally fell while holding the flowers appeared. Then, with a cry of surprise, she fell on Shen Xi, and the two of them rolled down together. At this moment, everyone's gazes were once again fixed on her face. Bai Xinya shook her head timidly. I slipped on the ground at that time. I didn't do it on purpose. But, even so, we wouldn't have fallen into the sea." Bai Xinya's evasive answer made many people frown, and they shifted their gazes to Shen Xi one after another. Shen Xi remained unmoved, and her lips moved slightly. "Keep watching." She was extremely calm, knowing that it was pointless to haggle with Bai Xinya here. The footage continued. The two of them rolled to the bottom of the slope. Apparently, the cameraman hadn't reacted in time, and the picture was a bit blurry. Then, Bai Xinya flew out like a frog with all four limbs flailing, and then plunged out of the frame with a splash. How could this be? Nothing was captured. "Let's watch the other parts," Xiao Wenxuan muttered discontentedly. Bai Xinya also nodded. Indeed, she remembered that since she had been flung away, it was impossible for the footage to show her bullying Shen Xi. Thinking of this, she gained more confidence, and out of the corner of her eye, she cast a furtive and malicious glance at Shen Xi. The rolling footage captured by the second camera was also from a fixed position camera, which happened to record the latter part of Shen Xi and Bai Xinya's rolling. Soon, everyone clearly saw that when they were about to roll to the bottom of the slope, Bai Xinya suddenly reached out a hand to grab a protective tree at the bottom of the slope. At the same time, she forcefully swung her body, seemingly trying to fling Shen Xi, who was holding on to her, away. Coincidentally, the footage from the fixed position camera only captured up to this point, and it was an extremely blurry shot. Subsequently, the actions of the two were just out of the frame. How could this be? Where is the rest of the footage? Bai Xinya let out an exclamation, and her heart sank. This camera didn't capture it. Let's check the others. Sun Hanyang quickly operated the other cameras to view the footage. But unfortunately, apart from the second shot that captured part of their falling process, the other shots either showed her after she fell into the sea or failed to keep up. After checking all the surveillance footage, the corners of Shen Xi's mouth curled up. When she kicked Bai Xinya down, she had already observed the positions of the cameras and left no room for filming. She had been waiting for this moment when Bai Xinya was being self-assured and watching the video. Shen Xi stepped forward directly and slapped Bai Xinya hard across the face. "Bai Xinya, what else do you have to say?" A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by Shen Xi's towering anger. A glaring palm print instantly appeared on Bai Xinya's face, leaving her in a complete daze. Everyone present was shocked. The force of that direct slap sent a shiver down everyone's spines. The follow-up cameraman from Group 2 quickly turned the camera towards this commotion. I. What happened? Xie Chongshu covered her face, in so much pain that she was completely disoriented, her head buzzing. Her mind was filled with countless question marks. Why? Why did Shen Xi dare to strike her? Why did Shen Xi seem more aggrieved than she was? Even Xiao Wenxuan instinctively took a step back, looking rather dazed. You tripped and dragged me down with you. That's ungrateful. After falling, you even grabbed onto the tree and tried to throw me off. You're utterly despicable. As Shen Xi spoke, she stepped forward and struck Xie Chongshu alternately on both sides of the face. Lifting her palm, it traced a perfect arc. Xie Chongshu's right cheek was sent askew, and saliva flew everywhere. Immediately afterwards, she whipped back with the back of her hand. It was as if a rainbow soared into the sky. Xie Chongshu's hair fluttered wildly, and her toes left the ground. How could her slender and frail body withstand Shen Xi's force? In an instant, her legs went weak, and with a thud, she knelt down limply. Xiao Wenxuan, who was standing closest, was completely stunned. Sun Hanyang, who was directing the shooting, was left speechless. The movie, King Xie Chongshu's pupils dilated. Kong Yuanli, who was just 2 paces away, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The veteran actor and Hu Man stared with eyes as wide as oxen. In the live, streaming room, all the spectators who just caught sight of this scene froze on the spot, with all their movements coming to a halt in an instant. Chapter 45. Ironclad evidence. No, it's not like this. Xie Chongshu collapsed into a fit of hysterical sobbing, covering her swollen and red cheek as she wailed. Every bone in her body ached as if it were about to come apart. It was clearly that bitch who had pushed her into the sea. Yet Shen Xi still dared to make groundless accusations. It was her who pushed me in. Xie Chongshu sobbed as she tried to defend herself. Suddenly, her face froze, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. What was wrong with her voice? What Xie Chongshu didn't know was that her cheek, which had been slapped askew by Shen Xi, was so swollen that she couldn't speak properly. She babbled incoherently for a long time, but no one present could understand what she was saying. Shen Xi concealed the sneer in her eyes, frowned, and her emotions became even more agitated than Xie Chongshu's. Xie Chongshu, I overlooked past grievances and jumped into the sea to save you. Yet you repay kindness with enmity. You're worse than a brute. What? Shen Xi had jumped into the sea to save her? Xie Chongshu's cheeks puffed up angrily, and her upper and lower rows of teeth trembled. Shen Xi had kicked her into the sea and pressed her head into the water like a ball. This was saving her. Shameless, shameless. Xie Chongshu was so angry that her fingers were almost spasming, but her voice was hoarse and broken, and she couldn't utter a single coherent word. Xiao Wenxuan finally snapped out of his daze and quickly pulled her into his embrace. He gently stroked her face, which was so bruised and distorted that it was almost unrecognizable. Shen Xi held her head high and looked down at Xie Chongshu disdainfully, shaking her stinging palm. Emma, the hand cream she had just applied was all splashed onto her face. It's a pity that Xie Chongshu postponed her plastic surgery plan. Otherwise, those slaps just now would surely have battered all kinds of prosthetics on her face to the extent that even the plastic surgeon wouldn't recognize them. Alas, Lord Shen is so fierce. I'm utterly smitten. No, from now on, I'll call her Lady Xi. The title Lady Xi sounds both pleasant and imposing. Those 2 slaps she gave just now were so dashing. I'm going to learn from her. Looking at Shen Xi's aggrieved expression, I'm convinced that it must be Xie Chongshu who started acting obnoxiously. Just think about how she framed Shen Xi as a thief before. The internet has a long-term memory. How could Shen Xi resort to violence? What gives her the right to hit people? Can't she be more magnanimous? To the one above, I loathe those who advise others to be magnanimous. Keep your distance from them, or you might get struck by lightning along with them. Shen Xi, calm down, please. We can talk things out if you're wronged. Don't use violence. Sun Hanyang, accompanied by 2 staff members, was sweating profusely as they separated Shen Xi from the other person. They were extremely terrified. Sun Hanyang even leaned over to Shen Xi's ear and said with a wry smile in a low voice, "My dear, if you keep this up, our program will be shut down." This was a person who, at the slightest provocation, would slap others and make decisions on behalf of someone else's father. Shen Xi replied with a simple "oh" and said, "I'll control myself. It's just that brute deserves a good beating." Sun Hanyang. After Xiao Wenxuan fed Xie Chongshu a few sips of water, she finally came to her senses. She then started wailing and whining in a shrill voice, with tears and snot all over. "No, Shen Xi is lying. It was she who kicked me into the sea and held my head underwater. Woo-woo. Everything I said is true. When she finished speaking, it was extremely quiet around. Everyone looked at her with a somewhat strange look in their eyes. It was as if there was a feeling saying, have everyone gone blind? Even Xiao Wenxuan tugged at her arm and asked somewhat uncertainly, Xinya, I think maybe we shouldn't be in a hurry. Let's first check the surveillance. Could it be that there's really something wrong with your memory? Seeing that even Xiao Wenxuan was a bit skeptical of her, Bai Xinya couldn't stop her tears from flowing. This time, she was truly aggrieved. She gasped a why and said, check the surveillance. I want to check the surveillance. It must have captured it. Bai Xinya shouted in pain excitedly. Finally, she could say something that others could understand. However, the looks in others' eyes when they looked at her still seemed odd. After all, she had a long history of such things. Previously, because they believed Bai Xinya, they had been proven wrong countless times. Shen Xi spread her hands and let out a dismissive sound, looking like she wasn't going to argue with a fool. Bai Xinya was so angry that she almost fainted. With only a breath of life left in her, she pulled Xiao Wenxuan to go and check the surveillance. As long as she could find the scene of Shen Xi's subsequent violent behavior, she could turn the tables. Due to those strange looks, Bai Xinya's eyes were filled with a glimmer of hope. She wanted to turn the situation around and soar against the wind. But when all the scenes in the surveillance footage had been shown frame by frame, the wings with which she intended to soar against the wind were broken like a chicken's wings. In the picture, everyone could clearly see that Bai Xinya was clinging to Shen Xi like an octopus. Shen Xi could have escaped several times. Yet she stayed by Bai Xinya's side to save her, allowing herself to be tightly clung to. Eventually, Bai Xinya had to adjust her posture, enduring the involuntary sinking. Both of them choked on several mouthfuls of water. After watching the surveillance video, everyone was stunned. Their gazes towards Shen Xi were filled with respect. From beginning to end, it was actually Bai Xinya who was holding Shen Xi back. All the gathered looks were full of contempt. Damn it, Shen Xi. I really misjudged you before, Kong Yuanli shouted after watching the entire video. If it weren't for this surveillance, even if you were killed today, no one would believe it. The next second, he looked at Bai Xinya with disgust and said sarcastically, you're amazing. Daring to frame others at the cost of your own life. There's no one as hypocritical and heartless as you in the whole world. Tut-tut. If you don't win the Best Actress at the Oscars next year, I won't watch it. Kong Yuanli's words brought everyone back to their senses from the shock, and their eyes towards Bai Xinya were all filled with reproach. The comments on the bullet screen were also full of disbelief. This is really an earth-shattering reversal. Damn it, there are so many reversals. I just want to watch a variety show for fun. Why is it so complicated? I'm new here and haven't watched this variety show before. But who is this Bai Xinya? I haven't seen someone so shameless in a long time. The online community has overwhelmingly condemned Bai Xinya, with only a few scattered posts attempting to defend her, failing to make any significant impact. A similar sentiment prevails on the island, where everyone regards Bai Xinya with disdain and contempt. Even Xiao Wenxuan, upon witnessing the irrefutable surveillance footage, could no longer argue her case and spoke with a sense of defeat. Shen Xi, Xinya made a mistake due to a momentary lapse in judgment. However, she just endured the terrifying experience of falling into the sea, which understandably led to heightened emotions and memory lapses. We are all acquainted, and misunderstandings can be resolved through communication. Nevertheless, resorting to violence, especially in front of so many cameras, is unacceptable. How do you expect Xinya to face people in the future? Shen Xi was amused by his words and surreptitiously massaged her wrist. Chapter 46. Kneel and apologize. Shen Xi was being stared at by Sun Hanyang and hadn't had the chance to act yet. Even the kind-hearted Hu Man looked at Xiao Wenxuan in disbelief, instantly filled with revulsion. Xiao Wenxuan, you're in a relationship with Bai Xinya. It's normal for you to protect her, but get your facts straight. Shen Xi is the victim in this matter, yet you're blaming her instead. Where are your morals? You look decent on the outside, but unexpectedly, you're worse than a brute. Yes, Shen Xi was a bit impulsive just now. But wasn't it Bai Xinya who slandered her first? The veteran actor Zhao Hanshan rarely spoke up. Shaking his head, he looked at Xiao Wenxuan and said, emotionally and rationally, Bai Xinya should apologize to Shen Xi first. TSK. What's this? Shen Xi was just falsely accused of being a murderer, while what Bai Xinya lost was just her thick skin nerve. It can't be compared at all. Kong Yuanli even sarcastically retorted in a sardonic way, perfectly imitating the whining tone of the innocent characters in Xiong Yao's dramas. You all. Xiao Wenxuan never expected that everyone else would side with Shen Xi. Even a naive person like Kong Yuanli had defected. The continuous arguments made the scene rather chaotic for a moment and got out of control. Sun Hanyang looked at the scene in front of him and felt extremely vexed. Worried that the situation would get out of hand and something bad might happen, he quickly told the cameraman to turn the camera to Su Yang, who was taking oxygen and resting aside. He attempted to downplay the impact of the previous incident, but unexpectedly, the audience in the live stream room didn't buy it at all. Instead, they went into an uproar. "Director, don't you care about your family register?" Trying to shift the focus and downplay the contradictions in a sneaky way again. "Turn the camera over to me. The audience is God, your lord. Do you still want to keep your job, director?" Ugh. Xiao Wenxuan's words just made me sick. He's so double-faced and shameless. Is his brain as flat as an iron sheet? Could anyone without severe mental problems say such things? Restore the camera. Restore it now. Otherwise, I'll directly call the National Radio and Television Administration to report this. Oh, come on. What's so interesting about Su Yang looking like a weakling? He's no match for others now. I don't want to see Su Yang's face at all. Give the camera back. I don't want to see Su Yang looking sick and repulsive. Ah, how dare you insult Yang Yang? Where are all the Sunflower fans? Shut up. You're just a bunch of haters. We don't care about you. Put the live broadcast back right away. Su Yang was beside, blank, faced in oxygen, breathing. Reading the comments, the veins on his forehead popped. Damn it. What does this have to do with me? The audience in the live stream room was in an uproar. The matter quickly spread to the internet. In an instant, the topic exceeded 1 billion views and topped the trending list. More people learned about the disgusting deeds of Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan. They were almost as loathed as rats on the street. Due to the online scolding war, the director's assistant quickly informed Sun Hanyang of the situation. Looking at the screen full of curse words, Sun Hanyang looked constipated. In the end, he had no choice but to reconnect the live stream. However, just in case, he muted everyone's earpieces. Only the picture could be seen, but no sound could be heard. By the sea area, although the live broadcast camera stopped shooting, the matter remained unresolved and the stalemate continued. However, when Xiao Wenxuan saw the newly received message on his phone, his complexion changed drastically. He quickly searched the internet and found that the public opinion about him and Bai Xinya was simply unbearable. The paid online trolls he had hired before were no longer effective. The comments were completely one-sided and extremely unpleasant to read. This situation couldn't go on any longer. Otherwise, how could he and Bai Xinya continue to stay in the entertainment circle? I don't mean it like this. Xinya made a mistake. I'll apologize on her behalf, Xiao Wenxuan said with a stiff face, and his eyes subconsciously glanced at director Sun Hanyang. The latter, fearing the influence of the Xiao family after all, quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Haha, it's hot today. Everyone, calm down your tempers first. We've been getting along for so many days and have developed a certain friendship. If there are really any misunderstandings, just talk them out, right? Misunderstanding? Oh. Shen Xi folded her arms across her chest and looked down at others haughtily. My request is very simple. Not only did Bai Xinya push me into the sea, but she also tried to shift all the blame onto me. I want her to apologize, kneel down, and quit the entertainment circle. If she agrees to these, I'll end it quickly. Absolutely impossible. Bai Xinya sat up abruptly as if revived from a critical illness, and both she and Xiao Wenxuan, who was jumping around beside her, had their complexions change wildly. Sun Hanyang forced a smile and walked up to Shen Xi, rubbing his hands together, and rarely pleaded, let's change to other conditions. You've already slapped her. Making her kneel would make everyone lose face. If you don't wanna, that's okay too. Shen Xi's eyes flashed, and she slowly spoke. Then upload the surveillance footage truthfully to the internet. Additionally, the production crew should issue a statement to clear my name. The excessive demands made previously were precisely for the purpose of bargaining for better conditions at this moment. Upon hearing this, director Sun Hanyang fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenxuan beside him still shook his head. No, I can't agree. If the video content is uploaded, in the end, you will still get hurt. It'll be a disgrace to both our families. After a moment's thought, he turned his head and gave the director a veiled, threatening look. Director Sun, the Bai family and the Xiao family are about to become in-laws. We can't afford this embarrassment. Moreover, we still need to film the second phase of the program, right? Sun Hanyang suddenly grimaced. He was cursing Xiao Wenxuan in his heart, yet his resolve began to waver. Unexpectedly, this variety show Swap Lives was different from what I had imagined. Xie Chongshu, who had been keeping silent by the side, suddenly spoke up, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Teacher Xie, you mean? At this moment, Sun Hanyang no longer cared about what Xiao Wenxuan had said. His eager eyes landed on Xie Chongshu, full of caution. After all, a large part of the program's short-term success and popularity could be attributed to the great actor, Xie. He was like a revered ancestor of the program, to be treated with the utmost care. I participated in this program simply to experience different lives and relax. However, the current atmosphere is so foul, filled with senseless scheming, completely going against the promises the production crew made to me before. One ought to own up to their mistakes and be brave enough to take responsibility. I will never condone such abhorrent behavior. As these words left his lips, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Xie Chongshu had always boasted an excellent reputation and rarely spoke harshly to others. It was evident this time that he was truly incensed. Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan's faces turned deathly pale. Xie Chongshu's words were like yanking off their last shred of dignity and trampling it into the ground, rubbing it back and forth. Yet, Xie Chongshu occupied an exalted position, a titan at the apex of the entertainment industry. They didn't even dare to utter a word of protest. With a nonchalant sweep of his gaze, Xie Chongshu spoke again. His tone was light, yet it was like dropping a bombshell, creating quite a stir. Under such circumstances, there's no need to continue filming this program. I've decided to withdraw. Withdraw? Withdraw? Teacher Xie, please don't scare me. Sun Hanyang exclaimed in alarm and quickly tried to dissuade him. We can discuss everything amicably. The moment he opened his mouth, his heart had already inclined towards Shen Xi. He turned around, cast a glance at Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan, and gave a soft cough. The truth is right before our eyes. The program crew will disclose everything in the live streaming room. Bai Xinya, you're an adult and should understand the rules. Bai Xinya's face was ashen. Xiao Wenxuan looked as if he'd swallowed a fly, too nauseated to speak. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room that had been muted, the discussion didn't cease with the quiet on the screen. On the contrary, it grew even more fervent. So what on earth are they talking about now? Is there any sister in the bullet comments who is a master of lip reading to help out? Anyway, Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan are definitely in the wrong, aren't they? One is vicious and harmful, and the other is a double-standard sycophant. They are truly a perfect match. But I have to say, our Lord Shun is so valiant, a master at giving people a taste of their own medicine. It's really satisfying. Don't call her Lord Shen. What a tacky nickname. It's Lady Xi. Lady Xi. Lady Xi. Well, Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan in the picture look as if they've eaten something horrible. It's so funny. Huh? It seems that actor Xie said something. What a pity we can't hear it. Sob. Actor Xie is so handsome. I can't help drooling. Wait a minute. Judging from their expressions, it seems they're discussing something. 3 minutes later, the audience who had been anxiously waiting in the live stream room soon found out what had happened. On the internet, the official blog of Swap Lives issued a stamped statement explaining the incident of someone falling into the sea. Meanwhile, it attached the previous shooting surveillance evidence. This completely confirmed all of Bai Xinya's sneaky maneuvers. With a single refresh, hundreds of new comments popped up in an instant. What's this? I smell a big scoop. Isn't this the variety show that actor Xie participated in? Unfortunately, I'm too busy with work to watch it. Can someone sum it up for me? Bai Xinya deserves it. This outcome is really satisfying. The one upstairs, I'm an old fan of the show. Let me do a reading comprehension for you. It's that Bai Xinya tried to frame someone else but got counterattacked, and now she's completely fixed on the pillar of shame. Ha ha ha. It's a cause for universal celebration. I've disliked Bai Xinya for ages. Tsk, her lover Xiao Wenxuan is no better. He's always been a blatant hypocrite. Chapter 47. Being forcibly kissed. You idiot. You have no brains. How vicious you are. You're a terrifying woman. Get out of the entertainment industry. Bai Xinya furtively glanced at her phone. Before she could even open the main page, she was startled by the full inbox of private messages. She sobbed and threw herself into Xiao Wenxuan's arms, saying, I really didn't lie. It's Shen Xi who's harming me. Alas, it was still the same old lines over and over again. Rumble. Just as she hadn't finished speaking, several deafening thunderclaps suddenly resounded in the sky. The once clear and boundless sky unexpectedly turned gloomy in the blink of an eye. In an instant, quite a few low, hanging dark clouds gathered overhead. Rumble. The thunder was so terrifying, truly hair-raising. Bai Xinya was so frightened by the thunder that she trembled twice on the spot, and her heart was instantly in a panic. For some unknown reason, she suddenly recalled the words Shen Xi had said before the game. I've heard that when someone lies on the spot, a thunderbolt might strike down. The scene would be extremely tragic. As one does, the heavens watch. Be careful not to be struck by lightning and turned into a roasted chicken. Kong Yuanli murmured softly. However, he didn't control the volume well, and his words reached everyone's ears. Everyone's gazes fell upon by Xinya's pale face. Under the complicated and piercing looks, even God can't stand it anymore. Shen Xi also remained silent. Bai Xinya was indeed excessively unlucky. I really didn't. Bai Xinya let out a desperate and hysterical scream. In an instant after a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning split the sky and struck the sea not far away. The blinding flash illuminated the deathly, pale faces of everyone. Kong Yuanli, who had committed quite a few misdeeds in normal times and lacked courage, timidly shouted, "Elder sister, please stop talking. What if your arrogance really invites a thunderbolt and drags us all down?" Everyone present stifled their laughter while being filled with trepidation. The deafening thunder even interrupted the live broadcast signal. The director's team quickly urged everyone to leave the islet immediately. A thunderstorm was approaching. Continuing the live broadcast outdoors in such an environment was nothing short of courting death. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, the electrifying scene of lightning and thunder was fortuitously recorded, sparking a flurry of discussions on the internet. Bai Xinya's already sullied reputation took another nosedive. The so-called thunder-struck young lady had become an overnight sensation. Su Yang, who was taking oxygen due to poor health, was arranged by numerous staff members to rest in the cabin early on. With his assistant Sun Ping gathering information, he soon learned the ins and outs of the matter. Upon learning that Bai Xinya's attempt to frame Shen Xi had backfired and been exposed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This Shen Xi was truly fortunate. She had managed to evade a disaster. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Shen Xi. Meanwhile, he also noticed Xie Chongshu, who had been subtly but closely following her all along. He couldn't help but wonder, why did it seem that Xie Chongshu was so concerned about Shen Xi? What on earth was the allure of this country bumpkin? Su Yang's eyes flickered, and his dim and obscure gaze took on a hint of calculation. After a farce ended, everyone took a boat back home. By the time dinner was over, the sky had completely darkened. After a whole day of commotion and with quite a few things having happened, everyone's face showed varying degrees of weariness. They exchanged a few casual greetings in small groups and then went back to their rooms to rest. After taking a simple shower, Shen Xi sat at the desk, drying her hair. As soon as she opened the phone interface, countless messages popped up. The true face of the newly emerging actress Bai Xinya in the entertainment circle is exposed. Another actress has done something extremely stupid. It's actually her. Without even having to read in detail, one could tell from the titles that they were about Bai Xinya. At this time, Bai Xinya's reputation on the internet was abysmal, and she even had the potential to become infamously popular. Repeatedly suffering misfortunes and making a fool of herself in front of the camera, the theft and frame-up incident in the middle of the night, and her blatant act of harming others just now had completely ruined her popularity among the public. Her fan support club was on the verge of disbanding. Ugh. When will this woman Bai Xinya disappear from the camera? She's so vicious. Help. I feel like I'll get a sty in my eye if I look at her one more time. She's just relying on being born into a good family, with the Bai family backing her up. Well, the rich are really different. The screen was filled with unkind sarcasm and mockery, which was almost the same as what she had experienced in her past life. If it weren't for the Bai and Shao families exerting their influence behind the scenes, the comments would definitely have been even more unsightly. Shen Xi composed herself, gently tapping with her fingertips as she typed the name Su Yang in the search bar. Soon, numerous news announcements popped up. Su Yang participates in a new variety show. With endless surprises. The warm-hearted Su Yang, always the little sun among his fans' sunflowers. Looking around, the screen was filled with words of praise, and not a single negative piece of news could be found. Humph. With a cold curl of her lips, a flicker of mockery flashed across Shen Xi's eyes. No wonder he has a big company backing him. Negative news is always removed so quickly. Shen Xi had witnessed the means of anime entertainment film and television in her previous life. It has thousands of marketing accounts under its control and is excellent at spreading false information. It's precisely because of its powerful public relations capabilities that it can package Su Yang, a brute in human form, so perfectly without being detected. Closing her phone, Shen Xi calmly washed off the herbal facial mask on her face. One day, she would get back every bit of what was owed to her. After a simple cleansing, just as Shen Xi was about to go to bed and rest, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Shen Xi put on her veil. Her vigilant eyes instinctively turned towards the closed door. Meanwhile, her palm reached for the phone beside the bedside. After all, she had offended Bai Xinya and Shao Wenxuan so severely. She had to guard against them when they might act recklessly out of desperation. "It's me, Xie Chongshu." The voice was a bit distorted and unclear through the door, but Shen Xi could still distinguish that uniquely hoarse and seductive voice. Goodness. My ears were almost charmed to give birth. No wonder he is the one of a kind movie king in the entertainment circle, with awards piling up. Just his magnetic, sexy, and deep voice could enchant countless people. She got up and opened the door, only to see Xie Chongshu standing upright in front of her door. Speaking in a somewhat helpless tone, "There's a sudden power outage in my room. So I was wondering if you have any candles here?" Power outage? Shen Xi's eyes showed a momentary shock. Then she glanced at the well-lit scene in her own room. The crew came to check the electricity meter. "It seems the wires in the room are a bit old, so only my room lost power. Let me look for it. But, Mr. Xie, to be honest, do you have some special constitution that makes electrical appliances malfunction?" Shen Xi asked helplessly, then turned around to rummage for candles. First, he blocked the phone signal. And now he's blocking the power supply. Could Xie Chongshu be some kind of goblin? "Thank you. Maybe I'm just out of luck." Xie Chongshu replied helplessly, his dark eyes drooping. Just as he was about to say something more, it went pitch black before his eyes, and he instantly lost all his strength. In the blink of an eye, he staggered. Shen Xi had just found the candles. When she turned around, the look of disgust on her face hadn't yet faded. Xie Chongshu's handsome face, as radiant as the stars, crashed down on her like a toppling mountain. The veil slipped off, revealing Shen Xi's fair and delicate face. Her dark, deer-like pupils suddenly widened. A feeling of 3 tenths coolness and 7 tenths electric shock on her lips was frozen in time. She was forcefully kissed by Xie Chongshu. Chapter 48. Gossip runs rampant before the flush of shame could even rise within her. Xie Chongshu's lips traced a path down along the corner of her mouth. His entire body seemed to collapse onto her. "Xie Chongshu?" Shen Xi was startled. Disregarding the fluttering in her heart, she reached out to steady him. Fortunately, she was naturally strong, so holding an adult man who weighed 40 caddies more than her was well within her capabilities. It was the first time in her life that she'd embraced a handsome man. The skin that should have been at a normal temperature suddenly felt as if it were on fire, searingly hot. Shen Xi stumbled. Her strength got out of control for a moment, and she almost dropped the man in her arms. However, upon seeing the man's increasingly pale complexion, Shen Xi tried her best to ignore the warm sensation on her lips and supported him into the house. Not far away, under the tree in the small courtyard, a figure flashed by quickly. After settling Xie Chongshu on the chair, looking at the man's face full of innocence and weakness, Shen Xi was at a loss for words. She couldn't just raise her hand and slap him now, could she? After all, he seemed rather innocent. So, had she just let him take advantage of her for nothing? After casting aside her chaotic thoughts, Shen Xi held Xie Chongshu's long, fingered hand. It was so delicate, fair, and dazzling. While inwardly marveling that this man's hand was even more beautiful than a woman's, she then pinched the man's tiger's mouth viciously. Moments later, Xie Chongshu slowly opened his eyes. His face was a bit pale. He propped his right hand near his temple, and his complexion still didn't look good. Shen Xi coughed lightly and surreptitiously shook off the man's left hand, then offered a cup of hot water. "You fainted suddenly just now. Have some hot water first," she said. Xie Chongshu's amber eyes looked dazed for a moment, and then he replied in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." It seemed that he had grown accustomed to such incidents, which was precisely why he had come to find Shen Xi. Bad luck always haunted him. Even the mildest mishaps could result in cuts and bruises. Fortunately, this time it wasn't too bad. He subconsciously raised his hand to rub his lips. He always felt a strange sensation on his lips, as if he had been bitten by something. It was a tingling and numb feeling. Perhaps due to the tranquility he felt in Shen Xi's company, Xie Chongshu's complexion gradually regained some color, looking much better than his previous pallid state. It should have been a bit of hypoglycemia just now. Did I make a fool of myself? Xie Chongshu gave a restrained smile, warming the entire room. Shen Xi secretly rolled her eyes at him. It was okay, just a bit heavy. I almost didn't react in time. Then I really appreciate you saving me again, Xie Chongshu said, looking a bit embarrassed. Considering that actor Xie was gentle and polite and had helped her on multiple crucial occasions, Shen Xi waved her hand, deciding to let it go as she didn't want to dwell on it. Her first kisses in 2 lifetimes were just gone like that. Her eyes inadvertently swept across the man's lean and imposing face, and she concealed a trace of regret in her eyes. He was such an outstanding man, yet unexpectedly, he had a delicate constitution like Lin Dayu's. A man should never be weak. What a pity. One couldn't help but wonder if Xie Chongshu knew what she was secretly complaining about. Would he faint again? Oh, right. There's also the issue regarding the construction of the Hope Primary School. The initial version of the plan has been finalized. You may take a look first. Xie Chongshu didn't notice Shen Xi's peculiar look and carefully handed over the document bag he carried with him. Shen Xi took it casually and immediately flipped open the project proposal. All her attention was fixated on the plan for the Hope Primary School. Under the warm, yellow halo, half of her profile seemed so delicate that it could almost emit light. Xie Chongshu's eyes quivered slightly. Only then did he notice that Shen Xi wasn't wearing a veil at the moment. It was also the first time he had seen her true face. Her dainty face was fair and glowing. Although there were still faint red marks from an allergic reaction, most of them had faded. Only a few light, pink spots remained on either side of her cheeks, which instead added a touch of allure and charm. A fleeting look of astonishment flashed across the man's deep eyes. Xie Chongshu had guessed that Shen Xi must be good looking, yet he didn't expect her to be even more exquisitely beautiful than he had imagined. With just this face, she could outshine most of the entertainment industry. His eyes flickered briefly as he pondered. Shen Xi didn't notice that she was being scrutinized. After carefully going through the plan, she broke into a smile and said, "It's fine. Just proceed as planned." This project proposal was comprehensive and meticulous. Even the 2 or 3 minor issues she had casually mentioned during the meeting had been well addressed. Evidently, Xie Chongshu had truly put his heart into the construction of the Hope Primary School, not merely for the sake of a good reputation. Shen Xi held the utmost respect for his character. On behalf of the villagers of Xinjia Village, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to esteemed actor Xie. Shen Xi rose and offered Xie Chongshu a sincere expression of gratitude. Xie Chongshu responded with a gentle smile. Initiating the construction of the Hope Primary School was my undertaking, and its successful completion is my duty. His philanthropic endeavors were not solely for personal merit, but also to ensure that more individuals have access to education. After finalizing the details, Shen Xi offered to escort Xie Chongshu back, primarily to prevent another hypoglycemic episode. However, as she stepped into Xie Chongshu's doorway, her phone rang. In the backyard, the workers inspecting the electrical circuits of Xie Chongshu's room were taken aback. How could the problem be resolved when they had not even identified all the faulty points? Shen Xi cast a peculiar glance at Xie Chongshu, whose gaze met hers. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, conveying a multitude of unspoken words. It seems the candles are no longer needed, esteemed actor Xie. Until tomorrow. The corners of Shen Xi's lips curved into an enchanting smile. Until tomorrow. Xie Chongshu's eyes betrayed an unparalleled sense of awkwardness. He had not been dishonest. Yet he felt as though he had been caught in a clandestine act. Locking the door, extinguishing the lights, and retiring to bed. As her head hit the pillow, Shen Xi drifted into a peaceful slumber, with fleeting images of Xie Chongshu appearing in her dreams. Unbeknownst to her, a suggestive photograph of her and Xie Chongshu had gone viral on the internet that night. The following day. Good morning. Shen Xi finished packing up in her room on time and walked all the way to the kitchen. As usual, she greeted the several guests in the house. Unexpectedly, what she received were complex looks from each of them. Everyone was like this. What had happened? Shen Xi tilted her head and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Looking utterly puzzled, it was Hu Man who was the first to notice her bewilderment and quietly started to speak. Shen Xi, someone took an ambiguous photo last night. It's you and actor Xie. A photo of her and Xie Chongshu? Shen Xi was momentarily dazed. Immediately, she took out her phone and directly opened the Weibo app. There was no need to search. The top trending topic was clearly visible. Actor Xie had a late night secret meeting with a young woman. There was also a picture attached. Shen Xi's eyes froze. She directly clicked on the large, scale picture and then realized that the young woman in the pictures of numerous media outlets was actually her. It was an extremely clear picture. Xie Chongshu's facial features in the photo were so distinct that one would never mistake him. He was leaning in her embrace, as if resting on her shoulder. The two of them were behaving extremely intimately, especially under the deliberately chosen framing and the tricky angle. The level of ambiguity between them was off the charts. This was. Shen Xi immediately recognized that this was the scene last night, when Xie Chongshu suddenly fainted and she instinctively supported him. When she clicked on the comments below, there were already over 10,000 of them. Damn. In my lifetime, I actually get to see a scandal about actor Xie? Chapter 49. Pushed to the brink for over a decade since his debut, Xie Chongshu, the movie king who had always remained unscathed from scandals, was involved in a romantic rumor for the first time. This piece of news was as explosive as a cosmic explosion. Pictures speak louder than words. Who is that woman? How could she get so close to the movie king without being resisted? It's simply a marvel of the world. Give me the information about this mysterious woman within 3 minutes. Within just a few dozen minutes, numerous gossip announcements had spread like wildfire, causing a huge stir. Exclusive secret. The movie king has long been engaged to his fiancée. An insider reveals. The woman the movie king met secretly late at night is his childhood sweetheart who has accompanied him for years. They've met each other's parents, and the wedding date is about to be set. According to reliable sources, the movie king may secretly marry his long-time off-screen girlfriend by the end of the year. Shen Xi, the so-called long-time fiancée, childhood sweetheart secret girlfriend. This is utterly preposterous. It was just one photo, not even showing her full face. Yet the scandal had already reached such a fever pitch. If there were a proper photo of her and the movie king together, would people even start speculating about her having 2 children in 3 years? Shen Xi shivered with revulsion, halting these successive terrifying thoughts. The man beside her whispered with a tinge of concern, Shen Xi, you'd better stop looking. Those people on the internet are just spouting nonsense. Don't take it to heart. It was still early, and the live, streaming room of the program hadn't started yet, so they didn't have as many scruples in their conversation as before. Shen Xi was slightly stunned. With a swipe of her index finger, the comments in the comment section were increasing at an incredible speed of thousands per second. At first, most people were just curiously gossiping, but gradually, the situation started to take a strange turn. Actor Xie is currently filming a variety show. This woman looks more and more familiar. Isn't she Shen Xi? Who on earth is this Shen Xi? How dare she cling to actor Xie? Such a cheap publicity stunt. She's desperate to be famous. Ugh, where did this monster come from? Daring to take advantage of actor Xie? Anyone would say the actor is so unlucky. Let me enlighten you all. This Shen Xi is an absolute ugly duckling with pimply and blemished skin. She also likes to hit people on variety shows. I heard she extorted 2 million from someone over a trivial matter. She's so shameless. I've seen many such people. Relying on being an ordinary person, they have the nerve to scramble for fame. Strip them, and they're just blood suckers. Why is it Shen Xi? I quite liked her before, but there's no way between her and Xie Chongshu. Compared with the live, broadcast room of the variety show, there was even more traffic on the external network. Under the deliberate guidance of some ill-intentioned people, the public readily believed the so-called truth and became indignant, joining the brigade of condemnation. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xi was saddled with a multitude of charges. Things she had clearly never done were also pinned on her, and people were trampling on her mercilessly. Shen Xi frowned deeply. Something was amiss. The online public opinion was almost one-sided, and countless slurs were being cast upon her. In her past life, Shen Xi had spent several years struggling in the entertainment industry. She was well versed in the marketing tactics within the circle and immediately recognized that these so-called remarks were being manipulated by someone behind the scenes. The aim was clearly to target her. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on her phone screen. Shen Xi, I'll handle this matter properly. Sorry for involving you. It was a text message from Xie Chongshu. Concerning the gossip and rumors about Xie Chongshu, it was impossible for the person involved not to know. Shen Xi glanced around and noticed that Xie Chongshu was not in the restaurant. She put away her phone, thanked the man for her kind reminder earlier, and then quickly walked out of the restaurant. Before leaving, out of the corner of her eye, she casually saw Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan sitting with their backs to her at the table, having breakfast. They were surprisingly quiet. Shen Xi squinted slightly, quickly withdrew her gaze without looking at them again, and then turned around and left. Inside the restaurant, only after noticing Shen Xi's hasty departure did Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan slowly raise their heads. A look of vindictive satisfaction flashed across Bai Xinya's eyes. The previous night, due to the online incident, Xi and Xiao Wenxuan had been busy contacting various trolls to control the comments. They were so overwhelmed that they only had a moment to catch their breath until late at night. By chance, when passing by Shen Xi's door, they unexpectedly saw Xie Chongshu suddenly collapse into Shen Xi's arms. Without hesitation, they immediately took a photo as evidence. Finally, Xiao Wenxuan suggested that they expose this matter on the internet to cover up the damage to Bai Xinya's reputation on the variety show. As passers, I tend to have short memories. With a bigger piece of juicy gossip emerging, people would no longer fix their gazes on her. Recalling Shen Xi's hasty departure from the restaurant just now, Bai Xinya slowly lowered her head, her hair curtaining her face, thus concealing the corners of her mouth that couldn't help but curl up in smugness. Xiao Wenxuan casually opened his phone interface. Last night, He and Xia had been the targets of public criticism, yet now there was not a single bit of news about them on the hot search lists. On the contrary, everyone was discussing who Shen Xi was, and all the attention had been drawn away. All the public's firepower was concentrated on Shen Xi. Now, when one opened major online social platforms, who would still talk about them? It just gave them a moment of respite, remembering last night's miserable state. A hint of ferocity flashed across Xiao Wenxuan's face. As the sole future heir of the Xiao group, he had almost been reduced to a laughingstock by a country bumpkin. This grudge, he couldn't let it go. So it's Shen Xi, huh? Well, let her truly experience the pain of being exposed to the public eye and lashed out at. Bowing his head, the man's fingers quickly tapped a line of words on the glowing phone screen. I'll give you another 200,000. You must ruin Shen Xi. 20 seconds later, a swift okay response came from the other end. Xiao Wenxuan sneered menacingly and immediately transferred the money without hesitation. Next, it was time to simply sit back and await the show. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Xi made her way towards the house where Xie Chongshu was. Just as she stood at the door, before she could even raise her hand to knock, the door was pushed open from the inside. Xie Chongshu appeared in sight, wearing a light cyan shirt. When he caught sight of Shen Xi, his pupils suddenly dilated. Regarding what happened last night, I'm sorry for involving you. The man raised his hand to rub the space between his eyebrows, his voice low. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to handle the specific matters. Don't take those gossips on the internet to heart. After all, it was he who had dragged Shen Xi into this mess. Xie Chongshu's gaze towards Shen Xi was filled with apology. If it weren't for him, Shen Xi wouldn't have received so much attention. Nor would he have been put on the internet to be judged and maliciously slandered. Xie Chongshu's usually calm face suddenly darkened. Shen Xi was someone he had finally found. In an attempt to resolve his bad luck, Shen Xi had been involved right under his nose. It's unnecessary. The innocent will remain so, unexpectedly. Shen Xi's attitude was not one of anxiety. Rather, it could be described as rather relaxed. In a couple of days, when new gossip emerges, people's focus will shift. Aren't you the least bit worried? Chapter 50. When the world treats me harshly, I'll strike back. Xie Chongshu lifted his sharp, black eyes and gazed at Shen Xi. There was a brilliant glint in his eyes. You're young, yet your disposition is remarkably steady. Compared with Shen Xi, Xie Chongshu was in a far better position in the public opinion arena. Not to mention that by the age of 28, he had amassed numerous awards and certificates. His achievement as an award-winning actor naturally cast a favorable aura around him, making people instinctively inclined to be lenient towards him. Moreover, the large army of fans of actor Xie was not easily deceived. Right from the onset of the public opinion storm, the so-called elder sister fans of the actor had efficiently organized teams. They flooded the internet with positive comments and were unyielding in the face of malicious slurs. They fearlessly took up their keyboards and charged into the fray. What's the matter? Xie Chongshu is 28 years old now. Isn't it normal for him to have a new relationship? Those trolls who are slandering our Chongshu, are you the only one in your family's household register? I so wish I could pour concentrated sulfuric acid on those who slander brother Chongshu, but my chemistry teacher told me that concentrated sulfuric acid doesn't react with impurities. So, I'm telling you to get lost. What does it matter whether actor Xie is in a relationship or not? It must be exhausting for you to think with a tumor-sized brain, right? Their offensive was all out. Whenever a malicious comment popped up, it would be instantly erased, leaving no trace behind. Their combat prowess was truly the epitome of excellence in the current fan community. So, by now, there were hardly any stains on Xie Chongshu's reputation. He had suffered little damage to his public image. On the contrary, Shen Xi had been constantly criticized and nitpicked. Some people even started to frantically search for Shen Xi's past, and countless newly fabricated slurs were piled onto her. Even if the truth was clarified, would the numerous onlooker netizens believe it? Shen Xi shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference and insight. Some people have pig heads on their necks. The more fiercely one responds, the more their curiosity will be piqued. And this matter will never come to an end. It was the same in her previous life. When she was slandered in the program, she wasn't without attempts to clarify in person. But what was the result? It had no effect at all. Instead, she was mocked by the crowd and became a laughingstock. Moreover, there was truly nothing between her and Xie Chongshu. At present, issuing a solemn statement would really cause a big problem. Well, she also wanted to see who was fanning the flames behind the scenes. I'll issue a statement. It will improve your public opinion environment. Xie Chongshu closed his eyes briefly, his tone tinged with a faint sense of helplessness. It can also restrain my fans so that they won't go too far. Behind every popular star, there is always a large number of fans closely following. The fan base of the great actor Xie is even incredibly huge. He was just worried that his private and fanatical fans might do something unfavorable to Shen Xi. I'm just an ordinary person. They can't come and pull out my oxygen tube when I'm old, right? Shen Xi shrugged indifferently. In her previous life, when she was severely slandered, she still persevered in the entertainment industry. Her immunity to such things was already at the top in the entertainment circle. In this reincarnated life, since she confronted by Xie, she had made up her mind to live true to herself, regardless of how the world was. Certainly, if the world were to do her wrong, if the world kisses me with pain, I'll give it a few slaps and tell it to go to hell. Shen Xi let out a soft laugh. Xie Chongshu. This young lady's way of doing things is too bold. He can hardly keep up. The two walked out of the room one after the other and headed to the dining hall. Along the way, they chatted merrily without any hesitation. Those around them were left speechless. The venerable veteran actor Xie Chongshu, of the highest seniority, couldn't help but remind, Chongshu, have you seen the news? You and Shen Xi. Teacher Zhao, last night I went to Shen Xi to discuss some private matters. I accidentally suffered from hypoglycemia. And Shen Xi kindly supported me and even sent me back to my room. Xie Chongshu's eyes, full of scholarly air, casually swept across the crowd. But his tone was rather cold. Those online remarks are just baseless nonsense. Everyone should just take them as a joke and have a good laugh. I knew it was those unscrupulous reporters scribbling nonsense. Sun Hanyang quickly chimed in. He was terrified that Xie Chongshu might get angry and take it out on the program. It would be disastrous if he withdrew. Xie Chongshu gave him a meaningful look, but said no more. Other staff members were busy setting up the venue. Although the live recording hadn't started yet, there were quite a number of people. When they heard Xie Chongshu calmly make a clarification, their curiosity gradually subsided. No wonder. They had always thought that with Xie Chongshu's status as a movie king, how could he possibly take a fancy to Shen Xi? After spending days in close company, they had also changed their views of Shen Xi. They considered her a valiant and capable woman. Although she was sharp-tongued, her values were upright, which was admirable. However, there was a vast gap in their social statuses. Moreover, Shen Xi had a hideous face, covered in pus and terrifying red marks. She was simply unworthy. Hu Man and others didn't think much. After hearing the clarification, they went about their own business. But Bai Xinya, who was hiding in the corner, was different. Watching Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu chatting without a care in the world, she gritted her teeth resentfully but dared not say much. Xiao Wenxuan was still in the room. Before leaving, he specifically told her to keep a low profile. Now all the attention was on Shen Xi. Remembering the endless insults on the screen the day before, Bai Xinya couldn't help shivering, and a flicker of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Why was Shen Xi so lucky? Even actor Xie, who was always taciturn to others, showed her favor. With a sudden exertion of strength, yesterday's wound was agitated again. Feeling the pain all over her body, Bai Xinya covered her still, crooked mouth from the previous beating, seething with hatred in her heart. Just then, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Bai Xinya's eyes flickered. Taking advantage of no one noticing, she took out the phone. When she saw the prominent words completed on the text message, the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling up slightly. Immediately, she quickly deleted the message. After double-checking, she carefully put the phone back into her pocket, pretending to be nonchalant. Her eyes couldn't help but glance in the direction where Shen Xi was. Just thinking of the trap set up tonight, an uncontrollable wave of joy welled up in her heart. Oh, Shen Xi, just wait for your downfall. After breakfast, Xie Chongshu whispered softly to Shen Xi, come with me. Some people need to be given a warning. Seeing the two figures at the door, beads of cold sweat kept trickling down Sun Hanyang's bald head. Teacher Xie, Shen Xi, what's going on? There were many people just now, so I spared your face. After entering the room, Xie Chongshu directly threw the photos on her phone in front of Sun Hanyang and calmly said, Director Sun, now give an explanation regarding this. This is an affirmative sentence. When handling matters, Xie Chongshu appears as calm as a gentle breeze, yet wields a firm hand. Well, this can be properly explained. Sun Hanyang swallowed nervously and sighed. I failed to discipline my subordinates. It's truly a shame. A staff member violated the contract last night and sold the secretly taken photos to a gossip team. Now the person has been fired by the program group. After the photos were taken last night, Xiao Wenxuan was afraid of being traced, so he directly bribed a staff member to take the blame. Using money and power to coerce and tempt, the staff member took the blame and admitted. After being investigated by Sun Hanyang early in the morning, he took the money and left at lightning speed. Can the matter be simply brushed aside by firing someone? While Shen Xi was amazed at Xie Chongshu's sensitivity, she took up the cudgel and said, "Director Sun, this deal of yours is too profitable, isn't it?" Sun Hanyang was rendered speechless by Shen Xi's words, and his heart was filled with unease. "I'll immediately issue a clarification announcement on behalf of the program group later. I definitely won't cause any trouble for you, Teacher Xie." The director was worried that Xie Chongshu might directly quit the program if he was dissatisfied, which would be a great loss to their program. "Director, don't be so nervous. It lacks sincerity to clarify now." Shen Shiwei raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone unexpectedly calm. "I only need a commitment from the program group. A commitment to clarify the reason for this incident for me at any time." Really? Sun Hanyang instinctively felt that there might be a catch, but couldn't figure it out. He could only cautiously turn his gaze to Xie Chongshu. "Is this also what you mean, Actor Xie?" Xie Chongshu nodded indifferently. "Follow what Shen Xi says." Okay, I promise." Sun Hanyang smacked his lips for a long time, with an inexplicable sense of relief as if he had survived a disaster. He had originally prepared himself for the situation where the great ancestor Xie stopped filming and the little ancestor Shen scolded him with her sharp tongue. After witnessing Shen Xi's unfathomable talent in using scathing remarks yesterday, in his heart, her threat level had soared directly to be second only to that of Actor Xie. One simply couldn't afford to provoke them. It was really great that the matter was resolved so easily. Seeing the smile on Sun Hanyang's face that was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, Shen Xi hugged her arms with a shiver. Her body instinctively took a step back, subtly increasing the distance between herself and Director Sunday. After all, she was an out-and-out appearance-conscious person. However, if it were Xie Chongshu with that kind of face pouting and acting coquettishly, her attitude would surely not be what it was now. An unexpected thought popped into her mind. Shen Xi subconsciously cast a glance at Xie Chongshu beside her. Her pupils quivered slightly as the man's thin lips glistening with a hint of moisture came into view. Hiss. Shen Xi suddenly recalled that unexpected kiss last night. The tactile sensation of those lips yesterday was truly wonderful, but that was her very first proper kiss in her life. As for Xie Chongshu, having been in the acting industry for so many years, he must have kissed numerous people. Bah! At this thought, she felt a strange surge of anger well up inside. After glaring at the man, Shen Xi abruptly turned her head away. After leaving the director's lounge, Shen Xi strode off ahead, leaving Xie Chongshu behind. At the sight of the graceful figure passing by, Xie Chongshu was momentarily stunned. Had he offended her? Chapter 51. If you don't use your brain, you can donate it half an hour later. All the guests participating in the program gathered in a small and secluded auditorium in Xinjia village. The final task of the first leg of the program Swap Lives was about to commence. As soon as the live, streaming room of the program crew opened, within the blink of an eye, tens of millions of viewers flooded in. The cascading barrage of comments nearly submerged the screen. Here it comes. Finally starting. I've been on tenterhooks, waiting to see the drama. Surely, Actor Xie won't end up with that rural girl named Shen Xi, right? There's such a mismatch. No. Although Miss Xi is quite something, she truly isn't a worthy match for Actor Xie. May this precious flower not be wasted on Miss Xi. Wow, you guys are so spiteful. I think it wouldn't be so bad if they really fall in love. Besides, it's all just speculation at this point. Get out, Shen Xi. How shameless of this ugly girl to seduce Actor Xie. Even before the program officially began, the barrage was in complete disarray. The protagonists, Shen Xi and Xie Chongshu, stood aside. Their behavior and demeanor showed no deliberate estrangement. They were communicating as naturally as before, which further piqued the onlookers' curiosity. Once most of the guests had assembled, Shen Xi announced the task for the last day in Xinjia village, to teach the preschool children in the village to sing the simplest English alphabet song. Everyone was rather quiet that day. Even Su Yang accepted the task politely and calmly. Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenshuan were especially subdued. When they received the task, they didn't offer the slightest bit of objection. Shen Xi couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Up until now, the rumors and gossips on the internet showed no sign of being suppressed. Those over, the top remarks were allowed to grow like a snowball. The number of viewers watching the program once again broke the historical record. Everyone was brimming with curiosity, waiting in front of the screens to catch a glimpse of Actor Xie and his rumored romantic partner. Each person was responsible for 2 children. They had to teach them an English song within 2 hours to pass the game. After the details were explained, Shen Xi led the group to assign the children they would help. Xinjia village was vast and had a large population. Most of the young people had gone out to work and earn money, leaving behind many left behind children. The kids chattered as they were brought in by the program's staff, and the elders and their families watched from a short distance away. The task assignment went smoothly, but the barrage on the live stream kept scrolling non-stop. People had absolutely no interest in the program content at this point. With such a huge piece of gossip right in front of them, who cared about the stupid task? It's over, it's over. Are they really together? Why don't they respond? Those 3 big bowls of rice at lunch today don't seem appealing anymore. Ah, get out of here, ugly girl. You're not worthy of actor Xie at all. Respond to what? Do you think our brother Chongshu is a perpetual motion machine? He doesn't have to respond to every false accusation. The popularity of the live stream hit a new all-time high. Many people who weren't originally interested in the program flocked into the live stream out of curiosity about the gossip. In a short while, the barrage was flooded with comments. After Shen Xi gave out the instructions for the task and just sat down to rest, suddenly, a voice called out to her. Shen Xi, it would be advisable for you to offer an explanation to the public at this moment. Amid the crowd, Su Yang spoke up, deliberately casting his eyes in the direction where Xie Chongshu was. His tone carried a hint of indignation on behalf of someone. A minor misunderstanding can be easily clarified, and it can also clear teacher Xie, who has been implicated innocently. This seemingly well-meaning statement ingratiated the fans of Xie Chongshu, yet subtly pinned Shen Xi in the position of the wrongdoer. The barrage on the screen scrolled frantically. Yang is truly kind-hearted. He must be reincarnated from a person who has done good deeds in 10 lifetimes. He never forgets to lend a hand. Who would have thought that Su Yang could act like a decent person? From now on, my opinion of him has changed from negative to neutral. Exactly. Actor Xie is gentle and humble, disdaining to clear his name. But there has to be someone to speak up for justice. Su Yang is quite good. As Su Yang said this, he looked at Shen Xi amiably, concealing the hint of ill intent in his eyes. Shen Xi burst into a smile at once. A smile as gentle and soothing as a warm spring breeze. Teacher Su, thank you so much. I have a question. Go ahead and ask. Su Yang felt a twinge of wariness, but seeing Shen Xi's radiant smile, he unconsciously let his guard down. Shen Xi maintained her smile as she gently parted her lips and said, Is your nickname Little Cancer? It must be quite arduous to think with a tumor all the time, right? With a sweet smile and a calm voice, the words she uttered left people stunned. What did you say? Su Yang almost rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. I'm saying that for a gentle boy like you. It must have been really tough growing up all by yourself, right? Indeed, the cerebrum's utility is not always assured. Its donation for culinary purposes is a viable alternative. S smile burgeoned with radiance, her voice adopting an even more mellifluous tone. Upon uttering these words, she disregarded entirely, languidly stretching as she departed from the live broadcast's frame. Initially, the audience was perplexed. Subsequently, astonishment ensued. Ultimately, a cacophony of boisterous exclamations erupted. Remained in a daze until his departure, momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. Was launching an assault upon him? The digital ether was initially permeated by a few moments of silence. Before the audience, regardless of their motives, who had entered the live broadcast room, descended into a frenzy. What have I just witnessed? Has been gently rebuked? Is she implying that he is meddlesome? I comprehend. She insinuated that grew up in solitude, effectively labeling him an orphan. Ha ha ha. You vixen. Yet why am I unable to suppress my laughter? Furthermore, the image of his dazed countenance is indelible, haunting me relentlessly. I do not endorse your relationship with, but I yearn to emulate your style of delivering insults. Dares to mistreat our, alas, why am I simultaneously incensed and amused? Gather, sunflowers. Let us lodge a complaint against for daring to insult our. This is intolerable. Regained his composure after an extended period, compelling himself to maintain composure. Although controlling the rigid muscles in his face proved arduous, his heart churned with tumultuous emotions, harboring a desire to obliterate 1,000 times over. He is a popular young actor and a top-tier traffic star. How dare Shen Xi do that? However, this woman just did it. At this moment, Su Yang felt as if he had lived a lifetime. It was so unreal. Life seemed so illusory. After a long while, he forced a bitter smile in front of the camera. This smile no longer had the past unrestrained and natural charm, but a hint of twitch. He left the live broadcast screen hastily with his head down, and his face grew increasingly gloomy. Soon he found his assistant, who had already seen the full screen entertainment, oriented comments unfavorable to Su Yang, arranged the fan leaders to launch an all-around attack on Shen Xi. If I don't crush her, where can I put my face? Su Yang said. The assistant in black replied, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. It's a small matter. This woman will surely be ruined. Also, remind the brokerage company to promote the matter of me standing up for Xie Chongshu. Do it quickly. Throw as many resources as possible into it." Su Yang tightly squeezed his phone, showing a menacing look. He wanted both to make Shen Xi's life miserable and to seize Xie Chongshu's popularity and traffic. Soon, the bullet comments in the live broadcast room were frantically swamped. "Shen Xi is trash, a scumbag, and a piece of crap. Get out of the program. As long as that slut Shen Xi is in the program, we'll boycott it. Our dear Yang Yang has been hurt. It's either her or me. Shen Xi, come out. I want to have a one-on-one fight with you. Sisters, go. Send razor blades to Shen Xi's home." For a moment, it was a blood and thunder situation. Once the Sunflower fan set out, nothing could survive. "Where is Shen Xi? Where is she?" Sun Hanyang jumped up from in front of the live broadcast room, so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He dashed out like a skyrocket, nearly knocking Xie Chongshu a meter away. "Director's son, are you looking for Shen Xi?" Xie Chongshu frowned while clutching his chest. He was contemplating the way to guide the children and didn't notice what had erupted between Su Yang and Shen Xi just now. "Teacher Xie, did you see Shen Xi? Just now, she actually." Sun Hanyang's lips were trembling. Alas, it was so tough for a grown man like him. Recalling the calls he received, his whole body shivered, making the 2 lumps of fat on him quiver. "Damn it, she's done for. Hurry up and blacklist Shen Xi. You fat pig. You gave our Yang Yang so few shots. Did you sleep with that slut Shen Xi? Go to hell. Dear director, if you don't blacklist Shen Xi, we'll flood the program group's phone line." He had an absurd feeling that his directorial career was about to end before it even truly began. What on earth happened? Xie Chongshu's star, like eyes tightened. Shen Xi insulted Su Yang. Su Yang's fans have almost flooded the live stream room, and the program group's phone has been ringing off the hook. Even the leaders at the station have been alerted. "Hey, Teacher Xie, I won't talk anymore. I have to find Shen Xi and Su Yang quickly. It'd be best to mediate between them. It's good for both sides." Sun Hanyang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and called on the staff to search for them together. "Director's son, wait a moment. Arrange a live stream room for me right away. I have something important to clarify." Xie Chongshu grabbed Sun Hanyang with a serious tone. Teacher Xie, what are you doing?" A bead of sweat rolled down Sun Hanyang's perspiring forehead, quickly followed by a larger one. "I'm planning to leave the entertainment circle. I'd like to use this live broadcast." Xie Chongshu's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Sun Hanyang's big eyes stared blankly for a while. The scathing comments on the internet had reached a frenzy and were still showing an upward trend. Xie Chongshu was acutely aware of the terrifying power of the top-tier popularity that Su Yang had. If used for evil, the public condemnation and the force of online violence could almost destroy anyone. Since the matter started because of him, he must handle it. Xie Chongshu's eyes were colder than ever. At this moment, the person involved, Shen Xi, was comfortably basking in the sun in another place. Naturally, she could guess the online abuse, but she was fearless. Su Yang had come to pick a fight. Retreating was not in her nature. Moreover, Shen Xi had her own strategies. On Su Yang's side, seeing the comments in the live broadcast room getting more and more to his liking, he felt extremely satisfied. As for the crew, he had already sent his assistant to block them. He had disliked Shen Xi for a long time and must get rid of her. The live broadcast cameras of the program group were constantly switching between the guests and the children they were helping. Suddenly, the second camera turned. The live broadcast image shifted instantly, and Xie Chongshu's elegant and handsome face appeared on the screen. There was a microphone on the table in front of him. "I'm very sorry to take up some of your time. I have a few words to say on this program." Xie Chongshu's deep and magnetic voice was transmitted to all the viewers' ears through the live broadcast. The content attacking Shen Xi and the bullet comments suddenly subsided, and countless question marks densely covered the entire screen. "I've made very few public appearances in the past 6 months. I believe my fans have all noticed this." Xie Chongshu paused, his eyes showing restraint. "I've had some health problems, so I've reduced a lot of public activities." When Xie Chongshu said this, the entire bullet comment section exploded. Brother has health problems? What on earth happened? My heart is breaking. What's going on? What exactly happened to our actor Xie? I'm so worried. My heart aches. No wonder brother showed up less often. So that's the reason. He must have suffered a lot in the past 6 months. Last night, I was discussing matters regarding the Hope Primary School with Shen Xi. On the way, I fainted due to low blood sugar. Fortunately, she was on site, so no serious consequences occurred. Her kind deed was used as entertainment material by some ill-intentioned people, spread and slandered wantonly, which ultimately led to serious misunderstandings. Here, I hope the attacks on Shen Xi will stop, and please don't spread baseless rumors. As for why Shen Xi didn't choose to make the news public this morning, she just wanted to protect private information and didn't want to worry everyone. So, I hope everyone will stop targeting Shen Xi and just let this matter pass. Xie Chongshu's voice was melodious, gentle, and full of magnetism, possessing a great deal of charm. The audience outside the live stream all listened intently. He cast a gentle glance through the camera lens. After a slight pause in his tone, the following words were like dropping a heavy bomb beside people's ears. Moreover, I've already planned to withdraw from the entertainment circle. There's no need to pay too much attention to my private life. Withdraw from the circle. All the audience in front of the live stream screen were at a loss and even dazed. Were they deaf or suffering from tinnitus? Otherwise, how could they have heard such an absurd piece of news? No, this mustn't be true. Everyone, those at the live stream venue and those staring at the screen, wore expressions of disbelief and shock. Even Su Yang, who was in his own room looking at his phone, had a stunned look on his face. Then he tightly clasped his hands, and after a while, he drooped his head listlessly. Xie Chongshu was sacrificing his own future in the entertainment circle to protect Shen Xi. The netizens who were gossiping in the live stream room and a large number of Xie Chongshu's fans were completely stunned. What's going on? Am I ill? Otherwise, how could I have heard that actor Xie is going to withdraw from the circle? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This isn't true. Actor Xie, please don't. The entertainment circle can't do without you. Woohoo. I'm just bursting into tears. There were wails all over the live streaming room. Meanwhile, the trending topic of Xie Chongshu quits the entertainment circle topped the list. The number of viewers in the live streaming room directly exceeded 50 million and was still soaring wildly. Teacher Xie, you're just joking, right? A staff member, who was also a fan of Xie Chongshu, burst into tears on the spot, covering her face and speaking in disbelief. A glint of dim light flashed across Xie Chongshu's deep, profound eyes. He didn't say a word anymore, but simply bent his body towards the live streaming camera. This was his gesture to his fans and all those who loved him. In fact, if he hadn't met Shen Xi, Xie Chongshu might have truly left the entertainment circle at this moment. In the room, after watching the entire live stream, Shen Xi took a big bite of the apple in her hand, and it made a crisp crunch sound. How could she not tell that Xie Chongshu was doing this to protect her? This Xie Chongshu, the great movie star, the big fool. She had already said. There was no need for this. A flicker of both anger and an inexplicable sense of distress danced in Shen Xi's star-like eyes. Chapter 53. I need an explanation. Xie Chongshu's sudden live broadcast overshadowed all the previous discussions. Everyone was fixated on his every move. Currently, this is my tentative plan. Even if I really leave the entertainment circle in the future, I might engage in behind-the-scenes work. There's no need for everyone to worry. By the end of the impromptu press conference, after a silent adjustment of several tens of seconds, Xie Chongshu spoke again. I won't take up more of your time today. Please continue watching Swap Lives. I'll still finish recording the program. Although he was deeply fond of the acting career and loathed to part with the achievements he'd painstakingly built over the years, there was nothing he could do. Bad luck seemed to have clung to him. The longer he stayed in the entertainment circle, the more misfortunes would befall him. As the situation worsened, his very life would be at risk. He had no choice but to give it up. But now, things were different. He'd fortunately met Shen Xi. Perhaps there really would be a wonderful turn of events. The fans in front of the live broadcast let out a chorus of wails. Was this what they were worried about? What they really cared about was whether they could still catch a glimpse of the great actor Xie. Woo, no? Don't leave the entertainment circle, actor Xie. Without actor Xie in the entertainment circle, what joy can life hold for me? I can't accept it. I truly can't accept it. The internet was filled with cries of despair, and no one bothered to pay attention to the previous gossip. With a star as prominent as actor Xie on the verge of vanishing from the entertainment circle, who cared about the rumors? After that, he stepped aside and handed the camera back to the program crew. The man greeted, removed his headset, ignored those shocked and complex looks, and left the room. The scandal that had previously dominated the hot search list had long since vanished completely. In its place were news and various rumors about Xie Chongshu's withdrawal from the entertainment circle. After Xie Chongshu finished all this, before he could even take a rest, his phone suddenly vibrated urgently. Great actor Xie, my dear ancestor. If you think I'm not dying young fast enough, just tell me straight out. Do you have to drive me to death? As soon as the phone was connected, there came the intense reproach from his agent, Mo Chiao. Why on earth did you suddenly announce your withdrawal from the entertainment circle? This was a plan we made before. I just advanced the time a little. Xie Chongshu leaned casually against the trunk of a large tree, holding the phone in one hand, looking extremely relaxed, as if what he had just announced in front of the camera was merely an ordinary matter. Even though Mo Chiao usually had the ability to debate with many, when facing the ancestor Xie Chongshu, he still had no choice but to give in. Gritting his teeth, his voice seemed to be squeezed out between his teeth. But didn't you say you'd found your so-called fated one? Once your bad luck was cured, you could continue working in the entertainment circle, right? For the sake of Xie Chongshu's future happy life, Mo Chiao kept persuading him like an over-concerned mother. Let's talk about the future when it comes. Xie Chongshu squinted slightly. After meeting Shen Xi, his situation of being plagued by bad luck had indeed improved a lot. However, Shen Xi was, after all, an independent individual. He couldn't simply tie someone to his side and keep them by his side all the time. After hanging up the phone, Xie Chongshu casually dealt with some matters. When he was done and was about to return to the auditorium, he saw Shen Xi standing behind him at some unknown time. With a pair of clear eyes fixed steadily on him, she resembled a cold and aloof kitten. Teacher Xie, do you need to give me a special explanation? Xie Chongshu's ink-like eyes settled on Shen Xi, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. Sorry. It was truly sudden. But just like you, there are some things I don't want to drag others into. Shen Xi's eyes were filled with stubbornness as she stared at Xie Chongshu for a long while. The air seemed to freeze, and there was a moment of silence. Since things have come to this, let's just do the remaining things well. Xie Chongshu shifted his gaze away from the eye contact and subtly changed the topic. The corners of Shen Xi's mouth pouted slightly. She was sulking, but there was an indescribable cuteness in her action as she let out a soft snort. I can't meddle in your affairs, but I have something that needs your help. Can you dispose of the 2 million in my card? Use it as the start, up funds for building a Hope primary school in Xinjia village. The 2 million was the compensation money she had swindled from Bai Xinya earlier. Shen Xi thought it was really unpleasant to keep the money given by Bai Xinya around. She originally didn't know how to handle it properly. But when Xie Chongshu came to discuss building a Hope primary school with her yesterday, she immediately came up with an idea. She might as well donate it to help the villagers in the village so that the children could receive a better education and wouldn't have to run back and forth like she used to. Xie Chongshu was momentarily speechless, a bit surprised by Shen Xi's generosity. 2 million. It's no small sum. The man raised his eyebrows and asked, "You're not keeping any of it? The money isn't earned legitimately. I don't want it. I believe that with my capabilities, I can earn even more in the future." Shen Xi curved her lips, and the light reflecting from her pure and clear eyes was bright and dazzling. Xie Chongshu was momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, he nodded slightly. "Fine. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer the money right now." Without hesitation, Shen Xi transferred the money as soon as she got the bank account number provided by Xie Chongshu. The arrival notification sounded on Xie Chongshu's phone, and a glint of light flashed across his deep-set eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I'll make off with the money and shirk all responsibility? Since you didn't even ask for a receipt? Wow, that would be simply wonderful. I'm holding brand new materials. Thanks, Teacher Xie, for providing me with such juicy gossip that can lead me to the peak of my life." Shen Xi replied with a beaming smile. "If I can make the great actor Xie Chongshu abscond with the money, I'll be the first in the world. This deal isn't a loss at all." Failing to tease her, Xie Chongshu simply threw up his hands in surrender. "I'll have my subordinates send you a detailed account later. It'll make it easier for you to check the details in the future." Shen Xi nodded. After chatting and finalizing the matter, they returned to the auditorium one after another. The shooting was still going on. After all, these people had been in the industry for years. Even though they were still shaken by Xie Chongshu's statement about retiring from the entertainment circle, they still maintained a calm facade. The last task remaining in Xinjia village was to teach the children to learn English songs. Everything had returned to the normal recording state. Shen Xi found a quiet place to sit down, took out her phone, and glanced at it casually. Earlier, when she searched online, the fabricated negative rumors about her had already disappeared. The major news circulating on the internet was all about Xie Chongshu's retirement from the entertainment circle, including the speculated reasons behind it, which had caused quite a stir. At this moment, Xie Chongshu was squatting beside 2 children, teaching them attentively and earnestly. His face remained calm, showing not a trace of impatience. "Teacher Xie, I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if you have the time?" Su Yang seized an opportunity to stand beside Xie Chongshu, assuming the guise of a humble junior. Various schemes were churning in Su Yang's heart. Since Xie Chongshu was about to withdraw from the entertainment circle, weren't the vast resources behind him now waiting for someone to take over? Sorry, I don't have the time. I need to teach. Xie Chongshu's nonchalant reply immediately cut off whatever else Su Yang was about to say. Have you completed your task? Su Yang, of course, hadn't completed the task. In fact, he hadn't even bothered with the two children assigned to him. He thought a little snack could bribe and placate the brats. After putting on a show in front of the camera, he simply left them to his assistant. That was how Su Yang dealt with it. Su Yang paused for a moment and said, I've already made proper arrangements for those kids. If it's inconvenient for you, Teacher Xie, I can also find someone to help you. Su Yang thought he could conceal everything perfectly. But who was Xie Chongshu? He had won the 3 gold awards before he was 30 and swept major film festivals both at home and abroad. How could he fail to see through Su Yang's clumsy act? Immediately, Xie Chongshu's face turned cold, just as he was about to speak. A soft and tender voice suddenly came from the side. Big brother, please don't leave us, okay? Right. We'll study singing hard. Don't listen to that uncle. Uncle? Who? Su Yang lowered his head and saw the 2 little girls under Xie Chongshu's instruction staring at him with big, wide, open eyes. They both spoke crisply in unison. Uncle, could you please stop disturbing us? Uncle. Su Yang blurted out, and his blood pressure instantly soared. They called him uncle but addressed Xie Chongshu as brother? Were they crazy? He was 4 years younger than Xie Chongshu. Xie Chongshu was the older man. Little. Friends, you should call me brother too. I'm even younger than Teacher Xie, Su Yang explained with a forced smile, holding back his anger. Chapter 54. How many secrets do you still have? Who would have expected that the next second? The 2 kids directly turned their heads and threw themselves into Xie Chongshu's embrace. We're not wrong. You're indeed uglier than this handsome brother. Only uncles are that ugly. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Su Yang. Su Yang was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Sure enough, those country brats are so ill-mannered. The commotion here attracted the attention of people nearby. Noticing the live shooting camera, Su Yang had to suppress his anger. Looking at the 2 mischievous little girls, he forced a smile. Kids, be good and listen to me. Wow, he's smiling at me. Whoa. I've seen that kind of charming, yet evil smile meme. It's so scary. Oh, don't eat us. Whoa, so scary. The next second, the 2 kids burst into tears, and their cries echoed throughout the auditorium. Su Yang was so embarrassed that his awkwardness was clearly written on his face. Before he could quell his burning anger, he saw the 2 kids in front of him suddenly run away. When they found someone again, they had already thrown themselves into Shen Xi's arms. Sister Shen Xi, whoa. It was Shen Xi again. Seeing the veiled woman appearing in his line of sight, Su Yang's face instantly darkened visibly. The fan attacks on Shen Xi that he had painstakingly orchestrated were overshadowed by Xie Chongshu's greater popularity. There were even faint voices expressing indignation on Shen Xi's behalf. Everyone is saying that Shen Xi chose to be attacked himself in order to protect Xie Chongshu. If it weren't for Su Yang's meddling, perhaps Xie Chongshu wouldn't have chosen to publicly withdraw from the entertainment circle. Seeing Shen Xi at the moment, all the old and new grudges suddenly welled up. Su Yang, you're supposed to teach in your own place. Why did you make the kids from another group cry? Shen Xi kept patting the 2 little girls in his arms and gave Su Yang a disdainful look. Su Yang was angry, but Shen Xi was even more furious, blaming Su Yang for Xie Chongshu's announcement of withdrawing from the circle. Naturally, Shen Xi didn't have a good tone. I came to see Teacher Xie about something. I didn't do anything. Su Yang forced himself to explain. Seeing the camera turning towards him, he could only force himself to console the little girl and then prepared to leave this trouble-ridden place. Wow, this uncle looks so scary. Sister Shen Xi, can you make him stay away from me? The little girl named Shen Ming, who was nestled in Shen Xi's arms, covered her face with her little hands, hiccuped while crying, wriggled her chubby body, and kept burrowing into Shen Xi's arms. I said that handsome brother was more good-looking than him. He got upset and insisted that I call him brother too. Then he stared at me with a gloomy face. It was so scary. Wow. Although Shen Ming looked thin and small, her voice was quite loud. Her words were transmitted word for word into the live broadcast room through Shen Xi's earpiece. Oh, I'm so angry. How can this kid say such things about our Yang Yang? Su Yang is okay, but compared with our Chongshu, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Actor Xie, you're always the best. Ha ha ha. I'll give a thumbs up right away. Su Yang's makeup today looks a bit old-fashioned. Maybe fire the makeup artist. A well-known fact in the eyes of children. 24-year-old Old Su Yang is like an uncle compared to 28-year-old Xie Chongshu. The live, streaming room erupted into fits of laughter. Thanks to the innocent remarks of the child, it was extremely lively. There's no help for it. The well-behaved child was speaking the truth. It was indeed a fact that Su Yang was no match for actor Xie. Noticing the suppressed smiles in the eyes of those around him, Su Yang was seething with anger. He cast a backward glance. His assistant quickly found the assistant director and whispered to him. Then the cameraman in charge of shooting immediately understood. The camera was moved away, and the sound from the related ear mics was also cut off. For a short period, there would be no camera sweeping across the area where they were, and nothing would be exposed. Shen Xi, this child is so ill-mannered and keeps talking nonsense, Su Yang said, pinching the palm of his hand. I haven't done anything. Shen Ming, with teardrops still on her face, poked her small head out, took a couple of glances at Su Yang, let out an oh dear, and then slumped back into Shen Xi's arms. Woo, Sister Shen Xi, this uncle is so unhygienic. There's such a big crust in the corner of his eye, and he doesn't even wipe it off. How slovenly. Little Meng doesn't want to be friends with such a dirty person. Woohoo! Su Yang was fuming inside. That was actually a deliberately placed mole at the corner of his eye. Xie Chongshu frowned and said, Su Yang, leave for a while. It's easy for children to get sick when they cry like this. Don't hold up my teaching. We can talk about anything later. Su Yang felt as if a huge lump of air was stuck in his chest. He hadn't done anything yet he was about to be wrongly accused. He was even more unjustly treated than Doi. Well, I'll come to see you when Teacher Xie is free. Gritting his teeth, Su Yang had no choice but to give up. With a look of utter frustration on his face, as if he had swallowed a fly, he squeezed out of the crowd. After watching Su Yang walk away, Shen Xi shook her head and then turned her gaze to the little one in her arms. Shen Ming's big eyes were fluttering, and there were still tears on her face. Anyone who saw her would think she was such a poor little thing. You little rascal. Playing tricks in front of so many people. You've really got a lot of nerve, Shen Xi said crossly as she poked the soft flesh on Shen Ming's face. Humph. I just don't like that stinky uncle, Shen Ming retorted stubbornly, with a fleeting look of guilt on her face. He obviously doesn't like me and hates kids. But he still puts on a hypocritical act. He's even more ridiculous than the monkeys I saw at the zoo with my dad last week. Although Shen Ming was still young, she was a precocious leader among kids. She was extremely sensitive and could sense adults' emotions, which was why she showed her dislike for Su Yang right away. Moreover, he interrupted my date with the handsome brother. He was in the wrong first. And I haven't even bothered to hold it against him. The handsome brother, Xie Chongshu. Shen Xi. This little girl was so precocious that she even dared to flirt with the movie king, Xie Chongshu. Be a good girl and learn to sing. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Xi tweaked Shen Ming's little ear. You're usually as mischievous as a monkey. Why did you decide to cooperate with the shooting today? Speaking of this, Shen Ming puckered her little face. I get 200 yuan for coming here to film. My parents have been looking worried lately. I heard that the melons and fruits they've grown at home can't be sold. Shen Ming lay in Shen Xi's arms and murmured softly, I want to help my parents. But I don't know what to do. Let adults worry about adult matters. Children should just have fun. Shen Xi raised her eyebrows slightly. Yet her mind was stirred. Xinjia village was blessed with fertile fields and had made a start in agricultural cultivation. Regrettably, it lacked external channels, which was why its economy had failed to take off. Having grown up in Xinjia village, she was also a part of it and ought to think of some ways to help. On the other side, at Shen Xi's home, about 2 kilometers away from the Xinjia village hall, Bai Xinya was huddled in her room, fiddling with her phone in her palm. Today, she had made an excuse of being unwell and asked Xiao Wenshuan to help her ask for leave, directly skipping the so-called task. Out of deference to the Xiao and Bai families, Sun Hanyang had no choice but to grudgingly agree. Previously, seeing the full-screen condemnation and humiliation of Shen Xi on the internet, Bai Xinya was overjoyed and happily rolled several somersaults on the bed. However, unexpectedly, this happiness didn't last long. It was completely washed away by Xie Chongshu's sudden announcement of retiring from the entertainment circle. When she refreshed the page again, all the negative news about Shen Xi had been removed. Bai Xinya. The blood rushed to her heart today. It almost choked her to death. That contemptible Shen Xi is truly fortunate, always managing to turn adversity into good fortune. Finally, the last teaching task has come to an end, and the first shooting phase of the program group has concluded flawlessly. As evening descended, the program group specially prepared a sumptuous feast laid out in the small courtyard for everyone to indulge in. Shen Xi regarded the food indifferently, taking a couple of bites casually. The dishes prepared by the program group were all heavily seasoned, and since her face was still in the recovery period, she had to watch her diet. Sensing an intense gaze on her back, Shen Xi raised her eyes. Coincidentally, she noticed the calculating look cast by Xie. Having failed to treat her like a fool and trample on her reputation to climb upwards as she did in the previous life, Xie must be harboring a great deal of resentment. A faint smile involuntarily played on Shen Xi's lips. She guessed that Xie must be scheming about how to deal with her next. Could it be during the time when ordinary people experience being a star for a day? She was eagerly anticipating it. What are you thinking about that you've even stopped eating? Xie Chongshu observed Shen Xi smiling like a sly fox. Shen Xi let out a soft hum. I'm contemplating the subsequent shooting of the variety show. Starting from tomorrow, the program group would leave Xinjiao village to film her experience of a star's life. It not only fulfilled the gimmick of an ordinary person achieving overnight fame, but also allowed the stars to showcase their glamour and let the public catch a glimpse of their privacy. In other words, Shen Xi was about to experience the glorious days of a star within the next 5 days. Are you worried? Xie Chongshu inquired in a low voice. Do not fret. These pose no challenge to me, Shen Xi intoned with a hint of resolve. The young lady before him was beaming with vivacity, and a fleeting curiosity danced in Xie Chongshu's eyes. You truly never cease to amaze. I'm eager to uncover the myriad secrets you hold. Chapter 55. Shen Xi was drugged just so, maybe 10,000 or so, Shen Xi said with a soft laugh. Xie Chongshu was surprised by Shen Xi's playfulness. A faint glimmer flickered in his long and deep-set eyes. As long as he was with Shen Xi, the degree of his bad luck almost decreased linearly. He had to think carefully about how to stay with Shen Xi more often or keep her by his side. After all, he had really had enough of the misfortunes over the past half-year. The two of them communicated as if no one else was around, which naturally attracted many glances. Hu Man and the veteran actor exchanged a knowing smile. Kong Yuanli sneaked glances over and occasionally mumbled to himself. Su Yang stood under the shade of a tree, chatting amiably with the crew members, yet his eyes would occasionally glance in Xie Chongshu's direction. During this period, no matter how much he flattered Xie Chongshu both overtly and covertly, and even lowered his stance, Xie Chongshu had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards him. Only towards Shen Xi, an amateur, was he amiable. He really couldn't understand. In every aspect, how could he be inferior to an amateur? What on earth did Xie Chongshu see in her? Could it be that he was really smitten with her? Su Yang pushed this absurd thought to the back of his mind. No, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing anymore. Su Yang flitted his eyes slightly. After parting from the people around him while chatting distractedly, he quietly slipped out of the crowd, with his palms tightly clenched. He had to go to the company first to sound out the situation and figure out what to do next. This lively banquet lasted until evening. Sun Hanyang, on behalf of the director's team, clinked glasses with all the filming members one after another, expressing gratitude for their cooperation. Even when Sun Hanyang staggered up to Shen Xi. Slurring his words, he said, Shen Xi, you little lass, though your tongue is a bit sharp, you've got a warm heart. Brother here wants to toast you. You're the lead in the upcoming shoot, so go easy on us, will ya? When Sun Hanyang said the last part, he almost paused for several seconds. Don't worry, Director Sunday. I guarantee the show won't be taken off the air, Shen Xi promised. Her guarantee was truly peculiar. Sun Hanyang grimaced and sighed deeply. It wasn't until the sky had completely darkened that everyone still seemed reluctant to call it a day. Xinya's eyes flickered. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she picked up 2 glasses of wine and made her way towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi, during these days in Xinjiao village, I really did some things wrong. Now, I'd like to apologize sincerely. Can we bury the hatchet from now on? Xinya pursed her lips, her face wearing a delicate and apologetic expression, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Shen Xi, I know I truly made mistakes before, but I've reflected on them thoroughly. I'm truly sincere in wanting to apologize. Will you accept it? Apologizing sincerely to me? Shen Xi squinted slightly, casually pushing the wine back and pointing at the wine jar weighing over 3 caddies beside her. Sure, if you're sincere, finish this whole jar by yourself. Xinya could only force an awkward smile and drank the wine she had brought. What? Can't finish the rest? If you can't, what's the point of apologizing? Shen Xi sneered and simply turned around and walked away. Xinya's feigned innocence was nothing but a ploy of retreating to advance. She would never give her this chance. Xinya shrugged innocently. Her goal had been achieved. She never intended to offer a sincere apology. It was merely to create an alibi for herself. Shen Xi, just you wait. While socializing with the veteran actors to mend relations, Xinya secretly sent a text message, She has left. Make sure to take her to that small room. In that room, there was the aphrodisiac incense she had carefully chosen for Shen Xi and a diseased hooligan. A malicious smile curved across Bai Xinya's face. She wanted to expose Shen Xi's innocence and reputation in front of the cameras, making it a permanent disgrace. After leaving the dinner table, Shen Xi had only taken a couple of steps when she saw a person wearing a cap walking towards her in a hurry with their head down. Shen Xi, the assistant director is looking for you. He says there's something to discuss with you. Oh, what a coincidence. Shen Xi fixed her gaze on the person in front of her and slowly curled her lips, asking, "Where's the assistant director?" "He's waiting for you in the small room ahead," the cap wearer whispered in a low voice. Shen Xi nodded and walked towards the room unhurriedly. As soon as she entered, she smelled a faint, strange fragrance. Shen Xi quietly held her breath. Then, after taking only a couple of steps, her body suddenly trembled and she softly collapsed onto the bed. The cap wearer immediately sent a text message as soon as he saw this, then locked the door from the outside. Before long, the door was pushed open again. This time, a hunched and sleazy figure walked in. Outside the door, the cap wearer continued to give instructions. "See the woman inside? Sleep with her. After it's done, I'll give you $1 million. There'll be plenty of good days ahead for you later." He got it. The lecherous man grinned wickedly. "Zhao Laolu, if someone asks about this afterwards, say that Shen Xi couldn't resist her loneliness and came to you. You've long had an illicit child with her. In short, smear her reputation as much as you can. Do you understand?" The man in the snapback hat didn't forget to continue intimidating and threatening. "It won't be hard to make you disappear quietly if this thing goes wrong." The lecherous man kept assuring, with his lascivious eyes stealing glances into the room from time to time. The man in the snapback hat gave Zhao Laolu a look of disgust, then pushed him in and locked the door tightly. After finishing all this, he quickened his pace towards the small courtyard. When passing by Bai Xinya, he quietly made a gesture. "Miss, everything has been arranged." "Great." Bai Xinya turned slightly to the side. If it weren't in public, she would have clapped her hands in excitement. That bitch Shen, she will be a ruined woman from now on. The position of the eldest daughter of the Bai family will always belong to her. Thinking like this, Bai Xinya felt extremely delighted. Bang! Inside the room, the moment the lecherous man came in, Shen Xi stood up, picked up the copper ornament on the table, and knocked the man out without hesitation. Looking at the lecherous, strange man in front of her, she took out a brown pill from her bosom and forcefully stuffed it into the man's mouth. After arranging everything, Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. Spotting the window in the room, she fetched a wire and pried open the lock directly. As she jumped out through the window, her gaze shifted, and she noticed a figure under the shade of a tree. Outside the house, Su Yang was quietly hiding in the shadows on the phone. His back was facing the window, so he didn't catch sight of Shen Xi. The distance between them was merely 2 meters, and Shen Xi could almost clearly hear Su Yang's voice on the phone. "Sister Luo, Xie Chongshu is impervious to all our attempts. The method of imitating him has hit a dead end, and his attitude towards fans is also unclear. I really can't make it work. Does the company have any other solutions?" Shen Xi frowned, a sneer welling up in her heart, just as she had previously surmised. Although this lifetime had advanced the timeline quite a bit, Su Yang and the Gold Master Company behind him were still using the same pretext, trying to leverage Xie Chongshu's popularity to build their own momentum and even covetously aiming to replace him. Narrowing her eyes, Shen Xi, who had originally planned to find Bai Xinya and knock her out, instantly changed her mind. Her wandering gaze quickly fixed on Su Yang. "Oh, wouldn't a male-male relationship generate even more buzz?" Su Yang was whispering on the phone and didn't bring his assistant along. He had even specifically found a secluded spot. Shen Xi quietly crept up behind him, gestured at his delicate neck, and then struck with precision and force. With a thud, Su Yang felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Watching Su Yang's limp body collapse to the ground, Shen Xi calmly discarded the wooden plank in her hand. Originally, she intended to switch to a brick, yet she feared that this frail physique couldn't withstand it. It would be dreadful if he were to be beaten to death rather than just disabled. Subsequently, she effortlessly hoisted the man up and hurled him through the window. Before leaving, she kindly positioned Su Yang beside the lecherous man inside the room and gently closed the window. Oh, she had already come up with some headlines. Shock. The popular idol comes out of the closet, and his lover is nearly 70. Su Yang's astonishing fetish is exposed. A 30-second frenzy in the crew's wooden cabin. Let Su Yang have a good time with the script that Bai Xinya had given. Gazing at the curling smoke rising inside the room, A charming curve formed at the corner of Shen Xi's lips. She dusted off the tiny specks of dust that had inadvertently adhered to her hands and, taking advantage of the lush tree shadows, dashed back to her room. After just a few steps, she met a pair of profound eyes at the door. There was a half-smile on that handsome and solemn face. Shen Xi. She shrank her slender neck, feeling like a culprit with a guilty conscience. Why was it Xie Chongshu again? Chapter 56. Keeping Shen Xi by his side, I'm just taking a casual stroll after dinner. What a coincidence, Xie Chongshu said unhurriedly, with a trace of inquiry in his eyes, as if he wanted to peer beyond Shen Xi. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. The moonlight is lovely tonight, Shen Xi replied, trying to smooth things over. Her pure eyes darted around, and when she noticed the red mark on the other person's wrist, she quickly shifted the topic. What happened to your hand? I was scratched by a broken branch when passing by the woods just now, Xie Chongshu said, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing his face. He had only been separated from Shen Xi for a short while, and his bad luck struck again. He was almost hit on the head by a tree branch. That was why he was so panicked and looking for someone everywhere. Mr. Xie, you're really unlucky. Let me help you take care of it, Shen Xi said. Then she pulled Xie Chongshu away from the crime scene. She was afraid that if they delayed any longer, she would miss the good show here. Xie Chongshu was stunned by the warm touch on his arm. The girl's hasty actions made his heart skip a beat. It was not far from Shen Xi's herb garden. After inviting Xie Chongshu into the house, Shen Xi took out the disinfectant. Seeing that it was inconvenient for Xie Chongshu to use one hand, she simply helped him treat the wound herself. Shen Xi lowered her head and concentrated. The faint veil fluttered, outlining the exquisite contour of her face. The thick moonlight and the gentle night breeze mingled with the delicate fragrance of the young girl, slowly tugging at Xie Chongshu's heartstrings. Fortunately, it was just a minor scratch. The skin was broken, but there was no bleeding. Shen Xi wrapped the wound with a white gauze and looked up with a smile. Xie Chongshu snapped back to his senses and realized that he had almost lost his composure. Thank you. Xie Chongshu reached out and stroked his neatly bandaged wrist. The pain had subsided considerably. You've helped me several times. If there's anything I can do for you, just tell me. His eyes fell on Shen Xi. Xie Chongshu had been contemplating a possibility. Could Shen Xi enter the entertainment industry? He could sign Shen Xi to his studio. In this way, he could both ensure her safety and repay her kindness. It was truly a multi-pronged approach. In fact, in his eyes, Shen Xi had excellent natural endowments. This variety show was quite popular, and her starting point was much better than that of ordinary newcomers. With his guidance, she would surely make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Let me think about it. Helping me. Shen Xi actually pondered seriously. She thought of the unsaleable agricultural products in the village, and her bright, moist eyes instantly lit up like a bulb. What a treasure! With Xie Chongshu, this precious gem, by her side, what did she have to worry about? Xie Chongshu was startled by Shen Xi's suddenly burning gaze. With that smile on her face, he somehow felt like a dish that had been targeted. Just as Shen Xi was about to speak further, the anxious shouts of the staff suddenly came from outside the door. Teacher Xie, have you seen Shen Xi? I heard she seems to be missing. The voice suddenly stopped. Both Xie Chongshu and Shen Xi were in the room, but due to the distance and their positions, the staff who came to look for someone only saw Xie Chongshu at first. Only when they poked their heads in did they see Shen Xi beside Xie Chongshu, most of her figure being blocked. Immediately, their expressions turned rather odd. Shen Xi, so you're with Teacher Xie. This statement sounds so awkward. Shen Xi retorted slightly. Do you need something from me? Well, we're leaving Xinjia village tomorrow. The director's team is planning to film some behind-the-scenes footage of Xinjia village, but we couldn't find you. The staff member scratched their head and explained. Shen Xi explained, I had my phone on silent and didn't notice. She did it on purpose. After all, Bai Xinya had harmed her, and she had to give her a chance. If she tipped off the enemy, how could she enjoy the following interesting scenes? I'll go with you. Xie Chongshu spoke up. Both Shen Xi and the staff member cast strange looks at him. Then let's go there quickly. The staff member didn't dare to ask more and turned around to lead the way. The live broadcast of Exchange Lives was incredibly popular. Coupled with Xie Chongshu's suspected announcement of retiring from the circle, his fans were almost going crazy, driven by the sentiment of seeing him less and less. They called and left messages for the program group, demanding that the program group start the live broadcast, even if it was just the daily behind-the-scenes footage. After Sun Hanyang consulted the TV station, they all thought that public opinion couldn't be defied and made a temporary decision to change the shooting format into a live broadcast, creating a special edition to meet the needs of the audience. So Kong Yuanli, Zhao Haoshan, Hu Man, and even by Xinya and Xiao Wenshuan were all called over temporarily and were having a casual chat at the village head's house. Bai Xinya was overjoyed. She was still thinking about how to expose Shen Xi's scandal to the maximum extent, but unexpectedly, the program group was so considerate. Scanning the numerous live, streaming cameras around, she sweetly spoke up, "Director, neither Shen Xi nor actor Xie is here. It's so dull. How about going to look for them?" The barrage on the screen cooperated actively, with various comments flashing by. Finally, Bai Xinya said something sensible. "We want to see Brother Chongshu. We don't want to watch you all talking nonsense. It would be okay even if Shen Xi were here. You all are so boring." "Oh, Bai Xinya is being a bit likable this time. I've decided to scold you less today." Bai Xinya managed to hold back the harsh words she wanted to say and forced a smile on her face. Sun Hanyang also saw the barrage. After thinking that the three most talked about figures of the program group were absent, he cast a glance at Zhao Haoshan, Hu Man, Xiao Wenshuan, and Bai Xinya, and couldn't help letting out a sigh. The old, the weak, and the ineffective. It was truly dull. Only Kong Yuanli caught his eye for a moment. But then thinking that this guy was just a joker, he shook his head silently. There was no task for tonight's shooting. It was just a wrap up for the end of Xinjia village shooting. Everyone should relax and talk freely. Dear audience, let's see what Yang Zai, Teacher Xie, and our local guide in Xinjia village, Shen Xi, are up to. Sun Hanyang temporarily took on the role of host. After all, a completely aimless live stream would indeed be rather boring. Just as he was enthusiastically guiding the live stream, suddenly a man wearing a duck cap rushed in and shouted, "Director, I just saw Shen Xi and a strange man enter the same room, and they haven't come out for a long time." The man in the cap showed no concern for the live streaming cameras. Naturally, it was a deliberate act, as if he was afraid others wouldn't hear him. For a moment, all the viewers in the live streaming room perked up. Wait, what does this staff member mean by those words? It's just a simple entry into the room. Maybe they're just discussing something. Is there a need to put it so vulgarly? What does it mean that they haven't come out for a long time? It's so thought-provoking. Master Xi is valiant and imposing. Could he have forced himself on her in the middle of the night? The barrage was filled with disputes. Sun Hanyang, worried that something unexpected might happen, promptly scolded, "You're here to find someone, not to talk nonsense." After Sun Hanyang finished speaking, he quickly gave a wink to the assistant director. The latter understood immediately. Directly cutting off the ear pieces of everyone on the scene and switching the live streaming footage at the same time. Since the previous frequent live streaming mishaps, Sun Hanyang had become more cautious. He specifically divided the live streaming content into two parts to facilitate quick switching in case of problems. Seeing the actions the program crew took privately, Bai Xinya took a bite of the honey peach, and the ulcer on her still inflamed mouth suddenly lost its appeal. What was the point of her taking the risk of being scolded by the audience? All she wanted was for Shen Xi to make a fool of herself on the live stream across the whole network. And now, the live stream was over. Chapter 57. The scene is or damn it. I'll first get hold of Shen Xi's wrongdoings and then make further moves later. Bai Xinya fumed inwardly. Sun Hanyang told a group of staff to stay where they were and continue shooting with the assistant director. Then, he led another group of people towards the cottage as previously informed by the man in the baseball cap. Without hesitation, Bai Xinya followed. Kong Yuanli, not wanting to miss any juicy gossip, also quietly tagged along with the group. "Director, this is the room." Soon, the man in the baseball cap brought everyone to the cottage as planned. The rural house didn't have good sound insulation. Standing outside the house, everyone could faintly hear intermittent growls of a man inside. It was extremely titillating. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and everyone wore expressions of indescribable shock on their faces. Damn it, is it really that explicit? This is so exciting. Hearing these titillating sounds that invited endless reveries, couldn't it be that Shen Xi was really inside, having an affair with someone? Listening to the moans coming from inside the room, Bai Xinya was extremely smug and couldn't stop laughing on the inside. This time, Shen Xi was definitely doomed. She would no longer pose a threat to her. "Oh my god, what are they doing to Shen Xi inside?" Bai Xinya exclaimed, gesturing to her assistant to break down the door with her eyes. She wanted to witness firsthand the miserable state of Shen Xi being bullied, so as to relieve the pent-up anger and frustration she had accumulated over the days. The door was broken open, and sure enough, there were two people lying on the bed inside, their figures intertwined, and the atmosphere was rather delicate. "OMG, someone is really in there," the staff member murmured softly. Bai Xinya suppressed the wild joy in her heart. With everyone watching, She wanted to see how Shen Xi could escape now. Woo! The hoarse voice became clearer and clearer. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn over. Bai Xinya couldn't restrain the upward curve of her lips and looked disdainfully at the big bed. Shen Xi, you really did such a thing. The accusing voice stopped abruptly. Bai Xinya instantly widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. How could this be? The person lying on the bed being taken advantage of by the wretched man was not Shen Xi, but actually Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang looked extremely miserable. There were only a few rags left on his body. His hair was in a mess, his face was flushed, and he was half, closing his eyes, drooling with a look of satisfaction. There was a hint of allure, a touch of wildness, and a bit of an eyesore sight, not only by Xinya, but also the director, Kong Yuanli. And all the curious staff who entered the room were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. So, were those seemingly ambiguous sounds just now made by Su Yang and this strange, wretched man? Do they have an affair? The excessive amount of shocking news left everyone's minds blank, and they couldn't come to their senses. Su Yang, so you're gay? Oh, my eyes. Kong Yuanli blurted out directly, his face full of shock. After a long pause, he let out a wail. Wait. The other day when you said there was no hot water in your room and wanted to take a bath with me, it turned out that you had your eyes on my body. I'm no longer pure. Kong Yuanli let out a strange yell and instinctively covered his body. Looking like a young and innocent girl who had been molested, panic overwhelmed him. At first, everyone was utterly confused. Then, everyone was utterly shocked. Oh my God, it turns out this melon field is so full of juicy gossip. Hu Man's expression was extremely complicated. She had always had a crush on Su Yang. At this moment, she truly felt that her views had been shattered. She simply shook her head and walked out. The veteran actor Zhao Hongshan almost popped his eyes out. He had been in the entertainment industry for decades and had heard many gossips and scandals about directors and actors. However, for someone to come out as gay openly on the set and get caught red-handed, alas, the young people these days are so immoral. Their sense of integrity is in shreds. Kong Yuanli screamed startled Su Yang in the bed. With saliva dripping from his face, he gradually regained a bit of consciousness. What? What happened to me? What? In Su Yang's line of sight, all the complicated expressions of the onlookers were imprinted in his mind. He tried his best to regain control of his consciousness and recall. He was knocked out for no reason. When he woke up, he was forcibly molested by a strange man. He fought back with all his might. He was subdued. He let out heart-wrenching cries. He fainted several times. His expression became extremely strange. Then, Su Yang blushed deeply. It was too embarrassing to talk about. At this moment, Su Yang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. And what made it worse was that the lecherous man's lips were right on his face. The heavy and ragged breathing that came from time to time made Su Yang feel so sick that he wanted to vomit. Damn it. This. Quickly separate the two of them. Someone bring a piece of clothing to cover them up. Sun Hanyang's face turned green as well, and he promptly gave a loud order. Only then did the staff on the side come to their senses. They rushed towards the big bed and worked together to subdue the lecherous man, yet no one dared to do anything to that man. Who knew if he was an old acquaintance of Su Yang? They didn't dare to interfere. As for Bai Xinya, she had long been pushed into a corner. There was still a hint of bewilderment on her face. How could this happen? Where was Shen Xi? Wasn't he supposed to be locked in the room? It was fine that the person was not there. But how could it turn out to be Su Yang? Bai Xinya felt as if she had gotten into trouble. Mr. Su Yang, what on earth is going on here? Sun Hanyang rubbed his hands, despising him inwardly while his face showed anxiety. When he lent a hand to help Su Yang up, he secretly wiped his hand. He thought to himself, damn it, I hope I won't catch any virus. Weren't they here to look for Shen Xi? Didn't they say that Shen Xi was having an affair with a strange man here? How could it suddenly turn into Su Yang being entangled with a strange man in the blink of an eye? Su Yang regained a bit of his color. After looking around, his heart sank. If it weren't for dealing with the aftermath, he would have almost fainted. Director, someone deliberately framed me. He finally uttered in a hoarse voice. I was sitting under a tree enjoying the shade when suddenly someone knocked me out. When I woke up, I was locked in this room with that madman. As he uttered the last sentence, Su Yang nearly forced the words through his gritted teeth. Who on earth was trying to harm him? Humiliation. Su Yang felt the dull ache in his body and recalled his unyielding struggles since entering the entertainment industry. Now, all of it had vanished into thin air. Shame. It was a stain on his life that could never be erased. However, for the sake of his reputation and future development, he had no choice but to silently swallow this humiliating incident. What had happened today must not be revealed even a single bit, otherwise it would be a colossal blow to his career, which was currently on the rise. Director Sun, I hope what happened today will never be leaked out. Su-yang took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth. Of course, Sun Hanyang quickly promised. But in his heart, he was cursing. Damn it. How could he control such gossip? Just look at the people around. Who would believe it? God, being knocked unconscious my ass. Sun Hanyang looked around. The veteran actor Zhao Hongshan pushed his glasses and looked disdainful. Keep making up stories, he sneered. Hu Man had been sighing outside the room. As for Bai Xinya, she was in a daze. The other staff members all exchanged glances. Fortunately, he had left the live shooting in the small courtyard before. If that scene just now had been captured by the live streaming camera. And just then, Kong Yuanli rushed in at the worst possible time, grabbing Su Yang by the collar and wailing. Su Yang was lifted into the air, completely naked. Su Yang, I trusted you so blindly that I slept with you. Now, tell me right now what you did to me that night. Why did my butt hurt the next day? You brute. Everyone. Chapter 58. Bai Xinya's buttock was pierced by a dog. Although Kong Yuanli was usually a bit of a fool, he wasn't completely unreasonable. Mainly, he was in high spirits today and had an extra couple of tails of wine. At this moment, he was still not sober. Kong Yuanli, I have a normal sexual orientation. Don't slander me. Su Yang pushed Kong Yuanli away, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. Are you serious? Kong Yuanli suddenly let out a sigh of relief, then narcissistically stroked his face. After all, I'm handsome and good-looking. There have been quite a few gays who wanted me to be their lover. Su Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. With the noisy surroundings, he barely maintained the calmness and weakness on his face. Secretly, his eyes were cold and terrifying. Who on earth was it? Who dared to scheme against him? Once he found out, he would surely tear the mastermind behind it into pieces. Achoo! On the way, Shen Xi suddenly sneezed unexpectedly and sensed a strange chill. Xie Chongshu asked in a low voice, Are you catching a cold? Probably just a bit chilled by the wind. I'll be fine after drinking some hot water when I get home tonight. Shen Xi waved her hand nonchalantly, and the bright smile on her face looked extremely sincere. After busying herself for a long time, she, as the great contributor, couldn't miss that good show. Inside the small cottage, the lecherous man was in a daze. After Su Yang called his assistant over, he frantically slapped the man several times. As a result, apart from a silly grin, they couldn't get any useful information out of the lecherous man after questioning him for a long time. When at a complete loss, a crisp voice slowly rang out. You're all gathered here. What a lively scene. What's going on? Bai Xinya suddenly turned around and saw Shen Xi standing there, smilingly observing. That person who was supposed to be ruined by her schemes was standing there intact. How could this be? Shen Xi glanced around and naturally noticed the lecherous man and the disheveled Su Yang. The sorry state of Su Yang after being humiliated was truly unsightly. Oh, Teacher Su, why are you dressed so scantily? Are we going to take some swimsuit photos? Shen Xi slowly inquired with a sincere smile. Xie Chongshu gave her a strange look and solemnly fixed his gaze on Su Yang. Veins popped out on Su Yang's forehead on both sides. With a dark face, he didn't respond and just instructed his assistant to continue pressing the lecherous man for answers. Teacher Su, if you're shooting a swimsuit series, you can come to me. I'm very professional and can guarantee a perfect shot from every angle. Shen Xi took out her phone as if to take a photo and thought to herself, I'll disgust you to death. Enough, Shen Xi. Someone, go and take her phone away right now. Su Yang shouted and shrank behind his assistant. Not caring about his image anymore, he grabbed an overcoat from his assistant and put it on. If it's a swimsuit photo shoot, then what on earth happened? Seeing the fierce glare from Su Yang's assistant, Shen Xi decided to stop while she was ahead. She put away her phone and hid behind Xie Chongshu. TSK. She can also play the role of the fox borrowing the tiger's might. Alas, Su Yang was assaulted by someone. Look, that lecherous man over there is the culprit. Kong Yuanli slurred his words and explained to Shen Xi in a muddled way. What does assaulted mean? Shen Xi blinked and continued to stir the pot. Seeing that Su Yang was about to fly into a rage, Sun Hanyang quickly had someone drag Kong Yuanli aside and forced a bitter smile at Shen Xi. My dear lady, don't cause any more trouble at this moment. Please. I'm begging you. I really don't understand what exactly happened. Could it be that Teacher Su Yang slept with a man? No way. That's Teacher Su Yang. Does he have such a preference? With just one sentence from Shen Xi, she had piqued the nerves of everyone present, and they all wore peculiar expressions on their faces. Over there, Su Yang, who had finally recovered a bit, couldn't control the surge of blood from his throat and spat out a mouthful of it. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Su Yang. Teacher Su. Everyone panicked, while Shen Xi stood innocently on the side, shrugging her shoulders. It was a pity that there were no live, streaming cameras around. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait until tomorrow. Today's trending topic on the internet would have been a sensational title like The Rising Idol's Steamy Scene on Variety Show. Thinking this way, a hint of regret flashed across Shen Xi's eyes. Then, her gaze shifted to Bai Xinya, who seemed absent-minded, and a playful smile curled up on her lips. Bai Xinya, why do you look so anxious? Meeting Shen Xi's penetrating gaze, Bai Xinya's face froze so badly that even her foundation seemed to crack. No, I'm just not feeling well. Bai Xinya felt extremely sorrowful in her heart and couldn't bear to stay any longer. Taking advantage of the chaos, she turned around and rushed outside. She had to go back and consult with Xiao Wenxuan to ensure that they didn't leave behind any incriminating evidence. In her hasty and nervous departure, she paid no heed to her steps. As she stepped out of the small courtyard, she accidentally stepped on the tail of the lame yellow dog that was sound asleep by the door. The dog's face flushed instantly, its eyes bulged, and its mouth opened wide, baring its teeth menacingly. With a powerful kick of its intact hind leg, it leaped about 2 meters into the air. Woof, woof, woof. Its barks were filled with rage. In a split second, it lunged forward and sank its sharp teeth right into Bai Xinya's buttocks. Oh! A shrill scream pierced the sky. Just as the people who had just laid Su Yang flat turned around, they were utterly stunned. They stared blankly at Bai Xinya, not far outside the yard. Lying face down on the ground in a classic dog eating shit position, with the stubborn yellow dog still firmly clamped onto her buttocks. Bai Xinya had no idea what was happening. All she knew was that she had been attacked. After letting out a pained scream, she was too preoccupied with the intense pain to care about the ache from the fall. When she looked back, she nearly fainted again. What did she see? A yellow dog with a menacing glint in its eyes, chomping down on her buttocks. Terrified, Bai Xinya scrambled and rolled on the ground, kicking her legs wildly. Coincidentally, her foot landed right on the injured left leg of the yellow dog. The dog was enraged. How unjust it was. It was just having a peaceful nap. What had it done wrong? It opened its mouth and quickly sank its teeth into a new spot. Woof, woof, woof. I'll bite you to death. Ow. The ear-splitting screams echoed in the air, astonishing everyone on the scene. Bai Xinya tumbled directly to the ground, feeling the tearing pain in her buttocks. She almost lay there on the verge of collapse, feebly extending 5 fingers. Save me. The scene was so extraordinary that everyone was stunned into silence. Even Shen Xi herself was no exception. Xie Chongshu shivered with a chill and quietly inched a few steps towards Shen Xi. Only when he caught a whiff of the faint fragrance on Shen Xi's body did he feel a bit at ease. He always had a hunch that if he weren't by Shen Xi's side, he might be the one in trouble today. That big yellow dog chose to bite nowhere else but Bai Xinya's butt. Soon, the expensive white dress on Bai Xinya was torn into tatters, and one could faintly glimpse the leggings inside. Amidst the continuous shrill screams, the people who had regained their senses quickly stepped forward to help. With great effort, they finally managed to pull the big yellow dog away from the edge of Bai Xinya's butt. The big yellow dog rolled its eyes a few times. Sensing the unfavorable situation, it took off at full speed. Taking advantage of the chaos, with its short legs pounding the ground, it disappeared from sight in an instant. Bai Xinya's situation was hardly better than Su Yang's. She lay sprawled on the ground with a vacant look in her eyes. The torn skirt was a mess of blood and mud. Kong Yuanli examined her, swayed his head while letting out a belch, and sighed as he gestured. So tragic. So tragic. That brute had such a good bite. It bit her in a symmetrical pattern on both sides. It almost bit straight through her abdomen. Chapter 59. Ugly photos exposed originally. Hu Man was comforting Bai Xinya, but she couldn't help bursting out laughing. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She really didn't do it on purpose. That guy Kong Yuanli was so malicious and hilarious. Bai Xinya was lying in Hu Man's arms. Her eyes were as lifeless as ashes, looking dejected and dispirited. Occasionally, the faint afterglow reflected Hu Man's struggling smile. Her emotions were suppressed, and a sense of desolation filled her whole chest. I'm going to kill that dog. Wah. Wah. Bai Xinya wailed without any regard for her image. Without the pressure of the camera, she cried in a completely unseemly way. At this moment, she was on the verge of a hysterical breakdown. However, that dog causing the accident seemed to be an experienced one. It was precise and fierce before the bite, and fled quickly with the wind after it. Where could one find it? Sun Hanyang covered his face, only sighing in his heart about what kind of a mess this was. He quickly told the staff to inform the medical team and also notify Xiao Wenxuan, who was still in the live streaming room. When Xiao Wenxuan heard that Bai Xinya had an accident, his face changed drastically. Without caring about arguing with the assistant director, he directly left the camera's view. A flurry of question marks floated across the bullet comments. What the hell? It was already strange enough to leave the boring Xiao Wenxuan there chattering. Now even Xiao Wenxuan has run off? I smell the scent of gossip. Did you notice that Xiao Wenxuan's face turned pale when he left? Exchange of lives is a failure. We want to watch the live streams of the others. The viewers in the live streaming room were enraged. Perhaps there were some staff members of the program group mixed in. Someone actually posted several ugly photos of Su Yang and Bai Xinya in the discussion area. The picture quality was somewhat blurry and distorted, and the angle was poor. It was clearly a candid shot. Nevertheless, it was more than enough to spark a frenzy of discussions among onlookers. Oh my goodness, what on earth is going on? Those two must be Bai Xinya and Su Yang, right? They're in disheveled clothes. Could it be? The account XXJJ, who are you? Where did you get these photos? Were you at the scene? What exactly happened to them? Are there any other photos? These are so blurry. Oh no. What's wrong with our Yang? Bai Xinya must have slept with Su Yang. Didn't you see Xiao Wenxuan leave in a fit of rage? It must be true. He's been cuckolded. Xiao Wenxuan will be having broccoli cooked with spinach tonight. Broccoli cooked with spinach? Haraha. Oh, is anyone still at the scene? Can someone tell us what's really going on? Bah. You should take a good look at yourselves. Does Bai Xinya deserve our Yagong? Keep talking nonsense. And I'll cut out your tongues. Your Su Yang thinks he's so great, with all sorts of gossip flying around. Who knows if he's just desperate? Oh no. There's a live stream. We want to watch the live stream. Exchange of lives is a failure. Damn director. I curse your whole family. The live stream comments were going wild, and the program crew's phone was about to ring off the hook. After the account XXJJ posted 2 pictures, it vanished without a trace. It seemed that the person behind it was well aware of the sensitivity of the information and afraid of being exposed. On Sun Hanyang's side, just as he had settled the 2 injured people, he received a reminder from the staff about the situation of the live stream comments. The pitiful director's son gasped in shock. He stroked his nearly balding head, feeling as if he had aged several years. The assistants of Su Yang and Bai Xinya forced out bitter smiles. It was truly a case of misfortune never comes singly. At this moment, they didn't dare to rouse the 2 who were resting. Instead, they each called their talent agencies, trying to figure out ways for crisis public relations. Could it be you who did this? Xie Chongshu took in all the chaos. With a profound and furtive glance at Shen Xi, he kept his voice low just for the 2 of them. Shen Xi rolled her eyes at Xie Chongshu. I've been just an onlooker throughout. Where would I have the chance? It can only be said that Bai Xinya and Su Yang are unpopular, and people just want to have their fun at their expense. Beneath Shen Xi's veil, there was a sneer on her lips. Are they already unable to bear just this little? In her previous life, she was directly framed and almost had her innocence ruined. Shen Xi would never forget how she was drugged and lured into a locked room, almost being molested. With great difficulty, she managed to stay calm and preserve her innocence. However, after being photographed in a disheveled state in so-called indecent photos, her already plummeted reputation sank into an abyss like a quagmire. Vicious as a snake, slut, bitch. All sorts of venomous insults and sneers came at her like a dense net covering the sky. At that time, she had no idea that people on the other side of the screen could be so malicious. So, do you plan to enter the entertainment industry in the future? Xie Chongshu suddenly changed the topic. Let's just take it one step at a time. This program isn't finished yet. Shen Xi cast a glance at Xie Chongshu, wondering why he had so many questions today, yet she still gave an answer. Just as Xie Chongshu was about to speak, Shen Xi's phone rang. A hint of relaxed delight emerged on the girl's usually serene countenance as she slightly turned sideways to answer it. The brow of the great actor Xie arched slightly. Dad. So it was her family. The great actor Xie casually shifted his steps away. Xiaoxier, how have you been these days? Have you taken good care of yourself alone? Hearing the concerned words of her father, Shun Huching, in her ear, a warm current welled up in Shen Xi's heart. Dad, don't worry. I've been doing great at home. However, I heard from Xiaoyi that there are a lot of people talking about you online. Haven't you been bullied by them? Despite what Shen Xi said, Shen Huching still couldn't fully set his mind at ease. Don't be afraid. If anyone targets you, Dad will come back to support you. Yeah, I'm fine. Dad, when will you come back? Alas, I originally planned to return earlier, but many agricultural products in the village have had poor sales this year. I still have to find ways to explore more sales channels. Shen Xi heaved a sorrowful sigh, then quickly regained his composure and changed the topic. Right. You should go for a shoot tomorrow, right? I heard that you're going to experience others' lives, Shen Xi said with undisguised worry. Xiaoxier, can you endure it? He was afraid that since his daughter had been used to living freely in the countryside since childhood, she might feel ill at ease among those celebrities and internet influencers who led glamorous lives every day. Father, I'm all grown up. Please put your mind at ease, Shen Xi consoled. Those things are but trifles to me. Having experienced it all in her past life, what did she have to fear? On the contrary, she was quite looking forward to it. After promising a string of reassuring words, she finally dispelled Shen Xi's misgivings. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xi recalled her father's concern about the unsold agricultural products. Her eyes couldn't help but wander towards Xie Chongshu not far away. Well, it's better to do it now than later. Teacher Xie, there's a great act of charity I'd like to ask you for help with, Shen Xi said with a beaming smile as she stood in front of Xie Chongshu. After rubbing her hands a few times, she quickly clasped them behind her back, her body swaying lightly in a lively and playful manner. Infected by her exuberance, Xie Chongshu let out a soft laugh. Tell me, as long as it doesn't go against my principles, I'll help you. Hearing this, Shen Xi's smile grew even broader. That's wonderful. On behalf of all the villagers in Xinjia village, I'd like to thank the great movie star in advance. Actually, it's not a difficult task at all. It's just that I'd trouble teacher Xie to do a live stream with me later. A live stream? Yes, and do some live streaming sales. Xie Chongshu nodded subconsciously, but when he fully comprehended what Shen Xi said later, his expression froze for a moment. Live streaming sales? At 7 o'clock in the evening, a time when everyone would normally be leisurely relaxing after dinner, the long, dormant Weibo account of the national movie star, Xie Chongshu, suddenly posted a message. Xie Chongshu, my live streaming room has been opened. Come and follow me. When Xie Chongshu sent this message, he was under the smiling supervision of Shen Xi. He felt both pain and pleasure in his heart. After all these years, he finally knew what it was like to work under compulsion. Well, when the freshly released Weibo post was swiped out, the numerous elder sister fan club members of the famous actor, who liked to browse Weibo from time to time, were stunned. The actor Xie, whose social media platforms had long been deserted, would actually start a live stream one day. Could it be that his account had been hacked? With a mixture of 3 parts unease and 7 parts suspicion, many people clicked into the live stream link. To their surprise, what appeared on the screen was actually the incredibly handsome face of actor Xie, so good looking that he had no peers. It was true. Actor Xie really had started a live stream. Brother Chongshu is live streaming. For a moment, people called their friends one after another. Within just a few minutes, the number of people watching the live stream exceeded 1 million, and the popularity continued to soar wildly. Just as the fans obediently prepared to feast their eyes on actor Xie's peerless and elegant beauty, they saw the man in the camera part his thin lips slightly. With a low and hoarse voice, he said, "Welcome everyone to my live streaming room. Remember to click to follow. Kisses, everyone." Then, wait, were they having auditory hallucinations? All those who came to admire Xie Chongshu were utterly bewildered. The always aloof and cold actor Xie, as pure and untouchable as a flower on a lofty mountain, would actually utter such down-to-earth words. In the camera, gazing at the signboard held aloft by Shen Xi not far away, Xie Chongshu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling up from the bottom of his heart. Nevertheless, he adhered to the pre-arranged plan and recited every single word on the signboard without omission. Welcome to Chongshu's grocery store. The fruits and melons from Xinjia village are large and sweet, with their freshness evident at a glance. After having the fruits produced in Xinjia village, you'll be the most dazzling one in the crowd. Those cherries that usually cost hundreds of yuan can now be brought home for just 99 yuan with free shipping. If you place an order from the live stream now, you'll get a large fruit plate as a bonus when you buy a box of fruits. As long as you're in Tongqing, it'll be delivered to your doorstep with free shipping the next day. As Xie Chongshu uttered these words, even the very tips of his eyebrows quivered. At first, the viewers pouring into the live stream were somewhat bewildered. Then, upon hearing Xie Chongshu earnestly hawking the goods, they all burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that one day we'd see the great actor Xie being so down to earth? It's worth it. Even the late night can't conceal Xie Chongshu's beauty. Oh my, sisters, I'll be the first to indulge in his charm. Wait a minute. Why on earth is actor Xie suddenly doing a live stream to sell goods, and even promoting Xinjia Village? TSK, so curious. JPG, after reciting the long list of words instructed by Shen Xi, Xie Chongshu paused to take a sip of water. Then he noticed the questions flashing across the bullet screen. The agricultural products in Xinjia Village are facing a sales slump, and many villagers are extremely worried. I believe I should offer them some assistance. After a moment of thought, he added, I've also tasted the fruits from Xinjia Village just now. Indeed, they're far more delicious than those outside. If you have a craving for fruits, you can place an order. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. When Xie Chongshu uttered these words, he was much more at ease. After learning the reason, he agreed to do the live streaming promotion for Shen Xi out of genuine intention. Although the process was a bit bumpy, during the conversation, he casually picked up an apple placed beside him and deliberately presented it under the camera. There was no room for deception during the live stream, and there was no false pretense. The apple shown by Xie Chongshu was rosy and lustrous. Even when gently broken apart, one could feel the juice oozing out. It whetted people's appetites. The audience watching the live stream didn't expect Xie Chongshu to interact with them. They were so excited that they let out a series of exclamations. Wow, so that's how it is. Brother Chongshu is so kind-hearted. Oh my goodness, my husband is not only handsome, but also has a beautiful soul. He really practices what he preaches in doing public welfare. He's the perfect man. I'm dying. Actor Xie actually replied to my comment. Rounding it off, we're practically married. No one is allowed to refute. How many dishes did you have upstairs? You're so drunk. He's my husband. This apple looks of really good quality. I must give it a try. Support actor Xie. I've already bought 3 boxes of fruits. With the famous national actor Xie Chongshu as a living advertisement, within just 1 hour, all the previously unsold fruits hoarded in Xinjia Village were sold out. Since it was Xie Chongshu's first time doing a live stream and he had no experience, Shen Xi acted as the sign, holding assistant throughout the whole process. Upon seeing the outcome, Shen Xi counted on her fingers and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Goodness! The great movie star, serving as a useful tool, truly made a difference. The products were on the verge of being sold out. The village head of Xinjia Village stood by, eyes fixed in astonishment. Upon learning that all the fruit stockpiled in the village warehouse had been sold, he was immediately filled with gratitude towards Shen Xi. Xiaoxi, thanks to you, the village has finally resolved a long-standing problem. The old village head was so excited that his eyes welled up with tears. He casually took out his wine gourd, emptied it in one gulp, and let out happy belches. Xinjia Village had always relied on farming. In previous years, although they couldn't amass great wealth, it was more than sufficient to ensure prosperity for every household. However, this year, something went awry. The distributor who had long collaborated with them suddenly tore up the contract. Although they received some compensation, the fruits in the village had ripened, and any delay would only lead to waste and loss. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, unexpectedly, Shen Xi proposed the idea of live streaming sales. In the blink of an eye, she resolved the problem that had plagued them for days. What a kind-hearted child. Village head. I'm also a part of Xinjia Village. It's only right for me to relieve the village's troubles, Shen Xi said, her heart brimming with sincere joy. Shen Xi's gaze involuntarily fell on Xie Chongshu in front of the live streaming camera. Just as before when she saw Xie Chongshu clarifying things for her in front of the camera, a strange feeling once again flitted across her heart. Seeing the man who seemed a bit ill, at ease and fumbling in front of the camera, Shen Xi naturally stepped forward to pick up the fruit crate, facilitating a better display of the products. A fleeting silhouette was captured by the live streaming camera, swiftly drawing the attention of numerous online viewers. I'd wager a small sum that this figure belongs to Master Xi. Master Xi is truly remarkable for inducing the reclusive actor Xie to engage with the public after a prolonged absence. Alas, if only you could persuade him to reconsider his retirement. Evidently, a considerable number of fans and netizens remained preoccupied with Xie Chongshu's earlier announcement of his departure from the entertainment industry. Shen Xi noticed these comments but chose to ignore them, instead addressing a few inconsequential queries until reaching the final one. Master Xi, could you perhaps persuade actor Xie to give us a wink? Pretty please, we're eager to see actor Xie engaging with his fans. Certainly, Shen Xi responded. The customer is paramount, and you are currently our esteemed patrons. We are amenable to your requests. Shen Xi specifically highlighted this request for Xie Chongshu's attention, then cast a teasing glance at him. Teacher Xie, if you would be so kind as to commence your performance. Xie Chongshu. The repetition of promotional slogans had already caused him considerable embarrassment, and now a wink. A look of utter helplessness washed over the man's face. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the audience, he paused in silence for a moment before narrowing his eyes slightly. His long eyelashes, the envy of women, fluttered gently, and the curve of his lips formed a captivating smile. His eyes blinked softly, his obsidian-like pupils, radiant and luminous, possessed an exquisite elegance. His already handsome features seemed to be bathed in a divine aura, both perilous and alluring, captivating without conscious intent. I'm dying of excitement. The live streaming channel froze for a full 3 seconds before experiencing technical difficulties. Chapter 61. The Allure of Male Beauty, Truly Terrifying. When Xie Chongshu actually struck a wink pose, the live, streaming room was instantly flooded with a surge of people, causing it to crash. The assistant, Xiao Wang, who was in charge of the live stream, was in a complete tizzy. It took half a minute for the communication to be restored. On site, Shen Xi also felt a momentary daze. Noticing the still, live camera, she lowered her head. Yet the image of Xie Chongshu's peerlessly handsome face just moments ago still lingered in her mind. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Oh my goodness! This man is truly alluring when he looks beautiful. Shen Xi silently mused, estimated that in about 10 seconds, a deluge of female fans shouting husband at Xie Chongshu will arrive on the scene. Better be prepared. However, just a few seconds later, husband. My husband is so incredibly handsome. I've taken a screenshot. Husband. I won't allow anyone in this world to remain untouched by my husband's divine beauty. What is this? This is an angel who has descended from heaven. A precious gem on earth. The man I yearn to hold dear to my heart. Sob. You guys above are so good at complimenting. Unlike me, all I can manage is damn. He's so freaking handsome. With all the strength of my lifetime's yelling. No one is more good looking than Xie Chongshu. If there is, it's the even better Xie Chongshu in the future. I wish he could put on a wedding dress for me and then undress me with his own hands. Get lost. You crazy woman above is just daydreaming. The screen of the live, streaming room was almost flooded with excessive flattery. One could hardly see the screen clearly unless the barrage was turned off. The audience in front of the screens were so infatuated with Xie Chongshu that they could only scream hysterically. Shen Xi was even dizzy from looking at the barrage. She truly felt the overwhelming charisma of Xie Chongshu. After taking a few deep breaths, Shen Xi noticed the gestures of Sun Hanyang outside the live, streaming room. She cleared her throat and began to speak. Everyone, there's no need to be impatient. Tomorrow, the second phase interactive mode of swapping lives will be launched. It'll be my turn to experience the life of a popular online celebrity and a star. Mr. Xie will also be there at that time, so you can still indulge in admiring his beauty. Dear friends, if you want to keep seeing Mr. Xie's handsome appearance, please don't forget the live stream tomorrow morning. This live stream was made possible in such a hasty time thanks to Sun Hanyang's help. So Shen Xi reciprocated the favor. Taking advantage of the soaring popularity of the live streaming room, she gave a promotion to the program. Finally. It's the part I've been looking forward to the most. Ms. Xi, a remarkable woman full of surprises and never fails to impress. I'm optimistic about you. Sure enough, the audience was quite receptive. They all expressed their anticipation for the program, which made Sun Hanyang, who was monitoring the data backstage, beam with joy. Before long, the live stream came to an end. Amidst the moans of reluctance, Shen Xi swiftly turned off the live stream. Xie Chongshu heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the beaming Shen Xi, his eyes, as clear as a spring under the veil, curved into beautiful crescents. An innate joy welled up within actor Xie. The faint sense of melancholy from being forced to work tonight had also faded away. In just 2 short hours, all the previously stockpiled fruits and melons were sold out. Some fans even called to ask if Xie Chongshu was selling the orange peels he had just peeled. It was truly preposterous. After the live stream, many dealers specifically called to seek cooperation, and the difficulties faced by Xinjia village were smoothly resolved. All these were thanks to Xie Chongshu's assistance. Shen Xi pursed her lips, and her pure and clear eyes flickered slightly as she held this gratitude deep in her heart. Well, compared with Su Yang, Xie Chongshu was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even the heart that had been severely damaged through 2 lifetimes opened a tiny crack. On the other side, there were moans in the room. Bai Xinya could only lie prone on the hospital bed. Her breathing was filled with long, drawn-out wails. She hardly dared to look at her own back. Her buttocks were wrapped in a thick layer of gauze. And due to the pain, she had to stick it out slightly, looking just like a swollen monkey's buttocks, comical and absurd. The hatred in her heart for Shen Xi was so intense that it could flood the entire earth. Why couldn't Shen Xi just die? If she died, no one would ever vie with her for the position of the eldest daughter of the Bai family. In fact, she was the well-behaved daughter who had lived beside the Bai family for over 20 years. She was proficient in the 4 arts of the Chinese scholars and was the highly praised young lady and beloved daughter in the upper-class society. However, Shen Xi suddenly emerged at this moment. All her plans seemed like a cruel joke played by God. They had been flawless, yet in the end, all the misfortunes had befallen her. Ah! She wailed. Why? Bai Xinya frantically clutched at her hair. She was truly on the verge of madness. Xiao Wenxuan pushed the door open and walked in. He witnessed Bai Xinya's dejected appearance and felt a pang of indescribable emotion in his heart. The Xiao family had paid attention to all of Bai Xinya's embarrassing deeds and had voiced quite a few complaints. They said that after Bai Xinya appeared on TV, she exuded a sort of gaudy air despite her elaborate dressing. They also joked that her foolish acts during several live broadcasts were highly creative. Xiao Wenxuan had felt so awkward during the phone calls that he could hardly bear it. Xinya, are you feeling better? Xiao Wenxuan suppressed the subtle emotions in his heart and tried to console her. I've already arranged for public relations regarding the photos leaked by the program group. I've also reached an agreement with Su Yang to confirm that they were maliciously photoshopped. So don't worry. Wenxuan, I'm okay now. Thank you for doing all this for me. Bai Xinya composed herself, concealing her malicious visage and replacing it with a delicate and vulnerable expression. Well, let's leave it at that today. Get some rest early. I'm also a bit exhausted. Xiao Wenxuan patted Bai Xinya on the back, avoiding her gaze, then got up and walked out. Bai Xinya's outstretched hand suddenly hung in the air, gazing at Xiao Wenxuan's departing back. A tinge of anxiety gradually welled up in her eyes. Had even Xiao Wenxuan lost patience with her? No. With great effort, Bai Xinya picked up her phone and dialed a number. How's the arrangement going? Miss, the club you previously booked has been fully decorated. The voice on the other end of the phone was respectful, and the faint flattery mixed within made Bai Xinya feel much more at ease. She was still the goddess adored by countless people. Starting from tomorrow, the program Exchange Lives would enter the next exchange phase, and it would be Shen Xi's turn to experience the glamorous life of a celebrity. Such a great opportunity, of course, Bai Xinya wouldn't let it slip away. She had long sent someone to investigate. Shen Xi had simply gone to school, as usual since childhood. Moreover, due to her family's poor financial condition, she had never learned any special skills. In contrast, Bai Xinya herself had been nurtured with artistic connotations under the guidance of various family tutors since childhood. When she appeared on the same frame as Shen Xi at that time, she was bound to outshine the latter completely. Humph. Even if Shen Xi had had a stroke of luck in the program by being unruly. So what if Shen Xi was the biological daughter of the Bai family? She had enjoyed 20 more years of a wealthy life and 20 more years of perfect education than Shen Xi. With the love and indulgence of everyone in the Bai family, her professional qualities would surely crush Shen Xi to pieces. Bai Xinya took a deep breath, and her previously restless state of mind had gradually calmed down. After that, she was going to make Shen Xi make a complete fool of herself on the program and ruin her reputation. She intends to prove that she will forever remain the most delicate little princess and the eternal winner in life. On the other end of the phone, Bai Xinya hung up so swiftly that the staff member hadn't even finished speaking, staring at the phone that had already emitted the beeping busy tone. The staff member first stood there stunned, then shook his head. He hadn't even had the chance to inform the young lady that Mr. and Mrs. Bai would be present at the performance that day. However, it probably doesn't matter. After all, it will turn out to be a pleasant surprise, and presumably, the young lady will be even happier then. Chapter 62. Brother, you'll have good fortune in the future. She slept soundly throughout the night. Awakened by the blare of the alarm, Shen Xi roused herself promptly. With meticulousness, she tidied up her clothes and prepared to head out. It was time for her to journey to the next stop today. Standing at the door, Shen Xi drew a deep breath. In her previous life, after she stepped out from this place, the years that should have been resplendent and glorious turned into a catalyst that sent her plummeting into an abyss. In this life, she was determined to rewrite all the injustices. The program Swapping Lives, as its name implies, was designed to allow celebrities to experience the lives of ordinary people and feel the stark contrast. Eventually, ordinary people would also get a taste of the glamorous lives of celebrities. For many ordinary folks, this might be an unattainable future in their entire lives and the sole opportunity, brimming with an exciting sense of curiosity. In her past life, she had also thought so. However, due to a series of set ups and troubles in the early stage, she was constantly on edge. During the shooting of the program, she was in a daze, and ultimately, she became nothing but a stepping stone for Xie to crush. The more others praised Xie, the more they mocked and looked down upon her. Shen Xi sorted through the fragmented and unwelcome memories as she strolled slowly into the small yard outside. She wasn't the first to arrive. Xie Chongshu, Hu Man, Kong Yuanli, and Zhao Hongshan were already there. Only the other three were missing. Good morning, Shen Xi. Hu Man greeted her first. Shen Xi nodded and calmly greeted everyone. Shen Xi, aren't you curious about what kind of surprise we've prepared for you? Observing Shen Xi's languid demeanor, Kong Yuanli, unable to contain his excitement, took the initiative to boast. Haha, you always had us doing farm work before. Now, it's my turn to reciprocate. He deliberately emphasized the word reciprocate, imbuing it with a playful, albeit slightly mischievous, tone. Spare me that imitation Mona Lisa smile. My empty stomach isn't as resilient as you might think. Shen Xi retorted, casting a disgruntled glance at the smug Kong Yuanli before turning away. Kong Yuanli, utterly perplexed, wondered, huh? Why didn't I understand what she meant? Was Shen Xi mocking me? Xie Chongshu couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle, remarking on the invigorating start to the day. Early on, a considerable number of people had congregated in the live broadcast room, many enjoying breakfast while scrolling through the comments. Haha, seeing that dimwit Kong Yuanli get roasted first thing in the morning, especially when he's completely clueless, is absolutely hilarious. I'm really looking forward to this. How come I never get to experience such a stroke of luck, commoners living the life of celebrities? I can only wish Xi the best and hope she fulfills my dreams on my behalf. Oh, I'm excited for Shen Xi to experience a day as a celebrity. But considering she grew up in Xinjia village, I can't help but feel a bit apprehensive. I hope it doesn't turn into a mere showcase for the celebrities. I'm rooting for Xi. For some reason, I have a feeling she's not as simple as she seems. Prepare for a surprise. Additionally, the comment section was filled with fans of Xie Chongshu and Su Yang, expressing their anticipation for their idols. It wasn't until later that Kong Yuanli realized he had indeed been mocked. After stewing for a while, he dejectedly shook his head. Shen Xi's talent for caustic remarks runs deep in her bones. He is indeed a bit afraid of her, yet he thinks that as a wealthy second generation, it would be too humiliating for him to show this fear. He always can't resist making sarcastic remarks, but he is no match for her in verbal sparring. Despite suffering repeated defeats, he persists in the battles. In short, his skills are poor, but his enthusiasm is high. After waiting for a while, the crew of the director's team finally rushed here with Su Yang, Xiao Wenxuan, and Bai Xia. Su Yang looked listless, fearing that last night's incident would escalate. They had to handle it secretly. They didn't even dare to call the police. And in the end, they still couldn't figure out what had happened. So he could only bear the bad luck silently. Just after having a bowel movement in the morning, he felt a faint discomfort in his body. However, considering the high popularity of the program and the online gossips, he forced himself to muster up the energy to participate. Things were no better for Bai Xia. Xiao Wenxuan advised her to take an extra day of rest. But Bai Xia just couldn't swallow her anger. Today was Kong Yuanli's home court. She thought that since Kong Yuanli and Shen Xi were at odds, Kong Yuanli would surely give Shen Xi a hard time. As long as she could see Shen Xi make a fool of herself, she would participate in the program to the end, even if her buttocks were wrapped in gauze. Fortunately, the dog had bitten her on the buttocks, where the flesh is less sensitive. After getting the rabies vaccine, Bai Xia could get out of bed and move around without much problem. After being rebuked by Shen Xi, Kong Yuanli was feeling disgruntled. When he saw Bai Xia being supported by Xiao Wenxuan walking over, he immediately stepped forward warmly to greet them. Hi, good morning. Bai Xia, how's your butt? Have you found the dog that caused the trouble last night? It was really a case of bringing up an embarrassing subject. Bai Xia and Xiao Wenxuan walked forward with stiff faces. They didn't want to talk to this idiot at all. Kong Yuanli didn't think he had been abrupt. He glanced at the protruding hips under Bai Xia's loose pants, and his eyes lit up. I have to say, you've actually turned misfortune into fortune. Your hip circumference is quite alluring. It can even rival that of European and American supermodels. After saying that, Kong Yuanli quietly nudged Xiao Wenxuan, whose face was already stiff, and winked, saying, Brother, you're in for good luck in the future. Xiao Wenxuan looked around, his face darkened, and said, Shut up. No one is allowed to mention this. Bai Xia ignored him even more. She quickly lowered her head and got into the car. Her heart was hit hard, and she cursed Kong Yuanli's ancestors in her heart. She vaguely regretted coming here today. Whose joke was she really here to see? Sun Hanyang wiped the sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, the live stream didn't capture this scene just now. He called Kong Yuanli aside for a talk. Master Kong, didn't we agree not to mention what happened yesterday in front of the camera? Kong Yuanli was stunned for a moment, then let out an "oh," rubbed his head, and apologized. Sorry, I drank too much yesterday. I didn't pay attention. It won't happen again. Okay, get in the car quickly. Sun Hanyang rolled his eyes secretly, thinking that no wonder some people gave Kong Yuanli the nickname Kong the Husky in private. It was so apartment. The live stream camera was always focused on the car. There were still sporadic discussions on the bullet comments about the so-called PS ugly photos of Su Yang and Bai Xinya. After the appearance of Bai Xinya and Su Yang, they did manage to conduct a successful public relations campaign and dispel quite a few negative voices. The crowd boarded a luxurious coach together and rushed non-stop to the next venue. The director also spoke up in good time, announcing the planned process of the upcoming program. During the next 5-day and 5-night journey, each participating guest would arrange the time and lead Shen Xi, an ordinary person, to experience and challenge a brand new life. This was also another interesting twist of the variety show Swap Lives. The coach slowly drove for about half an hour and finally stopped on a secluded mountain road in the suburbs. The first experience venue has arrived. Please get off the bus and make preparations, dear guests. Hearing the director's urging voice in her ear, Shen Xi took off her blindfold and lazily got off the coach. The scene before her eyes was truly eye-catching. The steep and winding hills had been artificially transformed into private roads, and along the side were rows of specially modified heavy motorcycles. Under the illumination of the lights, the lines of each motorcycle were so perfectly crafted that they were truly astonishing. They were like fierce beasts lying in wait. Once started, they would be like drawn swords, roaring and rampaging, shaking the mountains and forests. Oh, my goodness. The veteran actors and Human were overwhelmed with admiration as they got off the bus. Bai Xinya and Xiao Wenxuan also couldn't hide their amazement. Many people in their circle collected luxury cars, but Kong Yuanli was the only one who specifically collected heavy motorcycles. Xie Chongshu just took an extra glance and then stood beside Shen Xi. Based on his experience, he speculated that when he passed by the motorcycles, maybe a gust of wind could cause the motorcycles to fall like dominoes. For him, this thing was extremely perilous. Preserving his own life was of utmost importance. Kong Yuanli stepped forward complacently and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, these are all the precious treasures I've painstakingly hoarded in private." What Shen Xi yearned to experience first was the life that Kong Yuanli had always relished indulging in. Chapter 63. Great lung capacity and empty boasting. Not only were the guests at the program shocked, but the comments in the live stream also went wild. Damn. Heavy motorcycles. And several of them are world-class limited editions, worth millions. It's worth just taking a look. Reporting in as a motorcycle enthusiast. It's so amazing. I'm always jealous of Kong Yuanli. It's great to be rich. I just want to ask if Kong Yuanli still needs a daughter. The kind who has graduated from university can eat and sleep well without causing any trouble. Sob. Yes, this hillside is Kong Yuanli's private racing venue. As a second-generation wealthy, it's a piece of cake for him to form an underground heavy motorcycle team. Shen Xi, this is your first time to touch heavy motorcycles. Have a good experience today, and then I'll challenge you to a race. Kong Yuanli looked at Shen Xi complacently, with an air of self-satisfaction on his face. Of course, as an experienced rider, I won't bully you, a newbie. There was joy on his face, and he was shouting inside, "This is my home court. I'm finally going to turn the tables." Shen Xi said with a half-smile, "Are you sure?" Kong Yuanli was taken aback by her words and even felt a chill down his spine. He recalled many past incidents where he was humiliated. He tried to shake off this strange feeling and patted his chest, saying, "As long as you can drive the heavy motorcycle through the whole track, you win. How about it?" Kong Yuanli, seriously, it's hot, and I'm in a bad temper. Don't be silly. You think you can stump me with something as trivial as riding a motorcycle? Shen Xi's eyes sparkled with confidence. Oh, ho ho. Shen Xi, you're rather boastful. When we were filming the program in Xinjia village, I disliked you quite a bit. Later, I found you quite to my liking. I'm not exaggerating. If you can beat me in a drag race, I'll be your subordinate from now on. Kong Yuanli thumped his chest vigorously, his eyes brimming with pride and provocation. The night is dark, and the roads are slippery. The world is complicated. Everyone has their glorious moments. Don't mistake a fleeting moment for eternity. Kong Yuanli, I've decided to take you as my subordinate. After leaving these words, Shen Xi turned around and went to select a vehicle. Kong Yuanli felt extremely humiliated by what Shen Xi said and wanted to retort. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly and then suddenly widened. In his line of sight, Shen Xi's face didn't show the panic and fear he had expected. Instead, he walked calmly towards the pile of heavy motorcycles. With a nonchalant sweep of his gaze, his slender fingers landed on a pitch black heavy motorcycle. I'll take this one. Let's start the race directly. There was a hint of arrogance and recklessness in his tone. Kong Yuanli stood still in shock and then shouted, Shen Xi, are you crazy? Have you ever even touched a motorcycle? Why don't you play by the rules? Start the race directly? Are you really courting death? You know, all these heavy motorcycles he had were specially modified. In particular, the one Shen Xi had just pointed at was the creme de la creme. Every aspect of the motorcycle's performance had been maximally enhanced, including the headlights, tires, engine, footrests, and fuel tank. Every single component had been meticulously designed and modified. This Dark Knight Warrior is the pinnacle among this batch of heavy motorcycles. Shen Xi really found the perfect one by pure luck. The bullet comments exploded in an instant. Master Xi, don't be impulsive. Master Xi, although I adore you, shall we show a bit more restraint? A motorcycle enthusiast here. Shen Xi choosing this motorcycle is simply courting death. Starting as a novice with the hardest mode, she's practically ordering broken limbs. No, I actually think since Master Xi is so confident, she must have some ace up her sleeve. Don't forget she knows about herbal medicine. There were also fans of Bai Xinya and Su Yang, who were on bad terms with Shen Xi, sneering and jeering. Herbal medicine is worthless. This is about motorcycles. Wake up, Shen Xi probably doesn't even know how to start the engine. TSK, this country bumpkin has never seen the world. Shen Xi looks so frail and delicate. Once the race starts, she'll definitely cry. This is going to be quite a show. Shen Xi, I sincerely advise you to think twice. This heavy motorcycle is beyond your control. Kong Yuanli frowned slightly. The Dark Knight Warrior was the motorcycle he'd put the most effort into, yet he'd never ridden it himself, because it was extremely difficult. Even though Kong Yuanli had been into heavy motorcycles for 3 or 4 years and had good skills, to conquer the Dark Knight Warrior, one needed top-notch motorcycle skills. Otherwise, once one sat on it and started moving, it would surely be self-inflicted pain. What's the difference between Shen Xi, who was touching a heavy motorcycle for the first time, choosing the Dark Knight Warrior and courting death? Why so much idle chatter, Kong Yuanli? Have you switched to doing stand-up comedy? Shen Xi frowned impatiently, and his languid body casually leaned against the heavy motorcycle behind him. He was like a budding flower in the process of unfurling, elegant yet exuding a touch of wild arrogance. Can you hurry up? Kong Yuanli was taken aback, and then extremely enraged. He lost his temper and snorted, Since you're eager to bring trouble upon yourself, I'll oblige. He deigned to give a reminder to the newbie, only to be mocked in return. When you end up with broken limbs later, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. The live stream chatroom was also in an uproar. Damn it. Is Shen Xi crazy or stupid? Is he really risking his life? A newbie daring to ride a top-notch motorcycle and compete with Kong Yuanli. I think Shen Xi doesn't even know how to write the character for death. I'd say if anything happens to Shen Xi, it's his own fault. He's just asking for it by rushing straight to the underworld. Oh my god. Is there really no risk of a fatality from Master Xi? Master Xi's legend isn't going to end today, is it? Please no. Sun Hanyang was also startled. While arranging for someone to live stream Xie Chongshu's situation, he trotted over. When he stopped in front of Shen Xi, due to his excessive weight, he almost lost his balance and knelt down. Director, please. I can't bear such a grand gesture. Shen Xi, unable to dismount from the motorcycle in time, simply hooked his toe and exerted a gentle force on the top of his foot, smoothly lifting Sun Hanyang up. This graceful move was incredibly dashing, which managed to quiet the chatroom a bit, leaving quite a few viewers in awe. Shen Xi miss. Are you trying to cause a live broadcast accident? Sun Hanyang frantically wiped the sweat from his forehead and earnestly persuaded Shen Xi. This motorcycle thing is extremely fierce. We should at least listen to the explanation and then give it a try little by little. But I don't need to, Shen Xi said indifferently. I've played with this stuff before. I really don't want to listen to Kong Yuanli's endless bragging. He has great lung capacity and is so talkative that it gives me a headache. Sun Hanyang. Kong Yuanli felt a vein pop from his forehead to his neck. He tried to open his mouth, but thinking of the labels Shen Xi had given him of having great lung capacity and being a chatterbox, he instantly closed it again. Damn it, this girl. I'm so angry. Seeing them fall silent in the blink of an eye. Shen Xi had put on her helmet and seemed ready to get familiar with the heavy-duty motorcycle. Shen Xi, don't be so stubborn. If you get a concussion from a fall, we won't be able to record the rest of the program, Xie Chongshu said, looking a bit uncomfortable in front of the camera. She always felt those gazes on her buttocks. She sneaked over, seemingly concerned about Shen Xi, but in fact, she was maliciously fantasizing. God, please open your eyes. I hope Shen Xi will fall and be half dead or disabled, and have to spend the rest of her life in bed for all her daily needs. Shen Xi saw through her thoughts and simply rolled her eyes and sneered. Xie Chongshu, is your mouth so foul because whenever a manure truck passes by your house, you have to take a spoonful to taste the saltiness? Go eat shit. Shen Xi, you're so ungrateful. Xie Chongshu was completely enraged, with all the long, accumulated resentment bursting out. If you're sick, get treated, darling. Can you stop being so obvious? Shen Xi straddled the motorcycle, looking down upon Xie Chongshu with disdain. Xie Chongshu glanced around and, finding no cameras, simply stopped pretending altogether. Ah, Shen Xi, I've endured you for a long time. You're an ill-mannered country bumpkin. What I eat and use on a daily basis is far more luxurious than yours. Who do you think you are, daring to compare with me? Oh, so Xie Chongshu has finally lost her temper. Well, I must take her down today. Otherwise, she'll be like a weed growing on a grave, reviving from the ashes and shooting up like a skyrocket tomorrow. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes slightly and let out a cold laugh. Not bad, really quite luxurious. Did you lubricate your foul mouth with glycerin suppositories? And after just having a taste of feces, you're already spouting it out. How luxurious. Do you want to have some more and keep spouting while eating? Xie Chongshu's blood rushed to her head. In a fit of anger, she roared, Shen Xi, let me tell you, there's no live stream around now. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Your mother is dead. You're an ill-bred slut. So it's the absence of a live stream that gives you this pig-brained confidence? Shen Xi propped one foot on the ground to support the black motorcycle and even took off the helmet she'd just put on. She was going to curse this slut to death. You know, you should be grateful that there was a live stream before, which restricted me to scolding you only to a limited extent. Now that there's no live stream, you can really go to hell. The veil on Shen Xi was blown up by the wind, revealing her glinting teeth, which formed a cruel arc. Sorry. It was wrong of me to call you pig-brained. Actually, you've never had a pig's appearance, only a pig's temperament. After all, even a person with a pig's brain wouldn't score only 22 in Chinese. So, you are an absolute piece of trash. The country has implemented waste classification. Promise me. Be sensible and go to the trash can, will you? Well, it doesn't really matter if you don't. After all, the logic in your usual speech is as straightforward as having your rectum connected to your brain. You can't even tell whether you're hazardous waste. If you end up in the non-hazardous waste, you'll only be a burden to the country. I advise you to be incinerated on the spot. Your ashes aren't even worthy of being PM2. 5. When Shen Xi said this, she had a clear train of thought and spoke as fast as a waiter reciting a menu, leaving no chance for Xie Chongshu to interrupt. Kong Yuanli and Sun Hanyang were completely stunned. With their mouths agape, their minds were still struggling to process the information. Xie Chongshu felt her head buzzing. What was this about waste classification? What was this about having the rectum connected to the brain? What was PM2? 5. She had never heard of these things. How could she fight back? Blood rushed to her head, distorting her face. She roared loudly. Shen Xi, your mother is dead. You bitch, you shameless bitch. Your mother is dead. Shen Xi had a strange look on her face. Was she cursing her own mother? This Xie Chongshu was truly something. Remembering all that had happened in the previous life, Shen Xi let out a sneer. It was all the curses from Xie Chongshu, nothing to do with her. Is this just the barking of a powerless mad dog? Let me tell you, you've had short limbs and infantile paralysis since childhood. When you grew up, your cerebellum was as useless as your duodenum. Even your corpse before death would despise your idiocy and break apart on its own. Not even the forensic doctor could piece you together. In the end, you're dead, your mother is dead, and your whole family is dead. Humph. It's quite relieving to curse once in a while. Shen Xi retaliated in kind. You. Xie Chongshu was so enraged that she almost spat blood. Overwhelmed with fury, she was rendered speechless for a moment and could only point at Shen Xi with her finger. Shen Xi grabbed her finger and yanked her closer with a firm tug. Then, she opened her mouth and continued to hurl insults at close range. You're like a plate of shredded potato, so rustic, so comical, and such a loser. You're like a chunk of streaky pork, so vulgar, so promiscuous, and so flabby. You're like a bowl of braised chicken, so lewd, so gloomy, and so worthless. You're like a small crayfish, so puny, so deaf, and so blind. You're like a pickled fish, so sour, so ordinary, and so superfluous. These, well, enunciated words, ending with a string of parallelisms. Made Shen Xi fling Bai Xinya's hand away and disdainfully spit. This weakling dares to curse at me. Complete silence ensued. Bai Xinya was bombarded with a volley of insults. Her face turned deathly pale, and her lips only quivered. Her dull expression was filled with a desperate sense of disorientation. Kong Yuanli, who was standing closest, frantically shook his head and vigorously rubbed his stunned face. The look in his eyes when he gazed at Shen Xi had turned into one of fear. He was completely astounded. His usual sharp-tongued remarks were nothing compared to Shen Xi's. It was as if he had never truly seen anything before. Suddenly, Kong Yuanli's gaze halted. He looked around and finally noticed an equally dazed employee of his not far away, holding a phone and recording him. Fortunately, he had arranged in advance for the staff to record his valiant and heroic appearance. By a stroke of luck, it seemed that this wonderful quote must have been recorded. He must burn the midnight oil tonight to carefully ponder over it. Director Sun Hanyang felt as if he was freezing all over. It took him quite a while to come to his senses. His gaze fixed on Shen Xi was like that of a startled fawn. This was no innocent amateur. She was a venomous viper in the human world. At such a young age, she was fully capable of scolding someone to death. He used to doubt that Zhuge Liang could scold Wang Lang to death, but now he absolutely believed that Shen Xi could scold Bai Xinya to death. Not only scold her to death, he even believed she could scold her back to life. Sun Hanyang looked at the stunned Bai Xinya with great pity. One who asks for trouble deserves what he gets. Bai Xinya was not good at scolding, yet she insisted on provoking others and getting scolded. Director, I've had enough of arguing with this incompetent. Let's start right away. Shen Xi tossed her hair and said impatiently, please give me some face and stop scolding, ladies. Sun Hanyang nudged Kong Yuanli, whose eyes were still shining brightly, and quickly stepped forward to stand between Shen Xi and Bai Xinya. I've shown you a lot of respect by not scolding her during the live broadcast across the entire network. Director Sun, you'd better control Bai Xinya. If she keeps acting so recklessly, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back my hand even if I can control my mouth. Shen Xi rubbed her wrist. She really wanted to slap Bai Xinya just now, but she was afraid of beating her half dead and ruining the fun later. So, since it was a verbal matter, it had to be settled verbally. It was truly disheartening. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Xinya suddenly broke down and began to wail loudly on the spot. In the distance, Xiao Wenxuan hadn't even caught his breath when he felt a shiver down his scalp. What on earth was going on again? Taking advantage of the fact that the camera wasn't pointed in their direction, Xiao Wenxuan quickly trotted over. His mind was filled with the evaluations of Bai Xinya from his family. Incredibly foolish. The influence of his family on him was undeniable, and he had started to contemplate his future with Bai Xinya. Could it be that Bai Xinya really had some mental deficiencies? Logically speaking, with the Bai family's genes, things shouldn't be this bad. Woohoo! Wenxuan. Shen Xi, she insulted me. Woohoo! Bai Xinya's sobs were partly an outpouring of emotions and partly a desperate call for help. However, to her surprise, Xiao Wenxuan merely reached out and patted her on the back, then frowned and looked at Sun Hanyang. Director, what exactly happened? Why did this happen out of the blue? Sun Hanyang forced a smile on his face while cursing inwardly. What was the use of asking him? Would asking him stop her from crying? Would asking him prevent her from causing more trouble? He was a director, not a peace-making ambassador. Just as he was struggling to find the right words, Kong Yuanli burst into wild laughter, coming to his rescue. Just now Bai Xinya was having a verbal fight with Shen Xi. She was so weak throughout and was completely crushed. Maybe she felt embarrassed and is crying like a wimp. Kong Yuanli, your mother is dead. When Bai Xinya was halfway through her crying, she suddenly noticed Xiao Wenxuan frowning ever more deeply. She cursed Kong Yuanli, that fool, in her heart once again. Woo. It's not like this. It's Shen Xi who went too far. Wenxuan. Woohoo, please believe me. Xiao Wenxuan sighed and said, all right. Stop arguing with Shen Xi. It wouldn't be good if the live stream camera catches this. My family is following the show. We should be more composed. Bai Xinya felt so wronged and miserable. But after thinking about what Xiao Wenxuan said, if the Xiao family was watching the show, she really couldn't make a fool of herself in front of the camera. The situation here was obviously quite intense. Xie Chongshu, who was hiding behind and being live streamed, couldn't help but peek. Just then, an annoying person appeared beside him. Taking advantage of Shen Xi's absence and the small crowd, Su Yang excitedly struck up a conversation. Teacher Xie, it's a rare opportunity. How about we go for a ride on the motorcycles later? I was quite good at riding motorcycles when I was in Canada. With a pleasant and joyful smile on his face, looking rather infectious, he also subtly showed off his many skills. The live stream camera also closely followed them, capturing every move of the two. Wow, Su Yang and actor Xie are chatting again. These two handsome guys are getting close. They seem to have a good relationship. What a delight for dual fans. I think Su Yang and actor Xie seem to have a good relationship. Perhaps they are really close friends in private. Xie Chongshu felt impatient. Without even glancing at Su Yang, he looked aloof and disdainful, then strode forward. He increasingly resembled Shen Xi in his manner. Su Yang felt a bit awkward, but he continued to follow Xie Chongshu closely. Once the video of the two of them together was released, with the instigation of those with ulterior motives, numerous rumors soon spread. Actor Xie had a pleasant conversation with Su Yang. It seems they have a close private relationship, mentoring the younger generation. It is reported that actor Xie, who is about to retire from the entertainment circle, takes a fancy to the popular young actor Su Yang. As soon as Xie Chongshu left, the camera naturally followed him. This scared the assistant director, who quickly informed Sun Hanyang. Sun Hanyang quickly adjusted his earpiece and said to everyone, "The live broadcast camera is coming. Everyone, stop having conflicts and let's continue shooting." Bai Xinyao immediately swallowed back her tears. Her ability to change her expression so quickly amazed Kong Yuanli. Noticing the camera, Kong Yuanli immediately assumed the role of the host. "Come on, everyone, look over here. After having a communication with Shen Xi just now, we decided to have a motorcycle race." The discussion on the bullet screen, which was originally about the good looks of Xie Chongshu and Su Yang, suddenly changed. The camera was focused on brother Chongshu just now. "How about Master Xi? Why is there going to be a race? I just seemed to notice that Bai Xinyao's makeup was a bit smudged. Has something happened again? What's going on? It feels like I've missed a lot. Can Mississippi Shen drive? Motorcycles are so powerful. Does she have a driver's license? It's really too dangerous." Sun Hanyang noticed the bullet comments, and his eyes lit up. He shouted directly at Shen Xi, "Shen Xi, you don't have a driver's license. We can't break the law. Later you can let Su Yang take you on his bike." Before Sun Hanyang could finish his words, a small booklet suddenly dropped on his bald head. A staff member beside him picked it up and found it was actually Shen Xi's motorcycle driver's license. Sun Hanyang, "Well, Miss Shen must think he's talking nonsense." Shen Xi put on her helmet again. It was the first time she had experienced the joy of driving since her rebirth, and the blood in her whole body was boiling. Xinjia village was in a remote area. Shen Xi started school early, and it was inconvenient for her to travel every time. So she got her motorcycle driver's license in college and was an experienced rider. Watch carefully and stop talking nonsense. "Come on, Kong Yuanli. Are you worried about being my junior?" "Shen Xi, let me tell you, later I won't hold back." Kong Yuanli got stubborn and was naturally not afraid. He threw the earpiece to the director and went to choose a bike by himself. "Your bike is really powerful. It's difficult for riders with general experience to handle it. Are you really confident?" Xie Chongshu approached Shen Xi, tilted his body slightly, almost whispering. His gentle breath carried a hint of warmth, which made the girl's earlobes feel faintly itchy. If Shen Xi didn't know that Xie Chongshu was kindly reminding her, she would definitely think this was an attempt to flirt with her. She shifted her body slightly and gave the great movie star a reassuring and playful wink. Only then did Xie Chongshu feel slightly relieved. In his early years, he also had a passion for motorcycles, but as the years passed and his career became busier, this passion faded away. The rumbling of the motorcycle engines grew louder as they approached from afar. Kong Yuanli took the lead, with his red motorcycle shining dazzlingly in the sunlight. With a screeching sound, a charred brake mark was left in front of everyone as Kong Yuanli gracefully stopped his motorcycle in front of the crowd. Wow, I have to say, although Kong Yuanli seems a bit simple-minded, he can really pull off a cool look. He excels in all sorts of entertainment activities. "Oh, I'm worried about Xi. Although Xi can ride a motorcycle, it's obvious they're not on the same level. Both contestants, get ready. The race is about to enter the countdown. Please pay attention, to participating contestants." Kong Yuanli had his own underground motorcycle team and naturally a professional crew. The referee on the side had been waiting for a long time, holding a small red flag and giving instructions. Shen Xi and Kong Yuanli both nodded, placing their hands on the handles, concentrating intently on the track ahead. The director of the program had also arranged the follow-up cars and drones early on, making full preparations. This was a rare grand scene and must not be missed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The race begins. As the referee shouted the last number, the engines of the two motorcycles roared to life. Xia, who had been holding back for a long time, let out a loud shout. Come on, Kong Yuanli. The moment Shen Xi's motorcycle shot forward, he cast a cold glance at Xia, then lowered his body and suddenly hit the brakes. The rear of the car instantly lifted up to a height of 1 meter. The 6-cylinder engine ejected a powerful tail flame, accompanied by a withering and decaying airflow. Kong Yuanli. Xia's palm, rolled into a trumpet shape, was shouting with all her might, her mouth wide open. She was openly cheering and openly venting. A foul stench permeated with a mixture of fresh gasoline and coke rushed towards. Before the word oil could be uttered, it turned into a heart-rending scream of awe. Xia collapsed immediately, yet no one noticed. Amid Kong Yuanli's roar, the red motorcycle with the throttle twisted seemed constipated and abruptly stalled. In the line of sight, that pitch-black heavy motorcycle named Nightmare Warrior darted out like a lightning bolt in a blink of an eye. By the time everyone came to their senses, all that remained was a dazzling afterimage. Kong Yuanli hurriedly started the ignition. Before the motorcycle lunged forward again, he left an unwilling roar into the air. Damn it, Xia, you jinx. Stop your useless cheering. With a roar, Kong Yuanli drove off in pursuit. The entire audience was stunned. After a deathly silence, the onlookers around couldn't help but let out loud exclamations. Apart from the participating guests and the program crew, there were also quite a few heavy motorcycle enthusiasts gathered at the scene. When they saw Shen Xi speeding away into the distance, the atmosphere on the racetrack instantly exploded. Everyone cheered, screamed, and the whistles resounded. Oh my God! How incredibly fast! Who is this woman? Her motorcycle skills are amazing. She's going at a speed as if she's about to take off. How cool, spicy, and energetic she is. Among those who are good at handling heavy motorcycles, most are straightforward people. Although their words might seem a bit blunt, it's actually the highest compliment for Shen Xi. Xia finally got up from the ground in a sorry state. Her whole face looked worse than a ghost smoky eye makeup. Xiao Wenxuan sighed and turned his face away, hoping this embarrassing scene wouldn't be live streamed. However, unfortunately, there were thousands of people in the live stream audience. There were always a few with sharp eyes who could catch Xia even in the edge of the shot. Look, Xia has been turned into a big spotted cat by the exhaust fumes. Oh my God, I bet her eyebrows are burnt off. How pitiful. Haraha. I heard Kong Yuanli's furious roar. What on earth happened? Did he fall behind? Xie Chongshu stood at the back of the crowd. A flicker of shock flashed across his usually cold and noble face. No one had expected that Shen Xi could handle heavy motorcycles and was so good at it. After all, she looked so delicate and gentle, which was completely out of tune with the wild and cool heavy motorcycles. He was also sweating on the side. Fortunately, he was smart enough to hide behind Xia and avoided the misfortune. The great actor Xie faintly felt that Xia's bad luck might be due to her going against the lucky charm. So all the recent bad luck had gone to Xia. Hurry up. Give Shen Xi a close-up shot. Her whole appearance must be captured perfectly. Sun Hanyang grasped the earpiece, shouting passionately. He stepped on the table, and it seemed he was just short of demonstrating it in person. His wide, open eyes stared fixedly at the monitor, gazing at that bright white figure. He had a premonition that this shot would definitely go viral. On the racetrack, Shen Xi wore a helmet. Ignoring the filming car trailing behind her and the drone hovering above her head, she accelerated once again. She stomped hard on the accelerator, and the numbers on the speedometer soared to an incredible level once more. The heavy body of the vehicle was like a wild bull, swaying wildly and defiantly, on the verge of overturning at any moment. Shen Xi tensed up all over. She pressed her body down firmly, and her long, powerful legs clamped the vehicle tightly. Be obedient. With a snap, the dark, colored metallic body of the vehicle caved in. Shen Xi could clearly smell the burning gasoline in her nostrils. After a few breaths, the frenzied restlessness of the vehicle subsided. The vehicle became docile and quiet, with only the exhaust pipe at the rear roaring continuously. One person and one vehicle galloped on the racetrack. At that moment, all of Shen Xi's bones and flesh seemed to merge with the heavy-duty motorcycle, speeding forward. The bullet comments were filled with shock. Everyone was awed by Shen Xi's fearless figure. Damn it, with this speed and this control, I'll bet all my savings in this lifetime that Shen Xi is definitely an expert at riding heavy-duty motorcycles. I'm such a useless person. All I can say now is cool and sassy Sister Xi, you're my eternal god. For a split second, I thought this heavy motorcycle was about to take off. The speed was incredibly high. Everyone who witnessed it couldn't help but exclaim that Shen Xi was amazing. Unaware of the onlookers' astonishment and admiration, Shen Xi was fully absorbed in the track ahead. As for Kong Yuanli, he had long been left far behind. Damn it! How on earth did she manage to do that? With wide-eyed amazement and gasping for breath, Kong Yuanli found that even when he twisted the accelerator to the maximum, the gap between them was still widening. Kong Yuanli would never understand how Shen Xi had endured those dark years in her past life. Alcohol and motorcycle racing were almost the only consolations during those difficult times. Kong Yuanli stared fixedly at the figure getting farther and farther ahead. The gap between them was growing so wide that it seemed irreversible and unreachable. After countless expletives in Kong Yuanli's arrogant heart, they all turned into a single word: awesome. Ahead were a series of winding and continuous bends, symbols of speed and excitement. Shen Xi squinted her eyes slightly, with a cold and piercing look in her eyes. For those who loved heavy motorcycles, this was also a perilous challenge. A slight mistake could cause the tires to skid, sending the rider straight off the track, resulting in a bloody crash and even the loss of life. Her breathing suddenly slowed and stilled. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xi lowered her body as much as possible, maintained her speed, and directly accelerated through the bend. Quickly rounding one curve, the powerful centrifugal force almost threw her off, but Shen Xi held the handlebars tightly. In the next breath, another bend appeared before her eyes. Whoosh! The pitch-black heavy motorcycle roared around the corner, accelerating through 3 consecutive bends. The spectators outside the track let out screams and howls. Witnessing such a thrilling scene in person sent shivers down one's spine and made their legs go weak with exhilaration. The adrenaline was surging, and it was as if a white flash exploded in one's mind. It was simply exhilarating. Bai Xinya, accompanied by Xiao Wenxuan, had just washed her face dejectedly. When she saw the red streak speeding towards them in the distance, she was completely dispirited. Why could Shen Xi even race motorcycles? The speed of the barrage on the screen was astonishing, with the seamless switch between the aerial shots and the fixed-angle cameras. All that was captured was Shen Xi's dashing and heroic stance. Wow, I'm speechless. It's giving me goosebumps. Oh, when a woman gets cool, there's no place for men. Her skills are. Alas, I'm not well educated. All I can say is wow. True to her name, Master Xi is truly extraordinary. I proclaim that she is the ultimate alpha on earth. Shen Xi, please trample on me with your feet and whip me with your little whip. Come on, guys on the upper comment. The whole nation is watching. Go back to your little world. I hereby declare that from now on, I'm a fan of Shen Xi. She's so incredibly cool and amazing. I've just switched from being a bystander to a die-hard fan. Even as a man, I'm stunned. Master Xi, I'm yours too. Disgusting. Get lost, you above. Throughout the race, Shen Xi maintained a calm demeanor, her focus solely on the track ahead. All the noises from the side of the track faded into insignificance as she sped by, like a passing cloud. With a whoosh, Shen Xi stepped on the accelerator and finally, with a dashing drifting maneuver, brought the heavy motorcycle to a steady halt at the finish line, once again setting off a storm of screams from the entire crowd. The deafening roar of the engine that had filled the air moments ago suddenly ceased, yet the place remained far from quiet. The cheers, mingled with whistles and shrieks, seemed on the verge of setting the entire sky ablaze. He let out a long, drawn-out sigh under the intense gazes of the multitude, and then slowly removed his helmet.